Chapter 161. At dusk. The main hall of the city lord's mansion. The 100 scout teams that Li Xiao had sent out to explore. They returned one after another. Some teams had gone in the wrong direction from the beginning, so they never found the original city of the Japanese. However, some teams collided head-on with the Japanese scout teams on the way of exploration. The battle was inevitably started. But even for these scout teams that had fought with the Japanese teams, the situations were different. Some scout teams were lucky enough to find the Japanese scout team in advance. They fought an ambush, so they must have won a great victory. The whole team came back intact. Some scout teams were a little less lucky and were found by the Japanese team in advance, catching them off guard. It was inevitable that some of the team members would suffer casualties. But from the perspective of the team's damage ratio and overall situation, we still had a great advantage. At this moment, the hall was crowded, and the team members sat on the floor in the hall and chatted with others. Brother, you don't know that the Japanese were so cunning that they set an ambush for us in the valley in advance. But we are gigolos. The brothers in the team used their tricks against them and beat them to pieces. Ha ha ha. We were lucky too. We found a Japanese scout team in advance. These bastards died without knowing how they died. Members of the same team chatted with each other. Or players from different teams who had never met before were also chatting non-stop, regardless of whether they knew each other or not. After returning from the battlefield, everyone inexplicably wanted to talk to others. Talk about the difficulties along the way, and the panic of wandering around in front of death, and the excitement after fighting and seeing blood. But even when many people were chatting, their eyes would still unconsciously look at the conference table at the front of the hall. There, the captains of each team, the members of the Dawn Front, and Li Xiao. They were all talking and sorting out the intelligence brought back by hundreds of scout teams. Zhou Yu pointed to a mountain on the map in front of him and said, "We explored this direction, passing through different biological environments such as deserts and jungles, and explored for a total of 12 hours. We also encountered the Japanese scout team 3 times on the way, and finally found the original city of the Japanese, Yaki Castle." As soon as these words came out, the captains around the conference table stared at the location on the map with gleaming eyes, and even their breathing became rapid unconsciously. Zhang Che stepped forward and continued to analyze. During our 3 battles with the enemy, we found that most of the enemy's armor sets and weapons were a level lower than ours, especially the skill level. Although the skills of the 3 waves of enemies are different, they are all first-level skills. This statement also attracted the approval of many captains. Su, the captain of the He team, said at this moment, "That makes sense. The 2 waves of Japanese scout teams we encountered were basically the same. I thought it was an isolated case. But after hearing what Zhang Che said, I have reason to believe. In the previous disaster event, no player in the Dongying regional channel completed the hidden level. It is precisely because of this that they did not get the hidden reward of 5 out of 3, which is very helpful for the improvement of the entire regional channel. In this way, the strength of the enemy and us is further widened, and the advantage is on me." Although the name of Su's He team sounds not serious, but this team is also one of the top 20 teams in the entire regional channel. Although the name is not serious, the captain Su is very serious. These words seem a bit biased. After all, the hidden reward of 5 out of 3 is not necessarily the 5 choices of Li Xiao. But this time, among the 100 scout teams sent by Li Xiao to explore, only 5 teams had personnel casualties. As for the other teams, whenever they encountered the Japanese scout teams, most of them were crushed after the fight. This is very telling. Su's conclusion was agreed by many captains. When everyone analyzed this step, they also breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously, and looked at Li Xiao with an inexplicable gratitude in their eyes. If it weren't for Li Xiao, perhaps in the 9527th area channel, no one could complete the hidden level in the last disaster event. Naturally, there would be no hidden reward of 3 out of 5. If this were the result, the gap between our players and Japanese players would not be so big. Now, just like Captain Su said, the advantage is mine. Zhou Yu smiled and continued, "After our team explored the situation of Yaki City, we used the memory mirror to return. But what is certain is, the area of Yaki City is exactly half the size of our Yanwang City. Yaki City is only level 3. Level 3 Yaki City versus level 6 Yanwang City." Everyone smiled unconsciously. Li Bianqing adjusted his glasses and said, I think the size of the initial city is probably related to the number of survivors in the regional channel. The current number of survivors in our regional channel is more than 60,000. If the area of Yaqi City is half of ours, it is very likely that many people died in their regional channel during these disasters. And the current number of survivors may be only more than 30,000. As a regional channel strategy master, Li Bianqing's words are naturally credible. If there are really only more than 30,000 people left in the Dongying regional channel, that advantage is really huge. Li Xia crossed his hands and supported his chin, staring at the location of Yaqi Castle on the map while listening to everyone's discussion. Various information was quickly sorted out and summarized, and the fog in front of him gradually dissipated. The comparison of the strength of the enemy in us, as well as the outline of Yaqi Castle, were further improved in his mind. At the end of the conversation, everyone locked their eyes on Li Xia, wanting to hear his opinion. The captains who could take a seat at the conference table were all the best in the entire regional channel. There were also inheritors of various kinds among them. But the mainstay of the regional channel would always be, and could only be, Li Xia. Huh? Li Xia let out a long breath, stood up and made a summary. You all have worked so hard to travel all day to gather intelligence. On my own behalf, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you all. Facing Li Xia's bow and thanks, everyone was a little at a loss, and they were filled with fear and trepidation. How can Master Xia do this? Yes, you are embarrassing us. It's all our responsibility. Master Xia, you don't have to do this. Everyone was talking at once. Li Xia straightened his chest and smiled. Okay. Let's not say any more polite words. My idea is that we should. Unexpectedly, Li Xia was only halfway through his words, as the bell of the City Lord's mansion rang at 6 p.m. A system prompt sounded. Regional announcement: World Channel Origin Showdown will officially start at midnight tomorrow. World Origin Node Battle Name, World Origin Node Battle Time Limit, from midnight tomorrow to the end of World Channel Origin Showdown. Task details, after midnight tomorrow, the major areas of the temporary plane will randomly have World Origin nodes. Occupying the stronghold and holding on for 1 hour can help improve the regional channel swallowing progress and obtain additional gold source rewards. Task note: the two regional channels are currently in a fusion state. The weak points will collide to produce scattered world origins. Occupying the nodes is a great opportunity for the auxiliary regional channels to win. And it is also a great opportunity to obtain the gold source. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. Gold source? Devouring progress improved? Victory? This is undoubtedly a great opportunity. Li Xia came back to his senses and continued, it is better to come at the right time than to come early. Although according to what Brother Bianqing said, and the results of your exploration, it shows that our opponent, the Japanese regional channel number 1438, not only did not get the hidden reward of 3 out of 5, but also the Yaqi Castle is only level 3. The number of Japanese players is only more than 30,000, and the overall strength is relatively weak. But a large number of players will inevitably die in the siege battle, and a large number of players will easily be robbed when they travel long distances. Most of the players have not yet adapted to the current battlefield situation. After a thorough and detailed analysis, the captains present could not help but nod. Li Xia paused, then continued, so my idea is to use this origin node battle to fight and support the war, and let our players see blood first, and during this period, obtain gold sources to improve strength, assist regional channels to improve the swallowing progress, and wear down the opponent's vitality. 1 push, then decline, and the 3rd push. He is exhausted and I am full, so I will defeat him. Disperse the breath of the Japanese devils in their hearts, and finally take advantage of the general trend to make a final decision to attack the city. The other captains had no objection to this proposal and agreed. Since we have the advantage, we must be steady. Step by step, we will widen the gap between the two sides. After all, after winning the regional channel, although the dead players can be resurrected, their points will be directly reset to 0. Immortality is naturally the best choice. No doubt about it. In the subsequent meeting, Li Xia used the scout teams as the skeleton and let them organize a large team of at least 100 people to act together to deal with the World Origin Node battle that will start at midnight tomorrow. Naturally, the same is true for the Dawn front where Li Xia is. The top players in the regional channel are used as the skeleton, and the players who are slightly inferior are filled with flesh and blood. It is bound to give the Japanese devils a warning in the Battle of the World Origin Node tomorrow. Li Xia said, the above is my idea. You are all the players in the first echelon of our regional channel. Each of them has experienced the exploration mission of the scout team. Most of the teams have seen blood with the scout team of Japan. Compared to other players, you have more experience. With you as the backbone, we will absorb and organize a group of people to join the battle. I believe it will be successful. Zhou Yu, the captain of the Silver Hand team, was the first to express his opinion. I agree first. After all, the previous regional announcement also made it very clear. It takes 1 hour to occupy the World Origin Node for the operation to be considered successful. If there are too few people, even if you occupy the World Origin Node first, you may not be able to hold it. Hearing this, Su Su, the captain of the He team, echoed, that's right. Play it safe. Even if we occupy a few fewer World Origin Nodes, we can't cast a wide net and disperse our team members. Avoid the Japanese devils from forming a situation of outnumbering the enemy in the local battlefield. The captains of each team expressed their ideas in turn. The meeting lasted another hour after the regional announcement was opened. Everyone even ate a few bites while meeting. After discussing everything, everyone left one after another. Li Xia returned to the back hall of the city lord's mansion, rubbed his temples, and took out the ancient cobalt armor set from the ivy backpack. After this period of deliberate practice of mastery, he finally reached the standard of wearing the ancient cobalt armor set after the Scarlet Assimilation Enhanced Slime Staff. Tomorrow is a big battle, and Li Xia will naturally be fully armed and crush the opponent with the strongest posture. In today's situation, the pumpkin armor set is already outdated, and the ancient cobalt armor set is a good choice. The number of scarlet points required to assimilate the ancient cobalt armor set to scarlet exclusive, 5,000. 5,000 points? Not expensive. Li Xia stroked the armor with his palm, and the scarlet power spread rapidly. Then a scarlet light flashed and illuminated the back hall of the city lord's mansion and then disappeared. At this moment, the ancient cobalt armor set was also wrapped with strange and complex patterns. Li Xia raised the corner of his mouth and looked at it intently. The ancient cobalt armor set, after being enhanced by scarlet assimilation, the magic value consumption reduction of the set bonus effect has been increased from 16% to 20%. Defense has also been increased from 17 points to 20 points. The 3 attribute entries belonging to the 4 dimensions have also been increased from +3 to +5. The maximum magic value added has also been increased from 80 points to 120 points. Magic critical hit rate has also been increased from 18% to 20%. It is indeed an all-round improvement. In particular, the increase in magic critical hit rate makes it easier for Li Xia's various skills to achieve critical hit damage. To some extent, it has greatly improved the instantaneous explosive power. After thinking about it, Li Xia happily changed into the ancient cobalt armor set. He looked at the time and found that it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. The World Origin Node battle will start at midnight tomorrow. There is not much time left for everyone to rest and prepare. Li Xia yawned and fell asleep in the shelter. The night was extremely deep. The blood moon in the sky cast a bloody glow through the window. The sky-breaking gargoyle opened the door and walked to the bedside according to Li Xia's instructions. Commander, it's midnight. Chapter 162. Temporary plane space. A blood moon was in the sky, covered by dark clouds. The blood-colored moonlight penetrated the dark clouds, and only a little light passed through the clouds and shone on the earth. What a dark and windy night for murder. Inside Yinwang City, at midnight, the interface of the special building Shanhitu in the city. Many areas that have been explored by players before, and the fog has been dispelled. At this moment, the specific location coordinates of many World Origin nodes emerged. Special building taskbar. At the same time, a large number of tasks related to the World Origin node also appeared. Lone Ranger players, 5-person team players, multiplayer team players. Even large team players can take tasks at will. But these player organizations only send representatives to line up in front of the taskbar. Tasks can be taken at will. What if they cannot complete the tasks? The World Origin node is occupied by Japanese players. What should we do? Because the random team is unorganized and undisciplined, resulting in the failure of this World Channel Origin duel. What should we do? Therefore, at the beginning, Li Xia arranged a special person to be in charge of the task column. Even if you accept a task to assist in the construction of city buildings and facilities, You have to choose the most suitable person. Only by sending the right people to the right positions can we improve our overall combat power with the greatest efficiency. This time is also the case. The weak 5-man team, with the stronger Lone Ranger players, formed a team of at least 100 people to go to the World Origin node closest to Yanhuang City. As for the players with strong strength, large numbers, and first-tier strength, they will be sent to the World Origin node that is moderately far from the cities of both sides, and where the battle is the most intense. This is the countermeasure policy that the captains decided after thinking and discussing. No player can change it. Even Li Xia is no exception. Because it was Li Xia himself who proposed this countermeasure policy. The farther the World Origin node is from Yanhuang City, the more likely it is to run into the Japanese devils. If he doesn't go, who will go? Players receive their tasks one after another, and were assigned by the skilled and professional task bar team. Groups of players set off towards their respective destinations. After receiving the tasks, Li Xia's Dawn Front team also led the team to the outside of Yanhuang City. Li Xia's Dawn Front was the backbone of this team. A group of top players from the first and even second echelons of the regional channel. Finally, a team of hundreds of people was formed. And this team was also named Dawn Sword by Li Xia. Li Xia rode on a slime mount and waved his hand. Let's go! The mighty team summoned all slime mounts and followed Li Xia to the destination. The goal of this trip was to rush to the location of the World Origin node, which was 4 hours away from Yanhuang City. At the same time, the Japanese players in Yaki City were dumb when facing this World Origin node battle that was notified in advance. They had no words to express their pain. Unlike the hundreds of scout teams in Yanhuang City, most of them came back alive and well, and only a few died in the battlefield. The more than 200 scout teams sent by Yaki City, although the number of teams and the number of explorers were higher than those of Yanhuang City, but the overall strength of this group of scout teams from Yaki City was completely not at the same level as that of Yanhuang City. Of the more than 200 scout teams, in the end, only more than 50 successfully returned to Yaki City. And this group of scout teams that successfully returned to Yaki City alive, part of them were because they explored in the opposite direction and did not encounter the scout team of Yanhuang City, so they could return safely. The 3/4 casualty ratio made the players of the entire Japanese regional channel 1438 feel a bit disappointed. You know, scouts are extremely important in a battle, with the heavy responsibility of exploration. The Japanese scout team is naturally not unknown. Most of these more than 200 scout teams are also first-tier players. The result? One scout mission lost 3/4 of the top combat power of the entire regional channel. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't be afraid? The players of the Japanese regional channel faced this World Origin node battle. Even the remaining first-tier players and Yaki City Lord Junichiro Yaki were bitter. Most of the top combat power was lost on the first day, and the combat power was broken. But they were facing the battle of the World Origin node. If they did not fight, the Chinese players would occupy a large number of World Origin nodes, and the integration degree would be greatly improved. In the end, they would die. But, if they fought, how could the combat power of ordinary non-inherited players in the Dongying region be comparable to the scout team sent before? If we really go to the World Origin node, which is farther away and closer to Yanhuang City, to fight against the Chinese players head-on, what's the difference between that and seeking death? Although if we lose this World Channel Origin showdown, the entire Japanese regional channel number 1438 will be wiped out. All players in the regional channel will die. But between dying early and dying late, the vast majority of players still choose the latter. This also means that even if the Lord of Yaki City, Junichiro Yaki, personally ordered and pressured, there were very few people who responded. In the end, only a large reward was offered. And only then did a group of teams accept the mission and rush to the World Origin node far away from Yaki City. After all, there must be brave men under a large reward. And this time, the player who led the team to the destination of the World Origin node farthest from Yaki City, it was no one else. It was the skilled and courageous Doyuan. This Doyuan was the owner of the ninja heritage, and his name was once famous in the 1438th regional channel. But with the subsequent regional channels, many other stronger heritage players emerged, even racial heritage players. He also completely lost his status as the number 1 player in the 1438th regional channel. But despite this, The advantage of snowballing in the early stage still made him the top combat force in the 1438th Regional Channel. Doyuan did not participate in the last scout team exploration mission, because before that, he had been using the unconventional formula inherited by the ninja to make a large number of consumable weapons to supply the front line. His position is similar to Li Xia to some extent, but the help that Doyuan can provide to the players in his own regional channel is incomparable to that of Li Xia. It's like heaven and earth. Most of the players in the first echelon were weakened this time, and even his good friend Sakata died in the exploration mission. He naturally couldn't stay out of it, and under the generous reward from Junichiro Yaki, he also joined the duel. Quick! Quick! Doimaru drank a bottle of agility potion and turned around to urge the people behind him. For Doimaru, who knew the formula of the agility potion, this was not the time to be stingy with the potion. Not to mention that this world origin node was naturally closer to Yaki Castle. With the help of the agility potion, Doyuan led the team to the world origin node one step ahead of time. This is a mountain range that is naturally easy to defend and difficult to attack, because of the collision of the two regional channels. The magic elements here are extremely active. Doyuan was delighted to see this, and quickly sent his team members to deploy defenses around. And he also came to the core of the world origin node, next to a 10-meter-high stone pillar, and reached out to touch it. After completing this step, the Japanese player team only needs to successfully occupy the world origin node for 1 hour to complete the task. Not only can the swallowing progress of the own regional channel be improved, but also the gold source reward can be obtained. At that time, the gap between Japanese players and Chinese players will be further reduced by using the gold source to strengthen skills. Unfortunately, this beautiful future is only a dream bubble after all. 15 minutes after the Japanese team stationed at the world origin node, Li Xia also rushed to the bottom of the mountain with the members of the Sword of Dawn. Although Li Xia did not get the formula of the agility potion, but it does not mean that no one in this large regional channel has obtained it. Therefore, there is no essential difference in the speed of the two sides. The reason why it took 15 minutes to reach the world origin node. The main reason is that this place is naturally close to Yaki Castle, and the geographical advantage is not on our side. The team is stationed at the bottom of the hillside, 1,000 meters away from the mountain. Bai Butong, as a recipient of ninja heritage, has the advantage of exploration. After spending some time to explore the results, he came back to explain the situation to everyone. About 150 people. Although they are weak, they have the advantage of location. Bai Butong explained to Fei Yuan's deployment clearly and accurately. Li Bianqing frowned and analyzed. Time is running out. We must fight quickly. If we delay for an hour, we will suffer. And the longer we delay, even if we defeat this army, the enemy may send reinforcements when we start the battle to occupy the world origin node. We must take it down in one go. After these words were spoken, the others nodded in agreement. But how to take it down? It's easy to defend on the mountain, but hard to attack. Rely on human lives? This is the worst option. Right. Li Bianqing suddenly thought of something, turned his head, and asked his companions to call a tall and thin player. Boss, what do you want me to do? This player, Lu Qin, is a member of Li Bianqing's intelligence organization, and he is also the recipient of the Earth Magic Inheritance. Li Bianqing pulled him to Li Xia and introduced him, Brother Xia. His name is Lu Qin, and he is currently following me to make a living. He was lucky enough to inherit the earth magic. Lu Qin's racial talent is affinity with the earth element. His ability is similar to Su Hongdo's undead miner, who can burrow underground. Now that he has been upgraded to the second level, he can lead others to burrow underground with active skills. What I think is that there are only a few players with fledgling wings after all. Why not send a vanguard team, led by Lu Qin, to sneak into the enemy camp with the help of burrowing underground? Finally, how about launching a sudden attack and cooperating with light bow? As soon as Li Xia said this, before he expressed his opinion, Lu Qin patted his chest and said, no problem. Although the risk is great, I believe that Xia will lead our regional channel to victory. Even if I die this time, I can still be resurrected when the time comes. Master, what do you want me to do? Just one sentence. Li Xia smiled slightly and said, Brother Bianqing's suggestion is good, but I don't think this pioneer team is too complicated. By the way, Brother Lu Qin, I want to ask, how many people can you lead to Earth escape at present? Lu Qin thought for a moment. looked at the mountains and said, at this distance, including myself, there are no more than 5 people. Then I understand. Li Xia turned his head and said, Fugui, you stay here. Wait for my signal. And lead the attack. Hongdo, Bianqing, Sai, do you dare to accompany me on this journey? Li Bianqing was silent for a moment. And smiled freely. How difficult is this? I couldn't ask for it. Su Hongdo covered her mouth and chuckled. Women like excitement by nature. I like this kind of excitement. Wang Sai's eyes were firm, of course. I also want to meet these little devils. Fugui was stunned. He also wanted to go. But he thought that his strength was still too weak compared to other members of the Dawn Front. Not to mention that Liu Qin could only bring 4 people with him. If he went with him, he would not only squeeze out a new force. At that time, he might even become a burden to the team. Thinking of this, Wang Fugui nodded and said, no problem. Xia Master. Don't worry. I will definitely rush up with people at the first time. Li Xia did not avoid anyone during the process of discussing the candidates. So when the candidates were announced, Liu Qin opened his mouth in surprise and said, Master Xia, are you going with us? How dangerous is this? If you, what should we do in the future? This time, the World Channel Origin Duel. The entire regional channel can lose anyone. But not you. Hearing this, other people also came up. Yes. Yes. Master. How about I go? I can be replaced. My skills are all area damage. Master Xia, you have a heavy burden on your shoulders. Let us do the charging work. The members of the Dawn Sword volunteered to fight. Li Xia waved his hand and smiled. Everyone. Don't worry. This is just a mountain range. Not a dangerous place. I am sure that this group of Japanese devils can't do anything to me. You just need to wait for the signal. Let's not talk about other things. Time is short, and the task is heavy. We don't have much time left. As the captain of the team, Li Xia spoke in person. And the others naturally had to obey. Brother Liu Qin, I'm sorry to bother you this time. Lead the way. Hey! Liu Qin nodded seriously. Then Li Xia led people to his side. Liu Qin touched the ground with both hands. And gradually the hard ground began to boil like water. Everyone then went underground and, led by Liu Qin, headed towards the mountain base of the Japanese players. Moreover, this action was carried out to avoid the enemy's eyes and ears. So the Japanese players, including Doyuan, did not notice anything unusual. They were still staring at the bottom of the mountain stupidly, observing when the main force would attack the mountain. A moment later, a 5-man team suddenly rushed out from the top of the mountain. The 3 Japanese players, who were squatting on the side, were quickly dealt with by Su Hongdo and others. Li Xia immediately held the Star Fury and shouted to the sky, Little devils, taste the power of your uncle. Star Fury. Chapter 163. Temporary Plane Space. The Japanese team and the Chinese team have traveled for 4 or 5 hours. At this moment, the sky has just begun to brighten. The dawn has just begun to show its head. In the rugged hilly mountain area, just as the players of the Japanese camp were nervously watching the every move of the Chinese camp players below the mountain, little did they know that the danger had already arrived. At this moment, I don't know that the dawn has just begun to show its head. The same was true for the Dawn Sword's vanguard. Star Fury. Somewhere in the World Origin node, several Japanese players died like chickens and dogs. Li Xia held Star Fury in his hand and shouted loudly, alarming all the players in both camps. When no one reacted. Crack! Boom! The sky, which was originally illuminated by the morning light, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. One after another, lightning flashed through the thick clouds like ink. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, in the area of 100 meters, huge Star Fury meteors with magma were falling one after another. They hit the ground fiercely from the sky. And the target was all the players in the Japanese camp. As Li Xia's mental power grew again, and he mastered the Star Fury skill. This Star Fury skill was originally a ranged skill with a radiation range of 100 meters. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel the Star Fury meteors falling at the location of the World Origin node. The number and density are 50% higher than other areas. This is the powerful mental power of Li Xia, and the wonderful effect of micromanipulation. Swoosh! 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 The speed of the Star Fury meteor falling from the sky is getting faster and faster. Without giving everyone time to react, it hits the ground hard. The density and number also make it impossible for Japanese players to avoid it. They can only show their magical powers and hope to save their lives in this move of Star Fury. -139. -141. -303. The armor sets of Japanese players are mostly tungsten armor sets. Their defense varies. Some are high and some are low. Most of them are due to the different modifiers of the player's accessories. But they are in front of Li Xiao's Star Fury. No matter how high or low their defense is, they are just chickens and pottery dogs. After all, the damage of a triple amplified Star Fury meteor is as high as 90 points. Although Li Xiao was not wearing the Scarlet Pumpkin armor set at the moment and lost the 10% damage increase, but with the 20% magic critical hit rate bonus of the Ancient Cobalt armor set, the critical hit damage that a Star Fury meteor can achieve is as high as more than 300 points. The enemy didn't even have time to dodge. So how could they have the time to organize an attack? It was at this time that Wang Fugui, who was at the bottom of the mountain, took out the Ice Blade magic wand and raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, Xia the great god has given the signal. Charge!" Following Wang Fugui's roar, the Dawn Sword team of more than 100 people rushed directly to the mountain where the World Origin node was located. The Chinese players were all very brave, completely ignoring the Star Wrath meteors above their heads, because they were members of Li Xiao's camp. The Star Wrath was ineffective against them. Kill him while he's sick. If you don't charge now, when will you? Kill! Chop the devil's heads with your big knife. Aishwa, leave a few for me. The melee professions charged in the front. The mage class was not far behind. Even the shooter class was holding a sand gun and firing at the top of the mountain. Seeing this, the summoner class simply summoned 2 different summons, and then rushed up the mountain with sand guns or various mage magic weapons. At this moment, the Chinese players were in good condition and had already drunk various enhancement potions. On the other hand, the Japanese players had just been hit by the range of the Star's Wrath. Those who were unlucky were directly killed by several Star's Wrath meteors. Those with good luck were also in a state of half or even low health. Just after drinking a bottle of life-restoring potion, I found that the Chinese players below the mountain had already charged forward. The Japanese players were in the cooling period of the life-restoring potion, while the Chinese players were in good condition and had potion replenishment. The difference between the two was obvious. The overall strength of the Chinese players was slightly higher than that of the Japanese players. In this situation, the players of the two camps were not fighting on the same level at all. This battle was naturally one-sided. On the other hand, Lu Qin, the inheritor of Earth magic, led the vanguard team led by Li Xia into the enemy base camp. At this moment, they also opened fire and killed everyone. Wang Sai, the inheritor of ice magic, and Li Bianqing, the inheritor of fire magic. The two did not care about the consumption of magic points at all, and opened fire completely. Instant ice blade and instant fireball. They aimed at the enemy with all their strength. Kill all the Japanese melee players who wanted to charge and counterattack. Whenever the long-range professional players from Japan wanted to snipe the two, Lu Qin, the inheritor of earth magic, would cast various defensive shields and earth walls. He blocked the long-range attack damage for Li Bianqing and Wang Sai. The 3 of them were all inheritors of magic. 2 attackers and 1 defender. They not only stood firm in an instant, but also turned into human-shaped self-propelled turrets. Although Su Hongdo, who came with the vanguard team, was only 1 person, the noise she made was even louder than the 3 of them. The 2 fully armed undead miners used various skills to rush into the crowd and kill people. Su Hongdo raised her head and drank a bottle of Kiss of Death potion given by Li Xia in advance, and took out the thorn whip from the ivy backpack. Snap! 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 The thorn whip covered with barbs swung in the air, whipping every Japanese player who dared to approach. Ah! Baga! With the blessing of the thorn whip, the damage and attack speed of the 2 undead miners were further improved. But who made the biggest noise among the 5 vanguards this time? That must be Li Xia. When the Wrath of the Stars was finished, Li Xia took out the scarlet slime staff. As he swung it, 2 3-meter-tall, black, fully armed slime mothers appeared on the battlefield. When the Japanese players faced the armed slime mothers, whose health and attack were even more terrifying than the players, how could they have the confidence to use their lives to kill a summoned creature that could be summoned at will by consuming magic points? But just because the enemy didn't charge didn't mean Li Xia would just let it go. Go! Li Xia pointed his finger and ordered the two armed slime mothers to charge into the area where the Japanese players were crowded. Baga. Perhaps the Japanese players thought that Li Xiao's move was too much and didn't take them seriously at all. One by one, they fought the armed slime mothers head-on. Bang! Swoosh! Snap! It was not easy for the Japanese players to get rid of the two armed slime mothers with their numerical advantage. Who would have thought? After the death of two armed slime mothers, 4 slime babies appeared on the battlefield. Li Xiao looked disdainful, holding a sand gun. Bang! 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 A dense and continuous line of fire, coupled with his powerful basic attack damage. He turned into Shura on the battlefield, killing and killing, making the enemy terrified and completely losing their fighting spirit. Run! Help! Run! The Japanese players outside the mountain stronghold of the World Origin Node battle are now fighting hand-to-hand with Chinese players. How can they run when the battle is close? But the Japanese players behind them don't care about this. A mere 5-man team defeated them. If they don't run now, when will they run? Fighting on the battlefield depends on momentum. As long as one player in one camp runs away, a chain reaction will soon form. What they are thinking about now is not how to kill the enemy, but how to run faster than others. Because, to put it bluntly, the Japanese players noticed that the scout team responsible for the previous exploration had a combat casualty ratio of up to 3/4. When they got the news that the city level of Yanhuang City reached level 6, some smart people realized that in this World Channel Origin showdown, the Japanese players had no chance of winning the final victory. The Chinese players were not afraid of death because they knew that as long as they won the final victory in the World Channel Origin showdown, they could still be resurrected, even if the points would be reset to 0. The city lord of Yanhuang City, Li Xia, the channel lord of the 9527th area channel, would compensate them. But the Japanese players knew that there was no hope of winning this World Channel Origin showdown. In this week's showdown, once you die completely. So the Japanese players don't have the same fighting spirit as the Chinese players. Two completely different situations. Two completely different mentalities. This created completely different mindsets and codes of conduct for the players in the two camps. And these two completely different mentalities and codes of conduct will eventually create two different results. Next to the mountain pillar, where the World Origin node is located, Tu Feiyuan's face is even uglier than his mother's death. He saw Li Xia still killing people in the distance, and knew that the situation was hopeless. He had never heard of the Chinese players, or the Chinese players in the 9527th area channel. But he was familiar with Li Xia in the 9527th area channel. After all, it was the first time he fought with the Meat Mountain aggregate in the Colosseum. Li Xia took only 1 second to get rid of the Meat Mountain aggregate, thus leading the regional channel to victory, and winning the first place in the channel competition. From that time on, Doyuan regarded Li Xia as his opponent. It's just that plans can't keep up with changes. Li Xia has always been the number 1 in the regional channel. But what about him? Doyuan can't even maintain his position as the number 1 in the regional channel. The reason why he can still be the first echelon of the regional channel now. It's all thanks to the advantages accumulated by snowballing in the early stage and his ninja heritage. But the recipients of the 5 great inheritances came together, not to mention the owner of his ninja inheritance. Even if he was the owner of the racial inheritance of Junichiro Yaki, the lord of Yaki Castle, he would definitely not be able to stop the attack of the 5 people. He gritted his teeth, and the resentment in his heart was like creepers crawling all over his heart. Doyuan never expected that this time he led the team to go on an expedition. His luck would be so bad. It was not good to run into the Chinese player team. But he was so unlucky that he ran into Li Xia. He looked at Li Xia with great resentment and hatred, and drank a bottle of agility potion. He didn't care about the lives of others and turned around and ran. He knew which was more important, a World Origin node or his own life. Li Xia was keenly aware of the malicious look. Tu Feiyuan regarded Li Xia, whom he had never met, as his lifelong enemy. But to be honest, for Li Xia, he didn't know Tu Feiyuan at all. Or, who is Tu Feiyuan? This hostility and hatred from the bottom of his heart made Li Xia quite unhappy. If we really let this Japanese player escape smoothly, what will happen when the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light? Don't let him stay. Li Xia's eyes flashed, and he looked around. He found that the Dawn Sword team below the mountain had already led the team to break through the defense line of the Japanese players. And the Japanese players, who were ambushing everywhere on the mountain, when they saw their companions running away, especially the captain of this time, Tu Feiyuan, they also ran away quickly one by one. To be honest, if it weren't for the conditions for using the memory mirror, the player must be in a non-combat state. Perhaps most of the players have already used the memory mirror to quickly teleport back to Yaki Castle to hide. Now most of the Japanese players are also trying to get away from the battlefield as soon as possible, and use the memory mirror immediately after the battle state disappears. There's a saying in the battlefield that goes, "Don't chase the desperate enemy," because they are afraid that the opponent will be at the end of his rope. They will fight back desperately. At that time, the barefoot ones are not afraid of the ones wearing shoes, and the casualties may be very serious. But there is another saying in the battlefield, called, "It is better to pursue the enemy with the remaining courage than to seek fame by imitating the tyrant." Li Xia didn't want to let go of a mortal enemy who hated him. Puff! A tongue of fire spurted out from the lightning boots under his feet. Then the cloud flow, blizzard flow, and sandstorm flow attached to the horseshoe balloon bundle took Li Xia to the sky. Who? Li Xia flew to the sky, and the white wind blade wings behind him spread out. The two wind blade wings with a wingspan of 1 meter flapped and whistled. Li Xia rushed towards the fleeing Japanese players at a very fast speed. The scarlet sand gun held tightly in both hands randomly shot at the fleeing Japanese players. The magic rune array attached to the wind blade wings was also quickly charged at this moment. Swish! 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 One after another, the pale blue giant wind blades hit the ground at a very fast speed. The sharp wind blades cut through the bodies of Japanese players, and often 1 or 2 attacks could take away a Japanese player. Ah! Don't, Baka. The Japanese players were seriously injured and howled miserably. Even if the Japanese players, who survived the 2 waves of Li Xia's attack, were lucky enough to be killed by the large group of Sword of Dawn following closely behind. Huh? Doyuan heard the screams. His inner panic became even stronger, and he stepped heavily on the ground. Bang! He leaped and jumped to a distance of 50 meters. He widened the gap again. The active skill that was supposed to be a charge, leap attack, became his perfect skill for escaping at this moment. Humph! Li Xia was unmoved by this, holding the sand gun and aiming at Doyuan, silently chanting in his heart, "Scarlet heavy strike." Bang! A sand bullet wrapped in scarlet power flew across the sky at a speed faster than ordinary bullets. But in a moment, it hit the back of Doyuan's head. Puff! Successfully killed the captain of the Doi League, Doyuan, and obtained the World Origin Fragment X200. Points X2000. Ninja Heritage X1. Chapter 164. Tu Feiyuan was killed by Li Xia with 1 arrow. This also means that the Battle of the World Origin Node has come to an end. Under the leadership of Li Xia, the players of the Chinese camp won the battle with an absolute advantage. Even if the players of the Japanese camp fled, they were killed by everyone on the way, while others were cleaning up the battlefield. Li Xia returned to the location of the World Origin Node and reached out to touch the towering stone pillar beside him. Regional Channel number 9527 successfully occupied the World Origin Node, and the countdown began. A system prompt resounded in the ears of all players in the Huaxia camp. Everyone had a happy smile on their face. As long as they persisted for an hour, the World Origin Node would be owned. The 9527 area channel could not only improve the swallowing progress, everyone could also get gold sources that could strengthen skills as rewards. No matter how you think about it, it was something worth being happy about. Although there were gold sources for sale in the promotion store, a first-level gold source was priced at 50,000 points, which was too expensive. For others, the price of 50,000 points is unaffordable. For Li Xia, the first-level gold source is of little use. After all his skills have been upgraded to the 2nd level. If you want to strengthen your skills again, you need to use the 2nd level gold source. And 1 2nd-level gold source requires 3 first-level gold sources to synthesize. If you buy it in the promotion store, it will cost a full 150,000 points. 150,000 points is also a big burden for Li Xia. More importantly, use the hard-earned points to go to the promotion store to buy gold sources. This is not a particularly cost-effective option. It is precisely because of this. This time, Li Xia will lead the team in the World Origin Node battle. After all, Li Xiao's demand for gold sources is much stronger than that of ordinary players. Not only Li Xia himself needs it, but also Celia. This World Channel Origin Showdown is a very good opportunity. He must obtain as much gold as possible in this week's World Channel Origin Showdown. Thinking of this, Li Xia said loudly, "Everyone. This hour is crucial. Everyone must be prepared for battle. Prevent the reinforcements of the Japanese camp players from coming to steal the home." Everyone immediately put away their smiles and nodded seriously. "We know. Don't worry. Big brother." "That's right. Master Xia. We know the importance of the matter. And we promise to guard this hour." "Yes. The gold source is about to be obtained. I don't want to let the cooked duck fly away." The players responded loudly to Li Xiao's words. After cleaning up the battlefield, they followed Li Bianqing's instructions. They scattered in groups of 3 or 2, squatting and ambushing in various places where the world's origin nodes are located. Moreover, a group of scout teams received the order and scattered to explore the surroundings. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction. He sat on the ground and leaned against the stone pillar. Li Xia took out the ninja inheritance light ball from the ivy backpack. Interesting. Killing the inheritance players in other regional channels will also drop inheritance. It seems that after this victory, the number of inheritance players in regional channel number 9527 will usher in a wave of blowouts. Li Xia knew it in his heart. Killing the inheritance player can obtain the inheritance owned by the player. You can also buy inheritance by spending points in the promotion store. It's just that the inheritance in the promotion store has high and low prices according to the gold content. But the lowest level inheritance also requires at least 150,000 points to buy. Moreover, this kind of inheritance does not have a corresponding unconventional formula series. But the amplification strength in some aspects can reach the general inheritance. So there will still be many second-tier and even first-tier players. With their goals set on these inheritances, they are also accumulating points day and night. Both of these paths can obtain inheritance. Even if neither of the 2 paths is easy, it can be foreseen. After this World Channel Origin duel is over, the number of inheritance players in their own regional channels will definitely usher in a surge. No matter how bad the ninja heritage is, it is still 2 levels higher than the lowest level of heritage sold in the promotion shop. Because ninja heritage has an unconventional formula series. Ordinary heritage does not have this benefit. Even if ninja heritage is more popular, most players have no choice. In the current competitive environment, it is better to have it than not. After thinking about it, Li Xia raised his head and called out, "Fugui! Fugui! Come here!" Wang Fugui, who was chatting with Li Bianqing, heard Li Xia's call. He stood up quickly, took 2 steps at a time, and came to Li Xia's side. "Master Xia, what do you want to ask me?" Li Xia looked Wang Fugui up and down and asked, "Do you want to get the inheritance?" "Of course. I dream of it." Wang Fugui nodded like pounding garlic. He knew clearly that he was the only non-inherited player in Dawn Frontline, and his strength had always been a drag on the team. Every time he saw Li Xia, Su Hongdou, Wang Cai and even Li Bianqing, who had inherited the inheritance, he would naturally feel that a real man should be like this. Wang Fugui didn't want to be a logistic supporter or a drag. Being the owner of the inheritance has always been his pursuit. After the World Channel Origin Showdown was launched, I have been accumulating points. I have my eyes on the lowest level inheritance, the Sharpshooter Inheritance. The Sharpshooter Inheritance is a basic damage increase for long-range bows and crossbows. The damage increase is no different from the general inheritance. It's just that there is no corresponding unconventional formula. Even this kind of inheritance is sold for as high as 150,000 points. I have been accumulating points recently, but I donated almost all the resources I can donate in the donation channel. Now I have only accumulated more than 60,000 points. I can't afford the Sharpshooter Inheritance. I can only afford a first-level gold source. Wang Fugui squatted beside Li Xia. He counted on his fingers and poured out his inner desire and helplessness. Li Xia nodded and said, "So Fugui, you want to obtain the professional inheritance of the archer or mage, right?" "It's like this." Wang Fugui said a little embarrassedly, "I'm so fat. Close combat is dangerous and not suitable for me. It doesn't matter if it's a mage or a shooter. But I searched for a long time in the promotion store, and the Sharpshooter Heritage is the most cost-effective." "I understand what you mean." Li Xia shook his head and smiled. "I killed a player named Tu Feiyuan from the Japanese camp before, and got a ninja heritage. I thought you didn't get the heritage. So I took this heritage as the foundation of your life. But after listening to your explanation, I also think that long-range professions are more suitable for you. But don't worry. No matter how ordinary the ninja inheritance is, there are also unconventional formula series inheritances that cannot be compared with the sharpshooter inheritance. In addition, in the World Origin Node battle during this period, other players should have killed many inheritance players from the Japanese camp and obtained a lot of strange inheritances. Maybe there will be something suitable for you at that time, and you can exchange one or two. Obviously, Li Xia already had a perfect plan in mind. Although Wang Fugue was not strong, he was a familiar person after all. Since he was a familiar person, there was no reason not to help him within his ability. Ah? How can this be? Wang Fugue was stunned by this pie falling from the sky. And he was a little hesitant when speaking. The inheritance is so expensive. I can't do it. Master Xia, you can definitely use the ninja inheritance to exchange for more benefits. If you do this, I can't get over it. After hearing the news, Wang Fugue couldn't say he wasn't excited. But besides being excited, he also thought of a question. How can he repay such a great favor? With his ability, he can't repay it, even if he really wants to obtain the inheritance and become the owner of a certain inheritance. But his natural character still made Wang Fugue reject Li Xia's proposal. Ha! What are you thinking about? Do you really think I'm giving you a legacy for free? Li Xia waved his hand and explained. You also know that this ninja legacy is useless in my hands. It's better to use it to exchange for some resources in order to maximize the benefits. So I'm also in need of helping you exchange the legacy you need this time. During this week of the World Channel Origin Showdown, all the points you get, no matter how many, will belong to me. Help me buy some resources or formulas I need. The ninja heritage is not very useful to me, but the good stuff in the promotion store is very useful to me. Wang Fugue finally let go of his heart after hearing this answer. He hesitated for a while and said, But I don't have much resources to donate this week. Even in the following period, I could only accumulate a little over 100,000 points at best. A sharpshooter's points are as high as 150,000 points. Not to mention the higher level ninja heritage. If you calculate it this way, Master Xia, you still suffer a loss. Li Xia shrugged and said, These are not worth mentioning to me. Your cooking skills are not good. Right? Cook more meals for me in the future. As for other things, don't say it. You are one of us, and the accounts are not calculated this way. Wang Fugue lowered his head, let out a long breath, and then raised his head and smiled. Hey, Master Xia, I won't be polite then. Don't worry. I will take care of all your 3 meals a day in the future, as long as there are ingredients. It's just a matter of a word to decide what you want to eat. That's right. I've seen the skills of a first-class chef. Li Xia smiled and said, This is much more valuable to me than an inheritance that I can't use. Li Xia patted his shoulder and chatted casually. The countdown also passed unknowingly. An hour soon ended. Channel number 9527 area successfully occupied the World Origin node for 1 hour. The swallowing progress of the channel in this area has been improved. All surviving members of the team will be rewarded with 1 first-level gold source. In this World Origin node battle, the best contributor is player Li Xia. Additional reward for player Li Xia's first-level gold source. A single person can only participate in 1 World Origin node battle per day. From this moment on, the players of this team will enter the battle cooling state. When the regional announcement rang in the ears, everyone's eyes converged on Li Xia. The players' eyes were filled with reverence, admiration, and a look of as expected. The best contributor of this World Origin node battle is Li Xia? Does this mean that he is the MVP of this battle? Even Li Xia didn't expect that the MVP would have an additional gold source reward. Really good. It's a pity. A single person can only participate in the World Origin node battle once a day. Otherwise, he could bring his team to fight again. And maybe he could get more gold sources. But the rules are like this. And it is fair to everyone. There is nothing to say. Okay. Li Xia waved his hand, attracted everyone's attention and said, Use the memory mirror. Return to Yanwang City for rest. And continue tomorrow. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. They used the memory mirror one after another, and returned to Yanwang City. The City Lord's mansion. The front hall. The members of the Dawn Front team were naturally teleported here. The Dawn Front is the core of the Sword of Dawn. Although the battle is over, there are still many matters that need to be discussed and prepared. Li Bianqing looked up at Li Xia and said, Brother Xia, there are 200 people in the team this time, and 15 people died in the battle. What do you think? Li Xia said, replenish the troops and register them to ensure that the Dawn Sword has enough personnel. Okay. I understand. I'll do it later. Li Xia continued, talent. After all the other teams return, remember to count the casualties and the victory of the World Origin Node battle. Well, Master Xia, don't worry. Leave this to me. Wang Cai nodded heavily. The Dawn Front team then chatted for a while. After making sure that the matters at hand have been discussed and the tasks have been assigned to everyone, Su Hongdo and others wanted to get up and leave the City Lord's mansion to return to their respective shelters for rest. Li Xia saw this and slapped his forehead and shouted, That's right. Brother Bianqing. Don't leave yet. I want to tell you something. I killed a heritage player in the World Origin Node battle just now and obtained a ninja heritage. Please spread the word for me. I want to use the ninja heritage to exchange for a shooter or mage heritage. Wang Fugue was grateful when he heard this. Li Bianqing was a smart man, and he knew everything at once after taking a quick look at the situation. He stopped and frowned as he thought. Brother Xia, as long as it is a shooter or mage inheritance, there are no other restrictions. Right? That's right. Li Xia explained the relationship between this inheritance and Wang Fugue very calmly, and finally said, there are no excessive conditions, as long as it is these two types of inheritance. Isn't this a coincidence? Li Bianqing suddenly raised his head and smiled. I really have a clue. The other party is selling a mage-type inheritance on my intelligence website. Not selling. Only exchanging. What they want to exchange is exactly a warrior profession inheritance. If it is an inheritance that is more explosive, she is even willing to pay an extra compensation. I think the ninja inheritance is very suitable. Li Xia became interested when he heard it, and hurriedly asked, Who is this person you are talking about? Li Bianqing did not pretend to be mysterious and keep people in suspense. You should also have an impression of this person. Silver Hand. Team member Hu Shu. Chapter 165. Temporary plane space. At night, the lights of Yanhuang City are bright. The players have been busy fighting for a day and returned with a full load. Everyone's face is filled with the joy of victory. The main hall of the City Lord's mansion. Zhou Yu, the captain of the Silver Hand, and Zhang Che, the deputy captain, took the team member Hu Shu and walked through the portal to the banquet. Li Xia got the information from Li Bianqing. After confirming that Hu Shu wanted to sell the mage class inheritance in exchange for the warrior class high burst inheritance, Li Xia asked Wang Cai to personally invite Hu Shu and others to the City Lord's mansion for a banquet in the evening. The two sides should have a good discussion about the inheritance exchange. At this moment, Zhou Yu and Zhang Che have not completely left the transmission light curtain. But before the people arrive, the voice arrives first. God Xia, if you have any instructions, just call us brothers. We brothers can't afford such a grand ceremony. Zhou Yu bowed to Li Xia and laughed. Hearing this, Li Xia walked up to Zhou Yu and others in 2 steps and said, What are you talking about? It happened suddenly. I temporarily disrupted your plan. Li Bianqing also echoed, That's right. Everyone knows that your silver team not only successfully occupied a world origin node today, but also led the team to explore an area that had not been explored before. You didn't have a moment's rest all day, and we asked you to come here in the middle of the night. We should be embarrassed. Zhang Che waved his hands hurriedly. What are you talking about? It's just my job. If the 2 great gods say this again, we, the Silver Hand, will not be able to eat this meal again. Both sides carried people in fancy sedan chairs and complimented each other. After they sat down, they drank 3 rounds of wine and had 5 dishes. Li Xia was not in a hurry to reveal his needs. Instead, he had a good chat with Zhou Yu and Zhang Che. But the topic of the chat unconsciously turned to the exploration of the Silver Hand today. Everyone became more serious as they listened. The distance between Yanhuang City and Yaqi City is far, and it needs to pass through many repeated biological realms. Logically, the journey should be very long. It took us, the Silver Hand, 15 hours to find Yaqi City during our last exploration, excluding the time spent in battle and on the road. It should have taken at least 12 hours. Zhou Yu frowned, but this time, after the battle of the World Origin Node, we continued to explore and found out The distance between Yinhuang City and Yaqi City may have been reduced by 2 hours. Between the two cities, for biological realms disappeared. Li Bianqing interrupted. Just like the movement of the Earth's crust. The distance between the two different pieces of the Earth's crust shortens when squeezed? Maybe. Zhang Che said without comment. But today's situation is much weirder than the movement of the Earth's crust. After all, the movement of the Earth's crust will change only a little after tens of thousands of years. And now the distance between the two cities has shortened by 2 hours in just one day. In a few days, maybe there will be no need to explore the situation of Yaqi City anymore. And the situation of the players in Yaqi City can be seen in Yinhuang City. This is indeed a very serious matter. If the two cities gradually get closer together, perhaps at that time, the competition between the two sides will become more and more intense. However, Li Xia relaxed his brows and smiled. This is not a bad thing. Capturing the enemy city can help our regional channel gain a lot of devouring progress. Before, the journey was long, and a large number of living forces were mobilized to attack the enemy city over long distances. And I was worried that the enemy would steal my home halfway. And then I would lose more than I gained. That's why we formulated the strategic direction before, using the world origin node battle to consume the enemy's manpower as much as possible. But if the statement that the two cities are gradually approaching is correct, then perhaps our chances of winning will be a little greater. Because the final situation caused by this situation is nothing more than a head-on collision between the two. As for the competition of hard power, Yinhuang City has no fear at all. This road that can foresee the future is of great benefit to us. We just have to worry that the other party will be desperate after noticing this situation. Li Xiao's words were a reassurance to everyone. There is a question about whether this situation is accurate. Naturally, someone else will be responsible and send a scout team to conduct a careful investigation. If it is true, then we just need to wait and see. Seeing that the two sides are familiar with each other, Li Xia did not hide it anymore and asked directly, Brother Zhou, Brother Zhang, I should have told you in advance why I invited the three of you to come this time. It's for the mage inheritance in Hushu's hands. But I see that you, Brother Zhou, are also a mage. I'm a little curious. Why hasn't this mage inheritance been digested internally? Zhou Yu shrugged and said, Master Xia, I won't brag. To be honest, in the past 2 days, we have served as a scout team and fought in the World Origin Node battle. Our Silverhand team has fought no less than 5 battles. In total, we have obtained 2 inheritances. But what a coincidence. Both of them are mage inheritances. 1 earth magic inheritance and 1 wind magic inheritance. I am the only mage in the Silver Hand, and I prefer the earth magic inheritance. So Hushu wants to use this extra wind magic inheritance to exchange for an inheritance that is more suitable for her. Li Xia smiled and said, What a coincidence. I just killed a Japanese player in the World Origin Node battle this time, and got a ninja inheritance. I heard from Li Bianqing that Hushu likes the high burst inheritance of the warrior profession. Right? What do you think of this? Li Xia took out the ninja inheritance light ball from the ivy backpack. Hushu also took out the wind magic inheritance light ball from his backpack. The two exchanged and checked each other. And you can gradually unlock the unconventional series of formulas for exclusive professions. If nothing unexpected happens, each player can only accept 1 inheritance. After checking the wind magic inheritance, Li Xia nodded slightly. The wind magic inheritance has the magic damage increase for a single element. The increase ratio is also the same as the ninja inheritance, the element inheritance, and even the race inheritance. It is a serious 3rd level inheritance. It is very suitable for Wang Fugui's needs. Now it depends on Hushu's choice. Master Xia, ninja inheritance is indeed suitable for me. I agree to exchange inheritances. Hushu looked at Li Xia and said, For her, a warrior player, no matter how good the wind magic inheritance is, it is not suitable if it is not suitable. But ninja inheritance is not only a warrior inheritance, but also has backstab damage enhancement, which is a high burst inheritance. This extra damage enhancement is naturally suitable for her. Don't look at Hushu as the only female player in the Silverhand team. But her role in the Silverhand is a close combat warrior and a scout to investigate the enemy. The ninja inheritance perfectly meets her needs. So how could Hushu not agree? Ha ha ha. That's good. Li Xia laughed. Today is a happy day for everyone. But Hushu hesitated for a while and said, I don't know how much extra compensation I need to pay to exchange it. Hu Shu had previously sold the wind magic inheritance on Li Bianqing's intelligence network, and he made it very clear. If it is a high-burst inheritance of the warrior type, she is willing to give some resources to compensate. So at this moment, Hu Shu had this question. Li Xia waved his hand and said, "No compensation is needed. To be honest, although the ninja inheritance is a high-burst inheritance of the warrior type, it is more popular. Some of the exclusive formulas of the ninja inheritance are also missing. If you don't need it in this regard, a ninja inheritance cannot be exchanged for a wind magic inheritance. Let's not haggle over these trivial matters. The two inheritances are exchanged at equal value, without any additional conditions." Hu Shu nodded happily upon hearing this. "Hey, thank you, Master Xia. I will be honored to receive your gift." Zhou Yu and Zhang Che also expressed their gratitude to Li Xia. After the chat and the banquet, Zhou Yu led the members of the Silver Hand to leave the City Lord's mansion. The members of the Dawn Front team also left upon seeing this. At this moment, there were only Li Xia and Wang Fugui in the hall. "Hey, Fugui." Li Xia threw the wind magic inheritance light ball to Wang Fugui, who was sitting at the bottom. During this period, get familiar with the power of wind magic inheritance. As for the exclusive unconventional formula series, you should also make it as soon as possible. If you don't understand anything, ask Wang Cai and Li Bianqing for advice. They both happen to be elemental magic inheritance categories. You should have common topics. Wang Fugui nodded hurriedly after hearing this. "Master Xia, you have done this. I don't know how to repay you." "Stop. Stop. Stop." Li Xia waved his hand and said, "I've said before, it's not for free. So don't say thank you all the time. We are family. Saying thank you too much will make us feel distant." Wang Fugui nodded heavily. "Oh, I got it. Master Xia, do you have any resources that you need points to buy? I can help you buy it now," Li Xia said. "I thought about it before eating this meal. You have 60,000 points now." Right. I have 71,000 points now. Okay. I've checked the prices of resources in the promotion store. Buy these for me first." Li Xia clicked on the private chat channel to send a message. Global Positioning System Formula Price, 10,000 points. Therapeutic Potion Formula Price, 20,000 points. Volcano Formula Price, 40,000 points. Gold Watch Formula Price, 1,000 points. Wang Fugui checked the information and nodded immediately. He clicked on the promotion store without hesitation, spent all his points, and bought the required resources in the information. Wang Fugui stood up and handed 4 recipes to Li Xia and said, "Master Xia, wait until I inherit the wind magic legacy. I should be able to get 60,000 to 70,000 points in the remaining days. When the time comes, if you need anything, just chat with me privately." Li Xia nodded slightly. This was agreed upon before, and he had nothing to be embarrassed about. When Wang Fugui left the City Lord's mansion, Li Xia let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Not bad. The third advanced recipe for the personal digital assistant is in hand. The recipe for the third magic weapon needed for the Eternal Night Blade is also in hand. Li Xia immediately waved his hand, summoned the teleportation light curtain, and then stepped back to the workshop in the shelter. After entering all 4 recipes into the silver workbench, Li Xia couldn't wait to click on the recipe page, and after sliding his finger up and down, he found the required recipe. Materials required for the gold watch: gold ingot x10, chain x1, synthesis time 1 minute. Li Xia invested resources and immediately synthesized. Then he replenished the potions and arrows in his backpack. With a ding sound, the gold watch was also successfully made. A pocket watch-style gold watch floated above the silver workbench. Li Xia pulled out a chair and stood up, picked up the gold watch, and looked at it carefully. Li Xia took out the depth gauge and compass from the silver storage box, invested resources, and began to synthesize. 5 minutes later, a small radio-style global positioning system floated above the silver workbench. Li Xia hurriedly picked it up and looked at it intently. There is actually nothing much to say about information accessories. The GPS modifiers are slightly helpful in combat. The rest just help players understand where they are and the current time. But despite this, Li Xia is still very happy, because the synthesis of the GPS also means that the synthesis of the personal digital assistant is only one advanced accessory away. R.E.K.3000. Li Xia stored it in a silver storage box. Today is another day full of harvest. since we know that a single person can only participate in one World Origin node battle per day. And the distance between the two initial cities in the temporary plane will be getting closer and closer as the regional channel devours each other. Then, there is no need to choose to work late at night. After handing over some trivial matters to the sky-breaking gargoyle, Li Xia returned to the house and fell asleep. Until the next morning, he was sleeping soundly. Sky-breaking gargoyle suddenly opened the door. "Commander, something is happening." Chapter 166. The warm sunlight shines through the window onto the bed. It makes people feel warm and comfortable. But at this moment, Li Xia suddenly sits up. His expression is extremely serious, because Li Xia knows in his heart, if the sky-breaking gargoyle is not important and urgent, it will never disturb his sleep. Li Xia hurriedly asked, 9527. "What happened to the shelter? Is Celia okay?" The scarlet eyes on the sky-breaking gargoyle's face flickered slightly. "Miss Celia is not in any danger. And the shelter is safe now." Then why did you wake me up? And you look so anxious? Just now, I accompanied Miss Celia to tend the topaz gem tree in the fertile field. And the shelter's defense system suddenly started. But it only lasted for a second before it stopped immediately. We thought an enemy accidentally walked into the attack range of the shelter's defense system, just as Miss Celia walked to the runway on the city wall and wanted to check the situation. Miss Celia said that she suddenly felt a malicious spying. But when she turned her head, she found that everything was calm. Miss Celia felt that there was something fishy going on. So she was watching from the city wall and asked me to wake up the commander immediately. And it would be best to investigate this matter immediately. As the sky-breaking gargoyle was telling the story in an orderly manner, Li Xia also packed up everything. He nodded immediately. "I understand. Let's go!" Li Xia strode out of the bedroom and walked onto the runway on the city wall. He found that at this moment Celia was holding the scarlet fireball magic wand tightly in both hands, staring at the hills in the distance with a sharp gaze. Perhaps she was too focused, and Celia didn't even notice his arrival. Ahem. Li Xia made some noise and said to Celia, "Did you find anything, Godfather?" Celia looked back in surprise, and after hearing Li Xia's question, she shook her head in frustration and said, "Not yet." After hearing this, Li Xia carefully looked at all the areas within his sight. After a while, he asked Celia what was going on. Celia felt like someone was staring at me just now, and that look was full of malice. That kind of very bad look. Perhaps Celia didn't have enough vocabulary. Even if she gestured with her hands, she could only barely say a few words in the end. But with Li Xia's patient questioning, he gradually understood what was going on. The malice in that unknown look was evil malice. Perhaps it was a player's gaze that Celia noticed. Player? Gaze? Malice? Evil? When these words are combined, even Li Xia can't help but pay attention. Everyone knows. Not to mention that it is now the critical node period of the World Channel Origin Showdown. No player will spend extra time to explore the map, even during the disaster event on weekdays. Some players spend a day to explore the surrounding environment, targetedly looking for the location of the shelter of players other than themselves. In the 9527th area channel, Li Xia had never heard of a player finding the location of another shelter. If it was a player, or was it malicious? Li Xia's eyes narrowed. Then the biggest possibility is definitely a Japanese player. Although Yaki Castle is only level 3, it has reached the minimum level requirement for opening the plane door function. If it was really a Japanese player, why did they only make such a small noise? Li Xia touched his chin and carefully checked the surrounding environment. "Celia, where did you sense that malicious gaze?" "Nanan can't tell." Celia pointed to the northwest hesitantly. "It should be this direction. But Nanan really doesn't know the exact location." "Got it." Li Xia waved his hand. 9527. In. Follow the direction determined by Celia and conduct a full-scale search. Once you encounter the enemy, remind us immediately and kill them on the spot. Yes. Follow the commander's orders. The scarlet eyes on the face of the sky-breaking gargoyle flashed rapidly. This was the first time it received such a serious order from Li Xia. The two black stone wings, with a wingspan of 3 meters behind the sky-breaking gargoyle, spread out. According to Li Xia's order, it conducted a full-angle investigation. Celia also waved her staff and was eager to try. "Godfather, is Nanan going to help Xiao Shirtu too?" Li Xia stopped Celia. "No. 9527 can use the passive skill Gargoyle's Tenacity to revive again. You can't. Stay still. Oh. Celia knew the importance of the matter, and nodded obediently without refuting Li Xia's words. But even so, it was true that Celia was not in a good mood. Li Xia shook his head and smiled, but still did not let her go out. After all, the two of them were strong. But they didn't know what was going on outside. It's better to be safe than sorry. At this time, you have to be cautious. A quarter of an hour later, the gargoyle was on the slope of the hill, howling to the sky. Li Xia and Celia received the signal, looked at each other, activated the wind blade wings, and quickly rushed to the hill. But just when Li Xia and Celia thought that the sky-breaking gargoyle had discovered the enemy's traces and sent the signal, but they found out there were no other players on the hillside except the sky-breaking gargoyle. What's going on? Li Xia frowned and asked. Sky-breaking gargoyle pointed at an ordinary little stone on the hill, and the scarlet eyes on his face flickered slightly. Commander, I followed your instructions and explored all nearby areas, but I didn't find any traces of other players. But when I returned to the shelter, I found that the concentration of magic elements here was 5% higher than other areas. I carefully searched the surrounding area and found that the source of the elemental agitation was this stone. Li Xia looked at the stone on the ground, looking thoughtful. What else did you find? The concentration of magic elements in this stone is too high. According to my situation, this stone is engraved with a magic rune array with positioning function. Location? Celia squatted on the ground, staring at the stone carefully, and asked with a puzzled look, Little stone, how did you find it? Why don't I find any difference between this stone and other stones? Miss Celia, gargoyles are naturally highly sensitive to magic elements. This is my instinctive perception. With the help of the commander, after I was promoted to a sky-breaking gargoyle, this ability has been enhanced many times. So even if the unknown opponent is extremely obscure and the player can't see it at all, I am an intelligent weapon. But he could still keenly sense something strange. The sky-breaking gargoyle said this to Celia, and naturally to Li Xia. Little stone, you are so great. Celia smiled and praised the sky-breaking gargoyle in front of her, who had been with her day and night. After listening to the sky-breaking gargoyle's analysis, Li Xia showed a playful smile on his face. Player? Positioning? Malice? These broken puzzles were completely formed after the true face of this stone was exposed. I'm afraid that the malicious intentions detected by Celia are most likely from Japanese players. Yaki City lost in the scout battle, and in yesterday's World Origin Node battle. Heavy casualties. Seeing that there is no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation, Yaki City began to focus on the Lord of Yanhuang City. Carry out a decapitation operation? But during the scouting period, this Japanese player didn't expect it. In Li Xia's shelter, there are Celia and Sky-Breaking Gargoyle, two extremely special beings. This caused the players, who were scouting, to expose themselves unintentionally. Gate of the Plains? Scouting? Li Xia showed a grim smile, turned his head and ordered, 9527. You explore the surroundings to see if there are any similar stones or any items with positioning functions. Yes. I will follow the commander's orders. The sky-breaking gargoyle waved its stone wings and conducted a carpet search around the shelter. After Li Xia returned to the shelter with Celia, he called up the friend channel and contacted Li Bianqing. Li Bianqing, who was busy with a lot of things in the temporary plane space, suddenly received a message prompt. What's going on? He called up the friend channel while he was confused. Li Bianqing, brother Xia. What's the matter? Li Xia told Li Bianqing all the information he had found. Li Xia, brother Bianqing. This is the matter. The Japanese are going to play dirty, so we must be prepared. Li Xia, notify all the players in Yanhuang City. Don't let the Japanese take over our nest when we are not paying attention. Li Bianqing, okay. I understand what you mean. Rest assured. Leave these things to me. Li Xia, well, let me put it this way first. I will also carefully check the function of the plane gate and find out the truth. After the chat, Li Xia called out the Yanhuang City Lord page, clicked on the plane gate function, and interpreted it carefully. After a while, he also understood the general function of this plane gate. The plane gate function opened in the third-level city. Randomly teleport a player to the area near the shelter of an enemy player. It will consume 1% of the resource progress bar. If it is a fixed-point teleportation, a player will need 5% of the resource progress bar. Even if it is a random teleportation, The consumption is not only extremely huge, but the effect it can play is negligible. If you really want to use it, you can only use fixed-point teleportation to target the enemy's high level and implement a decapitation tactic. In this way, the consumption can be earned back. And Yaki City is only a level 3 city now. Even if Yaki City accumulates enough resources in the past 2 days, it can be upgraded to a level 4 city. The fixed-point teleportation of the Plain Gate can only teleport 20 people. Faced with Li Xiao's current strict and brutal shelter defense system, these 20 people are more like delivering food than carrying out a decapitation operation. But the Plain Gate function also clearly states, if the channel in the enemy area is positioned in advance, then this is a kind of positioning teleportation that does not require the Plain Gate itself to implement plane anchoring. The resources consumed will drop sharply from 5% to 1%, which is no different from random teleportation. This may be the reason why the Lord of Yaki City sent people to scout the place first. In this way, Yaki City can send 100 of the strongest players in its own regional channel to attack Li Xiao's shelter. The difference between 20 people and 100 people is quite big. After thinking about all this, Li Xiao nodded in understanding. Do you think 100 people can capture my shelter? Naive. Li Xiao sneered. You are the mantis. And I am the oriole. Isn't this reasonable? The stone engraved with the magic rune array for positioning and teleportation. Li Xiao specifically ordered Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle not to move around to avoid alerting the enemy. Pretend to be completely unaware of all this. Yaki Castle had already lost a large number of masters in the previous scout battle and the World Origin Node battle. If this time, hundreds of the top players in the East Japan regional channel died here, then this thing will be even more interesting. But before that, we must be prepared for any eventuality. Celia, come here. What's up, Godfather? Celia rushed out of the kitchen. Li Xiao took out 2 first-level gold sources from the Ivy backpack. Currently, all of his skills are at the 2nd level. Even if he gets an extra first-level gold source to synthesize a 2nd-level gold source, at this stage, he can't strengthen his skills to the 3rd level. After all, after the level setting is settled, he is currently at the 2nd level. Whether it is using gold sources to strengthen active skills or passive skills, it can only be strengthened to the same level as itself. So instead of keeping these 2 gold sources in hand, it is better to give them to Celia to improve her strength first. Hey, these are the 2 gold sources that Godfather got yesterday. You strengthen the remaining 2 skills. Hey! Celia happily took a first-level gold source, summoned the skill panel, and used it on the magic navigation bullet. A burst of golden light flashed, instantly illuminating the living room of the shelter with golden splendor. In a moment, the golden light faded, and the skill panel automatically popped up. Magic Guided Bullet Enhancement Path. 1. Skill cooldown time reduced by 50%. 2. Basic damage increased from 200% to 250%. 3. Automatic tracking time increased from 10 seconds to 13 seconds. Then Celia stared at the 3 enhancement paths with wide eyes, turned her head and said, Godfather, it's the same as before. Can you help me choose? Li Xiao smiled, rubbed her head and said, okay. Wait for Godfather to see. Li Xiao sat up straight and scanned the 3 enhancement paths on the skill panel in front of him. For Celia, who has the racial talent of Witch Grace, whether the cooldown time of a skill is long or short has nothing to do with Celia. Any skill can ignore the cooldown time and be instantly cast in front of Celia's Witch Grace. So the first strengthening path is naturally excluded first. As for option 3, the automatic final time of the magic navigation bullet is increased from 10 seconds to 13 seconds. It can further improve the hit rate of Celia's magic navigation bullet, making it more difficult for the enemy to dodge. But to be honest, in Celia's Witch Grace talent, this strengthening method is obviously not the best solution. With the blessing of the Scarlet Banshee inheritance, improving instantaneous explosive power and increasing damage is her right way. Thinking of this, Li Xiao turned his head and said, Celia, choose the second strengthening method. Hey! Chapter 167. Skill Name, Magic Navigation Bullet. Skill Attribute, Active Permanent Mastery Scarlet Exclusive. Level, 2nd level. Magic Points Consumed, 10 points. Cooling Time, 1 minute Witch's Grace Instant. Effect, fire a Scarlet Attribute Magic Navigation Bullet that can automatically track for 10 seconds, causing 250% of the basic attack damage after hitting the enemy, and fixedly attached Bloody Slaughter, causing 9 points of damage per second, lasting for 6 seconds, and the maximum number of stacking layers, 2 layers. Learning requirements, Mage D. Note, after the Scarlet Assimilation enhancement, the magic missile is replaced by a magic navigation missile. This missile is too big. When the skill panel popped up again and appeared in front of the two, Celia waved her fists excitedly because of the enhancement of her skills. She was raised by Li Xia. Even though her original race was a tree demon, she had completely changed her personality under the influence of what she had seen and heard during this period. Love peace? Fuck him. Celia now believes in only one sentence. The truth is only within the range of the canon. Because of this, Celia has never recovered from her fear of insufficient firepower. She is only happy to see the improvement of skills and strength. Godfather. It's not enough. I want more. Celia looked at Li Xia eagerly, blinking her big eyes. Li Xia smiled slightly and handed her a gold source. Great. Celia happily took the gold source, summoned the skill panel, and couldn't wait to use the gold source. After a flash of golden light, the page for strengthening the path popped up. Debuff Curse Strengthening Path. 1. Triggering probability increased from 50% to 60%. 2. Reduce enemy life regeneration rate from 100% to 120%. 3. Dark debuff duration increased from 1 to 3 seconds to 2 to 4 seconds. Celia glanced at the information on the panel in front of her, then turned to look at Li Xia. The meaning was obvious. She still wanted Li Xia to help her make a decision. This may be a way for Celia to rely on Li Xia. It can also be said that it is a way for Celia to get along with Li Xia. In the exploration alone, Celia will naturally take all the responsibilities. Even though most of the time, she is exploring with this sky-breaking gargoyle, she will instantly become a strong woman, or play the role of Li Xia during this period. But when Celia gets along with Li Xia, she will transform again into the little girl who wants Li Xia to make the decision in everything, silently enjoying every bit of kindness Li Xia showed her. Even if she could solve these problems, it would be the same, because Celia knew that Li Xia would not harm her. Of course, this kind of enjoyment was not without limits. For example, tending to magic plants and helping Li Xia deal with some trivial matters. Being able to help Li Xia reduce some of his burden within the scope of his ability. Celia was absolutely obliged to do so. Li Xia was naturally well aware of this. With my own experience, I helped Celia choose a path that suits her better. I made my own choices on important matters, so that Celia wouldn't take detours. Li Xia also thought it was quite suitable. In general, this way of getting along was tacitly understood by the two of them. It was like Zhou Yu fighting Huang Gai. One was willing to fight. The other was willing to be beaten. Li Xia rubbed Celia's head and said with a smile, "Wait for Godfather to help you." "Yes." Celia nodded heavily. Li Xia put down the teacup in his hand and looked at it intently. Passive skills and active skills have different ways to enhance, because of the special nature of the debuff curse. The comparison of the three enhancement methods is not intuitive. Li Xia touched his chin and thought, while deciding to use the elimination method. The enhancement method of option 3 is to increase the duration of the dark debuff. The debuff curse that Celia currently has can determine the type of debuff the enemy receives. But this time, only one dark debuff can be enhanced. The cost effectiveness is very low. Even if Celia decides to focus on dark debuffs in the future, it will not have much impact on her overall combat power. Option 3 is excluded. As for the strengthening method of option 2, it is to reduce the enemy's life regeneration rate from 100% to 120%. Compared with option 3, the overall effect of the strengthening is no longer a single effect. But this strengthening is not any of the 6 debuffs. It just reduces the enemy's life regeneration rate and reduces the enemy's natural recovery rate of life. But the problem is, the life regeneration bracelet, an accessory that increases the player's basic life regeneration rate, is not affected by the debuff curse. Whether it is 100% or 120%, there is actually no difference. It has no effect on Celia's combat power and instantaneous explosive power. In contrast, the enhancement path of option 1 increases the triggering probability of the debuff curse from 50% to 60%. In comparison, it is more suitable for Celia. The further increase in the triggering probability of the debuff curse can make Celia's normal attack more threatening. After comparing prices, the trigger rate increase is a good choice. Li Xia thought about it and the skill enhancement this time has come to fruition. He turned his head. Celia. Choose option 1. Okay. Celia tapped the skill panel in front of her. As the skill enhancement was completed, it popped up automatically. Skill name, Debuff Curse. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery Scarlet Exclusive. Level, 2nd level. Effect, any skill attack and normal attack will reduce the enemy's life regeneration rate by 100%. After hitting the enemy, there is a 60% chance of causing one of the 6 debuffs: Darkness, Curse, Confusion, Slowness, Weakness, and Silence. The user can control which debuff is triggered. Learning requirements, General D. Note, the 6 debuff effects can be triggered at will, making the enemy defenseless. Seeing that 2 of her skills have been upgraded to the 2nd level, Celia was overjoyed. Just as she was staring at the skill panel happily, Li Xia coughed and said, Celia, you and 9527 must be careful in the next few days, and cannot leave the range of the shelter. Since there are Japanese players coming to scout the area, we should pretend that we know nothing. Then kill them in one go. Celia nodded hurriedly. Nan understands. But, Godfather, why don't you take the stone with positioning function and bring it within the attack range of the shelter's building system? In this way, once the enemy teleports over, won't they be attacked immediately? Li Xia explained seriously. This can indeed eliminate 1 or 2 enemies, but the vanguard will die tragically, and the Japanese players will understand that we found the stone. Or if we discovered their scouting behavior, how can the subsequent decapitation operation of the Japanese players be carried out? Our plan has been discovered, and the Japanese players will definitely retreat when they realize that we are ready. At that time, at most, we can use the shelter's defense system to kill 1 or 2 enemies. But the effect will not be great. Oh! Celia suddenly realized. This is what you often say, Godfather. To alert the enemy. Right? That's what I mean. Li Xia stood up and said, so during this period, you must be fully vigilant and never be careless. If there is any situation, notify me immediately. Understand? Don't worry. Godfather. Celia's pretty face also showed a hint of murderous intent. I promise to complete the task. After the conversation, Li Xia summoned the teleportation-like curtain and returned to the City Lord's mansion of Yanhuang City. The battle of the World Origin node on the Dawn front has not started yet. For 2 first-level gold sources, there is still a lot of work to do these days. Li Xia led the team to the location of the World Origin node. Li Bianqing reported to him the exploration situation during this period. Brother Xia, I have summarized the situation you found before and told everyone. These little devils are at their wits' end. Don't look at the 2 regional channels this time. The World Channel Origin Showdown has only been going on for 2 days. And even the highlight of the siege has not started yet. But many people died in the Scout battle and the World Origin Node battle. It is inevitable that they want to play dirty. Li Xia shook his head and said, you can't say that. It is true that the enemy is not strong. But we can't take it lightly, so as not to capsize in the ditch. Don't worry. Li Bianqing adjusted his glasses. I have already explained this situation. Not to mention that Brother Xia chose the option of reducing the cost of upgrading the shelter building by 50% in the level of choosing 3 out of 5 hidden rewards. So the first-tier players all have very strong shelter defense systems. You told me before that this kind of extremely resource-intensive directional teleportation is impossible even with scouts. Yaki Castle is targeting us. Not ordinary players. Just be assured and make sure they never come back. Well, just keep it in mind. Li Xia looked at the stone pillar of the World Origin node in front of him, and the Japanese players, who were defending the side, and smiled grimly. Tell the brothers to prepare for battle. Yes. After 4 hours of long-distance raid, the battle ended very quickly. Today's battle for the World Origin node was even easier than yesterday. Under the leadership of Li Xia, the Dawn Sword charged forward. They directly broke through the enemy camp and killed the Japanese players. Wang Fugue also showed his power today. After obtaining the inheritance of wind magic, he thought about how to repay Li Xia. Killing more Japanese devils and getting more points became his obsession at this moment. Even if Wang Fugue becomes the inheritor of wind magic and becomes powerful, the best MVP of today's World Origin node battle is still Li Xia. And everyone has confirmed a fact in today's battle. The cities of both sides are really approaching each other rapidly in units of days. Many World Origin nodes that appeared today are also more densely located. This also further verifies the accuracy of the Silver Hand's intelligence yesterday. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Li Xia summoned a group of senior officials. He stressed this again and again, and said, "Everyone, you must be prepared for this. But don't worry too much. Generally speaking, this change is beneficial to our Yinhuang city." The impassioned speech made the high-level officials of Yinhuang city excited and motivated. When Li Xia finished everything and returned to the shelter, the lights were on. Fortunately, Celia had already prepared dinner. In this alien world, even in the days when dangers are everywhere, and one is in danger of losing one's life, after all, there is a light for me. After finishing his meal, Li Xia picked up a cup of hot tea and walked to the shelter workshop. If things continue to develop according to the current rules, there will not be much time left for the 2 regional channels. We must prepare for it in advance. In the workshop, the sky-breaking gargoyle is diligently producing various resources. 9527. Commander, I'm here. After noticing Li Xia's call, the sky-breaking gargoyle immediately stopped the work at hand and responded immediately. How many of the Luna brand healing potions that I asked you to mass produce have been produced so far? Commander, most of the Luna potions that Scarlet Moon well produced and infused before were used to synthesize Kiss of Death potions. So only 50 bottles of Luna brand healing potions have been produced so far. But there is no material limit for the production of basic healing potions. Only a time limit for potion synthesis. So 600 bottles of potions have been mass produced. However, Commander, some players have already started selling healing potions on the trading platform. But the overall situation is still that supply is less than demand. Okay. You keep busy. I'll see what effect the mutant potion synthesized using the Moon Goddess potion has. Li Xia immediately took out a bottle of Crimson Test 2 potion from another silver storage box, and looked at it carefully. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction after checking the information on the panel. Ordinary healing potions only have the effect of instantly restoring 100 health points. However, the Moon Goddess brand healing potion has an additional regeneration gain effect. On the basis of instantly restoring 100 health points, it has an additional recovery effect of up to 10 seconds, totaling 20 health points. But the Luna brand healing potion requires the Luna potion to be synthesized. And the Luna potion is also the synthetic material for a series of advanced potions such as Life Surge and Death Kiss. Even after the Luna well is enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation, the output of Luna potion is limited. It is wishful thinking to meet the supply of all players in the entire regional channel. This output can only meet the daily needs of Li Xia and Celia at most. And there is a little surplus to be supplied to the members of the Dawn Front team internally, which is enough. Fortunately, after having the formula of the healing potion, Li Xia can also buy the Moonlight potion sold by other players on the trading platform. Then batch produce healing potions with more outstanding recovery effects. During the World Channel Origin Showdown, even the basic healing potion without the additional regeneration effect will definitely not be a problem to sell. Li Xia happily stored all 50 bottles of potion in the ID backpack. This kind of joy of harvest is indeed addictive. Of course, he had never forgotten how to synthesize the Eternal Night Blade, the Grass Sword, the Bloody Butcher Knife. Now, of the 4 magic weapons that can be synthesized into the Eternal Night Blade, he has already made 2. The formula for one of the other 2 magic weapons, the volcano, is also in his hands. Li Xia took out the volcano formula and looked at it with great interest. Chapter 168. Volcano? Interesting. Li Xia's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Who would have thought that the formula quality of the volcano, one of the 4 magic weapons that synthesize the Eternal Night Blade, is as good as that of the Eternal Night Blade? And it is outstanding? Although the notes clearly stated that the mining of hellstone ingots requires going deep into hell, and hell is a very dangerous biological community, but it still gave Li Xia a target clue. It didn't make him search for information aimlessly. But there is a question that makes Li Xia confused. The synthesis of the Eternal Night Blade requires 4 weapons: the Grass Sword, the Bloody Butcher Knife or the Magic Light Sword, the Volcano, and the last one, the Muramesa. Now, the Grass Sword and the Bloody Butcher Knife have been synthesized. The volcano formula is also in hand, and there is clear clue information. But what is the situation with this Muramesa? Isn't it said that the volcano is the most powerful of the 4 magic weapons that synthesize the Eternal Night Blade? Then why can even the recipe of the volcano be purchased in the promotion store? But Muramesa can't find the recipe for sale in the promotion store? Could it be Muramasa doesn't have the recipe at all? If so, then how can Muramasa get it? After thinking for a while, it's still a mess. Forget it. The boat will be straightened out when the bridge comes. Li Xia shook his head to dispel the doubts in his heart. Since Muramasa still has no clues at present, then focus on the volcano recipe. 9527. Kiss of Death can be temporarily delayed. Li Xia looked at the sky-breaking gargoyle. Before tomorrow morning, all the Moon Goddess potions produced by the Scarlet Moon Goddess will be used to synthesize the Moon Goddess brand healing potion. Yes, I will follow the commander's orders. The scarlet eyes on the sky-breaking gargoyle's face flickered slightly, and he immediately agreed. Li Xia went back to the house and fell asleep. The shelter was guarded by Celia during the day. The shelter was also watched by sky-breaking gargoyles on standby 24 hours a day at night. So Li Xia didn't have to worry about safety at all. Early the next morning, after the World Origin Node battle mission was refreshed, Li Xia took the members of the Dawnbreakers Sword to participate in this battle. Undoubtedly, Li Xia won the MVP of this battle again. But the 1 hour of perseverance was not as easy as the previous times, because the distance between Yinhuang City and Yaqi City today is only 6 hours. The location of the World Origin Node is also more dense, and it is more convenient and faster for each team to support each other. Because of this, now for all the teams, occupying the World Origin Node is not difficult. Holding on for an hour is difficult. Fortunately, the Dawn Sword players led by Li Xia are strong overall. Not only did they wipe out waves of enemies, but they also successfully held on for an hour and won the battle. In this battle, the Moon God card healing potion distributed by Li Xia to the team members was also well received by everyone. The emergence of the powerful healing potion also further reduced the casualties of the team to a certain extent. After returning to the City Lord's mansion, Li Xia discussed the accumulated matters with a group of senior executives. After arranging their respective tasks, he planned to return to the shelter. Brother Xia. Wait! Li Bianqing stood up and said, "What's wrong?" Li Xia waved away the teleportation-like curtain and turned his head to ask, "When we were chatting today, didn't you say that you had the formula for the three-pointed boomerang?" "Yes. Didn't we agree that you would give me the materials after I go back to eat dinner, and I would pass it to you after the production is completed?" "What's wrong?" Li Xia was very puzzled. This was all agreed in advance. Why did Li Bianqing suddenly bring up this topic again? "It's like this." Li Bianqing showed a rare embarrassed smile on his face. "You also know that I got the god-level wooden boomerang at the beginning. Later, the choice of medium and short-range weapons was determined to be boomerang type. When I heard that you got the advanced version of the boomerang formula, I was so happy that I showed off in my intelligence network group." Li Xia asked in confusion. "So what?" Bai Butong learned the news and sent me a private message, saying that he had a little brother who also wanted you to make a magic weapon. And his little brother's situation is quite special. What do you think? Li Xia pondered for a moment. He had naturally heard of Bai Butong, and had dealt with him before. He was the first recipient of the ninja inheritance in the 9527 area channel. Bai Butong's ninja inheritance was obtained from himself. How could Li Xia not know him? So when he heard about this, he wanted to laugh. After all, to put it bluntly, Bai Butong was not causing trouble to Li Bianqing himself, but to himself through Li Bianqing. "Okay. At 8 o'clock in the evening, you ask them to come to the City Lord's mansion. If there are any questions or needs, let's talk," Li Xia said. Bai Butong or his little brother, even if they are not familiar with each other, they are people from the 9527th area channel. In the current environment, they are their own people. If he could lend a hand within his ability, Li Xia would not be stingy. "Okay. Thank you, Brother Xia, for giving me this favor. Then you go ahead, and I'll reply to him right away," Li Bianqing said hurriedly. After Li Xia stepped into the transmission light curtain, Li Bianqing also left the City Lord's mansion, and was busy contacting Bai Butong and others. Shelter restaurant. Celia was eating, and talking to Li Xia about everything that happened in the shelter today. "It's a pity, Godfather. The enemy hasn't come these 2 days. Apparently Celia couldn't wait any longer, and the Japanese players used the plane gate function to teleport and attack. Unfortunately, after waiting for 2 days, the Japanese players didn't make any moves." Li Xia put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "We're just getting started. At least we have to wait until Yinhuang City and Yaqi City start the siege before these little devils will start the sneak attack." Li Xiao knew the little tricks of the Japanese players very well. At the current time point, if the Japanese players attack, he can come back to defend at any time. But if it is during the siege, when you can't take care of both ends, you can launch a sneak attack. That is the time with the highest success rate. Li Xiao told these speculations to Celia, and said, so the next few days are the time nodes where you should focus on defense. Don't be careless. Celia brought Li Xiao a cup of hot tea and nodded. Yeah, Godfather. Don't worry. I'm just talking. I will never be careless. That's fine. Li Xiao picked up the hot tea, walked back to the shelter quickly, and took out the three-pointed boomerang he had made. He waved his hand, and the teleportation screen appeared. Li Xiao immediately walked to the hall of the city lord's mansion. At this time, only Li Bianqing was sitting at the bottom of the hall. Bai Butong and his so-called little brother did not come. But it was still early. Only 7:30. It was reasonable that they did not come. When Li Bianqing saw Li Xiao appear, he immediately stood up and asked impatiently, Brother Xiao, how is it? Is the three-pointed boomerang strong? Li Xiao smiled and took out the three-pointed boomerang from the ivy backpack and handed it to Li Bianqing. Whether it's strong or not, can't you just see for yourself? But didn't I say that before? I got the unconventional recipe of the Jungle series, which contains the synthesis formula of the Thorn War Blade. And looking at the data, the Thorn War Blade is not worse than the three-pointed boomerang? Why do you have to have the three-pointed boomerang? Li Bianqing took the three-pointed boomerang and explained, Brother Xiao, you don't understand this, right? This is sentiment. I got the wooden boomerang at the beginning, and bought the enchanted boomerang formula in the point store. Later, when I was exploring with you, I got the ice and snow boomerang. You got a lot of mushroom boomerangs, and you sold me one. These boomerangs are one of the materials for synthesizing three-pointed boomerangs. Tell me, how can I resist synthesizing one? Li Xiao sat on the chair and smiled. Okay. Sentiment is indeed a beautiful word. But you are right. The three-pointed boomerang is indeed stronger than the thorn blade to some extent. Really? Li Bianqing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to look at it. The three-pointed boomerang does not have a material entry, which means this is its ultimate form. The attack of the three-pointed boomerang is not much improved compared to the ice and snow boomerang. The two basic attacks that were increased are still due to the increase in attribute entries. But the ice and snow boomerang only has one attack entry. On this basis, the three-pointed boomerang has added 3 attribute entries: agility, attack speed, and movement speed. If the increase in these 3 attribute entries is just icing on the cake, then the appearance of the passive skill triple hit makes the three-pointed boomerang change from quantitative change to qualitative change. The three-pointed boomerang, without taking into account the enemy's defense and modifiers, its total damage for a single attack can reach 72 points. Of course, in the actual situation of taking into account the enemy's defense, the basic attack of the three-pointed boomerang will be much weaker. And because its best combat range is only in the medium and short range, so there will be many limitations, not suitable for everyone. At least the three-pointed boomerang is not very suitable for Li Xiao. But the strength of this boomerang cannot be ignored. Li Bianqing was very happy to see the prey, and was very satisfied with the three-pointed boomerang. Brother Xiao, thank you very much. I won't say much gratitude. Anyway, I have already joined your pirate ship. I will call you if I need anything in the future. Li Xiao waved his hand and smiled. It's just a matter of convenience. Li Bianqing knew that the promotion store naturally had the three-pointed boomerang formula to buy. But there was no mushroom boomerang that could only drop from the glowing mushroom biome. And buying the three-pointed boomerang formula was also a lot of points for him. It was also a good thing for Li Bianqing to be able to obtain the three-pointed boomerang in advance through Li Xiao. Of course, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Li Bianqing naturally couldn't let Li Xiao work in vain. This was not something a smart person would do. He also took out a formula from the ivy backpack and handed it to Li Xiao, saying, Brother Xiao, I know you have been purchasing information accessories and advanced information accessories formulas. This R.E.K.3000 formula is my gift. Hey, you just said we were on a pirate ship, and now you're giving me this? Li Xiao glanced at the formula and asked with a smile. Let's put it in a different light. Just accept my gift. Li Bianqing put the formula on the table beside him, as if he would not give up unless Li Xiao accepted it. Seeing this, Li Xiao shrugged and said, Okay, then I won't be polite. It just so happens that I really need this formula. The two chatted for a while, and the transmission light curtain unfolded. Bai Butong, who had been humiliated by Li Xia several times, came to the main hall of the city lord's mansion with a thin young man wearing a black and white striped ninja armor suit and with messy hair. Li Xia and Li Bianqing looked at the young man curiously. Judging from his appearance, he was not very old. He looked like an adult at most 18 or 19 years old, because there was still a hint of childishness on his handsome face. His appearance was only slightly inferior to Li Xia's. Bai Butong was taciturn and eccentric, and everyone in the regional channel knew that he was a maverick. It is rare to see him take his friends with him. When the two chatted before, Li Xia even heard Li Bianqing say that Bai Butong also recently founded a team called Hunter. This young man is also the deputy captain of Hunter. Brother Xia. Brother Bianqing. Long time no see. Bai Butong smiled rarely, turned his head and said, Yi Xian. Hello. The young man looked around and scratched his head and said, My name is Chen Yi Xian. Male. And I like women. Like my brother-in-law. I also got the inheritance. But my inheritance of the Fire Boy King is a bit special. Chapter 169. Temporary space. Nightfall. Players who have been busy all day are sorting out their harvest. They are exchanging the resources they need in a simple bartering way. The hawking and selling sounds are heard one after another. If not for every player wearing a suit of armor, perhaps at first glance, you would think you have returned to the original world. At this moment, the main hall of the city lord's mansion is brightly lit. Li Xia looked Chen Yixuan up and down, and asked with interest, The inheritance of the Fire Boy King? This inheritance is rare, but you said your inheritance is very special? What is so special about it? Chen Yixuan did not answer immediately after hearing this, but turned his head to look at Bai Butong. God Xia is asking you a question. Why are you looking at me? Bai Butong said unhappily, Just answer whatever God Xia asks you. Oh. Even if Chen Yixuan was scolded by his brother-in-law Bai Butong, he still looked indifferent. My Firepower Boy King inheritance is worse than my brother-in-law's ninja inheritance. He at least has a series of unconventional formulas exclusive to ninjas. But the formulas have been leaked. But my Fire Boy King inheritance simply does not have an exclusive series of unconventional formulas. And this inheritance has great restrictions. I cannot use other weapons. I can only use the yo-yo as my main weapon and the only weapon I use. Huh? This is the first time Li Bianqing has heard of this special inheritance. He became interested and asked, Is your Fire Boy King inheritance so restrictive? Then which damage does this inheritance increase? Chen Yixuan did not answer immediately after hearing this, but turned his head to look at Bai Butong. This great god Li Bianqing is the strategy master of our regional channel. The intelligence network is his work. Without his help, your problem cannot be solved. Bai Butong held his forehead and said speechlessly, You should treat great god Bianqing the same as great god Xia, and answer whatever you ask. Li Xia and Li Bianqing watched this scene with interest. After all, Bai Butong is already a representative of the regional channel who is independent and unique. Unexpectedly, Chen Yixuan is even better than Bai Butong. Interesting. Brother Bianqing. Brother Xia. Please forgive me. My brother-in-law's personality is born like this. Bai Butong looked at the two of them with an apologetic look. It's okay. It's normal for a child to have a little personality. Li Xia waved his hand and smiled. Xiaochen. Can you tell me in detail about your inheritance of the Fire Boy King? Not only is Brother Bianqing curious, I am also quite curious. Chen Yixuan nodded immediately. My Firepower Boy King inheritance. Although there is no exclusive unconventional formula series, and can only use yo-yo as a weapon, but the damage increase is uniquely high. Oh! How high? As high as 2 or 3 floors? Chen Yixuan, master. The joke is a bit old. Li Xia. Young people really don't understand humor. Every time I open a skill bar, I can increase the yo-yo damage by 15%. I am currently at the 2nd level, and the damage increase has reached 60%. When Chen Yixuan said this, even Bai Butong straightened his back, looking proud. No wonder Bai Butong made such a gesture. After all, Li Bianqing's fire magic inheritance and Wang Cai's ice magic inheritance, in the final analysis, belong to elemental magic inheritance. Each skill bar open can only increase the damage increase of a specific type by 10%. This is like a natural barrier. And even Su Hongdo's racial inheritance is no exception. This can be seen from the damage increase alone. The value of Chen Yixuan's Fire Boy King inheritance is higher than that of ordinary inheritance. His Li Bianqing took a breath of cold air. He certainly knew what this meant. Each level has a 10% higher damage increase than his own inheritance. As the survival game of the restraint system continues to advance, everyone's level is getting higher and higher. Qin Yishuan's strength will also rise with the tide, and it will be easy to suppress them. Li Xiao was not too surprised when he heard this. Nonsense! Isn't his own Scarlet Overlord inheritance more shocking than the Fireboy King inheritance? Let's be honest. Although the Fireboy King inheritance can only reach the same level as himself in terms of the damage increase of the Yo-Oh weapon, but it should never be underestimated. In the future, it will not be difficult for Qin Yishuan to become a celebrity in the regional channel and go further than his brother-in-law Bai Butong. Li Xia touched his chin and asked, I roughly understand how powerful your Fireboy King inheritance is. So why did you find me this time? Before Qin Yishuan could speak, Bai Butong answered first, Brother Xia. This is the case. My brother-in-law's Fireboy King inheritance is good in every way, except that the Yo-Oh weapon is too restrictive and the attack is too low. I gave him all the scarlet or ingots I had saved, and spent points to buy a recipe for a blood ball in the promotion store. The result was that the blood ball I made only had 19 attack points. Today, I heard from Brother Bianqing in the Intelligence Network group that you got the complete version of the Jungle Unconventional Recipe series. So I would like to ask you to make an Amazon ball with higher damage for Qin Yishuan. While Bai Butong was talking, he also paid attention to Li Xia's expression. Of course, the materials needed to synthesize the Amazon ball. As everyone knows, you have bought them all. We also asked Captain Zhou Yu of the Silver Hand, and you also have his materials. We can't give you the synthesis materials. We know this is against the rules, but we know that Brother Xia likes to collect rare recipes. What do you think of this recipe? Li Xia took the recipe without comment and glanced at the cover with a black stone skull. Obsidian skull? As a basic accessory of the Unconventional Recipe series, exclusive to the Hell biome. Its status is equivalent to the shiny red balloon of the small special biome Sky Island. But even so, the quality is excellent. It is even comparable to the quality of some advanced accessories. And, although the effect of the obsidian skull is single, but it perfectly meets my accessories needs. After all, the material required to synthesize the magic weapon Volcano of the Eternal Night Blade is Hellstone Ingot. It has been clearly stated that you need to go to the Hell biome to mine Hellstone for production. You can get an obsidian skull that is immune to the burning debuff of Hellstone and help you mine Hellstone better. It's a good thing no matter how you look at it. But, what is obsidian? Forget it. Forget it for now. Li Xia came to his senses and found that everyone's eyes were focused on him. Master Xia, what do you think? Is this recipe suitable? Bai Butong was afraid that Li Xia would not appreciate the value of this recipe. So he continued, although my recipe is only the basic recipe of the Unconventional Recipe series exclusive to the Hell biome. But because of the high star characteristics of the Hell biome, no player in the entire regional channel has entered Hell to explore. So this recipe is not available for purchase in the promotion store. It can be said that this recipe is unique in the 9527 area channel. Thoughtful. Li Xia smiled and put the recipe in the Ivy backpack. Then said, I understand your request. It's just an Amazon ball. Wait a moment. I will go back and make it and send it to you. Oh, thank you for your trouble. Although Bai Butong was the one who suffered the loss in the few exchanges with Li Xia. This time, he seemed to have completely forgotten the past grudges. After all, he was not alone this time, but had a team. He also found his brother-in-law in a channel. Bai Butong had a heavier burden and responsibility, facing Li Xia, who was much stronger than him and had the initiative in this transaction. His status was reduced invisibly, and this reduction in status was a spontaneous move by Bai Butong. How can you not bow your head when you are under someone's roof? Before the World Channel Origin Showdown, the number of players who received the 3-star Underground Jungle Biome invitation was already small. Stingers, jungle spores, vines, these exclusive materials that are only available in the Underground Jungle Biome. The number of them circulating in the market is extremely scarce, and any player who obtains these materials basically sells them to Li Xia in exchange for jungle armor sets, thorn whips, and other advanced equipment. Where are these materials circulating in the market now? There are invitations to the Underground Jungle Biome for sale in the promotion store now. But the key is what time period is it now? During the World Channel Origin Showdown. The two major regional channels are tit for tat. How can you spend points to buy invitations and waste a day just for the synthesis materials of an Amazon ball. After all, having the synthetic materials is only the first step. And you have to spend points to buy another Amazon ball formula. The cost-effectiveness of this resource expenditure is not as fast as exchanging the Amazon ball through Li Xiao's channel. A quarter of an hour later, a teleportation light screen appeared again in the hall of the city lord's mansion. And Li Xiao stepped out. In the expectant eyes of Bai Butong and Chen Yixuan, Li Xiao handed over the Amazon ball. See if it suits you. Hey! Bai Butong hurriedly took the Amazon ball and handed it to Chen Yixuan. Yixuan, see if it fits you? After checking the panel information of the Amazon ball, Chen Yixuan grinned and said, It's suitable. Too suitable. Thank you, brother-in-law. Why are you thanking me? You should thank Master Xia and Master Bianqing. Hey, thank you Master Bianqing. Thank you Master Xia. Chen Yixuan bowed to the two of them and thanked them. Li Xia waved his hand and smiled. It's just a little effort. Your inheritance is very promising. Keep working hard. After chatting for a while, Bai Butong took Chen Yixuan away very tactfully. At this moment, there were only Li Xia and Li Bianqing in the hall of the city lord's mansion. Alas, every generation has talented people, and each of them has been leading the trend for hundreds of years. Li Bianqing looked ahead with empty eyes and sighed. Brother Bianqing, what's wrong with you? This is not like your usual style. Li Bianqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's my first time seeing the inheritance of the Firepower Boy King, and I can't help feeling a little emotional. I thought the inheritance of fire magic was enough to get me to the top of the pyramid. As a result, the racial heritage of you and Su Hongdo is superior to mine. And now there is a Firepower Boy King heritage that has great restrictions, but equally terrifying damage. I feel a sense of old age. Come on! Li Xiao stood up. You are still a hero in his twilight years? You are clearly still as good as ever. Don't be sentimental here. Take a rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Li Xiao was too lazy to listen to the complaints of smart people. According to Li Bianqing's personality, he could adjust these emotions by himself. Li Xiao was not in the mood to stay up late at night and listen to a grown man complain. After returning to the shelter workshop, he took out the R.E.K.3000 formula and sat on a chair, lost in thought. Just as Li Bianqing had complaints and confusion, Li Xiao also had doubts. For synthetic accessories required for personal digital assistance, Fish Finder, R.E.K.3000, Goblin Data Instrument, Global Positioning System. Currently, 3 of the 4 have been obtained, and the synthetic materials required for R.E.K.3000. Li Xiao has obtained the Monster Radar and the Life Form Analyzer. That means there is only one monster counter left. He can synthesize a personal digital assistant. But the strange thing is here. The monster counter is the same as Muramasa. There are no recipes for sale in the promotion store, let alone finished products. 2 advanced recipes have brought him to this point. Let him truly understand what it means to travel 100 miles and a half. The development of things is really getting more and more interesting. Chapter 170. The dark night in the early morning spread all over the universe. The Hunter team received the World Origin Node battle mission. After 2 hours of rushing, everyone arrived at an Origin Node. Coincidentally, the Japanese players also arrived from the opposite side. The 2 sides crossed the mountains, and there was no terrain blocking them. Both teams happened to be exposed to the other side's field of vision. Fight! Chen Yixuan may look lazy in front of others, but in the Hunter team, it is not the captain Bai Butong who controls the battle rhythm, sends orders, and decides the direction of the battlefield, but Chen Yixuan. Swoosh! Bang! Pa! Both sides found favorable terrain. Arrows, magic, projectiles, flying all over the sky, like a ray of light at dawn. It cuts through the darkness before dawn. Chen Yixuan is far away and cannot use the advantage of his inheritance of the Fireboy King. But the leader of the Hunter squad, Bai, is different. As the recipient of the ninja inheritance, he did not choose to fight the enemy on the front battlefield, but he hid his body and quietly sneaked into the Japanese player camp. A sneak attack from behind. It was also because of this that Chen Yixuan was in charge of the team. Swish! Ah! Baka! When a scream came from the opposite mountain range, Chen Yixuan immediately waved his hand and led his men to rush towards the enemy mountain range using various double jumps and moving accessories. Swish! 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 During the charge, Shinichuan used the active skill of the Amazon Ball, instant leaf blade projectile, to launch intensive attacks, provide firepower cover for the team. However, in a moment, Shinichuan successfully led the team to the enemy mountain range. In the short-range battle, his inheritance of the firepower Boy King can play an advantage. Maximize your own instant burst output, and the enemy can hardly resist it. The battle lasted for less than a quarter of an hour. The team led by the Japanese player was completely wiped out. In fact, after the duel in the past few days, the senior officials of Yaki City also understood. When their peak combat power is getting less and less, the gap between the enemy and us is becoming more and more unbalanced. But we let the world origin nodes be occupied by Chinese players. The consequence is that the swallowing progress of the Chinese regional channel has increased significantly. In the end, after the failure of this world channel origin duel, the ending of the Japanese players is still death? This seems to be an unsolvable dilemma. Of course, this does not mean that the Japanese players have no backhands. But the reason why the backhand is called a backhand is that it means that it cannot be noticed. Therefore, at this stage, knowing that participating in the world origin node battle is a life or death ending, they must send players to participate in the battle. This is to prevent the high-level officials of Yanhuang City from noticing any abnormality. The battle situation in the World Channel Origin Showdown has reached this point. Both sides have completely lost their minds. After an hour of perseverance, the World Origin node was successfully defended. The team led by the Hunter Squad won the World Origin node battle. MVP was won by Shinichuan. Bai Butong was not unhappy at all, but very happy. After all, Shinichuan and he had a very close relationship. Both sides were in a state of mutual prosperity and mutual loss. His increased strength was also a happy thing for Bai Butong. Yichuan. Well done, brother-in-law. Hee. The Amazon Ball is really easy to use. Shinichuan smiled and said, especially the active skill of the Amazon Ball, instant leaf blade projectile, makes up for my weakness of insufficient long-range attack. That's right. Let's continue tomorrow. Bai Butong was about to call everyone back to Yanhuang City. He only heard a system prompt ringing in his ears. Regional channels devour and merge with each other, and have reached their limit. Starting tomorrow, the temporary plane space will still have world origin nodes. But if you successfully occupy it, you will only get the first level gold source reward. You can no longer get additional devouring progress of the regional channel. After many days of world origin node battles between the two cities, the distance between them will be permanently fixed to the average 1-hour journey for players. Starting tomorrow, the 48-hour countdown for the siege will begin. Success will be achieved if the enemy's initial City Lord's Mansion is successfully occupied and the city core is destroyed. During the 48-hour countdown, if neither side wins, for every additional hour consumed, 1,000 players will be randomly deleted from the regional channels of both sides. The duel will not end until all players in one camp are dead. The regional channel with surviving players is considered the winner of this duel. During the siege duel, if the city lord of one side dies, the regional channel will lose the authority of the winner. Even if you win in the end, you cannot revive the dead players after the duel ends. There is not much time left for you. Please prepare as soon as possible. Bai Butong and Chen Yixian looked at each other. Both of them looked very complicated. Is the highlight of this World Channel Origin duel finally coming? Quick! Go back quickly, resupply, and prepare for the siege, Bai Butong said loudly. Yes! Everyone answered in unison. It was not just the team led by Shinichuan and Bai Butong. The other teams also accelerated their pace of action as if they were in a hurry. The main hall of the City Lord's Mansion. Li Xia sat in the main seat, and the 2 rows of seats below him on his left and right were filled with a group of high-level players from Yanhuang City. Everyone's face was extremely serious, and the atmosphere was a bit solemn. In fact, this rule is very favorable to us. Our 9,527th regional channel had more than 60,000 players at the beginning of the World Channel Origin Showdown. After 5 days and 5 nights of fighting, the number of players is still close to 50,000. We have a huge advantage in numbers. Even if we did not capture the City Lord's Mansion of Yaki City and destroy the core of the enemy's City Lord's Mansion during the 48-hour siege, but relying on the advantage of numbers alone, even if we randomly wipe out 1,000 players in an hour, we can definitely hold on until the day when all the other players are dead. Su Hongdo continued, in other words, we have already secured victory in advance. It's just a matter of a narrow victory or a big victory. Li Bianqing took a deep breath and shook his head. Looking at Li Xia, that's what I said. But the Japanese players also understand this. And they will definitely do something desperate. They will gather their elites and spend all their accumulated resources to attack Brother Xia's shelter. Because once Brother Xia dies, the authority of the winner will be invalid. And even if we win the final victory, we will not be able to revive those dead players. Since there is a World Channel Origin showdown this time. What about the next time? Will it be at a certain time point in the later stage? As our players' strength increases, we reach a certain limit. Will the unknown existence launch another World Channel Origin showdown? By then, we will not have an advantage in the number of people in our regional channel. We will win this time, but we'll win miserably next time. And what about the next time? As soon as these words came out, the entire City Lord's mansion fell into silence. None of the players, who have survived several disasters, are fools, knowing that every time the unknown existence announces a disaster event or a mission, etc., they will hide some of the content and tell everyone at the last moment. Everyone used to think that obtaining the authority of the channel master and becoming the lord of the initial city was a good job. This is indeed the case. It is indeed a good job to get an extra 5,000 points for the promotion store every day. But I can't stand this at the last minute. Even if Li Xia hides in the City Lord's mansion and does not return to the shelter during this period. But once the core of the shelter is destroyed by the Japanese players, Li Xia will still die directly. A few days ago, when Li Xia told everyone that the scouts of the Japanese players were scouting the area, many people still didn't care, thinking that the resource progress bar consumed by fixed point transmission was too much. Even if the Japanese camp gathered people to attack the shelters of the high-level people in Yanwang City, under the buff blessing of reducing the building upgrade requirements by 50% in the hidden reward of 3 out of 5, the first-tier players in the 9527 area channel will die. It will definitely make the Japanese camp pay an unimaginable price. After death, as long as the regional channel wins, everyone will be resurrected. So who is afraid of whom? The result? Who would have thought? Now that this news is announced, doesn't it clearly tell the Japanese players what to do when they are desperate and both sides suffer losses? Isn't this equivalent to, at the end of this battle, all the pressure may be concentrated on Li Xia alone? Using the foundation of the entire regional channel to attack a player, 1 or 200 elite troops, relying only on the shelter to resist. Even if it is Li Xia, can he withstand the attack? If he can't resist, the authority of the winner is invalid. Not only will Li Xia die, even the players who died in the regional channel before cannot be resurrected. This is also the outcome that the high-level players in Yanwang City are most worried about. How about Master Xia? Let's take the initiative. Wang Cai put forward his own opinion. First kill the mayor of Yaqi City, so that he will be leaderless and the final word will be final. Before Li Xia could speak, Li Bianqing shook his head and said, if you can think of this problem, can't the lord of Yaqi City think of it? According to your method, we are competing in speed. But the pressure is still left to Brother Xia. If his shelter can't hold up, everything will be in vain. And the most important thing is that we already have a huge advantage. And the enemy has no chance of winning. The power of the winner is completely dispensable to the Japanese players. If the World Channel Origin Showdown really goes to that step, the Japanese players will definitely use the word delay. The longer the delay, the greater our losses. Su Hongdo and Wang Fugue also spoke one after another and expressed their opinions. In the end, they were all rejected by Li Bianqing one by one. Again, the same thing. If both sides set their sights on the shelter of the other city lord, the competition is about speed. And in this kind of duel, we actually don't have a penny to gain. After all, we can also lock in the victory without playing this trick. This is just a disgusting method reserved by the rules for the weaker party. When this question was clearly put in front of everyone, the senior officials of Yanwang City were in a dilemma. If Li Xia couldn't bear it, he couldn't be resurrected. During the 0-hour siege, who dared to lead the charge? After all, once you die, you will really die. A layer of haze floated over everyone's heart. Li Xia looked at everyone's face with interest and said, everyone, the one you should really worry about is me. Right? Now I don't have a trace of fear. Why are you all timid? Don't worry. The teleportation function of the plane gate is also limited. Even if the other party sells everything and invests all its resources, The number of people teleported is only more than 200 people at most. What does this amount to? It's just a small wave of enemy monsters. Li Bianqing will be in charge of the overall command of the siege. And the others will follow the steps and the countermeasures we discussed before. I hope that the opponent's elite troops will come as much as possible, so that it can also reduce everyone's burden. Don't worry about whether my shelter can withstand it. I just say that I can easily resist another 200 people. Instead of worrying about me, why not discuss how to attack the siege after midnight? Li Xiao's words revealed strong confidence and domineering. After hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Perhaps at this time, Li Xiao's confidence is needed. Li Xiao is like the stabilizing force of the regional channel. There will be no accidents unless he dies. The reason why the high-level officials of Yanhuang City are in a state of panic this time is that the rules this time are aimed at the city lords of both sides, and greater pressure is concentrated on Li Xiao's shoulders. Other players are terrified just thinking about it, so they think that Li Xiao's shelter is unstoppable. But is this really the case? Perhaps it is time to let the Japanese players see the shelter building system after the enhancement of Scarlet Assimilation. Come on. I will kill one. Come on. I'll kill you. After the meeting, Li Xiao gave everyone a reassurance, and everyone hurriedly began to prepare. Li Xiao also returned to the shelter during this period. His battlefield was not in the siege, but in the shelter at this time. 9,527. How is the surveillance? Half an hour ago, 3 more enemy players teleported to the vicinity of the shelter, and quickly moved away from our shelter. It seems that the scout players who were scouting the area wanted to set up a few more teleportation points just in case. In case they were caught by our side. During this period, a famous scout sneaked into the vicinity of the stone to investigate whether the teleportation point we set up was discovered by us. But according to your instructions, Miss Celia and I pretended to be unaware of everything. The sky-breaking gargoyle immediately answered. Li Xiao raised his mouth. Okay. Good job. This time, I want to let these damn little Japanese understand one thing. What do you mean? Friends from afar must be killed even if they are far away. Chapter 171. Temporary Plane Space. The dark night covered the earth like an iron curtain. It was hard to breathe. The thick black clouds blocked the blood moon in the sky. It felt like a storm was coming. Compared with the high morale of Yanhuang City, which was united as one, the morale of the bottom players in Yaqi City also rose strangely after hearing that the siege war had begun, and there was a sense of victory for the defeated. Judging from the appearance and decoration of the third-level Yaqi City, there is no level 6 Yanhuang City. Magnificent and glorious. The city lord's mansion is just a copper-level standard. At this moment, the high-level officials of Yaqi City are discussing plans. After all, family members know their own business. This battle has been going on until now. Want to win? That's pure wishful thinking. But in the last minute, we can still fight to the death with the opponent. Hold on with all our strength. That's right. Within 48 hours. Don't take the initiative to attack. Rely on the existing city defense fortifications. Let our Japanese players hold on to their respective positions with all their strength. As long as we can hold out for 48 hours. The longer it drags on, the more severe the losses will be for the Chinese camp. Even if we lose, even if we die, we must make the other side pay a heavier price. A short, pot-bellied middle-aged man was standing in the middle of the hall, waving his hands and spitting as he promoted his plan of clearing the countryside to everyone. A fanatical atmosphere gradually spread in the hall. Many people also agreed with this man's words. Even if you can't win, you can't be too comfortable. Mr. Yaqi, what do you think of my plan? When the middle-aged man said this, everyone turned their heads and looked at Junichiro Yaqi, who was sitting in the main seat. As a rising star in the 1438th regional channel, he beat Debiyuan and won the title of the first person in the regional channel. Although he did not complete the hidden level in the last disaster event to get the hidden reward of 3 out of 5. But during this World Channel Origin Showdown, he can obtain the authority of the Channel Master and the identity of the initial city lord of the temporary plane. From this point of view alone, Junichiro Yaqi is still quite capable. He should not be underestimated. Hearing the middle-aged man's question, Junichiro Yaqi sat up and said, Mr. Kamida's plan is very good and fully demonstrates the will of our Yamato people. As soon as he said this, a smug smile appeared on Kamida's face. He wanted to put his hands in his pockets and let everyone compliment his wisdom loudly. But, Junichiro Yaqi said, is this enough? Kamita was a little stunned. And he quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Before the World Channel Origin Showdown began, I spent a part of the resource progress and opened the teleportation function of the plane gate, and sent a scout to teleport to the vicinity of the shelter of Li Xia, the Lord of Yanwang City, and left a stone with an extremely hidden positioning function as a teleportation anchor point. Before this meeting was held, I even sent 4 scouts to ambush around Li Xia's shelter through directional teleportation. Just now a scout teleported back and sent a message to report to me that Li Xia did not notice the stone with the positioning and teleportation function. And just in case, 3 scouts set up 3 more teleportation locations, so we can completely attract the attention of Chinese players through the battle, and take the opportunity to send a team to destroy the core of Li Xia's shelter and kill him. When Junichiro Yaki said this, everyone present also reacted, and their eyes widened. Kamita couldn't help but say, "Even if we fail, as long as we kill Li Xia, the other party will lose the right to be the winner. People who died during the siege and before cannot be resurrected. Even if we fail, the impact of this operation on the 9527 area channel is unprecedented." Hearing this, everyone's breathing became more rapid. Kamita asked impatiently, "Then Lord Yaki, who is responsible for this plan? If you are still worried about the right person, I can be the commander of this plan." Yaki Junichiro smiled slightly. "I decided to name this plan the Plan of Suicide, and I will be in charge of the overall command of this Plan of Suicide." "Ah? How can this be possible? The siege is imminent, and you can't be missing anyone else." "That's right. The players who participate in this plan are bound to die. Lord Yaki, please think twice. If you don't take command, who will be responsible for this siege? I think your idea is too impulsive, so let me handle the plan of self-destruction." Everyone immediately refuted when they heard this. Everyone wanted to replace Junichiro Yaki to command this operation. Everyone. Junichiro Yaki said loudly, "You are right about one thing. This plan is a life or death struggle, so I must lead the way. No one is more familiar with this plan than me, and no one knows how to carry out this plan better than me. I think Mr. Kamita is very suitable as the commander-in-chief of the siege, and I am also relieved to leave many other matters to you. No need to say anything more. No one can change the decision I made." When everyone heard this, they stopped trying to dissuade him. Afterwards, Junichiro Yaki used the power of the city lord to summon all the first-tier players currently alive in the 1438th area channel. Junichiro Yaki explained his plan of suicide with honor to them, and selected the best of the best from the Japanese players to participate in this plan of suicide with honor. Among these 200 people, there are even more than 50 inheritance recipients. This is an extremely large force. Under the siege of 200 people, it is unlikely that a normal shelter will be able to hold out. But this time, they also knew that the target of the plan of dying with honor was not ordinary players, but the city lord of the 9527th area channel. For the lofty ideals mentioned by Junichiro Yaki, they had already prepared to sacrifice. Anyway, it's death anyway. This way of dying is more heroic. It is also more in line with the universal values of their Yamato people. After the selection of personnel for the plan of dying with honor was completed, the participants were led by the senior officials of the city lord's mansion to a clubhouse. Here are the most delicious food, the most mellow wine, and the most beautiful female players in the entire regional channel. And today, everything here is open to the 200 players who participated in the plan of dying with honor for free. Even many resources were provided by a group of senior officials. In the early stage of the siege, the Yaki City Clubhouse opened an unobstructed meeting. Kamita wanted to invite Yaki Junichiro to participate, but he refused. "Mr. Kamita, I still need to perfect this plan of dying with honor. You can participate in this event on my behalf." "Hi." Yaki Junichiro, who was smiling, turned around and returned to the back hall of the city lord's mansion. But his smile faded instantly. He took out a statue from his pocket and placed it on the table. Kneeling on his knees and cowed out, speaking with confidence, because of his fast speaking speed and strange tone. Only a few words could be heard vaguely. 200 people, sacrifice, transferred to another area. The broken statue seemed to come alive and took a deep breath. The invisible smoke floating above the hall was sucked into his stomach. The statue smacked its lips in an extremely anthropomorphic manner, and then returned to its original appearance. Not long after, a dark ball of light appeared out of thin air in front of Junichiro Yaki. Junichiro Yaki was overjoyed, and quickly got up and poked the ball of light. For big words suddenly came into view. Transfer manual. Junichiro Yaki's face showed ecstasy. This time the sacrifice successfully pleased. Ha ha ha. I really got the transfer manual, as long as they are all. I can do it. Who? He let out a long breath, like a drowning fish finally returning to the sea. If you can live? Who would want to die? On the first day of the World Channel Origin Showdown, he learned that the 9,527th Regional Channel, which was competing with the 1,438th Regional Channel, had completed the hidden reward of 5 out of 3. He was half disappointed. 9,527th Regional Channel. Li Xia. Which Regional Channel player doesn't remember these two names? That player has won the first place in the Regional Channel competition for many times. If you can win, it's a miracle. But if you can't win, you can only wait for death? Other Japanese players may be just because of this. That's why they decided to fight to the death. And they were brave enough to be barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. But Junichiro Yaki is different. He doesn't want to die. Others have no way. But he has a statue to sacrifice. After getting the transfer manual, Junichiro Yaki's thoughts became even more extreme. What does it matter to me whether others die or not? As long as I am alive, it's fine. If your death can help me survive, that would be great. Of course, the transfer manual has harsh conditions. You must sacrifice a large number of players' blood to open it. And this blood cannot be ordinary blood. The Japanese players who died in the siege battle had a huge gap in strength. The quality of players' blood was uneven, and did not meet the requirements of sacrifice. That's why Junichiro Yaki came up with this plan of dying with honor. The Japanese regional channel does have a backhand. But this backhand is only Junichiro Yaki's backhand. So this time, it was not a plan of self-destruction. It was a survival plan of Junichiro Yaki. Ding! The clock struck midnight. The siege battle, the highlight of this World Channel Origin Showdown, officially began. But this battle was not a large-scale military showdown as many people imagined. On the contrary, after the siege battle started 48 hours, both sides were very cautious in testing. Both sides fought very restrainedly. They wanted to use the ever-changing battle situation to find the opponent's weakness and strive to cause more casualties. In this atmosphere, the two cities turned into two high-speed war machines. Of course, most of the time, the Chinese players relied on more people and stronger strength to defeat the Japanese players. But after the Japanese players reacted, relying on the scattered bunkers outside Yaki City, they became a hedgehog that was difficult to bite. From the time the clock struck midnight to the time before dawn, the battle between the two sides is still in a stalemate. At this moment, the city lord's mansion, the main hall, 200 satisfied Japanese players are ready to go, just waiting for the order from Junichiro Yaki. Junichiro Yaki walked out of the back hall of the city lord's mansion, without saying anything nonsense, just waved his hand. A temporary transmission light curtain appeared in the center of the hall, which can lead to the 9527 area channel. Action! Yes! After each player steps into the transmission light curtain, the resource progress bar of Yaki City will be reduced accordingly, in order to make this plan of dying with honor a success. Before the plan started, the senior officials of Yaki City plundered a lot of resources, and donated a large amount of resources through the donation channel. Therefore, the resource progress bar that could only accommodate 150 people for teleportation can now accommodate 200 people for teleportation. After all the other players passed through, Yaki Junichiro turned around and looked at the city lord's mansion carefully, with an inexplicable smile on his lips. Goodbye, everyone. No, never see you again. When Junichiro Yaki stepped into the teleportation screen, for the 200 Japanese players, the plan of dying with honor officially began. For Junichiro Yaki, his plan of survival by changing zones also officially began. Forest biome, silver shelter, 3 kilometers away, next to a small lake. The 200 elite players, armed to the teeth, focused their eyes on Junichiro Yaki the moment the teleportation screen disappeared. Everyone, the plan of dying with honor has officially started. Junichiro Yaki said in a serious tone, I hope that all players will uphold the will of their ancestors and not forget the spirit of the Yamato nation. Yes. This time we must destroy the core of Li Xia's shelter and let him lose everything in the dawn of victory. Yes. Action. Yes. After a brief speech, Junichiro Yaki led 200 players, and quickly moved towards Li Xiao's silver shelter. At the same time, in the shelter workshop, Li Xia, who was busy synthesizing potions, felt something in his heart and looked out the window. Almost at the same time, Celia pushed open the door of the workshop. Godfather, the enemy is attacking. Finally? Let's go meet them. Yes. Li Xia took Celia to the runway of the city wall, where the sky-breaking gargoyle had been waiting. In the forest outside the city wall, birds were circling in the sky. A team of people rushed towards the shelter without any concealment. After discovering the arrival of Li Xia and Celia, the sky-breaking gargoyle hurriedly reported, Commander, the enemy is attacking. Please give your instructions. Be prepared for battle. Li Xia paused and then said, Of course. Your first priority is to protect Celia. Yes. I will follow your instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, Yaki Junichiro led his team out of the forest and came to the open space exposed by Li Xia's deliberate felling. Li Xia looked surprised. The 200 people sneak attack was an exaggerated number he cited in the meeting. According to Li Xia's idea, it would be the most if 100 people came to attack. I didn't expect it. There are quite a lot of people. Li Xia was interested. Once these elites died, the high-end combat power of Yaki City would be weakened again. So this deal was still very cost-effective. Yaki Junichiro looked at the wall of the shelter and found that Li Xia was standing on the runway. Staring at him, he showed a grim smile and stretched out his hand to make a throat-cutting gesture, then stared straight at Li Xia. Although he was very surprised why a gargoyle appeared in Li Xia's shelter, and why other players appeared. Because according to the rules, even if it is the same teleportation-like curtain, it will only teleport the same group of players back to different shelters. But it doesn't matter. The outcome of this battle is irrelevant to him. He only needs the passionate blood of his companions, who charge forward for a noble goal. Attack! Chapter 172. Forest Biome. A rising sun has just risen from the east. The dawn has just illuminated the earth. Today should have been a beautiful morning. But, at this moment, the atmosphere is solemn. For scouts who arrived at the 9,527 area channel in advance to ambush, plus 200 Japanese regular troops, led by Junichiro Yaki. This is the full force of the attack on Li Xia's shelter. After Junichiro Yaki gave the order to attack, 203 players from the first echelon of the East 1438 regional channel formed an arrow formation. The melee players led the charge. The archers on the left, the summoners on the right, and the mages in the middle. They rushed towards the wall of the shelter with extremely sharp arrows. Kill! Charge! Kill Li Xia and destroy the shelter. The sound of fighting was deafening. Junichiro Yaki stood there directing and dispatching, watching the scene quietly. Li Xia looked puzzled. He didn't understand why Yaki Junichiro would stay there alone and wait. But who cares? I saw you building a tall building. I saw you entertaining guests. Now it's... I saw your building collapse. Li Xia waved his hand, and the shelter's defense system was fully activated. Swish. 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 196 scarlet and silver arrow towers, dense and continuous scarlet arrows, turned into a rain of arrows, leaving the Japanese players no way to avoid it. Ah! Puff! The melee players led by the arrow formation kept dying and changing. Even if there were mage players using blocking skills, even if there were melee players using defensive skills, they were still in a mess in front of the dense scarlet rain of arrows. The distance from the outside of the shelter to the shelter wall was only 500 meters in total. The Japanese players originally thought that it would not be too difficult to rush to the wall with their strength. But the brutal damage of the scarlet rain of arrows was like a wake-up call. This group of Japanese players were left speechless and unable to speak out their grievances. Which kind person would build nearly 200 such high-level unconventional arrow towers in his own shelter? No. The arrows are poisonous. It's the bloody slaughter debuff. Drink the regeneration potion quickly. And drink the iron potion too. The Japanese players reacted and immediately drank a series of buff potions such as the iron potion and the regeneration potion. The effects of various potions did reduce the speed of death of Japanese players to a certain extent. But is this all the defense system of the Scarlet Lord's shelter? Then you are too naive. 196 third-level Scarlet Mage Towers roared. The magic rune array engraved on the surface of the Scarlet Mage Tower began to operate at full capacity. Puff! 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 Each mage tower launched a blood-colored rain cloud into the sky. Then the rain clouds connected with each other, completely covering the Japanese players. This is the Scarlet Mage Tower's range active skill. Scarlet Rain Cloud. Walala. Countless soybean-sized raindrops fell to the ground in an instant. But in a moment, a downpour formed in a small area. Every drop of rain fell on the Japanese players. They were madly stacking the layers of bloody slaughter debuffs. Although the damage of a drop of rain was low, but it was a large-scale rainstorm. The health of Japanese players, especially those with weak defense, dropped sharply. This battle forced them to drink various life-restoring potions. Ah! What kind of building is this? A wizard tower? How can there be such a powerful wizard tower? The regeneration potion can't hold up. Charge. Charge quickly. How can there be such a strong shelter defense system? Where did Li Xia get so many resources? While the Japanese player roared in anger, he also wanted to transform the armor suit into a raincoat to block the rain from the Scarlet Rain Cloud. But it was obvious that these actions of the Japanese player were useless. After all, the active skill of the Scarlet Mage Tower, Scarlet Rain Cloud, attacks in the form of rain. But in the final analysis, this Scarlet Rain is still a skill, not ordinary rain. The Japanese players wanted to rely on transforming the armor set into a raincoat to avoid being attacked. This is undoubtedly wishful thinking. Before everyone could come to their senses, the single target skill of the Scarlet Mage Tower, Scarlet Stab, stabbed out from the ground like a nightmare. When the Japanese players were not prepared, it pierced their souls and even their genitals. Ah! Help! No! No! We can't get in at all! Don't hide it. Use your strongest means. The Japanese players only advanced more than 200 meters, and most of them were killed or injured. In front of Li Xia's strong and brutal shelter defense system, the fighting spirit of some Japanese players was completely wiped out from the root. Some Japanese players even wanted to die together. While running, they waved their arms and threw shuriken, darts, bombs, and other consumable weapons with all their strength. In this way, they tried to cause some damage to the walls of the shelter. Bang! Bang! Swoosh! Unfortunately, even the Japanese player's wish was a luxury. Because even if the darts and shuriken hit the scarlet and silver walls by chance, this little damage depends on the protection of the shelter's characteristic life tree. The scarlet and silver walls will also quickly restore their own solidity. And the scarlet and silver walls have two anti-damage effects. Not only did the Japanese players fail to achieve their goal, but they suffered a loss instead. At the same time, Celia held the scarlet regeneration staff tightly in both hands and opened fire. Swish! 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 One after another, the magic navigation bullets automatically tracked the nearest Japanese players and drowned these players in the artillery fire of magic navigation bullets. The sky-breaking gargoyle was not to be outdone. While it kept in mind protecting Celia, the crossbow in its hand did not stop for a moment. The arrows wrapped with the power of wind cut through the sky, taking the lives of one player after another. The battle was very short, but extremely fierce. Junichiro Yaki stood there, stunned, even though he had already estimated Li Xia's strength. But when he saw face to face for the first time how Li Xia's shelter defense system harvested the lives of the first-tier players in the 1438th regional channel of Japan, Junichiro Yaki still felt a chill. As the first person in their respective regional channels, he knew it very well. Li Xia can do it easily. Even if I exert my full strength, I can't compare with him. Is this the strength that has won the first place in the regional channel competition for many times? Li Xia, I will remember you. Yaki Junichiro stared at Li Xia, as if he wanted to deeply engrave his appearance in his heart. After he let out a long breath, he looked at the tragic situation of the Japanese players who were about to die, without a trace of grief. Instead, he quickly took out a broken statue from his arms and muttered something. In an instant, the blood of the Japanese players on the battlefield inexplicably floated in the air. Just like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, the blood was absorbed by the broken statue without a drop left. The broken statue burped in a very anthropomorphic way. Junichiro Yaki could clearly sense the mood of the broken statue. He understood that his sacrifice this time had successfully pleased this evil god. During this period of time, Li Xia did not attack the minions attacking the city. After all, there are Celia and accessories, plus such an efficient shelter defense system. This siege team of more than 200 people is no pressure for him at all. On the contrary, Junichiro Yaki showed up at the beginning and stayed in the original place later. All these strange things made Li Xia feel that something was wrong. That's why Li Xia has been maintaining his peak state during this period of time. He just wanted to see what the first person in the 1438th area channel was up to. But I didn't expect it. I waited and waited. What I got was this broken statue. Although the two statues had different appearances and degrees of damage. But Li Xia found at a glance that this statue was no different from the one he had encountered before, when the blood flowing on the entire battlefield was absorbed by the broken stone statue. When Yaki Junichiro looked happy, as if he had achieved his goal, Li Xia frowned, and a sense of displeasure arose in his heart. It seemed that the actions of the evil god statue violated his sacred domain. Li Xia's Scarlet Lord inheritance once again began to stir inexplicably. Blood? War? Killing? Death? They should all be sacrificed to the Scarlet Lord, instead of a statue of an evil god. Snatching food from a tiger's mouth? Delusion. Puff. A layer of blood-red light burned around Li Xia. He raised his head suddenly. A pair of blood-red pupils stared at Junichiro Yaki with extreme oppression. Ah! What? How is it possible? Junichiro Yaki staggered. He felt oppressed by the invisible giant mountain, and couldn't even stand still. At this moment, the broken statue was not to be outdone, and emitted a burst of black light to block the red light. The two lights of different colors devoured each other and merged in midair. Humph! Li Xia showed disdain on his face, and snorted coldly, exploding in the sky. Swish! A pair of wind blade wings wrapped in blood-red light carried Li Xia into the air, rapidly approaching Junichiro Yaki. His pupils were blood-red. His whole body was red. His wings spread. The devil was coming. At this moment, Li Xia's aura overwhelmed the broken statue, and the red light quickly devoured the black light. Crack! Bang! After the last ray of black light was completely devoured, the broken statue was shattered and disappeared in the wind. Seeing this, Junichiro Yaki wanted to escape quickly, but found that he could not move. In his left hand, he held a transfer manual that met the conditions for sacrifice, and could be transferred at any time. In the horrified eyes of Junichiro Yaki, a ball of fire burned and turned into nothingness. Li Xia slowly walked in front of Junichiro Yaki, and shook his head and said, "Statue? Sacrifice? You want to abandon your identity as the master of the channel, give up everyone in the entire channel, and get the opportunity to transfer to another zone? You almost succeeded." Yaki Junichiro's expression was extremely complicated. He asked in stumbling Chinese, "How did you do it?" Yaki Junichiro knew in his heart that after the broken statue was destroyed and the transfer manual disappeared, he no longer had a chance to leave alive. At this moment, Yaki Junichiro's mind was full of one question. How could Li Xia fight against the statue of the evil god? And how could he make himself powerless to resist? The destination of blood and killing never flows to only one river. You pleased the god of death, but angered me. Li Xia's blood-red pupils emitted a scorching red light. Two red lasers pierced through Junichiro Yaki's head. The leader of the 1438th area channel fell. Li Xia whispered, "The Scarlet Overlord greets you. Successfully killed the Lord of Yaki City in the 1438th area channel, Yaki Junichiro, and obtained points X 5000, and the inheritance of Wood Magic X1. Regional announcement. The enemy player in the 1438th area channel, Yaki City Lord, Channel Master Yaki Junichiro, was killed by the player in the 9527th area channel, Yinhuang City Lord, Channel Master Li Xia. From now on, the 1438th area channel loses the authority of the winner." When Li Xia heard the system prompt, he turned around without hesitation and spread his wings to fly to the silver shelter. On the way, he took out the Wood Magic Inheritance and looked at it intently. Junichiro Yaki obtained the Wood Magic Inheritance. This type of inheritance, like the Fire Inheritance and the Wind Inheritance, belongs to the conventional type of Elemental Magic Inheritance. Although it is powerful, it is still slightly inferior to the Race Inheritance. As for the Wood Inheritance, it is probably not as strong as the Fire Inheritance in terms of instantaneous explosive power. But no matter what, this inheritance is extremely valuable. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can sell it to others and make a lot of money. I was wondering why no inheritance was dropped when killing Japanese players during the battle. At that time, I thought there was no inheritance recipient among these Japanese players. After all this time, it turns out that these Japanese players had been sacrificed to the evil god in advance. Li Xiao landed on the runway of the city wall and stored the wood magic inheritance in the ivy backpack. Although he won at this moment, he was not too happy, because the gain this time was still a little different from his expectations. The biggest difference is the inheritance of the Japanese players. It is not pleasant to be intercepted by the evil god halfway. Even if it is the evil god, there is no leniency in the face of his overstepping behavior. In a head-on confrontation, he completely destroyed the broken statue left by the evil god in this era of the survival game. It can be regarded as Li Xiao's counterattack against the evil god with an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. If we really want to delve into the profit of this deal, I am afraid that the evil god has also lost a lot. Player versus player. Junichiro Yaki may be able to release a few skills during the battle, but he can only blame his bad luck. In this state of Scarlet Overlord that even Li Xiao himself cannot control, Junichiro Yaki can only wait for death. The villains have been strangled. Now, the finale of this channel duel. It's time to move on to the final chapter of Breaking Luon. Chapter 173. Temporary Plane. A rising sun hangs high in the sky. When the system prompt sound resounds in everyone's ears, the players who are still alive in Yanwang City, no matter what they are doing, are all very excited. Damn! The Lord of Yaki City, Junichiro Yaki, is dead? When did the great god Xia kill Junichiro Yaki? Ha ha ha. The Japanese devils don't have the authority of the winner. I feel relieved. I thought so. How come the siege has been going on for 7 or 8 hours? And I haven't even seen the great god Xia. It turns out that the great god Xia has played a big game quietly. The system announced the death of Junichiro Yaki? I like it. Hee hee. God Xia is awesome. I knew that following God Xia would bring me a bright future. After hearing the system prompt, the players in Yanwang City could not hold back their joy and chatted with neighboring players to celebrate. The vast majority of players in the 9527 area channel did not know that just now, Junichiro Yaki led the first echelon of players in the 1438 area channel of Dongying to capture Li Xiao's shelter, destroy the core of the shelter, and make the 9527 area channel lose the authority of the winner. After all, even if Li Xia is sure of this kind of thing, it is still a major event related to all players in the 9527th area channel. If everyone knew that the players from Japan had gathered a large number of people and were preparing to attack Li Xiao's shelter, and once the core of the shelter was destroyed, the authority of the winner would be invalid. In the subsequent battles, the death of the player would mean complete demise. This would have a significant negative impact on the fighting spirit of the Chinese players. Therefore, this matter was only circulated among the top leaders of Yanwang City before the final outcome of the battle was set in stone. Even if the top leaders of Yanwang City had concerns, they would not publicize this matter. After all, even after the players of both sides descended into this digitized alien world, an important part of winning or losing the battle is still the morale. And morale cannot be expressed through data. But now the victory has been announced, and the system announcement has resounded in everyone's ears. This also means that Li Xiao won the final victory. And what the Chinese players did not expect was, Li Xiao not only successfully defended against the sneak attack of the Japanese players, but also killed the Lord of Yaki City, Yaki Junichiro, when the enemy army was invading. If this were placed in ancient times, it would be the first achievement of beheading the general and seizing the flag. The smiles in this world are constant, but they have come from your face to my face. When the players of Yanwang City were all smiling, the players of Yaki City were like their mothers had died. Every Japanese player frowned and looked worried. Those frowned so much that they could kill a fly. Although the Japanese players have been fighting in this World Channel Origin Showdown until now, everyone knows that it is very difficult to win. But as long as Junichiro Yaki is still alive, he still has a dream. What if? What if he wins? Even if the points are reset to 0, everyone can still survive. Now there is no such thought. The morale of the Japanese players naturally plummeted. And most of the players in Yanwang City did not know that Junichiro Yaki was going to attack Li Xiao's shelter with a large number of troops. But, from the top to the bottom of the players in Yaki City, every one of them knew about Junichiro Yaki's plan of suicide. After all, when the players of the plan of suicide entered the hall to enjoy themselves, many Japanese female players participated in it and contributed their own strength, many resources, such as fine wine and delicious food, were also contributed by Japanese players. The plan of dying with honor could not be concealed at all. Or rather, Junichiro Yaki did not want to conceal it. After all, for him, no matter whether this sneak attack was a win or a loss, it would not hinder the completion of his goal. As long as the evil god statue could obtain enough sacrifices, Junichiro Yaki could use the transfer manual to transfer zones. Thus, he could leave the vortex of this war. After the war failed, he survived before the 1438th area channel was completely wiped out by the unknown existence. Do other people know about the plan of die with honor? Are other players dead or alive? What difference does it make to Junichiro Yaki? Of course, the result expected by Junichiro Yaki was slightly different. It's just that this kind of deviation is a matter of a hair's breadth. Not only did all the players who executed the plan of die with honor die, even he himself died at the hands of Li Xia. This thought was abruptly extinguished by Li Xia. The city lord and team members who executed the plan of die with honor all died. This means that the last remaining top combat force in the 1438th area channel of Japan has lost more than half. Under the situation of being alone, Kameda, the current highest commander of Yaki City, began to implement his plan of fortifying the city and clearing the countryside with all his strength. Before, Kameda would mobilize a group of Japanese players to launch a small-scale attack in a local battlefield. The purpose was to delay time and wait for the news of Yaki Junichiro's victory. Now the result has been settled. Since Yaki Junichiro's plan of dying with honor is not feasible, then he could only implement his plan of fortifying the city and clearing the countryside with all his strength. As long as they could hold out for 48 hours. Then every hour thereafter, 1,000 players from the Chinese camp would be randomly eliminated. As long as they could hold out for long enough, the losses of the Chinese camp would be greater. It was precisely because of this that all the players in Yaki Castle, under Kameda's order, retreated into their respective defense facilities. At this moment, the Japanese players became a tough nut to crack. For a time, several attacks organized by Chinese players were frustrated one after another. The so-called victory of the army in distress? Not necessarily. But the difficult problem of the battle situation still exists. Since the fierce attack is not working, Li Bianqing asked the Chinese players to withdraw and rest for a while. The most important thing is to wait for Li Xia's arrival. See if he has a better way to deal with this war situation. The victory and defeat are locked. Now the fewer players who die, the better. After all, resurrection is not without cost. It is not a good thing for every player to have the points cleared to zero. It would be best if we didn't have to go this far. The front hall of the city lord's mansion. The high-ranking officials of Yanhuang City gathered here. Although the previous few waves of attacks did not yield much gains under Kameda's plan of clearing the countryside, but everyone's faces were still filled with joyful smiles. Nonsense! Even the enemy's city lord, Junichiro Yaki, was killed by Li Xia. Is there any need to look sad in this battle? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that the great god Xia was so cruel. He could kill all the Japanese players under the attack. I am completely convinced. Wang Cai excitedly punched the air, looking proud of it. Li Bianqing adjusted his glasses and said, Cai, what you said is right. It is only natural for Brother Xia to kill them all. Wang Fugue, why? Li Bianqing smiled slightly, looked around and said, do you know how many specialties Li Xia's shelter has sold in total? And how many resources have been harvested from this series of specialties, before the hidden reward of choosing 3 out of 5? Everyone present thought for a moment, and shook their heads. After all, who would stare at other players' personal stores, and calculate these things? Unless he has nothing better to do. Of course, if this person is Li Bianqing, who is always famous for his strategy in his own regional channel, then everything makes sense. Others may not do this, but he is not sure. Su Hongdo raised his neck. Bianqing, don't keep everyone in suspense. Tell us your opinion. Hee. Actually, I don't know either. After all, how can such things be counted? Li Bianqing smiled slyly and said, but, after my rough calculation, the resources exchanged for the shelter specialties sold by Brother Xia in his personal store are enough to expand his shelter to an area of 60 by 60. And on this basis, the level of the shelter's defense system can be simultaneously upgraded to the highest level of the shelter. Everyone has a shelter. So they naturally know how much resources are needed according to Li Bianqing's statement. Not to mention that after choosing 3 out of 5 hidden rewards, The upgrade requirements for the shelter building are reduced by 50%. These data are likely to increase by about 30% again. Li Bianqing looked so sure that everyone had to believe it. Although the data was slightly biased, Li Xiao also collected a lot of resources when exploring the biome. But it must be said that Li Bianqing is worthy of being the strategy master of the regional channel. His invisible judgment was actually very close to reality. What a pity. He could never have thought of it. The Scarlet Overlord inheritance that Li Xiao possessed could also enhance the building system of the shelter. Li Bianqing could probably tell that the building level and the size of the shelter were roughly the same. However, the strength that Li Xiao's shelter defense system could exert was much stronger than everyone expected. During the 48-hour siege, there was finally good news, and the two sides finally reached a truce. Even if they are high-ranking officials in Yanhuang City, once the string in their minds is relaxed, they will chat and gossip like ordinary players. Everyone. What are you talking about? So happy? Li Xiao walked into the front hall from the main hall of the city lord's mansion and saw everyone singing and laughing. And he was puzzled. Those who don't know would think that this World Channel Origin showdown has ended and our side has completely won. Kuo Lao, you are here? Come and sit down. I have something to tell you. Su Hongdo was originally a listening role among the people chatting. But when Su Hongdo found out that Li Xiao had arrived, she was not only the first to stand up and greet him, but also changed her aloof goddess style and chatted happily with Li Xiao. Li Xiao also figured out what happened during the time when he was away during the conversation with Su Hongdo. Wang Sai looked curious. Master Xiao, how did you kill Junichiro Yaki? Tell us about it. Everyone is very curious. Li Xiao was amused and said, the battle is not over yet. Let's talk about it later when we have time. That's enough of the small talk. The army has almost rested. Let's discuss serious matters. It would be easier for everyone if we end this war soon. The senior officials of Yanhuang City quickly put away their smiles and returned to seriousness after hearing this. What's the situation now? Li Xiao asked. Li Bianqing said, the current highest commander of Yaki City is named Kamita. After the system announcement of Brother Xia killing Yaki Junichiro was released, Kamita began to implement the plan of fortifying the city and clearing the countryside with all his strength, relying on the advantageous terrain and building various defensive fortifications in advance. He planned to keep fighting with us. Su Hongdo continued, before you, Kuo Lao, came, we organized several waves of attacks, but with little success. The copper turret I led the team to attack was impossible to reach because of the steep terrain. The senior officials of Yanhuang City reported the difficulties they were responsible for one after another. Li Xiao's brows were getting more and more furrowed. The victory of this battle must belong to the Chinese players. But the World Channel Origin showdown has reached this point. The options facing Li Xiao and all Chinese players have become two. A big win. A miserable win. If the core of the city lord's mansion of Yaki City cannot be destroyed within the specified time, after the 48 hours are exhausted, the cost of 1,000 people per hour is not what everyone wants to see. Thinking of this, Li Xiao asked, you have been on the front line, and you must know more about the specific details of the battle than me. Don't you have any way to break Kamita's plan of clearing the countryside? As everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, Su Hongdo was the first to break the silence. Kuo Lao, there is really a way. Oh! Li Xiao raised his eyebrows. Hongdo, tell me. After the unconventional building research and development center of Yanhuang City was upgraded to level 6. In addition to the arrow tower, the mage unlocked an unconventional series of formulas. Around midnight today, a siege-type facility called Sky Eagle Cannon was successfully developed and unlocked. The Sky Eagle Cannon is extremely powerful. One shot can even destroy a building. With its support, even if Kamita wants to play the turtle plan, it will never succeed. Oh! Sky Eagle Cannon? Li Xiao became interested. There are such powerful siege facilities? Then why didn't you use it in the previous battle? Su Hongdo spread his hands helplessly. The Sky Eagle Cannon is powerful, but every shell consumes the resource progress bar. Only you, the Lord of Yanhuang City, can use the resource progress bar. Before, you have been dealing with the sneak attack from Dongying City in the shelter. I didn't explain the situation in advance to avoid distracting you. Li Xiao stood up immediately after hearing this. Now I'm back. It is said that you must first stabilize the country before fighting against foreign enemies. Now that the country has been stabilized, it's time to fight against foreign enemies. Hongdo, how many Sky Eagle artillery do we have now? 9. Enough. Li Xiao waved his hand. Break time is over. Let the damn Kamita see what the truth is, that it is only within the range of the cannon. Chapter 174. Temporary Plane Space. Originally, Yaki City was only level 3. So from the appearance alone, it was not as magnificent and solid as Yanwang City. At this moment, after the system announced the news of Yaki Junichiro's death, all the surviving Japanese players were in a state of despair. Now, although this Yaki City is still in the hands of Japanese players, but it seems to be declining inexplicably. The players who stayed on the runway of the city wall look back at the city lord's mansion from time to time, even though there is little hope. But they still hope that the top leaders of Yaki City can come up with a solution in the face of the current severe situation. Sometimes, death is not scary. Waiting to die is the scariest thing. They don't want to die. They don't want to wait to die. The Lord's Mansion. The hall. More than 30 top leaders of Yaki City gathered here to discuss countermeasures. But the atmosphere in the hall is like water and fire. Everyone has his own opinion, and no one listens to anyone else. To put it bluntly, the city lord was Junichiro Yaki. Now he is dead. Kamita, the commander-in-chief appointed by Junichiro Yaki, cannot control the situation alone. Hold on for 48 hours. What's the point of holding on now? A player who was as thin as a stick shouted, "Don't you know how terrifying the strength of Yanwang City is? Don't you know how long we can survive? It's already this time. As the head of the logistics department of Yaki City, can't I enjoy myself?" Those female players volunteered. "What right do you have to blame me here?" Kamita was furious. Although Lord Yaki died in the line of duty, he entrusted me with the responsibility of the general commander, and I cannot let him down. Yes, I admit that our chances of winning this World Channel Origin Showdown are very low, even close to zero. But is this the reason why you, Mikami, use the power and resources in your hands to induce those female players to hold group parties? The war is imminent. Do you know how bad the impact will be if you do this? Does it matter if I know it or not? The skinny Mikami said disdainfully. We're all going to die anyway. So what's the future? Don't think that just because Junichiro Yaki lets you be the commander-in-chief, you're really superior to us. Kamita pointed at his chest and said, "You. What are you talking about? I'm not going to serve you anymore. I'm going back to have a party. If you want to have a good time before you die, follow me." Just as the two of them were arguing and getting into a fight, a soldier left behind on the city wall ran in a panic. "It's not good. It's not good." Kamita suppressed his anger and asked, "What's going on? Is Yanwang City starting to attack the city again?" "No. No." The soldier raised a red leaflet the size of an A4 paper in his hand, stammering and not daring to speak, and finally handed the leaflet to Kamita. "Commander-in-chief, you will understand after you take a look." Kamita took the leaflet suspiciously, glanced at it a few times. His face turned pale, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood, because the red leaflet only said one thing. The beheading operation of Junichiro Yaki against Li Xiao was actually prepared for his own escape from the beginning to the end. Transfer manual. Broken statue. Escape alone. All abandoned. When these words were placed in front of him, Kamita felt terrified from the bottom of his heart, and a sense of powerlessness in his heart. How could it be? Lord Yaki, he can't be that kind of person. No. Kamita was like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw, and asked hurriedly, "Where did this leaflet come from? Besides you, who else has seen the information on the leaflet?" The soldier said helplessly, "There are 9 cannons outside Yaki City. We originally thought that Yanwang City was planning to attack, but we didn't know that these leaflets were fired. Many people have picked up the flyers, and now almost all the players in Yaki City know about it." Kamita sat down on the spot, looking ashen. "This is over. It's all over." If the lower-level players knew that Yaki Junichiro had been planning to abandon their treat, no matter whether this is true or not, it can't change the fact that the lower-level players in Yaki City have mutinied, and their morale has declined to the point where it cannot be further reduced. I couldn't bear the burden of being the commander-in-chief in the first place. Now, it's even more over. Mikami saw Kamita and the other man playing charades, and out of curiosity, he picked up the flyer on the ground. After reading it, he cursed, "I knew it. I knew that Junichiro Yaki was not a good person. A broken statue? A transfer manual? He doesn't care about our lives at all. As the city lord, he has long determined that this World Channel Origin duel will fail, and we will all die. He has been looking for a way out for himself? What a cruel heart. 200 people are his sacrifices? Yaki. You bastard. You just died like this. It's too easy for you. When these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. The Yaki Castle high-level officials present all looked unhappy. They were not stupid, and they naturally understood how much impact this matter would have on Yaki Castle if it was exposed during the final siege. What's more, the person involved in the incident, Yaki Junichiro, had died, and there was no evidence for this matter. Even Kamita and others could not verify the truth of this matter. In other words, if the transfer manual was in their hands, wouldn't they be tempted? I don't care whether other people live or die. Isn't it enough for me to live well? This is almost the mainstream value of most players in Dongying City. It is precisely because of this that almost all players who see this flyer will empathize and think that this is true. Mutiny is inevitable, and morale plummets. Fuck. I was wondering why Junichiro Yaki was so determined to lead the team in person. So this is what happened. Transfer manual? Is this true or false? Could it be that Yanwang City deliberately set up a maze and made up fake news? Think about it. Does Yanwang City need to make such false news? Do they need to set up a maze? Even if we implement the plan of fortifying the city and clearing the countryside with all our strength, can we hold out for 48 hours? The senior officials present expressed their opinions one after another. Kamita sat on the chair like a turtle. That's enough. Then Bamboo Pole Mikami raised his hand and said, "Stop arguing. With this kind of leaflet out, morale is low. How can we fight the war? Take advantage of these last few hours. If you want to enjoy yourself, follow me." Most of the people present were high-ranking officials of Yagi Castle, under the leadership of the thin Bamboo Pole Sans Hang. They all left, preparing to hold an open meeting before their death. If the high-ranking officials were like this, what about the lower-ranking officials? Just when Kamita was completely desperate, another soldier who stayed on the city wall ran into the hall quickly. "Commander-in-Chief, now everyone knows the news of the red leaflets, including the soldiers who stayed on the city wall. They are making a fuss. We can't suppress it." What? Kamita forced himself to raise a little spirit. The impact brought by the red leaflets was beyond description. But now Yaki Castle is in the hands of Japanese players. Even if the high-level officials of Yaki Castle no longer recognize him, Kamita, the lower-level players don't know about this. If they don't try their best to appease them, they may not even have these few hours of life. Thinking of this, Kamita hurriedly got up and came to the city wall runway as quickly as possible. Facing the strong protests from the lower-level players, Kamita tried his best to appease the players' emotions. As for the outside of Yaki Castle, the 9 Sky Eagle cannons lined up in a row stood quietly in place. Because Chinese players have used these 9 Sky Eagle cannons to launch red leaflets before, so Japanese players now subconsciously ignore it. These 9 Sky Eagle cannons can use more than just red leaflets as ammunition. Seeing that the noisy noises of the players in Yaki Castle have shown signs of calming down, in front of the cannon camp, Wang Sai listened with some confusion and found that the noise had weakened. He asked in confusion, "What's going on? Is it that Master Xiao's trick doesn't work?" That's right. All this is actually the work of Li Xiao. When he saw the Sky Eagle cannon with his own eyes, and found that there was no specific bomb in the ammunition column of the Sky Eagle cannon, Li Xiao immediately thought of such a good idea. Even if the Sky Eagle cannon can break through the enemy's wall, if we encounter the Japanese players' stubborn resistance, our players will still suffer heavy casualties. But if we use the story of Junichiro Yaki to expose that he actually wanted to escape alone, that will inevitably make the Japanese players who may have decided to fight to the death completely demoralized. And after the will to fight is disintegrated, it will be more convenient to attack the city. This tactic is called attacking the city is inferior. Attacking the heart is superior. As soon as this plan came out, it received unanimous support from the top leaders of Yanwang City. As expected, those who play tactics are dirty. Even the great god Xia is no exception. This was Wang Sai's first reaction at the time. But after he came to his senses, he was very happy again. Because someone like Li Xia, who is strong and has a heart, is his teammate, not his enemy. Is there anything happier than this? But the red leaflets have been launched for so long. Even if they looked far away here, they could see that from time to time. A few soldiers who stayed behind would leave the runway on the wall of Yaki City. But Li Xia still did not issue an order to attack. This was also a point that puzzled everyone. Now Wang Sai saw that the noise gradually subsided, and he was even more anxious. Master Xia, what's going on? Wang Sai walked up to Li Xia and asked. Without waiting for Li Xia to answer, Li Bianqing interrupted and said, Don't worry, Sai. There are plenty of opportunities for you to show off. I know it's rare for you to get the chance to fire. But don't worry. Everything is under our control. Just wait and see. This kind of riddle-like answer made Wang Sai confused. What? Bianqing. What do you mean? I don't understand. Li Xia put away the binoculars in his hand, turned his head and said, Sai. This kind of thing is actually easy to understand. The soldiers mutinied, and even the morale of the army was shaken. At this time, someone who can calm the situation and solve the problem is needed. Yaki Junichiro is dead. Who do you think can calm the situation at this time? Deputy City Lord? Someone in a high position? Wang Sai asked tentatively. That's not a problem. Li Xia smiled and said. No matter who this person is, since he is willing to appease the soldiers at this time, he is a staunch advocate of war, and the soldiers are willing to listen to him, which shows that he still has a certain authority in the eyes of the lower-level players. This kind of person must be killed as soon as possible. As soon as possible. When will he be killed? Wang Sai asked curiously. Li Xia raised his lips. I said. As fast as possible. Now? Yes. Ha ha ha. Okay. I can't wait. Wang Sai quickly returned to a fully charged Sky Eagle cannon and made all preparations. The other 8 Sky Eagle cannons were the same. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Xia, because everyone knew that the final battle was coming. Li Xia looked at the wall of Yaki Castle in the distance, took a deep breath, raised his hand and said, Fire! Endless magical elements gathered at the muzzle of the Sky Eagle cannon. In the eyes of the crowd, loud noises exploded in the air one after another. Boom! 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 9 Sky Eagle cannons fired at the same time, and the wall in front of them collapsed instantly, leaving 9 gaps. The earth shook, and bricks and tiles flew. After the Sky Eagle cannon broke through the wall, the decline continued. The remaining energy exploded again, sending all the buildings and players near the wall area to the west. This of course includes Kamita, who is trying to appease the lower-level players inside the Japanese city. After feeling the earthquake, the players who are still alive are all scared and run away. Yaki Castle is in chaos at this moment. Fortification plan? Don't be ridiculous. Even the Commander-in-Chief Kamita, who proposed this plan, has died. Who cares about plans or not? 9 rounds of formal artillery fire are not like the previous red leaflets. This wave of offensive, the results achieved were exceptionally remarkable. Naturally, these 9 shells also exhausted all the resources of Yanhuang City. But it was all worth it. Li Xia grew wings on his back, and the white wind blade wings took him up to the sky. He raised his star and roared, Kill! Under the leadership of the commander, the armies of Yanhuang City quickly marched towards Yaki City. At this moment, there was no suspense in this battle. As the absolute pioneer of the siege, the Dawn Front team took the lead and rushed to the front. After Li Xia released the Wrath of the Stars, he held the Scarlet Sand Gun and killed anyone who stood in his way. In the face of the powerful offensive, no general could stop the attack of Yaki City. Half an hour later, Li Xia took the lead in leading the Dawn Front team and rushed into the City Lord's mansion in the center of Yaki City. There was no unexpected resistance. Only the City Lord's mansion with its doors wide open. If there are flowers to be picked, pick them now. Don't wait until there are no flowers to pick empty branches. Isn't this Yaki City a beauty? Li Xia took the lead and rushed directly into the City Lord's mansion, with a clear goal to find the core of the City Lord's mansion. Under the full output of everyone, the core of the City Lord's mansion was completely destroyed in just a moment. At the moment when the core of the City Lord's mansion was destroyed, in the entire Yaki City, the Japanese players who were still alive disappeared into various hiding places, as if they had never appeared. The Chinese players watched helplessly as those Japanese players, who happened to be fighting with others, and being chased by others, froze in place. Then, as if being wiped with an eraser, the whole person disappeared in place. All the players in Yanhuang City saw this scene and understood in their hearts that this battle is over. They won the final victory. Just when everyone was overjoyed. Ding! A system prompt sound rang in the ears. Chapter 175. Regional Announcement. This World Channel Origin Showdown. Huaxia Region 9527 Region Channel vs Dongying Region 1438 Region Channel. The final winner is Region Channel 9527. Regional Channel Origin progress reaches the target, and the rank promotion officially begins. Rewards will be settled later. A regional announcement resounded in everyone's ears. Before everyone could come to their senses, buzz, a feeling of being strongly repelled by space, appeared in everyone's heart. Immediately, all the players were forcibly teleported back to their respective shelters. Li Xia, even as the master of the channel, was no exception to the mayor of Yanhuang City. After all the players were rejected by the temporary plane and then teleported away, the vast temporary plane was kneaded at will like plasticine. Mountains and rivers melted. Cities melted. Space disappeared. The various biological realms turned into strands of origin and gathered together. In the end, the entire temporary plane turned into a drop of golden liquid suspended in the void. This drop of golden liquid condensed from the entire temporary plane is the last link required for the regional channel to be promoted. Swoosh! The golden liquid dragged its long tail and escaped into the world where the 9527 regional channel was located at a very fast speed. All this seemed slow, but in fact it was only a moment. Forest biome, shelter, courtyard. The sudden teleportation was more than 10 times stronger than the teleportation using the crystal tower or biome invitation. The dizziness and vomiting feeling it brought to the players was more than 10 times stronger. Even though Li Xia had finally adapted to the motion sickness effect of teleportation, he almost vomited in the face of this violent teleportation. Ugh! Li Xia supported his knees with both hands and bent over to retch. Godfather! What's wrong with you? Is it okay? Celia happened to be in front of the automatic collection device for dropped objects, sorting out today's harvest. She found that Li Xia was suddenly teleported back to the shelter, and his state was a little bit off. Celia hurriedly stepped forward to help Li Xia sit on the stairs and gently patted his back. No, nothing. Li Xia barely adjusted his state, waved his hand, and told Celia about the victory of the World Channel Origin duel and the sudden teleportation, and finally said, I couldn't hold it back for a while, but now I'm back to it. Nothing serious. That's good. Celia asked, Godfather. If you say so. Our regional channel won. Right? Yes. What's wrong? Nothing. Celia stuck out her tongue cutely. In fact, she had a secret plan in her heart, but she didn't tell Li Xia. After the World Channel Origin showdown was over, Li Xia no longer had to go to the temporary plane space and Yanhuang City. She could still be Li Xia's follower in the future as before. But how could she tell Li Xia about this little thought directly? Fortunately, just when Li Xia wanted to ask, the promotion of the regional channel was completed. The notice of the version update announcement rang in his ears. Li Xia didn't bother to ask, and hurriedly stared at the light screen that automatically appeared in front of him and checked it carefully. Seeing this, Celia did not disturb Li Xia, but went back to the house to pour a cup of hot tea and handed it to him silently. Get promoted in the fall. Break free from the shackles and the obliteration. Welcome all players to the 1.3 version of the K-Series survival game. Currently, the 1.3 version of the K-Series survival game has been officially updated and launched. Congratulations to the 9527 regional channel for winning the World Channel Origin duel. All the dead players during this duel have been resurrected, and the current points of the resurrected players have been reset to 0. If there are resurrected players who have used points to purchase resources before falling in this duel, the same resource deduction measures will be uniformly implemented. If the resource deduction still cannot meet the needs, a 7-day grace period will be reserved. During the grace period, players need to make up the resources with the same points. Otherwise, such players will be downgraded or even eliminated. This update adds the following content. 1. Regional channel promotion. From now on, the regional channel to which the player belongs will have the enemy monster strength upgraded synchronously, and players will also gain more benefits by killing enemy monsters. Of course, the regional channel where the winning player is located will also refresh a batch of higher-level treasure chests, mineral veins, and rare resource reserves, which players can discover and collect in future explorations. 2. Information accessories. I declare that today, as the world rules of regional channels are becoming increasingly perfect, information accessories do not need to be loaded in the accessories column, but only need to be stored in the accessories column to take effect. This move will not only ensure the basic information needs of players, but also free up more accessories columns for players to load combat accessories, better helping players improve their combat effectiveness at the current stage. 3. Crimson and Corruption greet you. The exploration gates of the two large special biomes, Crimson and Corruption, will be open to all players in this area channel. Later, the Crystal Tower drawings of Crimson and Corruption will be distributed to all players in this area channel. After obtaining the drawings, players can build the teleportation Crystal Tower of the biome and go on unlimited teleportation exploration adventures. But please note that in the two large special biomes, Crimson and Corruption, you need to guard against not only enemies. After all, the most dangerous thing in this world is the human heart. 4. Modifier Recast. After this version update, the workbench will have an additional modifier recast module. Players can spend the corresponding ingot resources to add modifiers to weapons and accessories, or recast modifiers according to their own combat style, thereby improving the player's own combat effectiveness. Warm reminder, there are many modifiers, and the resources required to recast a single favorite modifier are huge. Please use this function with caution to avoid getting too addicted. Reject pornography, refuse gambling, refuse recasting, and getting too addicted. Advice from the unlucky. 5. Triumphal Week Event. Regional Channel number 9527 won the World Channel Origin Showdown. As the winner, the regular event Triumphal Week will be awarded to the Regional Channel to celebrate. For 7 days after midnight tonight, Regional Channel number 9527 will be shrouded in the atmosphere of Triumphal Week. Players have a small chance to get gifts when they kill any enemy monsters. After opening the gift, players can get unknown rewards with rich resources. Come on! Enjoy the fun of opening blind boxes. In this World Channel Origin Showdown, the 9527th Regional Channel won the final victory. The rewards have been settled. The 9527th Regional Channel in the Huaxia region was rated as SSS in the showdown. Crushing. The ultimate crushing. Congratulations to all players in this regional channel. The number of rewards has increased to 5. The quality will be upgraded to the best level, and the SSS level evaluation will be given an exclusive reward option. 1. Unconventional Formula Series. Players can choose between the two large special biomes, Crimson Land and Corruption Land, to obtain the most valuable unconventional formula series in any biome. 2. First Level Gold Source X3. Players do not need to rely on luck to hunt special types of gold source enemies, nor do they need to spend a large amount of points to buy gold sources in the promotion store. As the winner, you will enjoy 3 first-level gold sources as a reward, which is a well-deserved harvest for the winner. 3. Evolution Gold Source X1. As an extremely rare skill-type resource, Evolution Gold Source can fundamentally evolve the second level and above skills of the player, change the basic settings of the skills, and make them stronger. This will be a strong guarantee for the player to become a strong person. 4. Lucky Lantern Night. On the first night after this version update, calming lanterns will float in the sky to illuminate the night, and all players in the channel in this area will receive a week lucky aura blessing that lasts for a week. During the period when the player's week lucky aura is in effect, the player will be accompanied by good luck. When killing enemies and exploring adventures, there is a higher chance of getting more generous rewards. 5. Prayer Altar. As the winner takes all is the iron law of this world. The regional channel to which the player belongs is the biggest beneficiary of this World Channel Origin duel. In the face of SSS level evaluation, the regional channel will give all players a prayer altar as a reward. Players can invest resources to pray for resources in a targeted category. The prayer altar will randomly give players a special reward. Please note, in this World Channel Origin Showdown, the best contribution award for the 9527th area channel was won by player Li Xia. As the undisputed winner of the best contribution award in this showdown, player Li Xia will receive an additional Origin Treasure Box X1. Finally, a message to all players affected by the Triumphal Week, the disaster events that have been changed to limited time, long-term, and special types have not arrived as scheduled, and will never come back during the Triumphal Week. Players, please enjoy the joy of victory and this peaceful time during the Triumph Week. Of course, players can also take a curve and overtake during this rare time. Win! You can win! After checking the updated content of the 1.3 version of the survival game, Li Xia breathed a sigh of relief. The amount of information in this update is huge. The regional channel promotion is equivalent to resetting and upgrading the various resources owned by the forest biome. In other words, from this moment on, Li Xia explores the surrounding forest biomes again, and will have another pioneering experience. And the information accessories can be effective without loading them in the accessories column, which is also in line with Li Xia's appetite. After this new function is launched, Li Xia does not need to load the monster radar in the accessories column. The vacated accessories slot can also be replaced with combat-oriented equipment. His own strength will be further improved. As for the emergence of the new function of modifier recasting, it also means that Li Xia can give or recast accessories and weapons that do not have modifiers. Although ordinary modifiers do not improve much, Li Xia has seen Li Bianqing's god-level wooden boomerang. Among the numerous modifiers, there are still a few modifiers that have a strong benefit effect on players. The 6 major accessories plus their weapons are all given the most suitable modifiers, which is also a significant improvement for their own strength. As for the huge cost? Haha. Who am I? Please call me Li. Rich as a country, she richest in the world, yeah. And the 2 large special biomes, the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land. But they have always been the biomes that Li Xia wants to explore and adventure, especially the Crimson Land. This large special biome has too many connections with the Crimson Overlord inheritance contained in Li Xia himself. Before, Li Xia was still worried about how to go to the Crimson Land. But now it's alright. With 2 teleportation crystal tower recipes in hand, he can teleport and explore without limit. So happy. But the content below this update is also very meaningful. What does it mean? The most dangerous thing in this world is the human heart? If you use a single-person teleportation crystal tower instead of a team-type invitation letter, is it possible that in addition to encountering monsters during the exploration, you will also encounter hostile players? From the meaning of this statement, this speculation is really 9 out of 10. I can only say, the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land are indeed large special biomes. They are different. As for the Triumph Week event in this game version update, it is still unclear how deep it is, judging from the existing information alone. The Triumph Week is similar to the Carnival Week event. It's just that one is a gift bag and the other is a gift. I don't know what good things this gift can open. After taking a sip of hot tea, Li Xia continued to analyze the settlement rewards after winning the World Channel Origin Showdown. SSS level? That is to say, even if the regional channels that won the World Channel Origin duel are the same, the rewards for the entire regional channel are different because of the difference in scores? Thinking of this, Li Xia nodded slightly. If there is one, there will be 2. This time, under the authority of the winner. Almost no players in our regional channel died. But we must also pay attention to future competition. And this time, the settlement reward of SSS level. For the players of regional channel number 9527, it provides a starting line higher than that of players in other regional channels. Li Xia continued to read. Gold Source and Evolution Gold Source are old friends. Especially Gold Source. In the previous World Origin Node battle, after 5 days of harvest, he had already harvested 10 gold sources in every MVP. The 3 gold sources awarded this time are at most icing on the cake. But Evolution Gold Source is different. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a strategic resource. It just so happens that Li Xia's Scarlet Crystal Arrow has not used Evolution Gold Source yet. The appearance of this Evolution Gold Source is like a timely help. Li Xia observed intently. Whether it was the Gold Source or the Evolution Gold Source, both had the word soulbound in the entry. The way to collect gold sources and Evolution Gold Sources through trading or exchange was blocked. This is a loophole that cannot be exploited at all. Li Xia shook his head and sighed. Lucky Lantern Knight is a passive trigger type. Having a weak lucky aura is a good thing after all. As for the unconventional formula series of the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land, choose one. Li Xia thought for a moment and immediately chose the unconventional formula series of the Corruption Land. Because during this period of time, the unconventional formula series of the Crimson Land has been collected by Li Xia unconsciously. In order to maximize the benefits, this choice is the best solution. Of course, there is also a selfish reason for this choice. The Crimson Land and the Corruption Land are both large special biological communities. Since there is a Crimson Overlord, will there be a Corruption Overlord? This is a terrifying question. It is not a bad thing to get a glimpse of the leopard through the unconventional formula series of the Corruption Land. After such a search, this time, the most curious thing for Li Xia is the prayer altar. Pick up the palm-sized prayer altar made of white jade. Li Shiyao stared at it intently. Chapter 176. This prayer altar carved from white jade is very small, but quite exquisite. After checking the panel data, Li Shiyao came back to his senses and let out a long sigh. The artistic value of the prayer altar is very high. If you ask how high it is, at least it is as high as 2 or 3 floors. After all, the prayer altar is a category for resources to be exchanged. It almost covers all the categories of a player's needs. But at the same time, the prayer altar is also bound by rules. One is equal exchange. That is to say, if you want to redeem the artifact and kill everyone, then you must invest a large amount of resources equivalent to the artifact, let alone whether you have so many resources. Even if you do, it's useless, because the prayer altar only allows the exchange of rewards up to the upper limit of the current regional channel level. Once the prayer fails beyond the upper limit, the player will lose everything. This will inevitably make everyone cautious. If the effects and limitations of the prayer altar are all within Li Shiyao's expectations, then the notes on the prayer altar are somewhat meaningful. Following the principle of equivalent exchange is understandable. But when the level scale leans towards greed, a greedy existence that likes to devour everything will also watch you. What does this sentence mean? An existence that devours everything? Enemy? Boss? Greed? Devouring? Several words flashed in his mind one after another. Li Shiyao couldn't help but feel nervous. The strength between authority and authority is very different. Just like the Scarlet Authority of the Scarlet Master, it is a unique king level in the Scarlet Sequence. He can not only crush the subordinate sequence of the Scarlet Sequence with equal strength in the Duel of Authority, Li Shiyao can also use the authority held by the Scarlet Master, crush the players of other sequences, or the projection of the evil god contained in the broken statue, regardless of greed or devouring. These two powers sound strong. If the player fails to use the prayer altar, not only may he lose everything, there is also the possibility of being targeted by a powerful boss. This may be the danger hidden under the reward. However, Li Shiyao turned his head. 9527. After the current regional channel promotion, what changes have you felt in the constraints of the world rules? The scarlet eyes on the face of the sky-breaking gargoyle flickered slightly. Reporting to the commander. The current world rules are being promoted at a very fast speed. According to the current trend, it only takes half an hour to reach the 3rd level. Li Shiyao nodded and said, that is to say, in half an hour, if you are given enough resources, you can be promoted to the 3rd level? If the trend does not change, and there are sufficient resources. Yes. Li Shiyao asked again, do you think the 3rd level is the current bottleneck? No. According to current expectations, perhaps after being promoted to the 4th level, the constraints of the world rules will shrink again, and then you may be promoted at a slower speed. 4th level? Li Shiyao frowned slightly. According to the estimation of Skybreaking Gargoyle, the current regional channel can be upgraded to the 4th level at least. If so, it is the embodiment of maximizing benefits to use the prayer altar after the regional channel reaches the 4th level. Thinking of this, Li Shiyao raised his head. 9527. How many resources do you need to upgrade to the 3rd level? Report to the commander. According to the current situation, 30,000 iron ingots or 10,000 silver ingots will be enough. Before, when the Skybreaking Gargoyle was promoted to the 2nd level, it needed 20,000 iron ingots. But at that time, the world rules had not been completely promoted to the 2nd level. Skybreaking Gargoyle was forced to promote by using resources, and the resources cost was doubled. Under normal circumstances, Skybreaking Gargoyle only needs to consume 10,000 iron ingots to be promoted to the 2nd level. From the 2nd level to the 3rd level, Skybreaking Gargoyle only needs to consume 30,000 iron ingots, or 10,000 silver ingots, after the world rules are completely promoted to the 3rd level. This amount of resources, for Li Shiyao at the moment, it is not a problem at all. Then go to the workshop first and prepare 30,000 iron ingots in advance. When the world rules are completely upgraded to the 3rd level, you can upgrade again. The scarlet eyes on the face of the Skybreaking Gargoyle flashed rapidly, as if he was happy that he could improve his strength and help Li Shiyao. Yes. After the Skybreaking Gargoyle left, Li Shiyao put the prayer altar back into the enemy backpack. This kind of top-level resource, even if it is not kept in the bottom of the box, it is impossible to waste it now. After all, I gained a lot of points in this World Channel Origin Showdown. I can buy many urgently needed resources in the promotion store. When the points are used up, and the world rules are completely promoted to the 4th level, it won't be too late to use what you need at that time. Of course, I still need to inform other players of this to prevent them from taking detours. After all, to put it bluntly, players between regional channels may compete in trade. That is, in the sale of special products of each shelter. But in other aspects, there is really not much competition. Because until now, the most strange thing for everyone, that is, the forest biome where the shelter is located, no matter how the players explore, they still cannot find each other's shelter station within the range that Li Xia can explore. All resources will be enjoyed by Li Xia alone. The same is true for other players. The current survival game of the K-series, whether it is a disaster event or a boss battle, there is no such bullshit rule that the weak are eliminated. So the weird thing can be deduced from these existing clues that the relationship between players in a regional channel is not a zero-sum game. At least not at this stage. On the contrary, because of the World Channel Origin Showdown, Li Xia hopes that the more players survive in his own regional channel, the better. Regional channel. Guantao, woohoo! I'm so scared. I thought I wouldn't survive the World Channel Origin Showdown this time. Lu Feng, wiping sweat.jpg. Sister, you are too lazy. Aren't you? Isn't this kind of depressed and fearful emotion something that only occurs at the beginning of the World Channel Origin Showdown? Lu Feng. We have one now. Smile for me. Smile with big teeth. Guantao, hate ha 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 ha. I just want to vent my emotions. Guantao, but to be honest, in the past 10 days, I have received rewards for choosing 3 out of 5 hidden levels, and also received rewards for SSS level evaluation. I feel like I am dreaming. I am now a small rich woman. Xiao Xiao, rich woman? Where is the rich woman? Hungry? Food. Xiao go, me too. My mom said, I have a bad stomach, and can only eat soft food. Everyone was chatting happily. There was both the joy of surviving a disaster, and the excitement of gaining something. At this juncture, it was very reasonable for players to vent their emotions. Li Xia looked at everyone's jokes, and the corners of his mouth rose knowingly. For a moment, he even forgot the purpose of opening the regional channel. After the chat went off track for thousands of floors, Li Xia finally pulled it back. Li Bianqing, everyone is happy. But I have something to say. Li Bianqing, suggested guide to using the prayer altar. Click here for details. Gu Xingyo, prayer altar? I also noticed something wrong before, but luckily I haven't used it yet. Su Su, ha ha ha. I knew that Master Bianqing would take action, so I didn't use it either. Li Bianqing, thank you for your trust. I will say a few more words, although I don't know what the upper limit of the current regional channel is. Li Bianqing, but based on the previous experience, before the World Channel Origin Showdown, the upper limit of the regional channel level was level 2. So at least now, the regional channel can be promoted to level 4. Li Bianqing, but we don't know whether the promotion of the regional channel will be completed immediately or gradually. So let's wait and see. Li Bianqing, you can also use all the points in the promotion store to buy the required resources, and then use the prayer altar after the situation becomes clear. Li Bianqing talked a lot, and everyone was very happy. Li Xia smiled when he saw this. Some people thought the same as him, and it can only be said that Li Bianqing lived up to his reputation as a strategy master. Of course, due to the lack of existing conditions, his strategy also has some shortcomings. Li Xia, Brother Bianqing said it very well. I can tell you clearly that the promotion of world rules is completed step by step, and it will be a relatively fast speed before the 4th level. Li Xia, after the 4th level, the promotion speed will be much slower. It is still unknown whether it can be promoted to the 5th level. Li Xia, but if you use the prayer altar, I still recommend that you use it when the world rules are promoted to the 4th level. Li Xia, of course. If you don't know the specific time node, I will notify you when the time comes. In short, you should use it with caution now. Li Xia, pay special attention to the principle of equivalent exchange of the prayer altar and the constraints of the world rules, so as not to invest a lot of resources and end up with nothing. Li Bianqing and Li Xia stood up and expressed their attitudes, and other players naturally agreed. After all, this is a matter of their own interests, and they can't be careless. It's better to be cautious. Guantao, good. Thanks to Bianqing. Thank you, Xia. You are the most handsome. Xiao go. What the above said is right. One more thing. I am the same. Ha ha ha. John E. Shia is awesome. I choose you to be the leader of this club. Where is the dragon head stick? Li Shia smiled slightly when he saw this. And within a few floors, the direction of the group chat changed completely. This building is crooked. No one else can compare. Li Shia peeked at the screen of the group chat for a while, and then closed the regional channel. Then stood up and returned to the hall. Just then, he saw the sky-breaking gargoyle coming out of the workshop. Report to the commander. I have fulfilled my mission and successfully upgraded my rank. Li Shia looked up and down at the sky-breaking gargoyle. He found that the sky-breaking gargoyle was 1 meter taller at this moment, and its size was getting bigger. The most important point is that the facial expression of the sky-breaking gargoyle at this time is extremely anthropomorphic. It seems that this promotion has brought great benefits to the sky-breaking gargoyle. Li Shia nodded slightly and looked at it intently. Li Shia was very satisfied after checking the data of the sky-breaking gargoyle, and was thinking of encouraging him. Celia ran into the house excitedly. Godfather, come with me. Quick! Chapter 177. Forest Biome. It was the dead of night in the early hours of the morning. Tonight, apart from the chirping of insects and birds, there was no roar of enemies. The night was like water, with stars tilting across the sky. A blood moon was still hanging in the sky, spreading bloody light. Celia excitedly took Li Shia's hand and walked quickly to the courtyard of the shelter. Godfather, look! It's so beautiful! At this moment, countless calming lanterns with flames were slowly floating into the sky. The night sky within the two people's field of vision was reflected beautifully. Li Shia also smiled and admired this rare wonder. Ding! Weak lucky aura. Luck plus 0.1 duration. 7 days. When Li Shia was bathed in the glory of Lucky Lantern Night, a system prompt sound suddenly came. Li Shia knew that this was the so-called Lucky Lantern Night in the 1.3 version of the survival game. The reason why Lucky Lantern Night only appeared now. Perhaps it is because it is necessary to wait until the world rules completely enter the 3rd level before the Lucky Lantern Night can be triggered. This buff lasts for a week. A weak lucky aura. It can bring more good luck to players in the entire regional channel in the next week. Godfather, is it beautiful? Celia asked. Yes, very beautiful. Li Shia nodded slightly, and then seemed to think of something. He quickly took out the exclusive reward given to him alone after winning the World Channel Origin Duel from the Ivy Backpack. The Origin Treasure Box. If Li Shia opens the treasure chest with the blessing of luck, then there is a high probability that he will get better quality resources. Right? No! That's not enough. A World Channel Origin Showdown. Not only does it need to reach the SSS level rating, Li Shia also needs to get the title of Best Contributor. This precious Origin treasure chest can only be obtained at the end. How can it be enough with only a weak lucky halo? Li Shia immediately took out the weak lucky potion he had obtained before from the Ivy Backpack, raised his head and drank it all. Ding! Lucky aura. Luck plus 0.2 duration. 7 days. What's going on? Li Shia rubbed his eyes and looked at the buff gain page again. To be on the safe side, he drank an extra bottle of weak lucky potion in order to maximize his luck, to ensure that the resources harvested this time will be more perfect. But it's just a weak lucky potion that lasts for 5 minutes. It actually directly increased the buff of Lucky Lantern Night to a higher level, and the duration of the lucky aura is no longer 5 minutes, but a full 7 days. This is really an unexpected surprise. Li Shia looked up with a smile. Lucky Lantern Night? Does the good luck start now? I like it. Open the Origin Treasure Box and get Constant Scroll X1. Terra Shining Boots Recipe X1. Meteorite Unconventional Recipe Series X1. When 3 colorful light balls floated in the air, the brilliant light it emitted attracted Celia's attention. Let's be honest. The light emitted by the resources in the Origin Treasure Box was even more fantastic than the scenery of the Lucky Lantern Night. 3? Not bad. Li Shia poked the 3 light balls with ease. Then he took the lead in picking up a yellow scroll that looked like an ancient imperial edict and looked at it intently. Hiss. After checking the panel information of the constant scroll, Li Shia took a breath. Enhancement Potion. Permanent and constant. What a big deal. If this is done properly, it will really benefit you for a lifetime. When skills, accessories, and even weapons are exactly the same, the constant scroll is the last straw that overwhelms the enemy. Benefit potions? Li Xia carefully scanned the panel data and frowned slightly. That means life recovery potions and magic recovery potions are not allowed. Return potions can't be permanently blessed. Arrow of the Moon Goddess. Kiss of Death. Surge of Life? No. None of them. It's not good enough. Li Xia frowned and fell into deep thought. Celia asked curiously, Godfather, what's wrong? Did you encounter any trouble? It's okay. Celia, you can enjoy the lantern night by yourself first. Godfather has to go back to the workshop. There are some work to deal with. Okay. Go ahead. Celia waved her hand generously. Li Xia didn't have time to observe what the other two rewards were. So he put away the reward first and quickly returned to the workshop. He sat on the chair and analyzed. The Arrow of the Moon Goddess simply increases the damage of bows and crossbows. And the radiation range of the effect is too small. When all skills use the evolution gold source. His fighting style is not limited to the archer profession. Moreover, the formula of the Eternal Night Blade has been painstakingly collected for so long. And in the end, he can't give up the Eternal Night Blade for the blessing of this potion. Right? Life Surge simply increases the fixed health value recovery per second. After the eternal solidification, it can also make oneself gain more lasting combat power. But it does not increase combat power, but only further improves the blood recovery effect. The Kiss of Death can increase one's combat power. After becoming permanent, it is equivalent to giving Li Xia a third-level poison skill. But this alone is not very effective. Right? It's only the third level. As the game progresses, the further you go, the smaller the benefit the Kiss of Death potion brings to you. After all, you can't expect a third-level poison skill to play a big role at the 6th level. Right? After thinking about it, Li Xia clicked on the promotion store to search for the keyword benefit potion. After searching, I found that the formula of the enhancement potion is limited to excellent quality. And there are only two kinds of potions for sale in the promotion store: poison potion and endurance potion. And the formula of the poison potion has been obtained by myself. And it has also been transformed into the Kiss of Death potion. As for the endurance potion, before it was transformed by the Moon Goddess potion, its effect was to reduce damage by 10%. For a permanent enhancement potion, it is best to have a 100% bonus. In this way, no matter what stage of the game progress, it can be applied synchronously. Under these limited conditions, among the many potion formulas currently available, endurance potion is the best solution. Although it is not a harmful buff potion, the fixed damage reduction effect cannot be underestimated. At present, my output is enough. But it doesn't matter if I have more life-saving methods. Thinking of this, Li Xia smiled and nodded. And he already had an idea in his mind. He took a sip of the hot tea on the table, then took out a formula with a blue high school boots pattern on the cover and looked at it intently. The ultimate advanced mobile accessory? Terra's Shining Boots? Even Li Xia had to admire the high quality of the rewards in the Origin treasure box. Li Xia inferred from the existing information that, to a certain extent, the status of Terra's Shining Boots in mobile accessories may be higher than that of personal digital assistants in information accessories. It's just that the demand for general expertise B is really high. Even so far, I only have general expertise C 10%. Fortunately, there is no rush to make Terra's Shining Boots. After all, whether it is the recipe of Frost Flower Boots or the recipe of Lava Boots, I don't have any of them. The road to making Terra's Shining Boots is long and arduous. Li Xia stored the recipe of Terra's Shining Boots in the silver storage box, and then took out the last reward from the Ivy backpack and looked at it intently. They are all unconventional recipe series unique to a certain biome. But no matter what, the jungle biome is just an ordinary biome. The meteorite biome is a small special biome. Li Xia knows the value of this. The value of this meteorite unconventional formula series is, to some extent, of great significance. As long as he can enter the meteorite biome in the future, then maybe he can make a lot of money with this set of formulas. Any of the 3 rewards from the Origin treasure chest can be regarded as a treasure at the bottom of the box. This time it is really worth the money. Ding! Ding! Li Xia had just sorted out the harvest when he heard the system prompt sound. Someone sent a private message in the friend channel. Wang Fugue, Master Xia. Because you have obtained the wind magic inheritance in advance, your strength has improved. Wang Fugue. So after the end of the World Channel Origin Showdown, I got 30,000 points more than the original estimated 70,000 points. I now have more than 100,000 points. Wang Fugue, look. I just sorted out the harvest and came to find Master Xia. If you have any needs, just let me know. Li Xia smiled and replied casually. Li Xia, ha ha ha. Okay. I won't be polite then. Let me think about it. Wang Fugue, yes. This is what I should do. If it weren't for you, Master Xia, handing over the inheritance of wind magic to me in advance, I, Wang Fugue, wouldn't be where I am today. Wang Fugue, just think about it. I'm not in a hurry. Li Xia, it's pretty fast. Just a few minutes. He quickly selected the resources that would improve him the most in the current stage in the promotion store. 3 minutes later. Li Xia, promotion store requirements catalog, click to view detailed information. That's all. Wang Fugue, okay. I'll go buy it right away. After Wang Fugue replied, he quickly clicked on the detailed information to view it. Stamina potion recipe price, 40,000 points. Magic potion recipe price, 20,000 points. Frost flower boots recipe price, 40,000 points. Potion formula and advanced accessory formula? The fat-headed Wang Fugue considered carefully. This is exactly 100,000 points. But I still have a little over 1,000 scattered points. Yes. Got it. The formula of the endurance potion is of such high quality that the potion materials, especially the armored cave fish, are very scarce. I'll buy another batch of materials for the endurance potion. And the 1,000 points I have on hand will be almost spent. Just do it when you think of it. Wang Fugue followed the map and quickly purchased all the resources. Later, Wang Fugue handed all the resources to Li Xia through the transfer function of the friend channel. Wang Fugue, Master Xia, I have bought all the resources you need and have sent them to you. Remember to receive them. Li Xia saw the message, summoned the core of the shelter, and took out the resources from it. Frost flower boots recipe X1. Magic potion recipe X1. Endurance potion recipe X1. Sparkling root X1. Moonlight potion X1. Armored cavefish X1. Li Xia, yes. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, I just saw how there is an extra potion material. Wang Fugue, I have an extra 1,000 points on hand. And I think the materials for the endurance potion are relatively rare. So I just bought them all for you. Master Xia. Wang Fugue, I just don't have enough points. Only enough to buy one. Li Xia, ha ha ha. One is enough. Enough for me. I won't say anything more. I'll remember your kindness. Wang Fugue, hey. With your words. Master Xia. If I have any errands in the future, just tell me. Wang Fugue, by the way, I said before that I will cover all your 3 meals a day. What do you think you will eat tomorrow morning? Li Xia, 2 bowls of soy milk, 4 fried dough sticks, and 3 steamed dumplings. Wang Fugue, no problem. Just wait and see. After the chat, Li Xia still had a smile on his face. It was a relief to be friends with such a grateful person, although it was late at night. But the new batch of resources purchased was in hand, and it was the right thing to do to strike while the iron was hot. Li Xia's eyebrows revealed a strong confidence, and he whispered, let's get started. Chapter 178. It is already dark. The blood moon is setting in the west, hanging in the sky, and it seems to be hanging on the treetops. At this moment, the Lucky Lantern night has already ended. All players in the 9527 area channel have received a week-long week lucky or a blessing. Most of the players were very excited after learning the news of victory. Now, as the excitement fades, endless fatigue follows. The string in my mind that has been tense for a week finally relaxes. Except for a few workaholics. Most of the players went to bed early. Among these workaholics, there was naturally Li Xia. In the workshop, Li Xia devoted himself to his work. He had almost reached the point where he was oblivious to the world outside and only focused on reading the books of sages. Celia quietly leaned against the door and saw the scene, shaking her head helplessly. Godfather is Godfather. The World Channel Origin Showdown was obviously over. Now was obviously the time for carnival after victory. But he was still busy as always. Thinking of this, Celia quietly closed the door and went to the kitchen. She found the flour, beef, pickled bamboo shoots, eggs and other ingredients. I can't sleep anyway, so I might as well make a midnight snack for my godfather. Let's make the beef and pickled bamboo shoot dumplings that my godfather taught me to make before. Celia smiled and rolled up her sleeves. Also in the middle of the night, she started to get busy. At the same time, Li Xia spent some time sorting out the harvest this time. He was not in a hurry to make the synthesis, but fell into thinking. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. The 3 recipes that Li Xia asked Wang Fugui to buy. Magic Potion Recipe. Frost Flower Boots Recipe. Endurance Potion Recipe. They all have their own uses. At this stage, as the strength of the enemy monsters is getting stronger and stronger, the magic points consumed in the battle are also increasing. Players fight and kill, replenishing magic points, and glowing mushrooms are obviously no longer able to keep up with the trend. In other words, it's not just glowing mushrooms. Even weak magic potions are a bit out of date. Now he has a stable glowing mushroom production base, and he sold glowing mushroom seeds to many players. In the future, the 9527th area channel, he will no longer be troubled by the scarcity of raw materials for making magic potions. Some players can also use the cultivation of glowing mushrooms to sell them as specialties of their respective shelters in exchange for resources. Of course, this is also 100 benefits for Li Xia. After all, the yield of glowing mushrooms is not very high, and the demand of all players in the entire regional channel is too great. Relying on myself alone, even if I turn the entire idle area of the shelter into fertile fields and plant glowing mushrooms, it is still impossible to meet the needs of all players in the entire regional channel. It is better to sell some seeds to other players to increase the yield of glowing mushrooms. Even if other players spend points to buy various formulas of magic potions in the promotion store, they will not pose a threat to me. Because of the moon god well, there is only one personal store that can sell mutation potions. It doesn't matter if the low-end and mid-end markets are left to those players to compete. As long as Li Xia firmly grasps the high-end market, he can make a lot of money. And with so many players who grow glowing mushrooms, they are the raw material suppliers of magic potions. For players like Li Xia, who have the characteristics of the craftsman's heart shelter, it is a sure win no matter how you look at it. And Li Xia asked Wang Fugui to exchange the endurance potion formula, not to use it to sell in exchange for resources. Although the effect of the endurance potion is very powerful. However, the armored cave fish, one of the raw materials of the potion, is also very difficult to obtain. At present, it is difficult to achieve mass production. The main reason why Li Xia still asked Wang Fugui to buy this formula is only one thing. Use the Moon Goddess potion to make a mutated version of the endurance potion, and then use the constant scroll to make it permanent. As for the Frost Flower Boots formula, it is actually because of the Terra Shining Boots. After all, this ultimate advanced version of the mobile accessory is what I am determined to get. The difficulty of synthesizing Terra Shining Boots is too high. At present, not to mention Terra Shining Boots, even its synthetic materials Lava Boots and Frost Flower Boots, I don't have a single one. When searching the promotion store, I happened to see the formula of Frost Flower Boots for sale. So Li Xia was naturally not polite. Although there are still many resources I want to buy. But considering Wang Fugui's points problem, these 3 formulas are the best solution at present. Li Xia took the lead in taking out the endurance potion formula from the ivy backpack and looked at it intently. After checking the information, Li Xia casually entered it into the silver workbench. What kind of potion will be born from the mutation of the Luna potion? I'm really looking forward to it. Li Xia smiled and clicked the recipe page with his finger, sliding up and down to find the required recipe. Materials required for the Endurance Potion, Moonlight Potion X1, Armored Cavefish X1, Shining Root X1. Synthesis time 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Not bad. Li Xia invested resources to synthesize. Of course, according to the old calendar, the synthetic material of the Endurance Potion, the Moonlight Potion, was naturally replaced by the Moon Goddess Potion by Li Xia. Ding! The synthetic material Moonlight Potion was detected to be replaced by the advanced version of the Moon Goddess Potion. Due to the buff effect of the Moon Goddess Potion, the Endurance Potion has mutated and is now renamed the Tyrant Body Potion. Tyrant Body? This name is interesting. Li Xia waited quietly for 5 minutes. After the potion was made, Li Xia couldn't wait to pick up the Tyrant Body Potion floating above the silver workbench and looked at it intently. After checking the potion's effects, Li Xia took a deep breath. Wow! The effect of the Tyrant Body Potion is as powerful as its name. Not only has the fixed damage reduction increased from 10% to 15%, 2 additional effects have been added. Ignore knockback. Fixed damage counterattack 5%. Either of them is a good bonus. The potion's duration has also increased from 4 minutes to 10 minutes. Of course, the cooldown time has also been extended from 30 minutes to 12 hours. This change has indeed reduced the frequency of use of Tyrant Body to some extent. The positioning of the Tyrant Body potion has evolved from a combat move to a hidden weapon. But the duration of the potion has changed, as has the cooling time. For Li Xia, who is planning to use the constant scroll, what does it matter? This potion is powerful enough. Li Xia took out the constant scroll with a smile and chose to use it without any hesitation. Puff! As the constant scroll was torn, a dazzling rainbow of light flashed. A strange large magic rune array appeared on the floor of the workshop. A vacant space was specially reserved in the center of the magic rune array. From the moment he used the constant scroll, Li Xia understood how to use it. Stepping into the empty space of the large magic rune array, and using the enhancement potion here can make the potion effect permanently bless oneself. Li Xia held the Tyrant Body potion in his right hand, stepped into the empty space, sat cross-legged, adjusted everything, and raised his head to drink the Tyrant Body potion. Puff! At the moment he drank the potion, the entire large magic rune array began to charge and operate. The free magic elements in the air were rapidly absorbed by the magic rune array. Then, lines were gradually engraved around Li Xia. The lines connected to each other, and finally completely wrapped Li Xia inside. In the end, Li Xia seemed to be in a cocoon emitting colorful light. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a moment. And it seemed like eternity. Li Xia completely lost his judgment of time in the cocoon. Click! Click! The sound of the cocoon breaking sounded. Pieces of silk cocoons made of magic elements fell off the main body and melted into the air. Huh? Li Xia let out a long breath and opened his eyes. The colorful lines all over his body disappeared under his skin at a very fast speed. With the help of the constant scroll, the Tyrant Body potion has been permanently blessed by himself. From this moment on, Li Xia has an extra passive skill. How can it be described in one word? Li Xia couldn't wait to call out the personal attribute panel to check it out. After the Battle of World Channel Origin Showdown, my strength has indeed made great progress. After Li Xia solved the main event tonight, he was relieved. My strength is definitely more than this. At least after the monk language recasting function appears. Li Xia can also improve his strength in details. But his strength is generally like this. In the short term, it is probably difficult to have a big change. Li Xia stretched and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. Only 1 minute has passed? Li Xia muttered. I thought it had been a long time. So that's the case? Hee hee. Li Xia rolled up his sleeves and took out the second recipe with great enthusiasm. This is a potion recipe with magic elements painted on the surface. After checking the recipe, Li Xia looked confused. Good guy. The raw materials needed for the emotional synthesis magic potion are 2 bottles of weak magic potions and a glowing mushroom? Isn't this too crude? You have to know that the total amount of magic restored by 2 bottles of weak magic potions and 1 glowing mushroom is 120 points. It is even more than the total amount restored by a bottle of magic potion. Making advanced potions is indeed a luxury. But let me be frank. In terms of instant recovery, whether it is a weak magic potion or a glowing mushroom, it cannot be compared with a magic potion. And the recovery of these 120 points of magic value theoretically requires 2 cooldowns. At least 1 minute. In a battlefield, 1 minute can decide the outcome. From this point of view, the advanced version of magic potion still has its merits. Li Xia entered the formula into the silver workbench, swiped his finger up and down, and found the required formula. Magic potion materials required, weak magic potion x2. Glowing mushroom x1 synthesis time 3 seconds. 3 seconds? Not bad. Once the workbench is upgraded to a gold workbench, I think the synthesis of this kind of potion will be completed instantly. Li Xia nodded slightly. Although compared with weak magic potions, the materials for synthesizing magic potions do not include Moonlight Potion. However, the weak magic potion can be replaced with Moonlight Card Weak Magic Potion for synthesis. In this way, the effect is the same. The mutation effect can also be obtained. This can be confirmed from the Moonlight Card Healing Potion made before. However, the total amount of consumables required for advanced magic potions is actually 2 bottles of Moonlight Potion. even the Scarlet Moon Goddess well, which has been enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation and has permanent skills. The output of Moon Goddess Potion is also limited, even if it can be instantly produced after synthesis. But it is unrealistic to supply it to all players in the regional channel as a specialty of the shelter without limit. However, with the output of the Scarlet Moon Goddess well, it is more than enough to supply myself and even the Sword of Dawn. Thinking of this, Li Xia invested resources, tapped the page with his finger, and said, Synthesis. Chapter 179. Ding! Detected that the synthesis material Moonlight Potion has been replaced with the advanced material Moon Goddess Potion. Due to the enhancement effect of Moon Goddess Potion, the magic potion has mutated and is now renamed Moon Goddess Brand Magic Potion. Hearing this pleasant reminder sound, a smile appeared on Li Xia's face. Waiting patiently for the magic potion to be synthesized, Li Xia immediately picked up a bottle of blue test tube potion floating above the silver workbench and looked at it intently. Compared with the magic potion, the Moon Goddess Brand Magic Potion has an enhanced magic gain effect. From the perspective of the total amount of magic recovery, the total amount of recovery of a bottle of Moon Goddess Brand Magic Potion has reached a terrifying 120 points. The cooling time is still 60 seconds. But Li Xia can reduce the potion cooling time by 3 seconds again with the blessing of the Scarlet Magnetic Flower accessory. The Moon Goddess Brand Magic Potion has a very strong improvement on Li Xia's combat endurance. What a pity! Li Xia shook his head and sighed. Because the production of the Moon Goddess Brand Magic Potion consumes a large amount of Moon Goddess Potion. In addition, there are also Death Kiss Potion, Life Surge Potion, and Moon Goddess Arrow Potion. These scattered high-level potions also need to be made daily, and the production share of Scarlet Moon Goddess will be divided up on time. In this way, it is obvious that the Moon Goddess Brand Magic Potion cannot be mass-produced. You are greedy for more. And now it is a good result. Li Xia laughed at himself. After all, with the current output of Scarlet Moon well, it is completely fine to sell a small part of it inside the Sword of Dawn. Li Xia stored the Moon Brand Magic Potion in the ivy backpack. Then, he took out a recipe with a silver-white high-footed boot pattern on the surface and looked at it intently. Frost Flower Boots are advanced mobility accessories, and they are one of the only 2 accessories for synthesizing Terra's shining boots. Earlier, Wang Fuguei found Li Xia and asked him to think about what resources to buy. But at that time, Li Xia didn't have much idea, and he couldn't let Wang Fuguei wait for him in the middle of the night. Right? Li Xia simply selected a few necessary recipes according to the number of points Wang Fuguei had left. Frost Flower Boots was one of them, and because of the tight time. In fact, Li Xia didn't know what advanced accessories were needed to synthesize Frost Flower Boots until the last second. After all, in the World Channel Origin Showdown last week, although Li Xia would check the promotion store whenever he had time, but the resources in the promotion store were numerous. At that time, he did not have Terra's shining boots. How could Li Xia pay special attention to what Frost Flower Boots were? But fate happened here. One of the synthetic materials of Frost Flower Boots is lightning boots. This was expected a long time ago. But, ice skates? This was indeed beyond Li Xia's expectations. But when exploring the ice and snow biome before, the 5-man team can enter the subsidiary plane of the ice and snow biome. Li Xia also obtained a pair of skates during the exploration of this biome. Although the effect of the basic accessory of skates is very simple, but skates have the type entry of the material for making. In addition, Li Xia himself has a collecting habit. He even collects basic accessories such as step stools that are almost useless, let alone skates. So, by accident, Li Xia now has a pair of skates on hand. Doesn't that mean Frost Flower Boots are just around the corner? The progress of Terra's shining boots has been completed halfway so easily. This is too cool. Great. Li Xia smiled and quickly entered the Frost Flower Boots formula into the silver workbench. Afterwards, Li Xia clicked on the recipe page and swiped his finger up and down to find the required recipe. Materials required for Frost Flower Boots: Lightning Boots X1. Ice Skates X1. Synthesis time 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Li Xia frowned slightly. With many bonuses such as the Heart of the Craftsman, it actually takes 20 minutes to synthesize a pair of Frost Flower Boots? Or the workbench level is too low? Godfather. Li Xia turned around and found Celia peeking through the door. There was some white powder on her head, face, and even hands. Celia, what's the matter? By the way, it's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? Not only did you not sleep, but you also made your body so dirty? What were you doing just now? Celia stuck out her tongue and said playfully, I was making dumplings for you, Godfather. With your favorite beef and sour bamboo shoots filling. Damn it. Why? Woo woo woo. Celia is too good. Li Xia finally hardened his heart and wanted to teach Celia a lesson. Who knew that she stayed up all night for him? And she prepared dumplings for him. Who can resist this? Godfather, come out and have a rest. And have a midnight snack. If you don't eat now, it won't taste good, Celia urged. Hey! Come right away. Li Xia came back to his senses, found the skates he needed from the silver storage box, and added the lighting boots from the accessories column to synthesize. Then Li Xia rushed to the restaurant. A plate of steaming dumplings had been waiting for a long time. Li Xia was really hungry after being busy until now. He didn't say anything polite to Celia, picked up a dumpling with chopsticks, and put it into his mouth, along with chewing with teeth. The beef soup contained in the dumpling splashed in the mouth, and the sour bamboo shoots that were accidentally bitten added a bit of flavor. Wow! Wow! Delicious! Li Xia's eyes lit up, and he immediately ate heartily. Seeing this, Celia smiled. She supported her chin with both hands and watched Li Xia wolfing down the food. Godfather, eat slowly. There's more in the pot. Celia's portion is almost cold. Why don't you eat mine first? Li Xia raised his head. No. You eat quickly. I'll go to the kitchen and get it when the time comes. Oh! Why are you being so polite to Celia? Godfather? Come on. Eat. Celia was feeding with great interest. For Celia, feeding was much more fun than eating delicious food. Godfather, the World Channel Origin Showdown has ended. What are our plans for the future? Celia, please tell me in advance that no matter what you plan, you must take me with you. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Li Xia explained. Let's take a break for a few days and digest the harvest this time. After a while, Godfather will take you to explore other biomes. Yeah. Celia nodded hurriedly. She was very happy when she heard that she was included in Li Xia's plan. After supper, Celia thoughtfully served the hot tea that had been prepared long ago, and got up to clean the table. Li Xia took the hot tea and walked towards the workshop. While walking, he said, Celia, after washing the dishes, you should hurry up and go to bed. Oh, I know. Godfather, go and do your thing. Li Xia laughed and closed the door of the workshop. He looked up. He saw a pair of silver white high boots floating above the silver workbench. Finally, Li Xia was excited and walked quickly to the silver workbench. He picked up the frost flower boots and looked at them eagerly. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction and then loaded the frost flower boots into the accessories column. He turned his head and looked out the window. It was already dark at this time. If he waited for a few more hours, it would be dawn. Li Xia thought for a moment, and finally opened the friend channel. Li Xia, Hongdo. I need a basic mobile accessory. Skates. Li Xia, but there is no rush. You can make one for me tomorrow when you are free. After sending the message, he closed the friend channel page directly, walked into the bathroom, and prepared to wash and sleep. This pair of skates was not for Li Xia himself, but for Celia. After all, other players only need to consider themselves when upgrading their accessories. Li Xia also needs to consider Celia. Although Li Xia only has one pair of skates, but as early as in the previous biological community exploration, Li Xia and Su Hongdo had made an agreement. If he has any basic accessories that Su Hongdo does not have at present, let her use the dwarf heritage to analyze the accessories and reverse the formula. In order to repay Li Xia, Su Hongdo may have formed an offensive and defensive alliance. These are basic accessories or advanced accessories made by analyzing the formula. The net profit between the two is naturally divided into 30% and 70%. Li Xia takes 30%, and Su Hongdo takes 70%. Don't think that 30% seems to be too little. The problem is that in this whole transaction, Li Xia only produced an accessory. The rest of the production and sales are all in the charge of Su Hongdo. Of course, given the relationship between Su Hongdo and Li Xia, the way this profit is distributed is more or less problematic. But both parties knew it. But they were still happy with it. The same is true for skates. So, Li Xiao was never afraid that the advanced formula would suddenly need some basic accessories. Because he had Su Hongdou as his backing. As long as there was one accessory. For the two of them. It meant that they had an endless number of accessories. The sun rose and the moon set. Early the next morning. The sound of the silver workbench running at full capacity still rang in the workshop. No need to guess. Li Xiao must have gotten up early, and was busy in the workshop. With a puff. The silver workbench stopped working. A golden source of gold floated above the workbench. Li Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It's not easy. I got up early, and have been busy until now. The last second-level source of gold has been made. During the World Channel Origin Duel, Li Xiao harvested a total of 10 sources of gold. In addition, in the version update, the 3 sources of gold given by winning the World Channel Origin Duel, Li Xiao now has 13 first-level gold sources. What makes Li Xiao angry is, when eating supper last night, Li Xiao asked Celia about it. Asked her what she chose from the 5 rewards of SSS level evaluation besides Lucky Lantern Night. Who knows? Even Celia, who is now a player, still did not get the other reward options. Li Xiao came up with a few guesses this morning. Although Celia is a player, she still retains some characteristics of the companion species. Race evolution accidentally gave Celia the identity of a player. More importantly, it qualified her to participate in the game of this era. As for Celia, who had never entered the temporary plane, entered the initial city in Wang City, and killed the Japanese player during the World Channel Origin Duel. Her World Channel Origin Duel this time was a complete slacking. So much so, during the reward settlement period after the duel, Celia was not given special treatment for special circumstances. Or maybe it was because of the calculation of this reward. The unknown existence gave rewards based on the shelter. 1 shelter. 1 player. 1 reward. It's reasonable. Right? But who asked Li Xiao and Celia to be the minority? But no matter what the reason is, it doesn't matter. After all, the rewards are nothing more than what Li Xiao got. 3 gold sources. For the 2 of them, it's not a very precious resource. Thinking of this, Li Xiao picked up the second-level gold source and looked at it intently. Chapter 180. First-level gold source can strengthen first-level skills. Second-level gold source can strengthen second-level skills. A very reasonable skill upgrade and enhancement system. But in this way, as the survival game of the restraint system continues to advance, in the future, each player's consumption of gold source will only increase. There are not many special enemies with big appetites, but gold sources. The competition between players for gold sources will only become more and more intense. Li Xiao carefully examined the notes of the second-level gold source again. Other ways? Hee. Li Xiao sneered. Under normal circumstances, the contents of any item panel interface note information are not aimless. Li Xiao believes that the second-level gold source note page is the same. If this premise is confirmed, then who knows what new features and patches will be added in the future as the version of the survival game is updated. But these are things for the future. Even if you look to the future, you still have to live in the present. At present, his level is stuck at the second level, without hunting new bosses to obtain boss badges to upgrade. Even if he has several second-level gold sources in front of him now, Li Xiao cannot use them. But this does not mean that these second-level gold sources are not important. In a big way, these are the foundation of his shelter. In a small way, these can save him a lot of trouble. Of course, the uselessness of the second-level gold source does not mean that the evolution gold source is useless. From the beginning to the end, except for the skill data vision, which is automatically acquired and permanently fixed wherever you land. To this day, Li Xiao has 2 active skills, 1 passive skill, and 1 scarlet crystal arrow that is not evolved. The scarlet crystal arrow skill cannot be used when Li Xiao uses non-bow and crossbow weapons. This restriction has almost greatly reduced his superiority in fighting on the battlefield. Now that he can get rid of the shackles, it is naturally great. Li Xiao took out the evolution gold source from the ivy backpack and said in his heart, "Use it." In the workshop, golden light flashed in an instant, and the dark golden light covered the entire house. Li Xiao could clearly feel that his own power was increasing rapidly. However, in a moment, the skill panel of the scarlet crystal arrow automatically popped up and appeared in front of him. Li Xiao looked at it carefully. Skill name, Scarlet Crystal Strike. Skill attribute, Active Permanent Mastery. Level, Level 2. Consumption of magic points, 20 points. Cooling time, 2 minutes. Effect, can be used with any weapon. The player consumes 20 points of magic points and casts Scarlet Crystal Strike on the enemy, ignoring the enemy's defense. It causes 200% of the basic damage to the first enemy and causes a fixed 2 seconds of dizziness to the enemy. On this basis, Scarlet Crystal Strike will also chain attacks on enemies within a 50-meter radius of the first target. Number of links, 10. Chain damage, 100% of the user's basic attack damage. Learning requirement, Archery. Note, Scarlet Crystal arrows evolve under the blessing of Evolution Gold Source and obtain the authority of Chain. The Scarlet Crystal Strike will have a strong range of lethality and is a good choice for players to deal with a large number of enemies. After checking the panel data of Scarlet Crystal Strike, Li Xiao was silent. In comparison, Scarlet Heavy Strike obtains the authority of Guaranteed Hit. Scarlet Crystal Strike obtains the authority of Chain. It is hard to say which of the two powers is better or worse, judging from the damage alone. Undoubtedly, the Chain authority of Scarlet Crystal Strike is more valuable for increasing Li Xiao's attack damage. The mana consumption and cooling time of Scarlet Crystal Strike have not changed. Even the percentage damage of Scarlet Crystal Strike to the first enemy and the fixed stun time have not changed. In addition to the fixed use of Evolution Gold Source to remove the restriction on the type of weapon used. The original Scarlet Crystal Arrow hits the first enemy. It causes 100% splash damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. However, with the blessing of Chain authority, the Scarlet Crystal Strike becomes a chain attack. The distance is extended from a 5-meter radius to a 50-meter radius. The number of links is clearly 10. The link damage is still the same as 100% of the basic attack damage. This is an extremely valuable improvement. The 5-meter radius is too limited, and the 50-meter radius, plus 10 chain attack targets. It will greatly enhance Li Xiao's group damage ability. In this way, my shortcomings, which were not really shortcomings, have been made up for. Li Xiao nodded slightly. He was satisfied with the result of the skill evolution this time. Ding! Ding! Wang Fugue, Master Xia. I have sent you the breakfast you ordered yesterday. Remember to receive it and eat it while it is hot. Wang Fugue, by the way, you can also order what you want to eat at noon and dinner in advance. Wang Fugue, however, the ingredients are limited. These are the only dishes I can make at present. See if there are any dishes that suit your taste specially for Master Xiao's 3 meals menu. Click to view detailed information. Li Xia turned his head and looked out the window. The sun had just climbed over the horizon. Although the weather is getting colder, and the season is gradually turning from summer to winter. But Wang Fugue prepared breakfast so early. So he must have gotten up earlier than me. Li Xia smiled and replied quickly. Li Xia, okay. I have received breakfast here. Thank you for Fugue's hospitality. You can do whatever you want for lunch and dinner. Li Xia, I am from the south. But my mother is from the north. So I am used to both southern and northern cuisines. Wang Fugue, is that so? That's fine. I'll prepare it at noon. Wang Fugue, by the way, Master Xia, do you have any dietary restrictions? Li Xia, except bitter melon. Everything else is fine. Also, if the dishes you cook need coriander, remember to put more. I'm a coriander fan. Wang Fugue, no problem. I'll take care of these. Then I won't bother you, Master Xia. I'll go get busy first. Li Xia, okay. Let's chat back. At the same time after the chat ended, Su Hongdo also sent a message. Su Hongdo, okay. 1 pair of skates. Right. I saw the message this morning, and it has been made. I will send it to you now. Li Xia, thank you. Su Hongdo, please. Don't be so polite to me. Rich man. Su Hongdo, by the way, I have to say one more thing. You sent me this message at about 3 o'clock in the morning yesterday. Su Hongdo, there are no disaster events this week. And there is no World Channel Origin Showdown. It's hard to rest for a few days. I advise you to relax the tense nerves in your mind. Li Xia, ha ha ha. I will consider it. But didn't they specifically mention it when the version of the survival game was updated? Li Xia, players can use this week to rest and adjust. And they can also use this week to overtake others. Su Hongdo, please. You are the undisputed number 1 in our 9,527 area channel. Su Hongdo, it is simply a fantasy for those ordinary players to overtake you in a week. Su Hongdo, forget about them. Evenly benching, and I don't have any hope of overtaking Li Xia, ha ha ha. If someone else said that, I wouldn't be so happy. But when you said that, I was unexpectedly happy. Li Xia, okay. I know what you said. Don't worry. I will relax after I finish the work at hand. Su Hongdo, well, anyway, it's good that you know it. I'm just giving you a suggestion from the standpoint of a friend. Li Xia, just friends? Su Hongdo, yes, and the Dawnbreaker's advice to her beloved captain. Li Xia, ha ha ha. That's enough. I won't tease you anymore. Good morning. I wish you all the best this day. Su Hongdo, yes. You too. After finishing the chat, Li Xia summoned the core of the shelter, took out the skates, and made another pair of frost flower boots on the silver workbench. This ended the busy morning and came to the restaurant. Li Xia summoned the core of the shelter, took out the breakfast made by Wang Fugui and arranged it neatly. Celia also came out of the bathroom at this time. Good morning. Godfather. Good morning. How did you sleep last night? Not bad. Celia sat on the chair with a smile, looking at the meal in front of her in a daze. Godfather. Did you make these? I have never seen these breakfasts before. What are they? Is it delicious? Celia's attention was completely attracted by the meal. Li Xia smiled and said, it takes time and energy to make these. Of course, I don't have that much free time. But we will have someone to provide 3 meals a day in the future. So you can order whatever you want. These breakfasts are made by my friend. They are very common breakfasts in our world. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed dumplings. Try them and see how they taste. Hey! Celia couldn't wait to pick up a steamed dumpling and put it in her mouth. Aha! Hot! Hot! Celia held the steamed dumpling in her mouth and fanned it with her hands. Seeing this, Li Xia smiled and said, you are so old. Eat slowly and drink some soy milk quickly. Celia heard this and quickly drank a mouthful of soy milk. Then she came to her senses. Delicious. Delicious. Li Xia laughed when she saw Celia wolfing down her food. After breakfast, Celia volunteered to take the plate and go into the kitchen. Li Xia stopped Celia in advance and gave her the frost flower boots as a gift. Naturally, he received another thank you. Godfather. While Celia was washing the dishes, Li Xia drank hot tea while calling out the promotion store and carefully selecting. The promotion store is not like the previous point store, which can only exist during the event and will disappear immediately once it ends. The promotion store will at least exist during this triumphant week, so Li Xia is not in a hurry to spend all the points. What if there are any changes this week and some specific resources are needed? These must be considered in place, so it is necessary to reserve some points. Li Xia carefully searched in the promotion store. In the end, he did not find the formula or finished product of the basic accessory, the monster killing counter. Instead, I only got one piece of information. The monster counter is a unique accessory for the dungeon biome. In the current promotion store, although the monster counter is a basic accessory, it does not have the right to be sold. This also means that the production of Li Xia's personal digital assistant is still stuck. But this search is not without results. Li Xia saw 2 very valuable resources in the promotion store. Book of Arms price, 50,000 credits. Philosopher's Stone price, 150,000 credits. Although these 2 resources are not cheap and are worthless to other players, they are a pleasant surprise to Li Xia. Of course, he bought the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone without hesitation. Weapon column, equipment column, accessories column? Li Xia looked out the window at the skybreaking gargoyle, who was diligently collecting resources in the automatic collection device for dropped items, and raised his mouth. The gargoyle that Li Xia obtained was not ordinary. After integrating the skybreaking archer inheritance, 9527 advanced to become the skybreaking gargoyle. Moreover, because of its passive skill gargoyle's toughness, Li Xia didn't have to worry about the skybreaking gargoyle being killed. Now the strength of the 3rd level skybreaking gargoyle cannot be underestimated. If the skybreaking gargoyle can open up a weapon column, equipment column, and accessories column, this will make up for the last shortcoming of the skybreaking gargoyle. Li Xia will match the skybreaking gargoyle with a set of top-level weapons and armor sets, plus a series of accessories. Maybe by then, the strength of the skybreaking gargoyle will jump into the 1st echelon. In this way, add wings to the tiger. Chapter 181. The Book of Arms is the key to strengthening the strength of the gargoyles. Although it is powerful, it is expensive to make. In the survival game of the last era, many gargoyle squads, except for the gargoyles in specific garrison areas, will obtain supplies of resources such as the Book of Arms due to the needs of the war. For example, the skybreaking gargoyles are stationed in Sky Island, which belongs to the rear area, so naturally there is no resource supply. But wait until Sky Island falls. Not only the Golden Rose Kingdom, but the resources of the entire alliance are highly tense and scarce. The high-level decision-makers of the Golden Rose Kingdom and the alliance. It is even more impossible to waste resources on the improvement of the strength of the intermediate standard intelligent weapon gargoyle. In this way, gargoyle number 9527 has always been the most basic version until the change of the era. He has not obtained the Book of Arms, nor the Philosopher's Stone. Fortunately, Li Xiao's points at this moment are rich compared to the players in the entire regional channel. It is not a problem to spend points to buy the Book of Arms to improve the strength of the skybreaking gargoyle. After all, this is also a disguised way to improve my strength. Li Xiao put the Book of Arms on the table and picked up a palm-sized stone to look at it. This so-called Philosopher's Stone exudes an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. It has naturally formed complex and dazzling light golden lines all over its body. At first glance, you can tell that this is a valuable item. And the fact is indeed so. After all, the Book of Arms that can allow the skybreaking gargoyle to open up the weapon column, equipment column, and accessories column only needs 50,000 points to buy. But the Philosopher's Stone requires 150,000 points, which is 3 times the cost of the Book of Arms. Although the various resources sold in the promotion store are not cheap, and even criticized, but you get what you pay for. If there is no high-quality effect, the promotion store will never market so high. Li Xiao smiled and looked down. The Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone are 2 matching resources. The real function of the Philosopher's Stone is to allow the skybreaking gargoyle to break through the 4th level limit and evolve to a higher level. The gargoyles that use the Philosopher's Stone and the gargoyles that do not use the Philosopher's Stone are 2 completely different concepts. This means that in the future, the skybreaking gargoyles will no longer fall behind due to the constraints of combat power and level. On the contrary, as long as Li Xiao trains it properly, the skybreaking gargoyles will become one of Li Xiao's best helpers. These 150,000 points are worth spending. Sorry to bother you, Commander. This morning, I collected 3 skill books and 2 weapons with a basic attack of less than 25 points from the automatic collection device for dropped items. Do you want to sell them? The skybreaking gargoyle asked from the doorway. Li Xiao looked up. Are there any new skill books or weapons? Upon hearing this, the scarlet eyes of the skybreaking gargoyle flickered slightly. Reporting to the commander, the resources collected today are all the categories you have obtained in the past. And there are no new resources that have not been obtained. Li Xiao waved his hand. Is that so? You can just put it in my personal store and sell it at the market price. Okay, Commander. I'll do it right away. The skybreaking gargoyle took a step to walk towards the workshop. But after taking 2 steps, it stopped inexplicably. The skybreaking gargoyle seemed to be pulled back by an inexplicable attraction. It turned around and stared at the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone on the table. The scarlet eyes on its face were flashing at a very fast speed. Meaning, Commander, Your Excellency, what are these 2 resources? The skybreaking gargoyle spoke stumblingly for the first time. Because these 2 resources were too important to the skybreaking gargoyle. It didn't even dare to believe that after the change of era, it could see the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone again in the survival game of this era. Li Xiao saw this and smiled. Book of Arms and Philosopher's Stone. What? You don't even recognize these 2 resources? No. No. It's just, Commander. Even in the last era, the Book of Arms and Philosopher's Stone were extremely scarce resources. Especially the Philosopher's Stone. I really can't believe that I can see these 2 resources again. The skybreaking gargoyle stuttered in reply. Li Xiao explained, this is a gift I prepared for you. But both the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone need to reach the 4th level before they can be used. You also need to speed up the level upgrade. At this point, Li Xiao slapped his forehead and asked, by the way, I forgot to ask you before. According to the current World Rule promotion speed, how long will it take for the World Rule to be completely promoted to the 4th level? It will take, at most a week. The skybreaking gargoyle was a little bit unbelievable when he said this. Wait, Commander. Are you saying that the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone are prepared for me? Of course. Otherwise we would have a second sky-breaking gargoyle in the shelter? No, that's not what I meant. It's just, these two resources are really too valuable. Li Xiao waved his hand and interrupted the sky-breaking gargoyle. Okay. I'm not worried about this problem. What else are you worried about? Improve your strength as soon as possible. Only in this way can you help me better in the later stage. Do you understand? The sky-breaking gargoyle heard this, and the scarlet eyes on his face flashed rapidly again. Since it was promoted to the 3rd level, its thinking and IQ have improved again. But even so, the sky-breaking gargoyle never thought that as a mid-level standard intelligent weapon servant, Li Xiao would be so good to him. The sky-breaking gargoyle was stunned in place for so long that Li Xiao almost thought it had crashed. Yes, Commander. I understand. Please rest assured. I will follow your footsteps to the death. Yes. Li Xiao waved his hand. You go and get busy first. Yes. After the sky-breaking gargoyle entered the workshop, Li Xiao also temporarily stored the 2 resources in the ivy backpack. Then, I spent the whole morning chatting with Celia. This kind of day, without enemy monsters and disasters is really too comfortable. After lunch at noon, it was drizzling. Seeing this, Celia took the sky-breaking gargoyle and prepared to try her luck at various lakes. See if she could kill a group of plump 6-eyed flying fish to satisfy her appetite. Li Xiao continued to work. Although it was called work, the intensity of the work was completely different from that of the previous few weeks. For Li Xiao, this was already a break. Workroom. Li Xiao sat on a chair and took out a recipe with a bloody cover from the ivy backpack. The Scarlet Land Crystal Tower formula is obviously of higher quality than the Desert Crystal Tower formula that Li Xiao got at the beginning. Of course, correspondingly, the materials required to build the Scarlet Land Crystal Tower are also more expensive. But some silver ingots, gold ingots, and sapphire gems are not a problem for Li Xiao now. It's just the Scarlet Land Crystal Tower formula. The sentence in the note information. What does it mean to hunt the boss of the Scarlet Land? Could it be that the Scarlet Land itself contains the boss? But Li Xiao, with his previous experience of killing so many bosses, found that these bosses have one thing in common. They should all live in the kingdom of power they control. Crimson Land? Kingdom of power? His. Li Xiao's face was grim. Could it be that the Scarlet Land, a large special biological community, is itself the boss's kingdom of power? A large, materialized, kingdom of power? This conjecture made Li Xiao gasp. He quickly took out another formula with a blue abyss-like cover from his ivy backpack and looked at it intently. On one side is the fallen kingdom of bloody killing. On the other side is the greedy and endless swallowing abyss. And the saying that the treasure house is also a fallen land. Does it further prove his conjecture? The 2 large special biological communities, the Crimson Land and the Corrupted Land, are essentially the kingdoms of power where the 2 enemy bosses live? If that's true, that's great. Li Xiao was overjoyed. Because this also shows that even without a disaster event, Li Xiao also found a new way to hunt bosses. After successfully killing the boss, you will get the boss badge and boss relics. These 2 resources are fixedly dropped by the first boss kill. It means that the shelter will be further upgraded, and your own level will be raised again. This is indeed an unexpected surprise. Wait! Li Xiao frowned as he thought of this. If this is true, does it mean that everyone is on the same starting line again? After all, no one in the entire 9527 area channel has received the first kill reward for the bosses of the 2 large special biomes, the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land. If other players get there first, it means that he will lose at least 2 platinum treasure chest rewards. How can this be possible? The resources needed to make the Crimson Crystal Tower and the Corruption Crystal Tower have already been prepared in their own shelter. But will each biome have a teleportation crystal tower in the future? It's not impossible. It's just that there seems to be a better way. During the World Channel Origin Showdown last week, Li Xiao had nothing to do and was browsing the list of products in the promotion store. It seems that he has found similar resources that can make up for this defect. What is it? Li Xiao called out the promotion store and quickly flipped through it. Haha. I said there is one. Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower Core price, 30,000 points. Li Xiao did not hesitate at all and quickly completed the purchase. He took out a hexagonal crystal from the core of the shelter and looked at it intently. Li Xia punched hard. The multidimensional fusion crystal tower is the teleportation crystal tower that a real man should use. Obviously, because it is more suitable for the Han people's physique. Chapter 182. Forest Biome. Silver Shelter. Courtyard. Li Xia's personality has always been the kind of person who does what he says. Not to mention if we really speculate based on the existing information. Then the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land are not only two large special biomes, but also two materialized kingdoms of power. This means that two bosses of unknown strength are waiting for all players to favor them. A race against time to win the first boss kill is about to begin. Li Xia doesn't have much time to waste. Because I guess other players are also eager to try. Since the version update, the settlement of the shelter ranking rewards has changed from once a week to once a month. For Li Xia, he has one less way to get the treasure chest rewards regularly. It is even more impossible for him to generously give the treasure chest rewards given by the boss's first kill to other players. Then Li Xia watched others surpass him with the treasure chest rewards they received. At this moment, he stood beside the desert crystal tower, took out the multidimensional fusion crystal tower core, stuck it on the surface of the desert crystal tower, and whispered "Use." A dazzling golden light flashed. The hexagonal multidimensional fusion crystal tower core in Li Xia's hand was integrated into the interior of the desert crystal tower like mercury. In just a moment, the surface of the desert crystal tower changed from yellow-brown to a high-tech bright silver. Li Xia couldn't wait to look at it. After checking the panel data of the multidimensional fusion crystal tower, Li Xia sighed and was a little disappointed. He thought that after using the multidimensional fusion crystal tower core, the upgrade requirements would be reduced accordingly. I didn't expect that. But it's true. After all, the multidimensional fusion crystal tower core can be purchased in the promotion store for only 30,000 points. It can't be that this amount of points can bring a value for money effect. Right? Look at it from another angle. At least after using the multidimensional fusion crystal tower core, there will be only one teleportation crystal tower in the future of the shelter. As for the resources needed to upgrade the multidimensional fusion crystal tower, Li Xia wanted to say that these resources were nothing. But the problem was, Ruby and Diamond are two high-level gem resources. Don't say that Li Xia doesn't have any stock. Even if all the players in the entire regional channel took out their stocks, presumably, there would not be more than 3 digits of diamonds and rubies. But fortunately, in order to upgrade the multidimensional fusion crystal tower, the shelter needs to reach level 6. And now the shelter is only level 5. There is still time. There is still enough time for Li Xia to find and store these gem resources. Li Xia took out the teleportation crystal tower formulas of the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land from the Ivy backpack and integrated them into the multidimensional fusion crystal tower. Current teleportation anchor coordinates: 1. Desert Biome. 2. Crimson Land open after the end of the Triumph Week. 3. Corruption Land open after the end of the Triumph Week. Li Xia, what's going on? Look at this. Before the Triumph Week is over, the multidimensional fusion crystal tower can't let Li Xia teleport to the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land? Is this because of the multidimensional fusion crystal tower? Or is it the result of the version update? Li Xia suddenly remembered that when the 1.3 version of the survival game was updated, there was a message on the update page that said, during the Triumph Week, the disaster events that have been changed to limited time, long-term, and special types did not arrive as scheduled, and will never come back during the Triumph Week. Does this also mean, because the two large special biomes, the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land, are actually large-scale states of power in substance, and in order to prevent those disasters from happening during the Triumphal Week, the teleportation time of the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land must wait until the end of the Triumphal Week? If this is the case, then everything makes sense. Ding! Ding! Just at this time, Li Bianqing sent a message. Li Xia slowly called out the friend channel to check. Li Bianqing, brother Xia, I have a shocking news for you. The Crimson Land and the Corrupted Land are likely to be the boss's kingdoms. Li Bianqing, how is it? You are so shocked that you can't speak. Right? Li Bianqing, damn. Who would have thought that two large special biomes are actually two kingdoms of authority? Li Bianqing, this is simply incredible. The previous bosses were not so outrageous. No wonder when the 1.3 version of the survival game was updated, each player was given a corresponding crystal tower formula. Li Bianqing sent a long message without stopping. It was obvious that he could not hide his excitement after getting the truth. Li Xia. Well, I wanted to be excited. But I just learned the truth a moment ago. Li Bianqing. What? How did you know? Who told you? Li Xia. No one. I deduced it myself. But you? Who told you this news? Li Bianqing. Damn. I forgot that you are also good at discovering details in life. I also deduced it myself like you. And then talked with my friends in the intelligence network for a while to confirm the authenticity of this news. Li Xia, has it been confirmed? I have to say, you guys are pretty fast. Li Bianqing. It's fast enough. After all, Li Bianqing, if this news is confirmed to be true, it means that at least 2 boss first kill rewards are waiting for us. Who can resist? Li Bianqing. Anyway, I couldn't resist. But you don't need to worry. Because I built a crystal tower in the corruption land, and found that players can't teleport during the Triumph Week. Li Xia, I just got to know this information. I recommend you to go to the promotion store and spend 30,000 points to buy an item called Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower Core. Li Xia, to be honest, this Multidimensional Fusion Crystal Tower Core is quite useful. Li Bianqing, come on. Do you think everyone is as rich as you? Brother Xia? We are all children from poor families. Li Bianqing, 30,000 points just to buy a multidimensional fusion crystal tower core? I might as well use these points to buy a potion formula. Li Xia, ha ha ha. Whatever you want. But to be honest, I just built the multidimensional fusion crystal tower because I wanted to get the first kill reward for the boss. And I wanted to kill the boss as soon as possible. Li Bianqing, Brother Xia, give us your saliva. Li Bianqing, but to be honest, even if we have to wait until the end of the Triumph Week to teleport to the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land, many players have reached a consensus on the nature of this week. Li Xia, what consensus? Li Bianqing, Triumph Week is not a resting time to play badly, but a time for players to overtake others. Li Bianqing, overtaking others is not just for low-level players in the regional channel, but for everyone. Li Bianqing, as far as I know, all the players in the first echelon should know this news now. And 99% of them want to narrow the gap with you. Li Xia, now that you say that, I really feel a sense of crisis. Li Xia, actually, the rewards for killing the bosses in the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land have put us on the same starting line. So it all depends on our abilities. Li Xia, okay. I'm getting excited by what you said, and I have to speed up my busy pace, so I can't be surpassed by you so quickly. Li Bianqing, ha ha ha. Okay. Let's chat later. Ah. Li Xia closed the friend channel and sighed. It's a good vacation. I just like to roll. Roll? Roll everything. Then don't blame me, the king of rolls, for starting to roll. Li Xia turned around and prepared to return to the shelter, and suddenly found the automatic collection device for dropped items in the right front. I currently have enough Scarlet points. With Li Xia's current strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to obtain Scarlet points. The major buildings of the shelter's defense system have basically been scarletized. The only exception is the automatic collection device for dropped items at the end of the closed loop of the shelter's defense system. At this moment, there has been no Crimson Assimilation enhancement, although the automatic drop collection device is not as aggressive as the Crimson Arrow Tower and Crimson Mage Tower. But in terms of value alone, this automatic drop collection device is not comparable to the Crimson Arrow Tower and Crimson Mage Tower. Before, it was understandable that I didn't perform Crimson Assimilation enhancement because I was short of money. Now Li Xia has a lot more money. Naturally, the pace of Crimson Assimilation enhancement can be accelerated again. Crimson points required to assimilate the automatic drop collection device into Crimson exclusive, 12,000 points. Only 12,000 points. No big deal. Li Xia smiled slightly, touched the surface of the automatic drop collection device with his palm, and whispered, assimilation. Hiss. Li Xia looked at the panel data of the Scarlet automatic drop collection device with interest. What does it mean? This time, the Scarlet assimilation enhancement has completely activated the potential of the automatic drop collection device. Not only did it obtain various assimilation enhancements in the conventional sense, but it also obtained the blessing of greedy authority. Let's be honest. The effect granted by the greedy authority is really powerful. The 12,000 Scarlet points are really worth it. Li Xia stood there thinking for a moment, then returned to the workshop and took out a fiberglass fishing rod from the silver storage box. Since players need to wait until the end of the Triumph week before they can explore the Scarlet Land and the Corruption Land. Then this week, at most, it is a roll of progress and strength. But it is not so that someone will get ahead of him to kill the boss of the Scarlet Land and the Corruption Land. Now the drizzle has stopped. Mid-afternoon is the perfect time for fishing. It just so happens that Li Xiao's title of civilized angler has been fully charged. In addition, he has enchanted Night Walker bait that increases experience by a moderate amount. Before the triumphal week ends, it is also a top priority to upgrade the title level of civilized angler as soon as possible. This can be considered as having both work and life. Right? He does it as soon as he says it. Li Xiao grows wings on his back and flies to the nearest lake outside the shelter. After finding a feng shui treasure land, Li Xiao sat down peacefully. He took out the fiberglass fishing rod, hung the enchanted Night Walker bait, and did not forget to call out the accessories column and load the fisherman earrings into the accessories column. In this way, Li Xiao used the civilized angler title this time, so that the experience progress bar can get the maximum benefit increase. Wait! Li Xiao looked around to prevent the emergence of enemies around him and disturb his fishing time. He took out the slime staff and waved it. 2 huge armed slime mother shooters and captains, like left and right guards, protected Li Xiao. Everything was ready. Swoosh! Li Xiao waved the fiberglass fishing rod and threw the float steadily into the center of the lake. Use civilized angler. Chapter 183. In the quiet forest, from time to time, there are a few jumping slime monsters. Like a hound with a keen sense of smell, they pounce towards Li Xiao. But before these slime monsters get close and disturb Li Xiao's rare fishing time, his left and right guards, 2 huge armed slime mothers, held sand guns and fired at the approaching slime monsters. Swish! 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 The silver bullet slid out of the gun barrel at a high speed, and the dense and continuous fire line instantly sent these slime monsters back to heaven. Of course, if there is a paradise in the survival game. A breeze blew. Ripples appeared on the lake. Li Xiao ignored everything outside the window and stared at the buoy in the middle of the lake. 5 minutes later, the buoy began to sink and float on the water. Li Xiao was delighted and raised the fiberglass fishing rod. Congratulations to the player for getting the golden treasure box. A pleasant reminder sounded. Li Xiao looked down at the golden treasure box in his hand and nodded slightly. Good luck this time. Li Xiao called out the title panel page to check. Title: Civilized Angler 0%. Quality: Excellent 75%. This time, the user Civilized Angler. Title: Conducted treasure box fishing. With the blessing of the enchanted Night Walker bait and the fisherman's earrings, the title gained an additional 45% experience progress bar increase. This week, only one more treasure box fishing is needed. Li Xiao can upgrade the quality of the Civilized Angler title again. If the triumphal week is not over, I can get a quality promotion reward. Unfortunately, although the basic fishing power of the fiberglass fishing rod is much higher than that of the wooden fishing rod, but after so many times of fishing in the treasure box, Li Xiao has also summed up some experience. The strength of the fishing power increase of the fishing rod will only increase the lower limit of Li Xiao's harvest when fishing, but it will not increase the experience value progress bar of Civilized Angler. Perhaps it is because the fishing rod is a basic fishing tool. Even if the fishing power is improved, it is only the basic fishing power, not the additional fishing power. So no matter how the fishing rod changes, the experience value progress bar obtained by this part of Civilized Angler is always only 10%. But think about it on the bright side. Fishing rods with high basic fishing power, like fiberglass fishing rods, it can obviously improve the lower limit of the treasure box quality obtained by Li Xiao when he uses the Civilized Angler title and fishes for treasure boxes. Otherwise, Li Xiao would not have a good harvest every time he fishes for treasure boxes. You know, the gold treasure chest may be commonplace for Li Xiao, but for most ordinary players, it is not very common. Li Xiao put the fiberglass fishing rod in the ivy backpack and looked down. Open the gold treasure box and get Fishing Potion X1, Lifewood Magic Wand X1, Healing Potion X5, Shoe Spikes X1. For light balls of different colors floated in the air. Li Xiao was already familiar with this. He reached out and poked the light balls in front of him one by one. Li Xiao glanced at the resources in front of him. Lifewood Magic Wand? Although he had obtained the Lifewood Magic Wand used to increase the characteristics of the shelter a long time ago, But it must be said, to this day, the Lifewood Magic Wand is still the most popular resource among the shelter's characteristic resources. Nothing else. Although the effect of the Lifewood Magic Wand is single, it only gives the solidity value recovery effect to various buildings in the shelter's defense system. But for most players, this effect is extremely rare. On today's trading platform, for shelter-type resources like the Lifewood Magic Wand, there is no worry about not being able to sell them. It is naturally an exaggeration to say that they are sold at a high price or hoarded. But even if they are sold at the market price, a Lifewood Magic Wand can also be exchanged for a good resource income. At least from the current result, the most precious resource in the gold treasure chest. It is none other than the Lifewood Magic Wand. Li Xia put the Lifewood Magic Wand and 5 bottles of healing potions into the ivy backpack. He then picked up the light green test tube potion floating in the air and looked at it intently. Fishing power increased by 15%? Li Xia's eyes lit up. The panel data of the fishing potion and the fisherman's earrings and master level bait are similar in nature. Although the additional 15% increase is not much, it is in addition to the bonus of bait and accessories. A new channel for increasing fishing power or experience progress bar is born. After having the fishing potion, the next time Li Xia uses the civilized angler to fish the treasure box, the experience bar of the civilized angler title will surge again. It's a pity. This time I only got a bottle of fishing potion, not the fishing potion recipe. Otherwise, every time I use civilized angler, I can increase the experience bar by an additional 15%. What a great thing it would be. Li Xia thought about this and shook his head and smiled. Dispel the unrealistic fantasy in my mind. Li Xia picked up the last pair of spikes, which were similar to those used for climbing snowy mountains, and looked at them carefully. Attach. And slowly slide down. Jumping is possible while attached. And vertical cliffs can be climbed by repeatedly attaching and jumping. Specialization requirement, General F. Note, climbing claws and spikes are more effective when used together, because they are originally a pair. Of course, if you think that such a combination is a waste of accessory slots, then you may need advanced accessories of spikes and climbing claws. Tiger climbing equipment. Li Xia had obtained the climbing claw a long time ago. It was just because the effect was single, and it was basically useless in combat. So during this period of time, Li Xia had been letting the climbing claw gather dust in the silver storage box. But I didn't expect that a basic accessory like the climbing claw would have a corresponding partner. The effect of the shoe spikes is similar to that of the climbing claws. If it was just that, Li Xia wouldn't be so surprised. But the advanced accessories mentioned in the shoe spikes note. Tiger climbing equipment. But it aroused Li Xia's curiosity. The spikes are the same as the climbing claws. In the type column, both have entries for making materials. If Li Xia is not wrong, after the spikes and climbing claws are synthesized, the tiger climbing equipment is obtained, regardless of what the role of this advanced type of tiger climbing equipment is. But this is a novel, new type of accessory after all. In the survival game of the series, it is never a bad thing to have one more new accessory, because you never know when you might need it. Li Xia stored it in the ivy backpack. He planned to find a time to search for the recipe of the tiger climbing equipment. Fishing is over. Li Xia immediately took out the memory mirror and returned to the shelter. In the workshop, Li Xia casually put the Lifewood Magic Wand on the personal store and sold it at the current market price. Then Li Xia stored the fishing potion and shoe spikes in the corresponding storage boxes in turn. After doing all this, Li Xia leisurely brewed a cup of hot tea and sat on a chair in the living room. Then he opened the promotion store and began to search for the formula of tiger climbing equipment. Tiger climbing equipment formula price, 15,000 points. After searching for a long time, Li Xia really found it. But when the time came, Li Xia hesitated. Spending 15,000 points just to buy a formula that can't be used? This is a low cost effectiveness. Even if Li Xia is a collector, he can't waste too much of the points resources that he has worked so hard to obtain. Wait until the Triumph Week is almost over. If there are still points left, buy another one. As for now, forget it. Li Xia shook his head and was about to close the promotion store. But he hesitated again. Li Xia stared at the product page of the promotion store, frowning slightly. It's not that he was entangled in whether to buy the tiger climbing equipment formula. It's just that he just thought of a problem. Li Xia called out the shelter upgrade panel. Silver shelter upgrade requirements. Gold ingot X 4500, Platinum Ingot X 1500. Sapphire Gem X 7500. Emerald Gem X 500. Boss Relic X1 upgrade duration 24 hours. Permanent buff takes effect. The resources required to upgrade the shelter building are reduced by 50%. The resources shown in the silver shelter upgrade requirements. In addition to the gold ingots, platinum ingots and sapphire gems that Li Xia already has, there are two other resources that Li Xia has not yet obtained. That is, boss relics and emerald gems. The boss relics will naturally be obtained after the triumphal week ends. Li Xia can only obtain them by going to the Crimson Land or the Corrupted Land to kill the boss. But even if then, I am the first player to kill the boss and get the first kill reward. But there is no guarantee. I will be the first player to upgrade the gold shelter, because Li Xia's resource inventory does not have a single emerald gem. To ensure that he would be the first player to upgrade the golden shelter during the Triumph Week, Li Xia must hurry up to stock up on high-level gem resources such as emerald. The more the better. Because Li Xia vaguely remembered, the slime staff was upgraded again, and it seemed that emerald gems were also needed. If that's the case, Li Xia pondered, I still need a lot of emerald gems at the moment. As for gems, Li Xia's eyes lit up. There is no place more suitable for obtaining gem resources than the small special biological community of the gem mine. Before, it was because of the exploration adventure in the gem mine that allowed me to obtain a large number of amethyst gems and topaz gems. It was also because of this Li Xia was able to build so many wizard towers in one go. Now, perhaps what I lack is not emerald gems, but a challenge letter from the gem mine biological community. Li Xia searched the promotion store and quickly found the target. 100,000 points is not a small amount. But as the note said, this adventure will get rich benefits far beyond the general biological community. Li Xia decisively spent points. Purchased a 2-star gem mine challenge letter. Although the challenge letter was in hand. But Li Xia did not plan to go immediately. Last time I went to the gem mine, I was alone. Although this time the challenge letter is a personal type. But Li Xia can still bring Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle. In order to ensure that this 2-star gem mine exploration adventure can proceed smoothly without any obstacles, Li Xia must improve his strength as much as possible to ensure that there will be no accidents in this exploration adventure. If you want to improve your strength, there seem to be only 2 ways at present. Right? Li Xia looked at the accessories bar page in front of him. Assimilation Enhancement Accessories and Modifier Recast. In this case, let's do the Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement first. Li Xia thought again, and took off the Swift Frost Flower Boots. The number of Scarlet points required to assimilate the Frost Flower Boots to Scarlet exclusive, 50,000. Compared to the Scarlet points that Li Xia has currently obtained, 50,000 Scarlet points are not too much. But you have to know, it is a low-level advanced mobility accessory. The Ghost Boots. The Scarlet Assimilation Enhancement only requires 4,000 Scarlet points. Although the Frost Flower Boots is an advanced accessory of the Ghost Boots. But 50,000 Scarlet points is a bit too much. However, after all, this is not a one-time deal. After the Scarlet Assimilation is enhanced, this pair of Frost Flower Boots can accompany me for a long time. Give me a stronger bonus. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Li Xia touched the Frost Flower Boots with his palm. A series of strange scarlet powers instantly spread and covered the surface of the Frost Flower Boots. The whole living room was filled with red light. After the red light disappeared, when Li Xia wanted to check the data of Scarlet Swift Frost Flower Boots, outside the courtyard of the shelter, Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle folded their soaring wings and landed on the ground. Before Celia could stand firm, she ran into the living room with her slender and tight long legs. Celia's first sentence attracted all of Li Xia's attention. Godfather. Look! I brought you a gift this time. Chapter 184. Forest Biome. The dark night was like an iron curtain, covering the earth. A blood moon hung high in the sky, spreading bloody light again. In the afternoon, the rain clouds that had temporarily stopped came back. It even intensified and a heavy rainstorm fell, just like a woman who had been holding a grudge for a long time. Silver Shelter. Living room. Celia transformed the ancient cobalt armor set that had originally transformed into a raincoat into a princess dress. At this moment, because of the heavy rain, the rain inevitably wet Celia's fiery red and thick hair. But she didn't care at all. Instead, her face was filled with a joyful smile. Celia looked like she was offering a treasure. which made Li Xia very curious. He put down the assimilated and enhanced Scarlet Frost Flower boots. What gift did Celia prepare for me? Take it out and show it to Godfather. After all, the word gift is really an ancient existence. Men and gifts seem to be born like insulators. There is even a saying that the first bouquet of flowers a man receives in his life is most likely to be in front of his tombstone. Flowers are like this, let alone gifts. Li Xia has given Celia gifts many times. But this is the first time Celia has given Li Xia a gift. Li Xia is also looking forward to this scene. Celia pulled out a chair and sat down, unceremoniously picking up Li Xia's hot tea and drinking it all. Godfather, didn't I think it would rain in the afternoon? There must be six-eyed flying fish beside the lake. As a result, when Xiao Shi and I were killing the six-eyed flying fish by the lake, a gift bag actually dropped. Oh, you mean this gift? Li Xia nodded slightly. Killing monsters and dropping gifts is a special activity of this Triumph Week. Speaking of this, Li Xia glanced at Celia. Your gift. You are not talking about this gift bag, right? Of course not. Celia shook her head violently. I opened a gift bag, but found that there were no rare resources. But I checked the chat history of the regional channel this morning, and found that the gifts this time can indeed open good things. So Xiao Shi and I changed our plan. After killing dozens of six-eyed flying fish, we focused on sweeping the surrounding enemy monsters. We didn't even let go of any of the caves. Otherwise Xiao Shi and I wouldn't have come back so late. The gifts we received this time added up to more than 10. And the biggest one was this hand warmer. Well, I hope you like this gift. Godfather. Li Xia took a red glove-shaped hand warmer and looked at it intently. Li Xia's eyes widened, and he carefully scanned the panel data in front of him. Wow! The hand warmer turned out to be an accessory of excellent quality. And it is an accessory of the immune debuff type. Before this, Li Xia had only obtained one type of immune debuff accessory, which is Bezoar. After wearing it, it can help players be immune to poisoning debuffs. There is only one immune debuff effect, but it helps him a lot. This kind of immunity to debuff accessories has always been difficult to obtain. Unexpectedly, Celia only went out to kill six-eyed flying fish to store a batch of meat ingredients for the shelter. She actually got the hand warmer accessory, which is more powerful than the Bezoar accessory. Immune to freezing debuff. Immune to freezing debuff. If Li Xia goes to explore the ice and snow biome again this time, after equipping the hand warmer, there are these two major immunity effects. The strength of the 9 enemies on the 9th floor of the ice and snow biome will be greatly reduced. Just like the note said, at a certain time and in a certain biome, the hand warmer can play an unimaginable role. Unfortunately, compared with Bezoar, the only bad thing about the hand warmer is that there is no entry for the material in the type column of the hand warmer. This also means that the current effect of the hand warmer is its ultimate form. Although Bezoar has only one immunity to poisoning debuff, but it has a material entry. Bezoar may be able to synthesize stronger accessories in the later stage. It seems that Bezoar accessories can definitely catch up. But even so, the value of hand warmers cannot be denied. Godfather, how is it? Do you like this gift? Celia leaned forward on the table and asked carefully. Huh? Li Xia let out a long breath, came back to his senses and smiled. I like it. I like it very much. Thank you, Celia. Hee. It's nothing. Celia, who has always been generous, blushed and became shy after hearing that Li Xia liked the gift she gave. Li Xia said, by the way, Celia, after opening more than 10 gifts, is this the only valuable accessory? Well, the others are some low-level gems and ingots. I think so. Li Xia nodded and said, after all, it's just a triumphal week event. It's impossible for every gift to be of such high quality. After opening more than 10 gifts, it's already very good to get a hand warmer. Hee. Celia herself thinks she's lucky. Li Xia said, by the way, Celia, give me the frost flower boots first, and I will give you a wave of scarlet assimilation enhancement. Enhance? Yes. Li Xia explained. We will improve our strength and go to the gem mine to explore and adventure together tomorrow. Gem mine? Great. Celia waved her fist excitedly when she heard it. She immediately took the frost flower boots from the accessories column and handed them to Li Xia. Then Celia returned to the workshop with the sky-breaking gargoyle. Immediately, she put the useless resources collected from killing enemies on her personal store. This kind of work is always done by whoever is free in the sanctuary trio. At the same time, Li Xia put the hand warmer in the ivy backpack, then picked up the scarlet frost flower boots and looked at them intently. After the frost flower boots were enhanced by scarlet assimilation, the startup speed increased from 45% to 55%. The flight time increased from 10 seconds to 15 seconds. The movement speed bonus increased from 8% to 12%. On this basis, a new agility attribute entry was added. Agility plus 6 is not a small improvement. In this way, the 50,000 scarlet points are worth the money. Li Xia also assimilated and enhanced Celia's pair of frost flower boots. Came to the workshop. Godfather, the harvested resources have been put on the personal store. What are we going to eat tonight? Celia was busy at the silver workbench at this time. Just saw Li Xia and asked hurriedly. Let's eat later. Someone has prepared a sumptuous dinner for us. He should still be cooking now. Okay. Celia nodded obediently. Li Xia summoned the core of the shelter, took out a variety of resources obtained from sales, and stored them in silver storage boxes in different categories. While sorting out the inventory, Li Xia found a wood magic inheritance. This was the magic inheritance that Li Xia obtained when he killed Junichiro Yaki, the Lord of Yaki Castle, during the World Channel Origin Showdown. Previously, there were version updates and treasure chest rewards. Li Xia even forgot that he had a wood magic inheritance. Although after the World Channel Origin Showdown ended, the first echelon and even the top players of the second echelon have more or less accumulated enough points to buy various inheritances in the promotion store. Among them are Fire Magic Inheritance, Berserker Inheritance, and Chain Ball Warrior Inheritance. You know, this kind of inheritance. But now the inheritance players can easily enter the first echelon. Of course, those players who don't have enough points also spent points to buy inheritances without exclusive unconventional formula series. For example, the Archer Inheritance, the Great Sword Warrior Inheritance, the Great Axe Warrior Inheritance, etc. Now ordinary inheritances, and even the magic inheritance of Li Bianqing and Wang Cai are no longer unattainable. For example, the scarcity and status of special types of racial inheritance are just like the status of magic inheritance in the hearts of players before. But even so, it does not mean that the fire magic inheritance has no value. No matter how rampant this kind of inheritance is, it is interpreted from the perspective of the entire regional channel. If it is from a personal perspective, the number of second-class inheritances such as magic inheritance is actually not that exaggerated. Li Xia talked about this topic when chatting with Li Bianqing before. After the end of the World Channel Origin Showdown, in the 9527 regional channel, there may be 10 inheritors for every 100 people. Among these 10 inheritances, there may be only one second-class racial inheritance, or there may be none. But among these 10 inheritances, there must be 3 to 4 third-class inheritance winners. Among these 10 inheritances, excluding racial inheritance and other third-class inheritance players. Naturally, it is the fourth-class inheritance that does not even have an exclusive unconventional formula series. Li Xia did not comment on this, but he knew it in his heart. Even if starting from the entire regional channel, the first class is also the only inheritance. Perhaps only his own Scarlet Overlord inheritance. Although the wood magic inheritance in Li Xia's hands can no longer be sold at a very high price, like when he sold the ninja inheritance before. But the price of an extra inheritance on the trading platform is definitely not cheap. This wood magic inheritance can definitely help Li Xia exchange a large amount of resources. Put it on the personal store, Li Xia said while operating. As for the resources to be exchanged, the first choice is the formula of various advanced accessories. Well, in this case, the wood magic inheritance can only be exchanged but not sold. Wait a few days to see if there are any resources you like among the resources being offered. Done! Li Xia closed the trading platform page. Just at this moment. Ding! Ding! Wang Fugue, Master Xia. I made a stewed chicken with mushrooms tonight. A northern dish. And a pot of dumplings stuffed with pork and cabbage. You can try it, and see how it tastes. Wang Fugue, if you think it tastes good, or if you don't like the filling of the dumplings, you can ask after you eat it, and I will improve it later. Li Xia, ha ha ha. Thank you Fugue. I like chicken stewed with mushrooms. And I like dumplings too. Li Xia, but I prefer pork and celery stuffing. If you continue to make dumplings later, you can change the stuffing. Wang Fugue, pork and celery stuffing. Right? No problem. I'll make it for you tomorrow at noon. Li Xia, Tomorrow at noon? I'm afraid that won't work. I'm going to explore other biomes tomorrow, and will be outside all day. Li Xia, I was just about to tell you that you don't have to cook for me tomorrow. Maybe the day after tomorrow. Wang Fugui, is that so? Okay. I got it. After the chat, Li Xia touched Celia's head. Be good. Go to the restaurant. We'll eat. Yeah. Celia nodded vigorously. Chicken stewed with mushrooms and dumplings stuffed with pork and cabbage were well received by Celia. Early the next morning, Li Xia and Celia came to the courtyard of the shelter. Are you ready? Li Xia turned his head and asked. Godfather. Hurry up. I can't wait. Okay. Li Xia took out the 2-star Gem Mine Challenge letter and said, then let's go now. Ding. Ding. Halfway through the words, messages kept popping up on the friend channel. Li Xia called out the friend channel out of curiosity. Wang Fugui, Master Xia. I prepared 3 meals for you. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Wang Fugui, when you go out to explore and adventure, remember to eat. I won't bother you for now. Come on. Li Xia. The core of the shelter did receive 3 meals. And they were very rich. It seemed that Wang Fugui stayed up late or got up early to make them after chatting with him. Thoughtful, Li Xia let out a long breath and tore open the invitation letter for the 2-star gem mine. Puff! A teleportation light screen appeared in front of him. Li Xia led Celia into the mine, and the sky-breaking gargoyle followed closely. The target this time. Gem mine. Emerald gem. Here I come! Chapter 185. Plains. Dense and tall trees extend countless branches to cover the sky. It seems that not even a ray of sunlight can penetrate through the gaps. But the forest is not as dim as imagined. On the contrary, the forest is full of blue or even green light. If a player scans the surrounding forest, he will find that these trees in the forest are not ordinary trees. The trunks, branches, and treetops are undoubtedly made of blue jade. Rather than saying this is a forest, it is better to say it is a sapphire gem mine. It's just that this mine is not presented in the form of a mine cave. The 2-star gem mine cave is no longer a mine cave, but a forest. Of course, the quantity and quality of gems have also been greatly improved. But these big trees made of sapphire gems are just sapphire trees. After being cut down, they will only drop sapphire gems, but not sapphire essence fruits. Because these trees, in essence, are still just another form of gems. Dead things, not living plants. Perhaps it is because of this that even with the light emitted by the blue jade tree, this forest is still quiet and lifeless. Puff! The colorful teleportation light curtain slowly unfolded until it was 2 people tall. Li Xia took the lead and led Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle out of the teleportation light curtain. Wow! Celia looked around with great interest, and after seeing the surrounding environment and the blue jade tree emitting dim light, she was amazed. Women are naturally moved by those gems that emit colorful colors. Celia was no exception. So beautiful. Is this the gem mine? But why does it look like a forest here? Celia looked at Li Xia in confusion. Godfather, you said before that you had been to the gem mine once. Godfather, was the gem mine you experienced like this? Li Xia shook his head. Maybe it's because the gem mine I explored before was only 1 star. So the terrain environment is just like the literal meaning. A small mine. Li Xia looked around and found that wherever he looked, there were thick blue jade trees. I think this place should not be called the gem mine cave. It would be more appropriate to change it to the gem forest. Ha ha ha. Who cares? Celia said excitedly. As long as I can explore and adventure with my godfather, there is no difference between the gem mine cave and the gem forest for me. Let's go. Godfather. Let's explore. Li Xia shook his head and said, wait a minute. I'll test my guess. Oh. Li Xia took out the axe of regeneration and came to a blue jade tree. Crack. Crack. Li Xia wielded the axe of regeneration and kept chopping down the blue jade tree. Although the level of the blue jade tree was not comparable to that of ordinary trees. But the axe of regeneration was not a pushover. And with the increased efficiency of chopping down, Li Xia easily chopped down the blue jade tree in front of him. Successfully chopped down the blue jade tree. Obtained blue jade X15. Blue jade tree? Li Xia frowned slightly when he heard the system prompt. He keenly noticed a slight difference. Li Xia thought that the blue jade trees in front of him were the same as the topaz gem trees. After being cut down, they would not only drop the corresponding gems, but also the essence fruit. But it turned out that this was just Li Xiao's guess. Li Xiao was still clear about the difference between the blue jade tree and the blue jade gem tree. Through cutting down, he could also find that the blue jade tree in front of him was just a dead object. In this way, the value of this blue jade forest in Li Xiao's heart was greatly reduced. After all, blue jade gems are considered to be relatively good gem resources. But compared with gem essence fruit, one is in heaven and the other is in the ground. Thinking about this, Li Xiao put away the axe of regeneration. For other players, even if they did not encounter enemies when entering the 2-star gem mine biome, they could obtain a lot of gem resources just by cutting down blue jade trees. But for Li Xiao, this efficiency was still too slow. The gem mine is a small special biological community. Its danger can be seen from the name of the teleportation letter. It is a challenge letter rather than an invitation letter. So there is no need to take any risks. Just spend some physical strength and time to get a lot of gem resources. I believe that not many players will refuse, even if this method is not the most efficient. But in terms of safety factor, everything can be negotiated. But, for Li Xiao, Celia, and Skybreaking Gargoyle, this weird and powerful 3-person team, what they pursue is perfection. Cutting down the blue jade tree? That is a choice made by mediocre people. As a man standing at the top of the regional channel, Li Xiao naturally has his choice in front of this question. Celia, 9527. Let's go. Let's go around. Li Xiao waved calmly and led the way to the forest. Great. Celia excitedly waved her fist and followed Li Xiao in small steps. As for the skybreaking gargoyle, he was a taciturn person, just holding a crossbow in his hand, walking at the end to prevent sudden danger at any time. The 3-man team gradually moved away from the teleportation point. A quarter of an hour of exploration. In this forest, there were nothing but blue jade trees. The metal detector in the backpack kept ringing. But the resources shown by the metal detector were nothing but blue jade trees that could be seen everywhere. This at least proved one thing from the side. In the current forest, apart from blue jade, which was considered a rare resource, there were no other resources. Compared with the almost constant sound of the metal detector, the monster radar in the backpack did not sound an alarm during this journey. There are only 2 answers to this situation. Either there are no enemies in this blue jade forest, and the team is in the outer area of this gem mine, or in this 2-star gem mine, the enemies have formed a large gathering place. Enemies live in a fixed area. It is precisely because of this that there may be no enemies in other areas. Or is it both? But considering that this is in the 2-star gem mine biological community, Li Xiao is more inclined to believe that the enemy monsters this time are of the group type. So you can either not encounter them or encounter a large group of them. For this reason, Li Xiao also specifically instructed Celia to take out the axe of regeneration and not to be careless. The 3-person team explored deep into the forest for another quarter of an hour. Ding! Ding! Rare blue jade centaur knight captain. The monster radar, which had been silent for a long time, finally sounded the alarm at this moment. Li Xiao scanned the real-time radar map in front of him. He found that there was a group of enemy monsters in front of him, gradually approaching the forest. Li Xiao glanced at the radar map. He found that there were at least more than 20 monster icons on the map. Blue Jade Centaur Knight. Li Xiao frowned slightly and looked at the map carefully. He found that this group of enemy monsters were patrolling along a fixed route. But according to the route of this Blue Jade Centaur Knight team, the 2 sides are likely to pass by each other and will not collide head-on. Thinking of this, Li Xiao turned his head. Celia, 9527. An enemy monster appeared. Follow me, and go around to take a look. No one needs to attack before my order. Celia nodded heavily. Understood. Yes, Commander. I will follow your instructions. The 3-person team used advanced mobile accessories to hurry on their way. Before the Blue Jade Centaur Knight team, they came to a small earth slope to wait. Not long after, the 3 saw a team riding tall horses, patrolling the surrounding situation along a fixed route. No! You can't use the word, riding, because the horse and the rider are actually the same person. Perhaps that's why these enemies are called Blue Jade Centaur Knights, because they are humanoid enemies. Each Blue Jade Centaur Knight is armed with weapons. Looking at this, they look quite elite. This Blue Jade Centaur Knight team is patrolling. If they find a blue jade tree that has grown to a thickness that can be hugged by 3 people in the blue jade forest, they will cut down the blue jade and then plant another seedling. This seems to be one of their daily tasks. Li Xiao looked at it intently. Li Xiao looked at the panel data of the blue jade centaur knight and nodded slightly. How to say it? It is worthy of being a 2-star gem mine. The unique rare type of enemy monsters are extraordinary. But that's all. Li Xiao killed at least 800 enemies of this strength. This level did not arouse Li Xiao's fear at all. Blue Jade Centaur Knight, because of the humanoid enemy monster. Not only does it have weapon slots and armor slots, it also has active skills, passive skills, and corresponding level bonds. But what makes Li Xiao curious is, the Blue Jade Centaur Knight actually has a combo skill. However, this combo skill is a passive skill type. In other words, as the progress of the survival game of the series continues, you may encounter active combos in the future, although the combo skill of charging into battle requires at least 12 Blue Jade Centaur Knights. If the number is less than this, the combo skill will automatically fail. But the movement speed plus 15%, melee attack speed plus 10%. These 2 bonuses are not weak. It is almost equivalent to giving the Blue Jade Centaur Knight 2 additional passive skills. No wonder the Blue Jade Centaur Knight has become the absolute overlord of the Blue Jade Forest. It must be quite tricky for ordinary players to encounter the Blue Jade Centaur Knight. But Li Xiao is not one of them. Seeing that the Blue Jade Centaur Knight team is getting closer and closer to the hillside where the 3 people are, Li Xiao took out a piece of pumpkin pie and stuffed it into his mouth to provide a buff blessing, and then turned his head to signal. Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle immediately understood. Attack! Following Li Xiao's order, the 3 used their skills to the fullest. Swish! Bang! Snap! The instant burst damage of the 3-man team reached its peak at this moment. Li Xiao had a budding wind blade wing on his back. Light blue wind blades rushed towards the leading Blue Jade Centaur Knight at an extremely fast speed. Minus 337. Minus 337. Minus 774. Due to the ancient cobalt armor set, the magic critical hit rate was greatly improved. Li Xiao's chance of causing critical damage to enemies with various skills has been increased. The extremely terrifying damage instantly killed several Sapphire Centaur Knights. Successfully killed the 3rd level Rare Sapphire Centaur Knight Captain, and obtained Sapphire Gem X30. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 3rd level Rare Sapphire Centaur Knight Elite, and obtained Sapphire Gem X20. Scarlet Points X200. Celia's firepower on the side was equally fierce. She was holding the Axe of Regeneration staff, and with the blessing of the racial talent Witch Grace, she threw out magic navigation bullets crazily. No matter where each magic navigation bullet was aimed, even if it was in the wrong direction, it would accurately bombard each Sapphire Centaur Knight with the automatic tracking feature. Compared with Li Xiao and Celia, the Skybreaking Gargoyle's method seemed mediocre. But the Skybreaking inheritance was not to be underestimated. Even if the Sapphire Centaur Knight reacted in a later stage and used the active skill Sapphire Armor, he could not stop the arrows that suddenly appeared close at hand. The absolute strongman of the Blue Jade Forest was completely crushed by the absolute strength in front of the 3-person team. Successfully killed the 3rd level Rare Blue Jade Centaur Knight Captain, and obtained Gift X1. Blessing of the Goddess of Life X1. Blue Jade Gem X30. Scarlet Points X300. When the last Blue Jade Centaur Knight died, Li Xiao glanced at the kill prompt. Delivered? Chapter 186. Blue Jade Forest. This patrolling Blue Jade Centaur Knight team was killed by the 3-man team in the blink of an eye, and ended up being wiped out. In the face of the fierce firepower and instantaneous explosive power of the 3-man team, the Blue Jade Centaur Knight did not even have time to react. This is not because the overall strength of the Blue Jade Centaur Knight enemy monster is weak. After all, no matter what, Blue Jade Centaur Knight is also a unique enemy monster in the 2-star gem mine cave of the small special biological community. For ordinary players, facing such a strong enemy monster, and more than 20 of them, in any case, it will be a bit tricky. But the key is, Li Xiao is not an ordinary player. Secondly, Li Xiao is not fighting alone. The 3-person team almost increased Li Xiao's instantaneous explosive power by an order of magnitude. In addition, whether it is Li Xiao, Celia, or even the Skybreaking Gargoyle, They all have experience in facing enemies of this level of strength. In the case of deliberate calculations, it is normal that the Blue Jade Centaur Knights were wiped out instantly. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Xia summoned the Slime Mount, took Celia and the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle along the patrol route of the Blue Jade Centaur Knight squad, and moved in the opposite direction. Following this path, there is the best hope of encountering the patrolling Blue Jade Centaur Knight squad again, or finding the enemy's base camp. During this period, Li Xia rode the Slime Mount and began to sort out the harvest this time. Li Xia took out a skill book with a tree pattern on the cover from the ivy backpack and looked at it intently. Skill name: Blessing of the Goddess of Life. Skill attribute: Passive Permanent Mastery. Level: First level. Effect: Player health plus 100 points. Learning requirements: General E. Medical E. Note: the Blessing of the Goddess of Life will give the user a boost in health. This kind of passive skill that boosts health is a basic skill required by almost everyone in any profession. If you want to survive, the key is to have a lot of blood and be invincible. Li Xia looked through the skills of the Blessing of the Goddess of Life and nodded slightly. Although this type of passive skills cannot increase combat effectiveness, however, the increase in blood volume can increase the player's tolerance for fighting, especially as the level increases. The attacks of the enemy monsters are getting higher and higher. When facing a large group of enemy monsters, if you are accidentally attacked, half of your blood may be gone. Even Li Xia dare not avoid this risk 100% in future battles, because he is blind in battle. The increase in health is exactly the skill that players need as the survival game progresses. After the Triumph Week, go to the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land to kill the boss, and it will be just around the corner to upgrade to the 3rd level. Li Xia paused, and then said, skills like the Blessing of the Goddess of Life, which passively increase the upper limit of health, are still necessary. Li Xia put it in the ivy backpack, and then took out a blue gift. I have to say, even during the Triumph Week, the drop rate of gifts is still quite low. The 3-person team killed more than 20 Blue Jade Centaur Knights, but in the end, they only got 1 gift. Open the gift and get Toolbox X1. Li Xia picked up the toolbox and put it in front of him to examine it carefully. Its appearance is a regular red toolbox model the size of a palm. But what is surprising is that this toolbox is actually an accessory. Li Xia raised his eyebrows slightly, and he looked at it intently. Damn it! Li Xia carefully examined the panel data of the toolbox accessory, and opened his mouth in surprise. Since he came to the other world, this was the first time he got an accessory with the shelter characteristic. It must be said that the toolbox is indeed an accessory of excellent quality, even if there is no entry for the crafting material in its type column. But with the existing 2 major effects, it is enough to match the excellent quality. Even, the toolbox is like 2 shelter characteristics to some extent. During the subsequent shelter upgrade, the toolbox should be able to play a more powerful role. Not bad. Not bad. Li Xia nodded slightly and stored it in the ivy backpack. Celia on the side asked curiously, Godfather, what's good? Li Xia smiled and said, Godfather just opened a gift and got a good accessory. Ha ha ha. Celia smiled and said, it seems that Godfather, you are also lucky. Li Xia nodded and said, I have to say that this Triumphal Week event has something. The resources that can be opened by gifts are of high quality. The two continued to explore, following the route of the Blue Jade Centaur Knights team, and walked for half an hour. They saw a primitive and simple village with dozens of earthen houses scattered together, and there were no walls or gates around. Rather than saying it was a simple village, it would be more appropriate to say it was just a gathering place. Li Xia glanced at the scale of the gathering place. At most, there would be no more than 100 Blue Jade Centaur Knights living here. That is the number of 5 Blue Jade Centaur Knights teams. But what is more exciting is that the 3-person team has already reached the outskirts of the Blue Jade Forest after a long journey. Even if they kill this group of Blue Jade Centaur Knights, there is an obvious path on the ground to follow to the next place. Li Xia cancelled his mount and signaled Celia and Sky-Breaking Gargoyle to approach slowly. In the gathering place, a team of Blue Jade Centaur Knights came out of the adobe house in a scattered manner and gathered together, apparently preparing to take over the previous team and start patrolling. Li Xia raised his hand and stopped. After checking the direction of the Blue Jade Centaur Knights, he went around to the side. Just waited for the Blue Jade Centaur Knights to pass by. Li Xia shouted, "Kill!" Li Xia took out the Scarlet Sand gun. A bullet made of crystal and emitting scarlet power slid out of the gun barrel at a very fast speed and shot the leading enemy. This move was Li Xiao's active skill, Scarlet Crystal Strike, which was strengthened by the Evolution Gold Source. -737. Successfully killed the 3rd level rare Blue Jade Centaur Knight, Elite, and obtained Blue Jade Gems X20. Scarlet Points X200. One move of Scarlet Crystal Strike instantly killed an elite level Blue Jade Centaur Knight. And the decline continued. Under the blessing of the Scarlet Crystal Strike Chain Authority, the surrounding enemies within a radius of 50 meters were implicated. -369. -369. -369. Just by implicating. The health of these special rare enemies in the gem biome was cut in half. Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle also seized the opportunity and took advantage of the injured Sapphire Centaur Knight's lack of reaction to launch a full-force attack. Killing this group of Sapphire Centaur Knights. Successfully killed the 3rd level rare Sapphire Centaur Knight, Captain, and obtained Sapphire Gem X30. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 3rd level rare Sapphire Centaur Knight, Captain, and obtained Sapphire Gem X30. Sapphire Mountain Splitting Strike X1. Scarlet Points X300. The 3-man team killed indiscriminately. Li Xiao was in charge of killing indiscriminately. Celia was in charge of killing indiscriminately. After dealing with this group of enemies, the noise of the fight also aroused the vigilance of the Blue Jade Centaur Knights in the gathering place. Team after team of Blue Jade Centaur Knights fully armed marched towards the battlefield. Li Xiao led Celia and the Skybreaking Gargoyle without retreating or avoiding, and the 3 of them faced the Blue Jade Centaur Knights of the entire gathering place head-on. Wind Blade Winglet. Fired a light blue wind blade. Scarlet Sand Gun. Dense and continuous bullets. Automatically tracked magic navigation bullets that were impossible to defend against. 3 people played with the momentum of 30 people. Turned the battlefield into a sea of blood and corpses. 3 layers of fire lines. Almost non-stop attacks. Even the special type of enemy monster, the Blue Jade Centaur Knight, which is only found in the gem mine cave of the 2-star small special biological community, was completely stunned by such a fierce attack. From the fierce attack to the retreat, it took less than 3 minutes. From the retreat to the loss of the gathering place, it took only 1 minute. Successfully killed the 3rd level rare Blue Jade Centaur Knight Elite. Obtained Blue Jade Gem X20. Scarlet Points X200. Successfully killed the 3rd level rare Blue Jade Centaur Knight Captain. Obtained Blue Jade Gem X30. Scarlet Points X300. When the last 2 Blue Jade Centaur Knights, who resisted stubbornly, died in front of the adobe house, the whole gathering place changed the person in charge. Li Xiao let out a long sigh. 9527. You and Celia, search the adobe house separately to see if there are any other gains. Focus on finding where the warehouse of the gathering place is. The scarlet eyes on the face of the Skybreaking Gargoyle flickered slightly. Yes, I will follow the orders of the commander. Use the gem mine challenge letter twice. But Li Xiao's strength and mentality were very different in these 2 exploration adventures. Even if this time he entered a 2-star gem mine, the enemy monsters were even more powerful. But for Li Xiao, with his current strength, he can still. No need to retreat strategically. No need to dodge strategically. The difficulty of the challenge letter was non-existent to him. This was Li Xiao's confidence now. Li Xiao found a small stone pier to sit on, and took out a skill book with a scimitar pattern on the cover from the Ivy backpack. Skill name, Blue Jade Mountain Splitting Strike. Skill attribute, Active Permanent Mastery. Level, First Level. Magic points consumed, 20 points. Cooling time, 3 minutes. Effect, the user needs to use the limited weapon scimitar, which consumes 10 magic points. The user swings the scimitar with all his strength, causing 150% of the basic attack damage after hitting the enemy. Learning requirements, Melee. Note, as an active skill of the Sapphire Centaur Knight, a unique enemy in the gem mine. It can only be used with a limited weapon, the saber. It has strong limitations, but its power is also good. Li Xiao pondered in silence. The Sapphire Mountain Splitting Strike, which was converted into a first-level skill book, has a basic damage of only 150%, a mana consumption of 20 points, and a cooldown time of up to 3 minutes. How to say it? As a regular type of melee skill, Sapphire Mountain Splitting Strike can exert 120% of its power for the Sapphire Centaur Knight, when it is in the charged state, and with the weapon blessing of the saber. Especially when the Blue Jade Centaur Knight uses this skill. It is an instant mode. But for ordinary players, it is limited to specific weapon types, and has no additional debuff damage. The mana consumption is high, and the cooldown time is also high. The 150% basic attack damage is very insignificant. This is a skill that only specific types, specific players, specific professions, and specific inheritances will like. In short, this Blue Jade Mountain Splitting Strike is not suitable for me. But if you buy it, you can make a fortune with such a large market audience in the regional channel. Li Xia stored it in the ivy backpack. After a while, Skybreaking Gargoyle and Celia searched dozens of adobe houses one after another. Celia came closer. Godfather, the warehouse was found. Oh! How was the harvest? It is full of sapphire gems obtained from the sapphire forest. I have put them all in the ivy backpack. The total number of sapphire gems is about 2,000. Well, not bad. Li Xia smiled and said, the old saying is still right. A horse cannot grow fat without night grass. And a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. Li Xia was right. If the three-man team foolishly cut down the blue jade trees in the blue jade forest, they might not have even obtained 300 blue jade gems until now. This may be how bold the people in the alien version are, and how productive the land is. It's a pity that in this gathering place of blue jade centaurs, there are no other resources in the warehouse except blue jade gems. Moreover, Li Xia brought Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle to the gem mine this time. Not for blue jade gems. It's emerald gems. From the time they entered the gem mine till now, the three-man team hasn't even seen the shadow of emerald gems. According to the previous experience of exploring and adventuring in a one-star gem mine, there should be two types of gems in a gem mine. There are definitely emerald gems. But we have to speed up. Li Xia waved his hand. Let's go. Let's hurry up. We can put the matter of sapphire gems aside for now. And in the next period of time, we will search for traces of emerald gems with all our strength. This is the top priority of our exploration and adventure in the gem mine. The scarlet eyes on the face of the Skybreaking Gargoyle flickered slightly. Yes. I will follow the orders of the commander. Celia, great. Let's go. Go! Chapter 187. The sun rises and the moon sets. When the sunset completely falls into the mountains, a blood moon begins to hang high in the sky. The blood-colored light illuminates the entire land. The sapphire forest, which emits a blue glow, reflects a different style. After destroying a gathering place of sapphire centaur knights, during the exploration and adventure for several hours, the three-person team discovered many more sapphire centaur knight teams and gathering places. According to Li Xia's habit, there is no reason not to eat this kind of fat meat that is delivered to the door. It was during this process that Li Xia harvested a large number of blue jade gems and corresponding enemy skill books. However, as the three-person team continued to explore and adventure in the gem mine biome, until now, 12 hours of exploration have passed. Half of the challenge letter has expired. But no enemy monsters other than the blue jade centaur knight were found. Emerald resources were found. There were only a few scattered jade trees. And there was no large jade forest at all. But the problem is, this time, Li Xia brought Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle to explore the 2-star gem mine. For the emerald gems, now the resources needed have not been seen for a long time. Li Xia was a little anxious. At this moment, in the forest, Li Xia rode the slime mount and sorted out the harvest aimlessly. He was seen mumbling while taking out the skill book from the ivy backpack. Skill name, Sapphire Armor. Skill attribute, Active Permanent Mastery. Level, First Level. Magic value consumption, 20 points. Cooling time, 3 minutes. Effect, after using this skill, the player will be covered with a layer of external armor composed of blue jade elements, which can automatically block 100 basic damage. And the user's temporary defense is +5, while the armor is in place. Learning requirements, General E, Melee E, Mage D. Note, blue jade armor is a unique type of enemy in the 2-star gem biome. The blue jade centaur knight's automatic blocking type defense skill has a stronger benefit effect than general automatic blocking type skills. Blue jade armor not only has a more rigorous automatic defense system, but also comes with an additional defense bonus, which is a rare and exquisite automatic blocking type active skill. During this period, the three-person team killed no less than 500 blue jade centaur knights. But the skill books they obtained were nothing more than two types: Blue Jade Armor and Blue Jade Mountain Splitting. These two skill books are active skills. As for the passive skills, it is also strange. Except for the Blessing of the Goddess of Life that I got by luck before, I haven't gotten a second one along the way. But that's normal. Resources like skill books are not fixed drops from killing enemies. And to be honest, on the current trading platform, active skills are the ones with high prices. After all, a high-quality active skill can significantly improve the player's combat burst. This is incomparable to passive skills, which is an inherent disadvantage. Moreover, Sapphire Armor is an active skill that can only be obtained by killing the unique enemy Sapphire Centaur Knight in the gem mine of a small special biological community. It not only has the conventional automatic blocking damage, but also has an additional defense bonus. Sapphire Armor is much better than the common blocking skills on the market. This type of skill book is definitely the type that will never be trouble to sell. If Li Xia is willing, he can offer a high price and sell it slowly. He can definitely make a small profit by selling it at a price that is 50% higher than the market price. However, this method is time-consuming and laborious. There are so many specialties for sale in the shelter, so he doesn't have to worry about these trifles. As for the Blue Jade Armor itself, it is somewhat interesting. But the key is that Li Xia is only at the second level at present. Even after the Triumphal Week, he goes to the Crimson Land or the Corruption Land to kill the boss to get the badge upgrade. That is to open up the third passive skill slot first. As for the third active skill slot, it is still too early. At least not at the moment. In the future, Li Xia will also go to the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land to explore and adventure. These two biomes are large special biomes. The skills dropped by enemies are definitely better skills even if they are of the same type. So even if the Blue Jade Armor is much better than the regular automatic blocking skills on the market, Li Xia still didn't care much. The three-person team has been exploring and adventuring in the gem mine biome for half a day. But there are not many new resources. Blue Jade Armor is already a relatively good resource among them. The remaining scattered potions and materials are not much to say. As for the more than 10 gifts obtained by killing enemies during this period, Li Xia and Celia's luck seemed to have failed. They only opened some sundries and food. They didn't get any accessories. And there was no particularly eye-catching record, not to mention any accessories of excellent quality. During the exploration, Celia was still energetic, waving the wind blade wings, soaring in the sky, observing the surrounding situation. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be prepared for one. In order to prevent the enemy from attacking Celia, the sky-breaking gargoyle also waved its huge stone wings and followed. After walking along the road ahead for about half an hour, Godfather, Celia folded her wings and landed beside Li Xia, saying excitedly, "Emerald? It's an emerald tree." "Ah? Where?" Li Xia came back to his senses and asked. "Over this hillside. There is a large emerald forest next to the lake at the end of the horizon." Celia reported in detail the information she had checked in the air. "Well, okay." Li Xia's mouth curved up. "Let's go and take a look." A quarter of an hour later, the three-person team arrived at the lake. Because they were observing from a distance, they could observe the surrounding landforms more carefully. Rather than saying that the emerald forest grew beside the lake, it would be better to say that the emerald forest and the sapphire forest were separated by this lake. Because on the left side of the lake was the emerald forest, which was as endless as the sapphire forest. Of course, during this period, Li Xia not only stared at the map of the monster radar, he also sent the sky-breaking gargoyle to explore the interior of the emerald forest. However, the three-person team never found any new enemy monsters. Li Xia was unwilling to wait foolishly. Even if the efficiency of cutting down emerald trees to obtain emerald gems is relatively low, but it is still a way. It is better than having no way. Right? Besides, in the remaining 12 hours, the three-person team will cut down trees with all their strength. No matter how low the efficiency is, it should be no problem to meet the needs of upgrading the shelter, the slime staff, and the Scarlet Wizard Tower. Before other options come out, the only option at the moment is a large emerald forest. It will perfectly achieve the ultimate goal of this trip. Let's get started. Li Xia ordered Celia. You and 9527 start cutting down trees along the lake. Don't be too far away from each other to avoid sneak attacks from enemies. Me and Little Stone? Okay. Celia nodded obediently and then asked, "What about you?" Godfather? Aren't you coming with us? Li Xia explained, after adventuring and exploring the gem mine for so long. My civilized angler. Title recharge completed. There is a lake here. I will spend a quarter of an hour fishing for treasure box. You guys go ahead. I will come later. Okay. After listening to the explanation, Celia immediately took the sky-breaking gargoyle to the side and started to cut down the emerald tree. Li Xia found a perfect fishing spot beside the lake and sat down steadily. He took out the fiberglass fishing rod and hung the last cautious enchanted night walker bait. Immediately, Li Xia called out the accessories bar and loaded the fisherman earrings into the accessories bar. Then he took out a bottle of fishing potion from the ivy backpack and drank it all. In this way, Li Xia used the title of civilized angler this time. The experience progress bar can get the maximum increase in benefits. Li Xia didn't really care what quality the treasure box was fishing this time. He cared more about what the quality promotion reward was. Everything was ready. Swoosh! Li Xia waved the fiberglass fishing rod and threw the float steadily into the center of the lake. Use civilized angler. 5 minutes later, the buoy floating on the lake began to rise and fall. And Li Xia suddenly pulled up the buoy. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained Golden Treasure Box X1. The luck is not bad. The Golden Treasure Box is not bad. Li Xia did not rush to open the treasure box immediately, but chose to call out the title panel. Title: Civilized Angler 0%. Quality: Excellent 35%. Quality Promotion Reward, to be collected under the multiple blessings of Enchanted Night Walker Bait, Fisherman Earrings, and Fishing Potions. Li Xia used Civilized Angler this time, and gained a 60% increase in the experience bar. The quality of the Civilized Angler title was also successfully upgraded from Excellent to Excellent. Not bad. It has reached 35% of the progress directly. If I use Civilized Angler twice more, maybe I can get another quality upgrade reward before the end of the triumphal week. Thinking of this, Li Xia couldn't wait to click on the title page. Receive the quality upgrade reward and get High Quality Fishing Line X1. Hearing the system prompt, Li Xia was surprised and said, Accessories? Could it be that High Quality Fishing Line is an accessory that can increase fishing power like the fisherman's earrings? Li Xia couldn't wait to pick up the white fishing line and looked at it intently. High Quality Fishing Line, like the fisherman's earrings, is one of the 3 fishing sets. However, High Quality Fishing Line is not only of higher quality, but also has an additional accessory effect. When fishing, the fishing line will never break. Li Xia frowned slightly. Whether this effect is good or bad, it is better than nothing. Anyway, what Li Xia values most is the 10% fishing power bonus added by High Quality Fishing Line. In this way, in the future, when you use the title of Civilized Angler to fish in the treasure box, the efficiency of obtaining experience progress bar can be greatly improved. In this way, after that, the speed of obtaining quality promotion rewards will be much faster when fishing in the treasure box. 3-piece set. Li Xia was silent. The 3-piece fishing set only needs the last piece to be complete. Fisherman's Earrings and High Quality Fishing Line both have crafting material entries. These 3 basic accessories may be the synthetic materials for advanced accessories. Thinking of this, Li Xia was full of energy. He stored the High Quality Fishing Line in the ivy backpack. Open the Golden Treasure Box and get Weak Healing Potion X10, Magic Potion X5, Iron Skin Potion X2, Flippers X1. For balls of light of different colors floated in the air, and Li Xia poked all the balls of light one by one with his familiar hands. This time, the Golden Treasure Box was full of various potions. But it was a pity for Li Xia, who had the Scarlet Moon God well. These potions were not precious resources. Li Xia stored all the potions in the ivy backpack, and then picked up the only new resource this time. Flippers. The basic type of flippers, although the effect is relatively simple, can only give players the ability to swim. But this effect is very practical. At least it is so for Li Xia. After all, as a landlubber in an inland area in his previous life, he had never been to a swimming pool and had no ability to swim at all. At present, Li Xia has an invitation letter to the island biome. Just by listening to the name, you can know what the landform environment is like. Before deciding to explore the island biome, he can gain the ability to swim, which can be regarded as solving his urgent needs. In short, this time the Golden Treasure Box is still rewarding. Li Xia also put the flippers into the ivy backpack. stood up and looked around. He found that during this period of time, Celia and Sky-Breaking Gargoyle did not cut down the emerald trees beside the lake. Instead, they went in one direction, and went deep into the emerald forest to cut down trees. Li Xia aimed at the stumps left after the felling, took a step, and prepared to join Celia and Sky-Breaking Gargoyle. Since there is still no new way to obtain emerald gems until now, Li Xia did not think about these things. The key is to collect enough emerald resources to meet future needs. Otherwise, he would have wasted the 2-star gem mine challenge letter that he'd bought with high points. Who knew that after just a few steps, the monster radar kept beeping. Level 3 Rare Emerald Dragon Pseudoboss. Chapter 188. Dragon? Young Dragon? Emerald Young Dragon? Li Xia looked up at the monster radar and felt his heart tighten. In his previous life, whether in novels, movies, cartoons or games, Dragon, as an extremely powerful individual image, has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. And the survival game of the series is no exception. When Li Xia was exploring the Sky Island biome before, in the notes of various accessories and diaries, I have learned about this kind of information. The dragons were a powerful existence that occupied the small special biological community island in the last era. Even if Li Xia was facing only a young dragon now, he knew in his heart that he must not be careless, lest he capsize in the ditch. The real-time map of the monster radar has a detection range of only 500 meters. In other words, this Emerald Young Dragon and the 3-person team are likely to be very close. He used the maximum movement speed of the Frost Flower Boots to rush to Celia and the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle in the shortest time. Celia was chopping down the emerald tree and turned around when she heard the noise. She found that it was Li Xia who was rushing towards her in a hurry, and his expression was even a little solemn. Celia was a little confused. Godfather, you don't talk first. Get ready for the battle. Li Xia interrupted Celia and then said, there is a fake boss coming. Everyone be careful. As soon as these words came out, Celia reacted immediately, stood up immediately, holding the axe of regeneration staff, and entered the combat state. Upon hearing this, the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle also took a step forward to block Celia behind him, and raised the crossbow in his hand vigilantly in front of him. Just as Celia looked around, still wondering where the enemy monsters and pseudobosses were, suddenly the forest shook. A 10-meter-long emerald dragon covered with emerald green scales appeared in the sky. The huge winged sword and covered the sky, and the prominent leader was full of bloodthirstiness. The moment Li Xia saw the emerald dragon, he had a reaction in his heart. It is more than 10 meters long and covers the sky when flying. You call it a baby dragon? At this moment, the emerald baby dragon is flying towards the place behind the 3-person team, the lake at the boundary of the emerald forest and the blue jade forest. Li Xia did not dare to be careless, looking far away and concentrating. In the survival game of the last era, the base camp of the Dragon Clan is located on the Sky Island. Perhaps it was the late stage of the Alliance battle, the continuous hard battles during that period. As a result, a drop of dragon blood fell into the emerald gem vein. But the dragon race contains the essence of the power of the origin. It has the powerful effect of the 9 sons of the dragon. That's why this drop of essence did not breed a special type of gold source enemy. Instead, it bred an emerald dragon. I have to say, the various attributes of this emerald dragon, it is really the most exaggerated existence Li Xia has ever seen. 7,000 health points, in addition to the dragon god's blessing and life source pump. These 2 skills give a total of 4,500 health points. The emerald dragon is just a rare 3rd-tier pseudoboss. Its HP is as high as 11,500 points. The dragon god's blessing improves the attributes of the emerald dragon in all aspects, raising them by a large margin. The existence of the passive skill Dragon Language Magic allows all the skills of the Emerald Dragon to ignore time. The skill effects of Dragon Language Magic are almost identical to Celia's racial talent Witch Grace. The fixed damage reduction percentage granted by the reverse scale is as high as 50%, which is almost a disguised way of weakening the enemy's strength by half. The 3rd level bond, the Emerald Origin, has raised all the skills of the Emerald Dragon by 1 level. It is precisely because of this that the Emerald Dragon can summon the 4th level Sapphire Centaur Knight at the 3rd level. The Sapphire Centaur Knight summon, combined with the Emerald Dragon's 1,500 magic points, can summon a large number of minions, while the Dragon Roaring Bullet has a high basic attack damage. It also has the Emerald Poison debuff that Li Xia has never heard of. Of course, if these are still considered as the various abilities that a regular pseudo-boss should have, then the Emerald Poison No-Fly Zone has a range of up to 500 meters. Not only does it cover the entire area with the Emerald Poison debuff, it also has a no-fly effect. The existence of the Emerald Dragon skill. It is equivalent to cutting off most of the functions of the three accessories that Li Xia relies on the most: the Horseshoe Balloon Bundle, Frost Flower Boots, and Wind Blade Wings. This may be the strength of the Dragon Bloodline. Pseudo-boss? I think it can be regarded as a boss. Li Xia never thought that in the special biological community of the gem mine, there was such a powerful third-level pseudo-boss. However, even though the Emerald Dragon was so powerful, it was still within Li Xia's range. Roar! The Emerald Dragon flapped its wings, soaring in the sky, overlooking the forest, and also discovered the whereabouts of the three-person team. When the Emerald Dragon saw the emerald tree behind the three-person team that was cut down to only the wood pile, it was furious. This entire emerald forest is its territory. Every emerald gemstone is engraved with its mark. For the Emerald Dragon, who is greedy by nature and values money as his life, private property is sacred and inviolable. In the eyes of the Emerald Dragon, the three-man team was just thieves who broke into his house to steal. Bang! 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 The Emerald Dragon couldn't even wait to close the distance with the three-man team. It opened its bloody mouth, and the free magic elements in the air quickly gathered in its mouth. A series of dragon roar bullets bombarded the three-man team. Retreat! Li Xia waved his hand, and quickly distanced the three-man team from the Emerald Dragon. The active skill of the Emerald Dragon, Emerald Poison No-Fly Zone, has an effective range of 500 meters. The melee disadvantage is too great. The best way to fight against the Emerald Dragon is to always stay 500 meters away. In this way, it is equivalent to discarding a powerful active skill of the Emerald Dragon in disguise. Upon hearing this, Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle quickly spread their wings and followed Li Xia closely, using high-speed movement to distance themselves from the Emerald Dragon. Clinker. The young Emerald Dragon became even more angry after seeing this scene. Roar! The young Emerald Dragon roared to the sky and immediately summoned the Blue Jade Centaur Knight. In an instant, 50 or 60 Blue Jade Centaur Knights and captains came rushing over to kill. Fight! Li Xia shouted and ordered Celia and Sky-Breaking Gargoyle to attack with all their strength to cut off the wings of the young Emerald Dragon's miscellaneous soldiers. He knew in his heart that facing a powerful pseudo-boss like the young Emerald Dragon, the only way to deal with it was to delay. After all, under the active or passive skills of the Emerald Dragon is a hexagonal creature with high attack, high defense, and high health, and has no weaknesses. If you have to find one, it is a pseudo-boss level enemy compared to other boss level enemies. The active or passive skills of the Emerald Dragon do not have the effect of continuously restoring health and mana. In this way, fighting a protracted war, using the delay strategy has become the only way. Li Xia was seen soaring in the air, with the magic rune array of Wind Blade Wings on his back rapidly charging. One after another, the pale blue wind blades rushed towards the leading Sapphire Centaur Knight at an extremely fast speed. -337. -337. -774. The three-man team led by Li Xia had dealt with the Sapphire Centaur Knight in the Sapphire Forest before. Li Xia knew in his heart how to kill the Sapphire Centaur Knight in a targeted manner. No less than 20 Sapphire Centaur Knights were eliminated in the gathering place. The three-man team had faced an army of hundreds of Blue Jade Centaurs. There were only 50 or 60 Blue Jade Centaurs in front of them. Although their overall quality was higher, they were still within the range of Li Xia and the three-man team. Li Xia wanted these Blue Jade Centaurs to prevent them from interfering with the three-man team's efforts to kill the young Emerald Dragon. The Wind Blade Winglet had not stopped firing instantaneous wind blades in a short period of time. The Scarlet Sand gun in Li Xia's hand was even in full power sweeping mode. The extremely horrific damage instantly killed several Blue Jade Centaur Knights. Successfully killed the third-level rare Blue Jade Centaur Knight Captain. Obtained Blue Jade Gem X30. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the third-level rare Blue Jade Centaur Knight Elite. Obtained Blue Jade Gem X20. Scarlet Points X200. The Blue Jade Centaur Knight summoned by the Emerald Dragon in an instant. Also completely wiped out by the three-person team in an instant. The young Emerald Dragon saw that the three-man team was like a mouse, hiding in the distance, where the Emerald Poison Forbidden Air field could not take effect. The Blue Jade Centaur Knight Captain summoned by him could not pose any threat to the three-man team. 2 of the 3 active skills were useless at the beginning of the battle. In desperation, the young Emerald Dragon could only use the Dragon Roaring Bullet with all his strength. Bang! 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 If the three-man team was within the range of the Emerald Poison Forbidden Air Field, perhaps it would be a bit difficult for Li Xia, Celia and others to dodge the Dragon Roaring Bombs without cooling time. However, because Li Xia had thought of a strategy to deal with it while checking the panel data of the Emerald Dragon Ling, at this moment, the 3-person team was all outside the range of the Emerald Poison No-Fly Zone. Wind Blade Winglets, Scarlet Frost Flower Boots, Scarlet Horseshoe Balloon Bundle can maximize its effect. So these Dragon Roaring Bombs, although powerful, all fell into vain. A skill that doesn't hit the enemy is a useless skill no matter how powerful it is. Bang! Li Xia raised the Scarlet Sand Gun in front of him and hit the Emerald Dragon with a Scarlet Crystal Strike. -364. Although the Emerald Dragon's passive skill, Reverse Scale, has the ability to reduce 50% of damage, but Li Xia's Scarlet Crystal Strike is not a vegetarian. Even so, it still caused more than 300 damage to it. This is not over yet. Bang! -444. Li Xia fired the Scarlet Sand Gun, using the Scarlet Heavy Blow, causing high attack damage to it again. Seeing this, Celia was not willing to lag behind, holding the regeneration payment staff, and fired one after another magic navigation bullet with automatic tracking properties. Although the Emerald Dragon was immune to any debuffs, Li Xia's Bloody Slaughter debuff and Celia's passive skill debuff Curse were completely ineffective. But Li Xia and Celia's basic attack damage was not low. Even though this Emerald Dragon was ridiculously strong, it was still within the range of the 3-person team. Roar! After a hard fight, the Emerald Dragon's mana and health continued to decrease. The roars of the Emerald Dragon seemed to carry a hint of anger and grief. There was no way, because the Emerald Dragon's movement speed was not as high as the 3-person team wearing Scarlet Frost Flower Boots. Unable to catch up, the mana was about to run out. It could only passively take the beating. The Emerald Dragon was the absolute overlord of the gem mine. When had it ever suffered such an injustice? Bang! When it entered the low health stage, the Emerald Dragon used up its last breath to fire a Dragon Roar bullet, but it was easily dodged by the 3-man team. So what if the Emerald Dragon, a pseudo-boss, is as powerful as a supermodel? As the Scarlet Overlord, Li Xia is also as powerful as a supermodel. Bang! -888. A Scarlet Heavy Blow hit the Emerald Dragon and triggered a critical hit at the same time. The remaining bloodline of the Emerald Dragon was also under the continuous attacks. Completely disappeared. Roar! Accompanied by a whine, the young Emerald Dragon fell powerlessly from the sky to the ground. Boom! The huge body of the young Emerald Dragon crushed countless emerald trees, splashing dust all over the sky. As the overlord of the gem mine, the young Emerald Dragon finally fell on the spot. Ding! The killing prompt sounded at the right time. Chapter 189. Successfully killed the 3rd-level rare Emerald Dragonlet pseudo-boss. And obtained Iron Potion Recipe X1, Space Gun Recipe X1, Life Source Pump X1, Enchanted Sword X1, Cloud Bottle X1, Scarlet Points X5000. Since Li Xia came to the other world, he has killed many boss enemies and pseudo-boss enemies. He has accumulated a lot of experience. But it must be said that this time killing the Emerald Dragonlet was the most rewarding one. It's not about rewards. After all, the Emerald Dragon is only a 3rd-level pseudo-boss enemy, not a boss-level enemy, so the drops from killing it are naturally not too outrageous. The gains Li Xia mentioned were when facing hexagonal enemies. His on-the-spot command ability and combat response ability have been further improved. When the corpse of the Emerald Dragon turned into a light green fluorescence and dissipated in the air, the 3-person team folded their wings and landed on the ground. And Celia's chest kept rising and falling. Obviously, Celia consumed a lot of mana and energy in this battle. After all, this was her first time facing such a powerful pseudo-boss. In general, Celia still had too little combat experience. However, all of this was within Li Xia's consideration. It was precisely because he was worried about cultivating Celia into a greenhouse flower. That's why Li Xia took great pains to take her out for combat training, so that Celia could grow faster. The 3-person team rested for a long time beside the tree stump. Li Xia looked at the time and looked up and said, Celia. 9527. You continue to cut down the emerald tree. Our shelter is still short of emerald gems. We must hurry. Okay. Godfather. After resting for a while, Celia had already recovered from the fatigue of the battle. She stood up with the axe of regeneration. Little stone. Follow me. The sky-breaking gargoyle stood up silently, and the scarlet eyes on his face flickered slightly. Yes, Miss Celia. When Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle walked nearby and started to cut down the emerald tree, Li Xia took out the drops from killing the young emerald dragon from the ivy backpack and began to sort out the harvest. This time, the young emerald dragon dropped a total of 6 resources. In addition to the scarlet points, the remaining 5 resources, the enchanted sword, and the cloud bottle are old acquaintances. The cloud bottle is a basic mobile accessory because the probability of obtaining it is not low, and Su Hongdo can make it in batches. Players in the regional channel have already had a cloud bottle in their hands. There is nothing much to introduce about this accessory. However, although the enchanted sword is also an old friend, but its appearance is completely different from the way Li Xia got it in the last exploration of the gem mine. Last time in the gem mine, Li Xia killed a large number of topaz gem giants. Finally, on the stone pillar, he pulled out the sword in the stone and finally got the enchanted sword. But in this exploration adventure of the gem mine, this enchanted sword appeared as a drop from killing the emerald dragon. And even after the enchanted sword appeared, the world anchor coordinates did not disappear. The entire small special biological community gem mine cave collapsed and fell into the void. For these two completely different responses, Li Xia was also confused. After thinking about it, he could only attribute the difference between the 2 times to the fact that one was a primary gem mine cave, and the other was an intermediate gem mine cave. But no matter what, having an extra enchanted sword is always a good thing. Although the basic attack of this sword is now outdated. But the problem is, the enchanted sword is the synthetic material of the Zenith sword. The Zenith sword is the top melee weapon in the survival game of the series. As the survival game of the series enters the later stage, the value of its various synthetic materials will definitely rise. As for the way to obtain the enchanted sword, from the current point of view, it must be obtained in the gem mine. It is difficult to obtain, and according to the supply and demand relationship, the supply is less than the demand. The value of the enchanted sword will definitely soar in the future. So the enchanted sword is a very valuable harvest. It's just a waste of a storage box. When you collect it in the later stage, the cost is almost nothing, but the profit is visible to the naked eye. It's impossible not to do this kind of business. Li Xia put the enchanted sword and cloud bottle in the back of the ivy backpack. He picked up a skill book with a beating heart pattern on the surface and looked at it intently. Skill name, Life Source Pump. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery. Level, First Level. Effect, increase the player's basic health by 50%. Learning requirements, General D. Medical D. Note, dragons have strong bodies and super dragon language magic. According to different attributes, dragons are mostly divided into warriors and mages. But no matter which profession, every dragon has a strong body. One of the secrets of the dragon's extremely strong bodies is because of the life source pump skill. The efficient life value increase will make your life value higher than others, which is much more useful than the hypocritical blessing of the gods. After checking the specific information of the life source pump, Li Xia suddenly took a breath. When the goddess of life's blessing is at the first level, it only increases the player's health by 100 points. And the life source pump in Li Xia's hand, at the first level, directly increases the player's basic health by 50%. Currently, the health of all players has reached the upper limit of 400 points under the stacking of life crystals. In other words, when the life source pump is at the first level, it can increase the player's health by 200 points. This directly crushes the blessing of the goddess of life. No wonder skills, like the life source pump, are one of the main reasons for the dragon race's strong body. No wonder the notes in the life source pump skill book arrogantly say that the life source pump is not comparable to the false blessing of the gods. This is the complete truth. Li Xia originally wanted to increase his life value in the subsequent level upgrade. So Li Xia kept the blessing of the goddess of life in his hand. But now that he has the life source pump, everything else can be sold. Li Xia let out a long breath, with a smile on his face. After all, although he unexpectedly encountered the Emerald Dragon during this trip, he also unexpectedly obtained the high-quality passive skill life source pump. This was considered to be a small goal of Li Xiao's strong path plan completed in advance. Keep it. And it should be usable after the triumphal week is over. Li Xiao stored it in the ivy backpack. He then picked up a formula with a light yellow test tube-shaped medicine pattern on the surface and looked at it intently. Iron Skin Potion Recipe? Li Xiao muttered. He was not unfamiliar with the Iron Skin Potion. When he first came to the other world, the first two types of enhancement potions Li Xiao obtained were Archery Potion and Iron Skin Potion. However, Li Xiao obtained the Archery Potion recipe early, and he made an advanced version of the Moon Goddess Arrow Potion. It was a great help in his early stage, but he did not get the Iron Skin Potion recipe. In addition, with the blessing of the Scarlet Overlord inheritance in the later stage, his strength improved rapidly. Li Xiao didn't pay too much attention to defense. After all, in the process of fighting, Li Xiao often uses a normal attack to kill a normal enemy of the same level. Even when facing a powerful enemy, Li Xiao's first choice is definitely the Endurance Potion that reduces 10% damage. However, Li Xiao doesn't need the Iron Potion. It doesn't mean that other players in the regional channel don't need it. Not everyone has the Scarlet Overlord inheritance. Moreover, because the formula quality of the Iron Potion is low, it is easy to obtain. The difficulty of obtaining it is not high, and the materials for making it are also simple. It is nothing more than Moon Potion, sunflower and basic iron ore and lead ore. As long as the player has a moon well building in the shelter, it is impossible to lack Moon Potion. Even if there is no moon well, there are many moon potions for sale on the trading platform. And sunflower is a common type of magic plant that grows in the forest biome where the shelter is located. There are a lot of sunflowers, and it is easy to get them. Iron ore and lead ore are difficult to get in the early stage, but after players have experienced several disasters, it is no longer difficult to get iron ore and lead ore. It is precisely because of this that in the current trading platform market, many players sell Iron Skin Potions as special products of their own shelters. Before, I didn't get the Iron Skin Potion formula, so I didn't care. But now that Li Xiao has obtained the Iron Skin Potion formula, he began to fantasize unconsciously in his mind. After returning to the shelter, the mutated version of the Iron Potion was synthesized using the Moon Goddess Potion. What kind of effect will it have? Not bad. Although the formula quality is a bit low, it can't compare to the Endurance Potion formula and the Poison Potion formula. But it's a formula after all. When I go back and make a mutated version of the potion, it will be a good thing for the shelter to have one more specialty. Li Xiao nodded slightly and stored the formula in the ivy backpack. Immediately, Li Xiao picked up the final harvest of killing the Emerald Dragon on this trip, a recipe with a blue and red striped pistol pattern on the surface. Looking at it intently, the space gun is a magic firearm weapon. In terms of ammunition, the space gun is more convenient than the sand gun. As long as there is magic value, it can be used. Even in the later stage, when equipped with the meteor armor set, there is no need to consume magic value. This recipe can be regarded as the bottom of the box among the drops of killing the Emerald Dragon this time. However, it is a pity that although this recipe is very good, Li Xiao has already obtained it, because the synthetic material of the space gun is meteorite ingot, and Li Xiao had already obtained the complete series of meteorite unconventional formulas. This space gun formula is actually a part of the complete series of meteorite unconventional formulas, although it is not known whether the meteorite biome belongs to a special biome or a regular biome. But after all, it is an unconventional formula of a biome. Even if you can't use it yourself, it is still easy to sell it on the trading platform and exchange it for a wave of resources. When the time comes, ask the people inside Dawn Front and see if anyone in Hongdo's group needs this formula. Li Xiao adhered to the principle of keeping the wealth within the family, and arranged a place for the space gun formula early on. After sorting out the harvest, Li Xiao stood up and walked behind Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle, clapping his hands and saying, "You two should stop cutting down the emerald trees for now." "What's wrong, Godfather? Didn't you say we should hurry up?" Celia asked, puzzled. Li Xiao explained, "I remembered before that since there is an emerald dragon, there must be a dragon's lair. Let's go to the dragon's lair first. Maybe we'll find something." Celia nodded obediently. Okay. The three-person team followed the opposite direction of the emerald dragon's flight and spread out to explore. If the Sapphire Forest is where a group of Sapphire Centaur Knights live, then the Emerald Forest is just the place where the Emerald Dragon lives. Even though the Sapphire Centaur Knights exist as a vassal race of the Emerald Dragon. Except for the fixed contribution days, the Sapphire Centaur Knights are not allowed to set foot in the Emerald Forest. Therefore, there was only one enemy monster in the entire vast Emerald Forest: the Emerald Dragon. After searching for 2 hours, the 3-person team found the dragon's lair, where the emerald gems and sapphire gems were piled up into a small mountain. After picking up and sorting them, the 3-person team found that there were at least tens of thousands of each of these 2 types of gems. Although no treasure chests or other precious resources were found in the dragon's lair, this trip was worth it. After collecting all the resources in the dragon's lair, the 3-person team had dinner and continued to concentrate on cutting down the emerald trees. Although Li Xia has obtained enough jade gems, and even a surplus, but the time limit for the Gem Mine Challenge letter is still a few hours. In addition, jade gems can be regarded as high-level gem resources, which is all money. How could Li Xia go into the treasure mountain and return empty-handed? The 3-person team turned into lumberjacks and kept cutting until the challenge letter time was over. When the feeling of space compression appeared, the 3-person team also ended this gem mine exploration adventure with a lot of harvest. They returned to the shelter. Chapter 190. The sun is rising. At the foot of a large mountain, there is a silver shelter, because of the hidden reward of 3 out of 5. The defense system of this shelter is well built, at least in the 9527 area channel. It is above average. This also proves from the side that the owner of the shelter, Lu Qin, is a player with strong strength. And at this moment, Lu Qin, with a blanket between his legs, lies on his side on the bed in the bedroom, sleeping soundly. I don't know what I dreamed about. Even my saliva is about to flow out. From time to time, Lu Qin would talk in his sleep. I could vaguely hear a few words. The inheritor of wood magic. I am your father. Take off. Big shot. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly got up and returned to reality from his dream. Lu Qin looked around the bedroom and couldn't help but sighed. Alas! Why is there no news from Captain Bai? Where did the great god Xia go? My inheritance of wood magic. You must not let others buy it. No. I have to take the initiative and send a message to Captain Bai to ask what's going on. Lu Qin is currently a member of the hunter team formed by Bai Butong. His main position in the team is a mage. Mages are called wizards in the player community, and this profession is usually extremely important in the team. But the problem is, Bai Butong's hunter team is positioned as a whole. It tends to be the kind that kills with one hit. The roaming and bursting style is the style of this team. After all, Bai Butong is the recipient of the ninja heritage, and his brother-in-law, Chen Yishuan, the deputy captain of the hunter squad, is the recipient of the extremely special firepower Boy King heritage. In the outbreak of close combat, Bai Butong is in the team. In the outbreak of medium and short-range combat, Chen Yishuan is also in the team. However, in terms of long-range output, the hunter squad still lacks an explosion point. And this explosion point cannot be achieved by relying only on Lu Qin, an ordinary basic mage at present. Every magician has a dream of being a magician, and Lu Qin is no exception. Realistic factors plus personal factors all make Lu Qin eager to obtain a magic inheritance. And just the day before yesterday, Li Xia sold a wood magic inheritance in his personal store. After Lu Qin learned the news, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. It's funny, because Bai Butong's ninja inheritance was bought from Li Xia, and Chen Yishuan's exclusive weapon of the Fire Boy King inheritance was also bought from Li Xia. Now, after many twists and turns, it seems that it is Lu Qin's turn again. At that time, he had only one idea in his mind: that he must buy the inheritance of wood magic at all costs. But who knew that he would die before he could accomplish his mission? Because although the inheritance of wood magic is for sale, it cannot be purchased with resources. Interested players need to privately chat with Li Xia himself to exchange for the recipes at the bottom of the box. Of course, everyone has a few recipes at the bottom of the box, and Lu Qin is no exception. If he can exchange for the inheritance of wood magic, these recipes are actually within the scope of what he will sell at all costs. But who knows? He was ready to be slaughtered by Li Xia and bleed heavily. In the end, he could not add Li Xia's friends no matter what. Lu Qin asked the captain Bai Butong to send a message to Li Xia to tell him about this matter. But Li Xia has not replied to the message until now. Fortunately, Li Xia's personal store still sells the inheritance of wood magic. Lu Qin still has hope. He must make the name of the wizard worthy of his reputation. I was thinking about this matter yesterday, and even dreamed about it after falling asleep. This is really something. After closing the friend channel page, Lu Qin was a little frustrated. Bai Butong said that Li Xia still didn't reply. At this time, he could only comfort himself. If it is destined, it will happen. If it is not destined, it will happen. Hack it. I don't believe it. Comfort yourself to give up. This is all fake. As a generation that grew up with the booming internet, he has read a lot of online novels since he was a child. This also led Lu Qin to always believe in one truth. Man can conquer nature. It's not the end yet. So comfort is not needed yet. He wants to give it one last try. What if it works? Lu Qin called up the friend channel again and clicked to send a friend request. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Just when Lu Qin felt that there was little hope. Notification. Li Xia has accepted your friend request. Yes. Lu Qin was ecstatic and hurriedly sent a message. Lu Qin, hello. Master Xia. I want to buy the wood magic inheritance you are selling. Early in the morning, Li Xia had just returned to the shelter with Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle. I heard the message prompts ringing one after another. To be honest, even if the magic inheritance is not as valuable as before, it is still an inheritance. There is an endless stream of players who had friends and want to purchase the wood magic inheritance. But Li Xia saw Bai Butong's message prompt among them. After reading it, he understood what was going on. It was a matter of selling face. After all, it doesn't matter who you sell the wood inheritance to. Let Bai Butong owe a favor. Which is better for Li Xia. It was for these reasons that Li Xia accepted Lu Qin's friend request. Of course, this did not mean that Li Xia had to sell him the inheritance of wood magic. We had to see what resources Lu Qin could offer for exchange. If he was a poor guy, even if he was a different person, Li Xia would not give him face. Because a favor is fine. Sacrificing one's own interests is not okay. Living room. Li Xia sat on a chair and just picked up a cup of hot tea. Before he could drink it, he saw Lu Qin, who had passed the friend, send a message in seconds. Li Xia, hello. There are quite a few players who want to buy the wood magic inheritance. Let's talk business. Let's get straight to the point. Lu Qin. Of course. Of course. You say. Li Xia, I don't like general or ingot resources. And you definitely don't have that many scarlet or ingots. So what I want to exchange this time is the advanced formula. Li Xia, as long as I am interested in the formula you take out, the wood magic inheritance will be yours. Lu Qin, oh, I get it. Please wait. I will check my inventory. And I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Master Xia. In the bedroom, Lu Qin wiped off his cold sweat. Success or failure depended on this move. So he couldn't help but be excited. Advanced formula? No limit on type. Just interested? Lu Qin. Cloud Balloon Bundle Formula, click to view details. Heavenly Handcuffs Formula, click to view details. Blizzard Balloon Bundle Formula, click to view details. Lu Qin, Master Xia. On the day when the triumphal week started, I went to a small special biome island for exploration and adventure, and obtained the above 3 recipes. Lu Qin, I haven't had time to enter the formula into the silver workbench. And when I came back, I saw the wood magic inheritance you were selling. Lu Qin, but it's a good thing I didn't enter it into the silver workbench. Otherwise, I really don't know what to exchange with you. Do you like any of these 3 formulas? Lu Qin, as long as you can exchange for a wood magic inheritance, I will give you all 3 formulas. It's just a matter of your words. Li Xia frowned slightly, looking at the 3 formulas, and fell into thought. Unexpectedly, Lu Qin was lucky enough to go to Sky Island. These 3 recipes are all from the unconventional recipe series of Sky Island biome. Unfortunately, Cloud Balloon Bundle and Blizzard Balloon Bundle are primary advanced recipes. Li Xia had already obtained and used them in the last Sky Island exploration adventure. But this is the first time I have seen the Celestial Handcuffs recipe in the unconventional recipe series of Sky Island biome. Li Xia clicked on the recipe with a hint of curiosity to check it out. Interesting. This recipe, looking at the effect described in the notes, actually has some flavor of the Heavenly Magnet Flower. Could it be that the Heavenly Handcuffs and Magnet Flower are both advanced recipes from the same series? Although Li Xia has not yet obtained the magic handcuffs, and does not even have the recipe, But this does not prevent Li Xia from considering it in advance. Because the effects of accessories are different. They are suitable for different professions. And the heavenly handcuffs are obviously suitable for players with magic professions. For Celia and even for himself. Having a powerful accessory that is comparable to the magnetic flower is a good thing no matter how you think about it. This deal can be done. However, forget about the formulas of the other 2 balloon bundles. Although they are of some value. He already has these 2 formulas in this series. And he also has the top-level horseshoe balloon bundle formula. There is no need to make himself look so ugly for these 2 primary and advanced formulas. The most important thing is that these 2 formulas are useless to him. But he can still retreat to advance and exchange them for something useful to him. Besides, you can also make friends with a future magic inheritor and buy Butong. This deal is a secret deal. And I have sold a few more favors. So it is not a loss no matter how you calculate it. Li Xia, forget about the 3 recipes. I went to Sky Island before. And I have the recipes for Cloud Balloon Bundle and Blizzard Balloon Bundle. Li Xia, how about this? Since you were introduced by Butong, give me the recipe for Celestial Handcuffs, a Celestial Magnet, and 2 shining red balloons. And the deal will be done. Li Xia, how about this price? Are you okay with it? At this moment, Lu Qin's eyes were filled with the words this deal is done. He was already cheering in his heart. How could he not agree? Lu Qin, hey, I can do it. No problem at all. Thank you, Master Xia. Lu Qin, I have both the shiny red balloon and the celestial magnet. I will send them to you now. Li Xia, okay. Complete the transaction quickly. I have a lot of things to do. Lu Qin, don't worry. I will definitely not delay your business. When Lu Qin heard this, he dared not delay any longer. He found the required resources as quickly as possible and quickly sent them to Li Xia through the friend trading module. The 2 of them finished the transaction. Lu Qin summoned the core of the shelter and received the inheritance of wood magic. He almost burst into tears. It's not easy. From today on, I am also a heritage player. The days when I was 18 and stood like a minion in the channel duel are gone forever. Lu Qin, thank you for your kindness. Xia. And I will tell you if there is anything in the future. Li Xia, yes. That's thoughtful. Let's leave it at that for now and chat later. Lu Qin, oh, I won't bother you. You're busy. So feel free to do what you want. Lu Qin sat on the bed and couldn't wait to use the wood magic inheritance. He felt the power in his body doubled. And even his perception of the wood magic elements in the air around him became more acute. And he was even more excited. Regional channel. Shiogo, damn. What's going on? Why did Master Xia remove the wood magic inheritance? Xiao Xiao, this is not a delisting. I think there is a buyer. Right? Shiogo, damn. Is another big guy going to rise in the regional channel? Xiao Xiao, ha ha ha. We are brothers in distress. And both are summoners. Why are you still thinking about changing careers to become a mage? Shiogo, I just want, when can Xia Master sell a summoner inheritance? Guantao, you guys are really careless. I just want to do some small business. Guantao, rather than hoping that Xia Master will sell the inheritance, it is better to hope that Xia Master will sell the recipe. Xiao Xiao, Sister Guan, you are just a woman's opinion. Magic inheritance is not like basic inheritance. It has a series of unconventional recipes. Isn't this more powerful than a recipe? Guantao, well, it is true. But I don't have the capital. I can only think about it. Zhang Yi, I don't know who can afford the price and exchange this with magic inheritance. Now he has to change his name to Big Brother. Seeing this, Lu Qin found that many people were discussing this issue. His eyes were not eyes, and his nose was not a nose. After all, the future boss that everyone is talking about is me. Lu Qin, ahem. I am the one who bought the wood magic inheritance of the great god Xia. Lu Qin, from now on, my personal store will also sell the unconventional formula series resources of the wood magic inheritance. If you are interested in buying, you can also add me as a friend and chat privately. Lu Qin, thank you for your support. And I hope you will support us. This was said perfectly, because he had long imagined such a day. So he had already drafted these words countless times. It was just that he finally said it in public today. In one word. Awesome. I felt the hand of the inheritance player. While Lu Qin was as happy as the silly son of the neighbor. Li Xia was also sorting out the harvest this time. I like to eat braised chicken wings. But your mother said that you are going to heaven soon. And the sooner you go to heaven, the more you should eat. If you don't eat it now, you won't have the chance to eat it later. Having just completed a deal, Li Xiao was busy in the workshop, humming a song. Before he had been busy for long, he heard Celia trotting into the workshop. Her face flushed with excitement. Godfather. Godfather. Our European emperor is a godfather. What did you say? Chapter 191. In the workshop, Li Xiao watched Celia rush in, so excited that she couldn't speak clearly, and asked tentatively, Celia, do you want to say that the European emperor is possessed? Yes. Yes. Celia slapped her forehead and said, that's what I mean. What's wrong? Li Xiao got the conclusion and was puzzled. The three-person team just came back from the gem mine biological community, and there was no treasure chest or treasure box to open. How could the European emperor be possessed? Celia explained, Godfather, you were busy in the workshop just now, so I went to collect resources from the Scarlet automatic drop collection device when I had nothing to do. As a result, I got a system prompt saying that I triggered the greed power effect of the automatic drop collection device and obtained an advanced formula. Godfather, do you think this is the possession of the Emperor of Luck? Advanced formula? Li Xiao was also very excited when he heard the news. The Scarlet automatic drop collection device has the greed power, and he knew about this. The effect of greedy authority is, when collecting drops, there is a 20% chance of a critical hit. The number of dropped resources is tripled, or one advanced resource of the dropped is obtained. But I didn't expect that the automatic drop collection device would trigger the effect of greedy authority so quickly. It was a great move to build the automatic drop collection device when upgrading the shelter. Getting a recipe out of thin air is a happy thing for any player. Li Xiao asked excitedly, what formula? Is it something our shelter hasn't obtained yet? Yes. Look, Godfather. Celia took out a formula with a black claw pattern on the surface from the ivy backpack and handed it over. Li Xiao took the formula and looked at it intently. After checking the formula of the tiger climbing equipment, Li Xiao's face lit up. Ha ha ha. It's indeed a formula we haven't obtained. Isn't it? Celia put her hands on her hips. I remember you said before, Godfather, that you wanted to exchange the formula with the inheritance of wood magic. And you also said something about tiger climbing equipment. I heard it, but I don't remember it clearly. Look, we are so lucky that we don't even need to exchange it with the wood magic inheritance. The automatic collection device for dropped items directly helps us get the formula for the tiger climbing equipment. Li Xiao laughed, touched Celia's head and said, yes. We are all lucky. Speaking of lucky, Li Xiao suddenly remembered that the first feature of his shelter is the gift of the Tree Demon Clan, which brings the effect of the remaining luck of the entire Tree Demon Clan to himself. In addition, the luck is further improved by the blessing of the Lucky Lantern Knight buff in the Triumphant Week. It seems reasonable that the automatic collection device for dropped items triggers the effect of greedy authority. Li Xiao came to his senses and said, Celia, take a batch of glass bottles to the Scarlet Moon Well and fill me with more moon potion. I will use it later. Okay. I know. I'll go now. Celia nodded obediently, took out a batch of glass bottles from the silver storage box, and ran out of the workshop. Li Xiao held the formula in his hand and pondered for a moment. Shoe spikes? Climbing claws? To be honest, the basic accessories used for synthesis of excellent quality accessories have very simple effects. In addition, this is just one recipe in the series of unconventional recipes for forest biomes. And the forest biome, to some extent, is the novice village of online games. For Li Xiao, who has experienced several disasters and fought several boss-level enemies, what good things can be synthesized from the recipes of the novice village? Even if they are unconventional recipes? But it doesn't matter. It's just a waste of a few minutes. It just happens that I have the accessories needed for synthesis. It's completely possible to synthesize a tiger climbing equipment just to satisfy my collecting addiction without improving my strength. Li Xiao entered the formula into the silver workbench without any hesitation. Then, Li Xiao walked to a silver storage box specially used to store accessories. He took out the shoe spikes and climbing claws from it, returned to the silver workbench, clicked on the formula page, and slid his finger up and down to find the required formula. Materials required for tiger climbing equipment: 1 shoe spike, 1 climbing claw. Synthesis time 5 minutes. Li Xiao immediately invested resources to synthesize. 5 minutes later, Above the silver workbench, a pair of black claw-shaped gloves floated. Li Xia reached out to take it, held it in front of him, and looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the tiger climbing equipment, Li Xia nodded slightly. To be honest, the effect of the tiger climbing equipment is still very simple. It's just that the effect of the accessories of the tiger climbing equipment has been further enhanced. It used to be attached, but now it is climbing and fixed. For Li Xia, he has 3 advanced accessories with super mobility, namely the horseshoe balloon bundle, the wind blade wings, and the frost flower boots. The tiger climbing equipment is just the icing on the cake. However, this recipe is not completely useless, and this synthesis is not in vain, because at least the tiger climbing equipment has a crafting material entry in the type. This also means that the subsequent tiger climbing equipment can be resynthesized with other accessories to obtain a higher level, more powerful advanced accessory. This is not a loss. Just prepare for the future, Li Xia muttered, and stored the tiger climbing equipment in the silver storage box. Godfather, I'll fill 50 bottles of Luna Potion this time. Do you think it's enough? If not, I'll fill it again. Celia walked into the workshop and said. Li Xia took the Luna Potion and smiled. Enough. Absolutely enough. You take a rest. And have lunch later. No hurry. Celia is not tired. I'll go to the fertile field to take care of the topaz fruit tree. Godfather, you are busy. Don't worry about me. Celia waved her hand and ran out again. Li Xia smiled and said nothing. He liked Celia's impetuous personality, which added some vitality to the shelter. Li Xia placed the Moon Goddess potion on the table beside him, took out the formula of the Iron Skin potion from the ivy backpack, and entered it into the silver workbench. To be honest, he was also very curious about what kind of mutant potion the Iron Skin potion could obtain under the mutation of the Moon Goddess potion. Materials required for Iron Skin potion: Moonlight Potion X1, Sunflower X1, Iron or X1/lead or X1 synthesis time is instant. Instant? Not bad. It seems to be another potion that can be mass-produced. Li Xia looked at the synthesis panel and nodded with great satisfaction. Because instant means mass production. Even if the effect of Iron Skin potion is a little worse. Because of the mutation effect of Moon God potion. You can also get a mutant potion with stronger effect than Iron Skin potion. It can barely be regarded as an advanced potion of Iron Skin potion. And it can be mass-produced. This means that Li Xia's shelter has a new way to make money. Even if this way is small, it is better than nothing. Li Xia smiled and clicked OK after inputting the materials. Ding! Detected that the synthesis material Yuehua potion was replaced with the advanced version of the material Luna potion. Due to the buff effect of Luna potion, Iron Skin potion has mutated and is now renamed Copper Skin and Iron Bones potion. Copper Skin and Iron Bones? Interesting. Li Xia was interested and finished the synthesis. He quickly picked up a bottle of Copper Skin and Iron Bones potion and checked it. Compared with Iron Skin potion, Copper Skin and Iron Bones has a duration increased from 8 minutes to 10 minutes. Temporary defense increased from 8 points to 12 points. If the above 2 points are the routine operations of the Moon Goddess potion, then the new efficacy of Copper Skin and Iron Bones potion, fixed damage reduction of 5%, is really an unexpected surprise. With this efficacy, it can be said that Copper Skin and Iron Bones potion is a weaker substitute for Endurance potion. You know, the materials for the synthesis of the Copper Skin and Iron Bone potion only require Moonlight potion, Sunflower, Iron ore or Lead ore. These are the most basic materials at present. Not only are they very easy to obtain, but they are also low in production cost. If you really want to look into it, the cost performance of the Endurance potion is not as strong as the Iron Skin potion. I originally thought it was a small way to make money. Now Li Xia has checked the effect of the Copper Skin and Iron Bone potion, and he understands it. A bottle of primary advanced potion has a fixed damage reduction effect of 5%. This is almost a rigid demand of all players in the regional channel. This is a great way to make money. No less than the pumpkin pie recipe in Li Xia's hand. After all, now on the market, Li Xia has more than just the recipe for buff-type food. The appearance of the Copper Skin and Iron Bone potion is a timely reign. Li Xia invested a lot of resources, and made 100 bottles of Copper Skin and Iron Bone potion first. 80 bottles were put on the shelf for sale, and 20 bottles were left for emergency use. After finishing everything, Li Xia stretched lazily. Li Xia and Celia returned from the gem mine biome early in the morning and worked until noon. At that time, he was also a little tired. After eating the lunch sent by Wang Fugui, the two fell into a deep sleep. And Li Xia's personal store, to some extent, as an existence with a higher reputation than Li Xia, has always been the target of countless people. At the moment when Li Xia put the copper skin and iron bone potion on the shelf, a system prompt sounded in countless shelters. No matter what these players were doing, they immediately put down their work and quickly entered Li Xia's personal store to buy the copper skin and iron bones potion. There were even many lucky players who only had the leisure to take a look at the effect after buying a bottle of copper skin and iron bones. Guan Tao was one of them. As a staunch Li Chui party member, her life is better now, and she has idle resources on hand. The moment Guan Tao heard the new system prompt on Li Xia's personal store, she rushed to buy at the speed of 11, and finally fought her way out of the crowd and grabbed a bottle of copper skin and iron bones potion. Fuck! Guan Tao covered her mouth and looked at the copper skin and iron bones potion in front of her in disbelief. The effect of this potion was amazing. Where did Master Xia get so many strange potions? Not to mention the potion sold before. Just the Moon Goddess Arrow potion sold by Master Xia at the beginning. The formula has not been obtained by anyone else in the entire regional channel until now. Alas, Master Xia is really too strong. I thought there were no boss-level monsters appearing during this period. And it is a silver shelter like Master Xia. I almost thought that the gap with Xia God had narrowed. Now it seems that I can't even compare to him. Guan Tao's face was full of mixed emotions. As a member of Li Xia's friend group, she knew Li Xia for a long time. She even secretly paid attention to Li Xia's every move. It's not that she liked him, but it was just the admiration of the weak for the strong. Step by step, she watched Li Xia climb to the top of the mountain, while she was still at the foot of the mountain. As a person who experienced it personally, Guan Tao knew best how uncomfortable it was. Forget it. Just watch quietly. That's the only way. After a moment, Guan Tao didn't know what he was thinking about, and a smile appeared on his face again. Let's not talk about other things. Just having this bottle of copper skin and iron bones potion in hand will give you more protection for future exploration and adventure. This is not just Guan Tao's idea, but the most real experience in the hearts of the players who bought the copper skin and iron bones potion. Li Xia has made the 9,527 area channel better and better with his own efforts. Chapter 192. Since returning to the sanctuary, Li Xia has not taken Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle to explore other biomes during the triumphal week. Because when he went to the gem mine before, Li Xia not only harvested a lot of blue jade gems and emerald gems that were enough to meet the needs of the following items, but also accidentally killed the emerald dragon, a third-level rare pseudo-boss enemy monster. He has met the qualifications to compete for the first place in the sanctuary upgrade. In the next few days, Li Xia was busy with the income of various special products in the shelter. After communicating with Su Hongdo, he reached a further cooperation relationship. The ambition of the two is no longer limited to basic accessories, but to sell advanced accessories. As for the cooperative sale of advanced accessories, Li Xia has many advanced accessory formulas. Su Hongdo can also provide various basic accessories to serve as raw materials. Because the accessories are too advanced, she, a second-level player, cannot analyze the accessories and reverse the formula. However, even if it is just cooperating with Li Xia as a supplier of raw materials, it is not a bad thing for Su Hongdo. In the eyes of others, Su Hongdo and Li Xia, one is the inheritor of the dwarf tribe, and the other is the inheritor of the tree demon tribe. As the top players in the regional channel, the two of them are the winners of the top race inheritors. As a result, at this moment, the two of them cooperated in a high-profile manner, and naturally sold a lot of money. Later, when Li Bianqing knew about this, he also wanted to join. Unfortunately, the intelligence network he was proud of was nothing compared to the fame of Li Xia and Su Hongdo, because high-level advanced accessories are easy to sell. Even without Li Bianqing's intelligence network, selling is easy. Shelter. Li Xia sat on a wooden chair and explained, "Brother Bianqing, I said it's not that I won't help you make money this time. Okay. I was wrong. I will definitely help you next time. What is our relationship? I know it. Okay. After the triumph week is over, if there is a chance, I will bring the members of the Dawn Front team to work together. Go to hell with your nonsense about not forgetting each other when you get rich. Okay. Let's do this for now. And chat later. After closing the voice call in the friend channel, Li Xia shook his head and smiled bitterly. After dealing with Li Bianqing, Li Xia took out the slime staff from the ivy backpack. There are enough emerald gems, so you can consider continuing to strengthen and upgrade. Although the slimes summoned by the slime staff are getting stronger and stronger, their help to Li Xia is getting smaller and smaller. It is because Li Xia's strength has been improving too fast recently, which makes the slime staff look useless now. The current slime staff is not as helpful to Li Xia as it was when it first came to the other world. However, Li Xia is still willing to spend resources to upgrade and strengthen it. The reason is that the slime staff has growth terms. Originally, Li Xia thought that there might be few magic weapons that can grow in the other world. But at least there are some. But during the chat with Li Bianqing just now, Li Xia also asked about this matter. From Li Bianqing, he learned that with his intelligence network that almost covered all regional channels, he had never heard of magic weapons with growth terms. So, the slime staff in Li Xia's hand may be the only magic weapon that can grow in the entire regional channel, or even in the entire survival game of the system. Even though the slime staff is of little help to Li Xia now, Li Xia still believes that after continuous investment of resources for strengthening and upgrading, the slime staff will definitely change from quantitative change to qualitative change and transform into the strongest killing weapon in his hand. Moreover, he has a rich fortune, and the resources to strengthen and upgrade the slime staff are not a pressure for Li Xia. So there is no reason not to upgrade it. Slime staff growth requirements: Gel X 30,000, Pink Gel X 3000, Blue Jade X 1000, Emerald X 1000, Scarlet Points X 10,000. Whether to consume materials to upgrade, yes/no. After Li Xia summoned the upgrade panel of the slime staff, he glanced at it, took out the corresponding resources from the silver storage box, and put them in. Yes. With Li Xia's order, the living room was filled with a strange light interwoven with scarlet blood light and natural green light. After the light faded, the slime staff was suspended in the air. Li Xia took it down and looked at it carefully. At this moment, the slime staff was more than 1 person long. The staff was wrapped with vines representing nature, and the surface of the vines was stained with blood-red lines representing scarlet. At the top of the staff was a semicircle like a question mark. The free magic elements in the surrounding air seemed to be attracted and actively approached. Arm Spike Slime Mother? Li Xia frowned slightly. In order to upgrade and strengthen the slime staff this time, he invested a lot of resources. Logically speaking, the slime staff should have a qualitative change like the previous upgrade and strengthening. Right? Although the quality of the upgraded slime staff has been upgraded from excellent to rare, and the upper limit of summons has been increased again. But the most critical factor in the slime staff upgrade, and also the factor that Li Xia is most looking forward to, is the change of summons. How? After the slime staff is upgraded this time, it only evolves from Armed Mother Slime to Armed Spike Mother Slime. It just has a spike prefix? Isn't this a waste of the huge amount of resources I invested? Li Xia walked into the courtyard with a hint of doubt, waved the slime staff in his hand, and summoned an Armed Spike Slime Mother Mage Captain. With a puff, an Armed Spike Slime Mother Mage Captain, who was 2 stories high, black in color, and covered with a layer of gel spikes, appeared in front of him. Guji. Gujiji. The Armed Spike Slime Mother cried excitedly and devoutly at its owner Li Xia. Li Xia smiled and stroked the body of the Armed Spike Slime Mother, which was smooth and a little wet. The spikes of the Armed Spike Slime Mother are not the spikes of the gel spike skill that is fixed to the slime race in the conventional sense. Rather, it is because the evolved Armed Spike Slime Mother has an additional spike armor. So there is an additional spike prefix added to the name affix. This is equivalent to the upgrade and enhancement of the slime staff, which adds a passive skill to the original one. Although the second level enemy monsters, according to the level setting, generally have only 2 passive skills. But during this period of exploration and adventure, Li Xia encountered many strange enemy monsters. Some enemies may be rare or not, but perhaps the origin of the enemy race is strong, so they have a 3rd passive skill at the 2nd stage. In theory, slime, as one of the lowest level enemy races in the survival game, should not have a 3rd passive skill. To put it bluntly, even now, the various slimes wandering outside the forest biome only have one passive skill at the second stage. Even after the world origin was upgraded, all kinds of slimes were promoted to the third level. But they still only had two passive skills. Therefore, the armed spike slime mother was probably because the slime staff absorbed the blessing of the tree demon clan. Plus Li Xiao's scarlet assimilation enhancement. Plus the multiple upgrades and evolutions from the beginning to now, which made up for the origin of the armed spike slime mother. This made the armed spike slime mother have three passive skills at the second level, just like those enemies with strong racial origins. Moreover, the armed spike slime mother has a new passive skill, spiked armor, which has a very practical fixed damage counterattack of 10%. As we all know, fixed damage counterattack has been a very practical additional effect since the beginning of the survival game. Li Xiao relied on the fixed damage counterattack of 15 points of the cactus armor set to sell well and earn his first pot of gold. Not to mention that the fixed damage counterattack of the passive skill of the spiked armor of the armed spike slime mother is a percentage type, which means that even as the survival game continues to advance in the later stage, this is still a skill that will not be outdated and is very practical. Thinking of this, Li Xiao nodded slightly. The evolution of the slime staff this time is still good. The data of the armed spike slime mother has not only been improved, but also the third passive skill, spiked armor, has been obtained. But even so, it still did not meet Li Xiao's psychological expectations. After all, the quality of the slime staff is only rare now. As for the quantitative change to qualitative change, when will this qualitative change come? He can only continue to wait helplessly. Fortunately, the present is different from the past. He is no longer the person who sells healing mushrooms for a few hundred gels. The various specialties of the shelter continue to bring in money. Even though the resources for the subsequent slime staff enhancement and upgrade became more and more expensive, it was not a big deal for Li Xiao. Godfather, shall we go? You said so last night, Celia said as she walked out of the courtyard carrying a fiberglass fishing rod. Li Xiao turned her head and looked Celia up and down, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. A few days ago, Su Hongdo and I were busy with the sales cooperation of advanced accessories, and we also went to the lake to fish a few times in our spare time. Seeing Celia's curiosity, Li Xiao also let her try it. I don't know if it was because Celia was in the novice protection period, but she gained more than him. This also led to a good girl rushing towards the path of a fisherman in just a few days, and she couldn't be pulled back. However, the eldest brother doesn't laugh at the second brother, at least in the field of fishing. Li Xiao has no right to laugh at Celia. Okay. Anyway, the cooperation has been negotiated, and it's on track these days. Let 9527 stay at home and make the corresponding accessories according to the order. Li Xiao thought for a moment and said, let's go to the old place today. It just so happened that when I was fishing these days, I summoned creatures to kill nearby enemies and charged up the title of civilized fisherman. I just happened to collect a treasure box this time. When Celia saw Li Xiao agreed, she cheered and said, great, Godfather. Hold on tight. Go! Li Xiao smiled, took the necessary resources, and followed Celia to the lake. Chapter 193. Forest Biome. In the center of the quiet forest, a small lake ripples in the breeze. The treetops beside the lake also sway slightly in the breeze. The verdant green leaves seem to be unaffected by the season and are still full of vitality. It was the free time in the afternoon. Li Xiao and Celia sat down not far from each other. Celia turned her head and said, Godfather, I'm going to catch a big fish this time. You will definitely not be able to beat me this time. Ha ha ha. Okay. Let's see who catches the biggest fish today. Li Xiao saw Celia's proud look because she was in the novice protection period, and he was also a little proud. After all, he was an old driver in fishing. He didn't believe that Celia's luck was so good. There should be a reason for the novice protection period. Right? Back then, his own novice protection period was only the first time he fished. Celia had been fishing for 2 or 3 days, and no matter from which angle, her protection period should have passed. Celia said, then it's a deal. If I win, you will cook beef and sour bamboo shoot dumplings for me tonight. Li Xiao asked back, what if you lose? Then, I will make them for you. Li Xiao laughed and exposed her little thoughts. I think you just want to eat dumplings. I don't care. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Okay. Okay. Whatever you say. Li Xiao replied lovingly. Okay. Upon hearing this, Celia quickly took out her fiberglass fishing rod and swung it into the lake, looking like she was sure of winning. Li Xiao was not so anxious when he saw this. After all, winning or losing this bet was not important to him. Besides, Li Xiao had a serious business to go fishing at the lake. The civilized fishermen had already charged up and could go fishing for treasure boxes before the end of the triumphal week. This time it was not a question of the quality of the treasure box or how much was harvested. It is about the quality promotion reward given by the title advancement of civilized anglers. This is the top priority today. Li Xiao took out the fisherman's earrings and high-quality fishing line, 2 fishing accessories, and equipped them in the accessories column. Then, Li Xiao took out the fishing potion obtained from the treasure box when he opened the treasure box. Finally, Li Xiao took out the fiberglass fishing rod and matched it with the enchanted night walker bait that he had finally bought from other players during the sale of high-level accessories these days. Everything was ready, and he still didn't believe that this time the treasure box fishing couldn't be a lucky one. Swoosh! As Li Xiao swung the fiberglass fishing rod, the float drew an arc in the air and landed steadily in the middle of the lake. Li Xiao whispered, "You civilized angler." Then, Li Xiao held the fiberglass fishing rod and sat on the fishing island steadily. He glanced at Celia and found that she had not caught any fish from the beginning to now. This was very different from her performance during the novice protection period a few days ago. Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh secretly. It looked like her novice protection period should have passed. Alas, Celia was so young. But she didn't expect to see the cruelty of the fishing business. How sad. Li Xiao was just thinking about how to comfort Celia after the fishing today. The buoy in the middle of the lake seemed to be dragged by an invisible force, and was sinking to the bottom of the lake. Li Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Today's treasure box fishing. The goods come so quickly?" As he spoke, his hands did not stop moving, and he fished up the treasure box with ease. "Congratulations to the player. You have obtained a silver treasure box." A pleasant reminder sounded. Li Xiao looked down at the silver treasure box in his hand. Somewhat unbelievable. He had used every trick this time. But the quality of the treasure box he caught was even worse than the last time. With the quality of a civilized angler of excellent level. This time, the silver treasure box was a pure guaranteed harvest. Okay. The eldest brother did not talk about the second brother. Not only Celia had bad luck today, but his own luck was not much better. Forget it. Let's see what good resources we can get. Li Xiao still thinks that the worst time he had fishing for treasure boxes was when he got a wooden treasure box. But he got an invitation to the desert biome from the wooden treasure box. This invitation to the desert biome is incredible. If he didn't have this invitation, even if Li Xiao had the unconventional cactus formula series, what difference would it make from a eunuch going to a brothel? It can be said that although the quality of the treasure box was rare and low, the harvest and subsequent impact it brought were unprecedentedly great. Open the silver treasure box. Get Iron Potion X3, Archery Potion X3, Weak Magic Potion X3, Healing Potion X1, Slime Staff X1. As the silver treasure box opened, 5 light balls of different colors floated in the air. Li Xiao, after hearing the system prompt, he still didn't believe it, and quickly poked the 5 light balls with his hand. After checking it once, he found out. That's right. The resources obtained from opening the silver treasure box this time were all old friends that he was familiar with, without a new formula or potion. From this perspective, the luck of this treasure chest harvest can be said to be extremely bad. But a silver treasure chest not only opened 3 bottles of iron potions, 3 bottles of archery potions, but also 3 bottles of weak magic potions, and 1 bottle of healing potion, as well as a magic weapon, the slime staff. The 5 resources cover special types of buff potions, as well as magic and life recovery potions, plus a rare type of magic weapon, especially the slime staff. How to say? Even though it has no growth items, even though it is outdated now, but its drop rate is recognized by all players in the regional channel as low. As a slime staff, there is a chance of dropping it when killing any member of the slime family. Which player has not killed hundreds of slimes since the advent of the other world? What is the result? There are still very few players who own slime staffs. And a silver treasure box of a low level can open a slime staff. This luck is not bad, it can even be said to be a great fortune. After all, the quality of the silver treasure box is here. If it was at the beginning of the survival game, when all the players came to the other world, They could immediately enter the first echelon just by relying on the harvest of this silver treasure box. If you need a boost potion, there is a boost potion. If you need a recovery potion, there is a recovery potion. And it also comes with a summoning type magic weapon. Li Xia seemed to be able to read 4 big words from the eyes of the fish wandering by the lake. What else do you want? Alas, what else do you want? A bicycle? Li Xia shook his head and sighed. The quality of the silver treasure box is really high. The mistake is that this treasure box is not what he got when he first came to the other world. After storing all kinds of resources in the ivy backpack, Li Xia called out the title panel and observed it carefully. Title: Civilized Angler 0%. Quality: Rare 15%. Quality promotion reward to be collected. This time, use the title of Civilized Angler to fish in the treasure box. With the help of enchanted Nightwalker bait, fisherman earrings, high-quality fishing line and fishing potion. The Civilized Angler title gained an additional 75% experience progress bar improvement. In addition, the treasure box fishing has a fixed 10% experience progress bar. This time, the treasure box fishing. The experience value of the Civilized Angler title has soared by 85%, and it has been successfully promoted to a higher level again. From excellent to rare. The rare quality level belongs to the level of neither high nor low. From the beginning of the advent of the other world to now, Li Xia has harvested various resources, among which the high-level resources are either excellent or outstanding, and there are really few rare ones. However, it is true that there are few and few, and it is not very noticeable. But in the quality level, there is indeed such a level. Li Xia has also obtained some rare formulas and accessories, so he naturally knows what this is. Receive quality promotion reward. Get Fisherman's Fishing Bag Formula X1. Li Xia looked at the harvest in front of him and was a little stunned. Recipe? Not playing by the rules this time? In addition to the quality promotion reward at the beginning, Li Xia obtained a potion formula, and the accessories of the 3-piece fishing set were obtained in the last 2 times. Now that I have finally collected 2 accessories, I am just waiting for the third one. But this time, a formula I have never seen before is given. How can I describe this quality promotion reward? It's like I am waiting for the rice to be cooked, but the reward I get is a gem. This is not right. Forget it. After all, it is a formula I have never seen before. Let's take a look. Li Xia clicked on the reward collection page, took out the formula, and looked at it intently. When Li Xia saw the note information, he thought of a sentence inexplicably. Non-fu battery. 1 is better than 6. After checking the specific information of the fisherman's tackle bag recipe, especially the materials required for synthesis, he was actually very happy. Originally, he only knew about the 3-piece fishing set, and also knew that high-quality fishing line and fisherman's earrings had entries for making materials. But in a hurry just now, he did not connect the fisherman's tackle bag recipe with high-quality fishing line and fisherman's earrings. After all, these 2 accessories and the fisherman's tackle bag are a bit unrelated. But after checking the introduction of the fisherman's tackle bag recipe, he realized that the advanced accessories after the synthesis of the so-called 3-piece fishing set were nothing else but the fisherman's tackle bag. Isn't this a coincidence? Although he didn't get the only remaining tackle box in the 3-piece fishing set this time, it was also good to get the advanced formula of the corresponding accessories in advance. After storing it in the ivy backpack, Li Xia continued to fish calmly. But an afternoon passed. Li Xia and Celia's fishing today was terrible. Although both of them had some gains, they were only a few small fish. This competition really felt like a lot of noise, but little action. Seeing the night begin to cover the earth like an iron curtain, Li Xia got up and packed up everything and said to Celia, "Celia, let's call it a draw in today's fishing competition. It's getting dark. We should go back to eat." "That's not good. I haven't had enough yet." The corners of Li Xia's mouth twitched. Was she going to fish at night? Damn it! Li Xia thought for no reason. Celia seemed to be getting more and more crooked under her own training. Be good. Be obedient. Come back next time when you have time. No matter whether you win or lose this game, Godfather will still make you dumplings with beef and sour bamboo shoots. Okay. Then, Celia got up obediently, and was about to put away the fiberglass fishing rod when she saw the buoy in the middle of the lake began to float up and down again. And this time, the noise was even louder than any other time today. Look at the force. It's a big fish. Right? Ah, Godfather, come and help. Celia grabbed the fiberglass fishing rod tightly and called for help. She didn't want to let the only big fish today go. Here it comes. Li Xia agreed and then stepped forward to help. With the cooperation of the two, they finally caught it as they wished after a lot of effort. It's just, the catch this time is a bit different from what Li Xia and Celia expected. Because what they saw in front of them was not a big fish, but a frog the size of a rabbit. Gugua. The two of them stared at each other. After all, no one had ever seen such a big frog. Gugua. The frog suddenly jumped into the air, emitting a light green light. When the light faded, under the gaze of Li Xia and Celia, the frog floating in the air was left with only a frog leg as long as a forearm. Frog? Frog leg? What is going on? Wait! Li Xia suddenly remembered that he seemed to have caught fish once with a similar change. Balloon pufferfish. That's right. It's the balloon pufferfish. Is Celia going to make a splash today? It turns out that she was saving her luck today for a burst of luck. Li Xia laughed, picked up the frog leg, and looked at it intently. Chapter 194. It was approaching night. The forest community was no longer silent, because most zombies were nocturnal. In the caves scattered throughout the forest at night, countless zombies appeared, wandering and hunting. The forest community naturally contained the roars of various zombies. But amidst these chaotic roars, a crisp sound of fog and grass was heard. The loud sound attracted the surrounding enemies, and they began to move towards the place where Li Xia and Celia were. Li Xia was unmoved by the situation, and directly took out the slime staff from the ivy backpack and waved his hand. Puff! Puff! 2 armed spiked slime mother shooters, captains, as big as a hill, held sand guns and attacked the surrounding enemies frantically. For now, with the forest biome, these zombies or slimes can't do anything to Li Xia and others. Li Xia only needs to rely on the summons of the slime staff to deal with it. This is like a player who has already left the novice village being surrounded by a group of low-level monsters in the north of the novice village. Li Xia was in no mood to care about these enemy monsters that surrounded him. All his thoughts were now on the frog leg in front of him. This frog leg is an accessory, and it is a special biological accessory like the balloon pufferfish. The special thing about this type of accessory is that even Su Hongdo, who has the heritage of the dwarfs, cannot analyze this type of accessory and reverse the formula. This also shows that accessories such as frog legs and balloon puffer fish can never be mass-produced. Compared with balloon puffer fish, frog legs are definitely the winner, because frog legs not only have 3 effects, but also have a miraculous effect of adding wings to a tiger when paired with wings. What a pity. Li Xia was entangled for a long time, and shook his head with emotion. What's wrong with Godfather? Is there something wrong with this accessory? Celia asked hurriedly when she saw this. There is no problem. But the damage effect of frog legs is naturally overlapped with the effect of wings and lucky horseshoe accessories. Li Xia paused and then said, the effect of the frog legs is good. But it's a pity that it appeared too late. And it's like a chicken rib for us. Ah? Is that so? Celia was a little unhappy when she heard it. After all, frog legs are the first accessory she fished up herself. As a result, this frog leg accessory is novel, but it is useless. So she is naturally not very happy. Li Xia reacted and quickly said, oh, that's not the case. After all, frog legs have the entry of crafting materials. Who knows if the advanced accessories of this accessory will be of great help to us. Besides, frog legs are accessories that we have never obtained before. It's better to have them than not. After Li Xia's words, Celia's mood became much better. Then Godfather, do you remember the bet today? Li Xia smiled when he heard it. Of course I remember. Okay. Based on the frog leg accessory you caught today, you win the bet. And we'll go back to the shelter now. I'll cook for you and make beef and sour bamboo shoot dumplings. Li Xia said with emotion, if we don't make them today, we may not have much time in the following days. Tomorrow, the triumphal week will end, and we have to start getting busy. Yeah. So let's hurry up. Right? Celia couldn't wait to take out the ice and snow memory mirror. Eager to go home, Li Xia had no objection. The two of them teleported back to the shelter immediately. Li Xia personally cooked and spent some time making beef and sour bamboo shoot dumplings for Celia, making the shelter happy today like the new year. After dinner, Li Xia returned to the workshop and stored the frog legs in the corresponding silver storage box. Then took out a large number of jade gems and came to the silver workbench. There were only 4 hours left until midnight. Once midnight passed today, the triumphal week ended, and all the players in the regional channel were waiting for another race against time. The focus of the next work will definitely be on exploring other biomes. As for the defense system of the shelter, we should hurry up and upgrade everything that needs to be upgraded while there is still time. At present, the only defense system of the shelter that still has room for upgrading and strengthening is the Scarlet Mage Tower. Li Xia clicked on the recipe page with his finger, swiped up and down, and finally found the required recipe. Materials required for the Jade Staff, Jade Gem X8. Tungsten Ingot X10 synthesis time 1 minute. 1 minute? Not bad. Li Xia invested a lot of resources to synthesize the Jade Staff. With the silver workbench running at full capacity, the first Jade Staff was soon freshly made. Li Xia picked up the staff and looked at it intently. Compared to the Sapphire Staff, the basic attack damage of the Jade Staff skill was increased to 25 points. If this is a routine operation of the staff, then the instant Jade Arrow skill, with its accompanying penetration gain, can be regarded as an unexpected surprise. I don't know if the upgraded Scarlet Mage Tower can gain the penetration benefit. Li Xia thought for a moment and shrugged. Who cares? Even if it doesn't gain the penetration benefit, the Scarlet Mage Tower is still the strongest offensive building in the shelter's defense system. Li Xia took advantage of the silver workbench mass-producing jade staffs to discuss the high-end accessories business in the past few days with Su Hongdo, and analyzed which high-end accessories were the best-selling ones, and decided to focus on the production of these accessories in the future and make them a signature. After finishing the work of making money through cooperation, the silver workbench also produced enough jade staffs. Li Xia hurriedly walked out of the shelter and came to a Scarlet Wizard Tower. Upgrade requirements: Star Bottle X8, Jade Staff X1, Tungsten Ingot X45, Silver Ingot X135, Iron Ingot X135, Scarlet Points X200. Shelter Level 5 Upgrade Duration 2 hours. Whether to consume materials to upgrade, yes/no. Li Xia looked at the upgrade panel of the Scarlet Wizard Tower, and once again lamented his foresight in choosing 3 out of 5 hidden rewards. Because the reward of reducing the cost of upgrading the shelter by 50% is extremely helpful not only to myself, but also to all players in the entire regional channel. Various ingot materials are abundant, and the jade staff has been made. During this period, Li Xia ordered the sky-breaking gargoyle to make the required star bottles in the interval between upgrading high-level accessories. Now everything is ready, and there is no shortage of east wind. Li Xia immediately invested resources to upgrade. Then the third-level Scarlet Magician Tower in front of him shone with a layer of scarlet light. But the triumphal week will end soon, and Li Xia doesn't have the time to wait for 2 hours for the Scarlet Mage Tower to automatically upgrade. He took out the silver construction hammer, which is more powerful than the iron construction hammer, and hit the Scarlet Mage Tower with his backhand. Bang! With a knock, the silver construction hammer disappeared. The Scarlet Mage Tower exuded a layer of scarlet light, and then the upgrade was completed immediately. Li Xia looked up at the 4th-level Scarlet Mage Tower in front of him. Because the defense system of the shelter has all turned scarlet, only the Scarlet Master can upgrade and strengthen all kinds of buildings. Not even the Scarlet Banshee Celia. Fortunately, the shelter now has the Building Hammer series, so upgrading the defense system of the shelter is not a big deal. After spending a lot of effort, Li Xia was just about to go back to the shelter for a cup of tea. As a result, he found that the sky-breaking gargoyle actually flew in front of him at the fastest speed. Commander, the world rules have just been upgraded to the 4th level. Oh! Li Xia laughed. It's been almost a week. I thought the world rules would be upgraded to the 4th level only after the triumphal week. I didn't expect it to be stuck at this point. I have already prepared for your upgrade. Here, I have prepared the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone for you. The scarlet eyes on the face of the sky-breaking gargoyle flashed rapidly. It suppressed its excitement and took over the 2 most precious resources for intermediate intelligent weapons such as gargoyles. Thank you, Commander. I will not let you down. Li Xia waved his hand. Just do it. I will go back and prepare an armor set for you. As for weapons and accessories, I will tell you after you upgrade. Yes. The sky-breaking gargoyle responded and immediately began to devour a large amount of silver ingot resources to make up for the current energy reserves. The sky-breaking gargoyle continued to devour like a bottomless pit until all the devoured resources were converted and satisfied the energy required for the upgrade. The sky-breaking gargoyle immediately began to upgrade. With such a sufficient supply of energy reserves, the upgrade was a natural result. At the moment of the upgrade, the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone were automatically integrated into the sky-breaking gargoyle's body. Crack, crack, like the sound of shackles breaking. It resounded through the world like thunder. The sky-breaking gargoyle got the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone, just like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. From then on, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. Li Xia also handed the selected weapons and armor sets to the sky-breaking gargoyle. Thank you, Commander. After the sky-breaking gargoyle was equipped with various weapons and armor sets, Li Xia looked at it intently. Chapter 195. Inside the shelter, the atmosphere was joyous because of the promotion of sky-breaking gargoyle. Celia pulled sky-breaking gargoyle to ask questions. Sky-breaking gargoyle was promoted and merged with the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone. At this moment, sky-breaking gargoyle became more intelligent, and his facial expression became more anthropomorphic. The overall image also changed from a gargoyle to a flesh and blood human. If the previous third-level sky-breaking gargoyle was still in shackles, and was just an ordinary intermediate intelligent weapon, then after being promoted to the fourth level and blessed by the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone, sky-breaking gargoyle is no longer a player at this moment, but better than a player. And from the perspective of death, as long as the energy reserves of the sky-breaking gargoyle are not exhausted, it can be resurrected all the time. This is simply a cheating method that is even more than the player's. However, no matter how much the sky-breaking gargoyle's strength changes, it is still Li Xia's servant and needs to obey Li Xia's orders. Even if Li Xia dies, it will die on the spot. This is the price that the sky-breaking gargoyle can still survive in the world after the change of era. At this moment, facing Celia, who had always treated him very well, sky-breaking gargoyle was also open-minded. But in this joyous and peaceful atmosphere, Li Xia's face was very serious. The data of sky-breaking gargoyle were further improved due to the advancement. But the last sentence of sky-breaking gargoyle's note information made Li Xia suddenly startled. What do you think, Li Xia? This sentence should not be the regular content of the note information. It is obvious that an unknown existence has done something. Otherwise the notes would not be so weird. And this is not the first time. Back then, when the survival game of the series had just begun and all the players came to the other world, Li Xia buried the remains of the Tree Demon clan by chance and won the title of civilized fisherman. The notes at that time were also so weird, as if someone was talking to him through the notes. And the notes revealed a lot of content. The third time? Big deal? Lucky rookie. At that time, Li Xia thought the reason why the note information was weird was because the title was rare. But now I think, maybe the unknown existence has been paying attention to me for a long time. The third time? 3 people? Crimson Land versus Crimson Overlord? Then, what about the Corruption Land? Will there also be a Corruption Overlord? And the weirdest thing is that this unknown existence has its own consciousness. From the previous version updates of the survival game and various regional announcements, we can clearly know this. That unknown existence that has been silent for so long and has never done such a trick on me. And why did he suddenly leave this sentence in the notes after the sky-breaking gargoyle was promoted? Could it be that the sky-breaking gargoyle merged the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone and was promoted to the 4th level, which to some extent can already be compared with the title of civilized fisherman that I got at the beginning? I can't figure it out. It's impossible to come up with a result. The current clues are too scarce, and Li Xia can't deduce the final answer from the existing clues. Regardless of why the unknown existence sent this message, all Li Xia can do is to try his best to improve his strength. Only by preparing for a rainy day can we prevent it before it happens. Godfather? Godfather! Li Xia came back to his senses and found that Celia was standing in front of him with her head tilted, waving her hands. Ah? What's wrong with Celia? Celia wondered. Godfather, what are you thinking about? Didn't you say that after checking the panel data of the little stone, you have to match it with a set of accessories? Oh yes, that's right. Li Xia waited to let the sky-breaking gargoyle come to him, and scanned the sky-breaking gargoyle's panel data again. It turned out that... What do you think, Li Xia? disappeared without a trace from the sky-breaking gargoyle's notes. It was as if this sentence had never appeared before. Li Xia calmed down. And he had made up his mind before. So even if the sky-breaking gargoyle's notes changed again, it had nothing to do with him. Li Xia knew what the most urgent task was. After scanning, Li Xia said with some embarrassment, 9,527's armor and weapons are easy to deal with. But this accessory, it's a bit difficult. Huh? Celia asked, why is it difficult? Even the sky-breaking gargoyle looked at him curiously. Li Xia explained, 9,527 consumes energy reserves when releasing skills, while we players consume magic points when releasing skills. Even if 9,527 consumes at least 0.1% of its energy reserves when releasing a skill, it is not suitable for a protracted battle in general, because of the different skill release mechanism. Many of my magic recovery accessories have no effect on it. The only wing accessory I have, the chick wing, is also useless in front of its racial talent. That's why I said it's difficult. After saying this, Celia frowned and said, is that so? How about equipping Little Stone with a magic accessory first, and see what happens? Li Xia slapped his forehead. No practice. No right to speak. I almost forgot this sentence. How do I know if the accessories will work if I haven't tested them with the equipment? You're right. Li Xia brought the two to the workshop, found a magic regeneration bracelet from the silver storage box, and equipped the sky-breaking gargoyle in the accessories column. How is it? Is it effective? After sensing it for a moment, the sky-breaking gargoyle immediately replied, reporting to the commander, the magic regeneration bracelet is taking effect, and my energy reserves are rising at a weak trend. Li Xia suddenly realized, so that's it. Although the sky-breaking gargoyle does not have a magic bar, because the release of skills requires energy reserves. Magic recovery accessories, such as the magic regeneration bracelet, restore the energy reserves of the sky-breaking gargoyle. If this is true, that's great. Adding magic recovery accessories to the sky-breaking gargoyle can not only make it fight as long as possible, you can also use the recovery effect of these accessories to offset the sky-breaking gargoyle's fixed daily energy reserve consumption on weekdays. You know, in the current shelter, the sky-breaking gargoyle is one of the top 3 gold-eating giants. Now, maybe in the future, the sky-breaking gargoyle can achieve self-sufficiency and greatly reduce the resource consumption of the shelter. Li Xia clapped his hands and said, then I know how to match accessories for you. Wait! Li Xia searched for a while, and then made an accessory on the silver workbench, and handed these pieces to the sky-breaking gargoyle, letting it equip them all. Accessories 6/6, Cthulhu Shield, Swift Frost Flower Boots, Hard Magnetic Flower, Light Panic Necklace, Sawtooth Shark Tooth Necklace, Secret Mana Regeneration Bracelet. Cthulhu Shield and Frost Flower Boots can improve the sky-breaking gargoyle's evasion and charge ability. Magnetic Flower and Magic Regeneration Bracelet can improve the energy reserve recovery of sky-breaking gargoyle. Panic Necklace and Shark Tooth Necklace can improve the combat damage ability of sky-breaking gargoyle. Of course, if you can get other magic recovery accessories in the future, you can also replace the Panic Necklace and Shark Tooth Necklace, because sky-breaking gargoyle is a sheer profession on the surface. But in fact, the accessories it needs are more suitable for the magician category. After everything is done, time has also come to midnight. The Triumphal Week event has officially ended. The race against time to grab the first boss kill has begun. Li Xia quickly brought Celia and sky-breaking gargoyle to the vicinity of the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower, between the two options of Scarlet Land and Corruption Land. Li Xia did not hesitate at all and immediately clicked on the anchor coordinates of Scarlet Land. As the transmission light curtain flowed with colorful colors, Li Xia brought sky-breaking gargoyle and Celia through the light curtain and smoothly came to the Scarlet Land plain. But, less than a minute later, the 3-man team used the memory mirror to teleport back to the shelter. The reason for the quick return was not because the 3-man team encountered any danger, but invisible. That's right. Literally invisible. Just now, the 3-man team teleported to the Scarlet Land, and the surroundings were pitch black. Torches and glow sticks did not work at all. Even when Celia and Li Xia were face to face, they could not find each other. In this case, let alone exploration and adventure, even moving became a problem. In order to ensure the consistency of information, Li Xia led the team to teleport into the Corruption Land again. The result was still the same. It was pitch black and impossible to look directly into the darkness. No wonder. I was wondering why the unknown existence would be so kind to give us the Crystal Tower formulas of the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land. So this is a sign of power from the large special biological community? It seems that it is definitely not an easy task to explore and take the first kill of the boss. After returning to the shelter, Li Xia pondered secretly. If the problem of not being able to see cannot be solved, how can we talk about adventures? How can we talk about taking the first kill of the boss? Wait. Darkness? Invisible? Light source? Li Xia seemed to have thought of something, and quickly came to the workshop, clicked on the recipe interface, slid his finger up and down, and found the required recipe. Magic Light Amulet. That's right. There must be more than one way to solve the light source problem. But for Li Xia, the most feasible way now is to make the Magic Light Amulet, because the remarks of the Mushroom Amulet have been introduced. The Magic Light Amulet accessory is one of the unconventional recipe series of the Crimson Land. It has the function of increasing the user's movement speed and providing a permanent constant light source, allowing the user to explore and adventure normally in the dark. Permanent constant light source. These few words completely reveal the mystery of the Crimson Land. The crimson or ingot dropped by killing the Eye of Cthulhu before is enough to make several magic light amulets. And in the rewards of the version update, players can choose one of the unconventional recipe series of the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land. Sufficient materials. The conditions for making the Magic Light Amulet are sufficient. The answer has been revealed in advance, and it depends on when the players can wake up. Li Xia thought of this and smiled. Luckily, I cooperated with Su Hongdo in the high-end accessories sales business a few days ago and exchanged a lot of scarlet ore ingots, which is too easy to meet the production needs. Material required for the Magic Light Amulet: scarlet ore ingot X12. Topaz X5 synthesis time 5 minutes. Li Xia invested the corresponding resources and made 3 Magic Light Amulets in a hurry. There are 2 ways to synthesize the formula of the Magic Light Amulet, which Li Xia had not thought of. After all, if there are multiple synthesis methods for the previous formula, they will generally be mentioned in the formula, perhaps because of the special characteristics of large special biological communities. Even if it is the same kind of accessories, the same effect, because of different formulas and different synthetic materials, it is naturally divided into 2 formulas. However, whether the Magic Light Amulet is 1 formula or 2 formulas has nothing to do with Li Xia. Anyway, he has obtained 3 Magic Light Amulets, which are enough to meet the needs of the 3-person team's exploration and adventure. And even though the Magic Light Amulet is only rare, it has 3 effects. Although the first and second of these 3 effects are bonuses to movement speed, the third simply provides a permanent constant light source. Although the number is large, the quality is not very good. And this also means that the 3-person team must readjust the original accessories bar and replace them with the Magic Light Amulet when going to the Scarlet Land for exploration and adventure. This will obviously reduce the combat effectiveness of each of the 3-person team in disguise. But it doesn't matter. Being able to explore and adventure normally is already a big step ahead of other players. Without thinking too much, Li Xia took the lead in calling out the accessories bar, took off the royal gel and replaced it with the Magic Light Amulet, and handed the remaining 2 Magic Light Amulets to Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle. You 2 should also equip the Magic Light Amulet quickly. Let's hurry up and explore the Scarlet Land before others. Celia: okay. Godfather. Skybreaking Gargoyle: yes. Commander. After the 2 quickly equipped the accessories, they returned to the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower under the leadership of Li Xia. Thanks to the unlimited number of plane teleportation of the multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower, otherwise 2 teleportation opportunities would have been wasted before. That's equivalent to 2 invitations. Puff. The teleportation light curtain started. The 3-person team officially left the shelter and began their adventure to explore the Scarlet Land. Chapter 196. It was pitch black, and the Scarlet Land, wrapped in darkness, suddenly opened a teleportation light curtain. Li Xia teleported here with Celia and the Skybreaking Gargoyle. The permanent and constant light source brought by the magic amulet worn by the 3 people dispelled the darkness around them. Li Xia was able to look directly at the Scarlet Land. He looked around and found that the surroundings were all monotonous blood color, and the stones under his feet seemed to be stained with blood. The most bizarre thing was that blood would actually flow from the surface of the rock from time to time. The blood that flowed down gathered in the small pit at the bottom, and it miraculously reduced automatically. Li Xia looked closely, and found that it was the strange magical plant death grass near the pit that was absorbing the blood. The trees growing around were also strangely blood-colored, and their appearance even looked like a human with bared fangs and claws. Under the illumination of the magic amulet, the darkness was dispelled. But Li Xia found that the surroundings were filled with blood-colored mist. The thick blood-colored mist filled the surroundings, and Li Xia could smell a sweet and fishy smell with a light sniff. Everything in the Scarlet Land seemed so strange and eerie. The three-person team led by Li Xia was out of tune with the surroundings because of the magic amulet. It was like a child who revealed his identity and position in the dark forest. And this was a necessary condition for walking in the Scarlet Land for exploration and adventure. The concentration of the blood fog was too high, and the field of vision was less than 10 meters. This 10-meter distance was exactly the farthest distance that the light source of the magic amulet could shine through the blood fog. But 10 meters is still too short for Li Xia, and the three-man team is naturally at a disadvantage. There are roars of unknown enemies around, but the vision is blocked, and even the monster radar is completely ineffective. The Scarlet Land is indeed a large special biological community. The difficulty is different. Li Xia frowned slightly and looked around vigilantly when the three-man team took cautious steps and prepared to explore. Ding! The system prompt sounded belatedly. Rules for exploring the Scarlet Land. Rule 1. The Scarlet Land is a large special biological community with a vast area. Any player in any regional channel can only be teleported to the only Scarlet Land by any means, because there is only one Scarlet Land. Rule 2. When a player is exploring the Scarlet Land, if he kills other players he encounters, he can get a reward of the dead player's four-dimensional origin and a random accessory. There is no limit on the number of this reward. Rule 3. There are countless demon altars in the Crimson Land. If players find a demon altar, they can choose to offer sacrifices for sacrifice, and you will get immeasurable benefits. Rule 4. At the bottom of the abyss of the Crimson Land grows the Crimson Heart, which is the embodiment of authority. After destroying it, you will get various rewards. But please note that there is no limit to 3 times. Otherwise your brain will no longer belong to you. Rule 5. In a single exploration adventure in the Crimson Land, the number of enemies killed by players cannot exceed 1,000, and the stay time cannot exceed 12 hours. Rule 6. Kill any enemy monsters in the Crimson Land, and the number reaches 1,000. You can obtain the gift of the Crimson Sequence, and become a member of the Crimson Sequence in charge of blood and killing. Rule 7. Players cannot kill other players in the Crimson Land. Otherwise you will be assimilated by the Crimson, and the face monster is watching you. Rule 9. There is no Rule 8. I wish you good luck. Li Xia. Exploration rules? The Crimson Land, a large special biological community, actually has exploration rules? And how to say it? Several of these 8 rules are contradictory to each other. In addition, what happened to the missing 8th rule? Li Xia carefully scanned the Crimson Land exploration rules in front of him, and found several problems. The Crimson Land or the Corruption Land? These 2 large special biomes. There is only one. No matter which regional channel the player is teleported to the Crimson Land. Strictly speaking, it is here, and players are likely to meet each other in the process of exploring the Crimson Land. Then, should I kill or not? The four-dimensional origin is not only a precious resource for other players, but also a very important strategic resource for Li Xia himself. The root cause is that it can fundamentally improve the four-dimensional strength of players. It doesn't matter whether I kill or not. The moment I met other players, a small chain of suspicion had already formed. This is a veritable dark forest. Even if I don't want to kill other players for no reason. People don't hurt tigers, but tigers hurt people's hearts. How can Li Xia guarantee that other players will not want to kill him? But the exploration rules of the Crimson Land are contradictory. Is every rule true and reliable and must be followed? Not necessarily. And one of the rules clearly states that players cannot kill other players in the Crimson Land. Otherwise they will be assimilated by the Crimson. The face monster is watching you. And this sentence cannot be ignored. Sacrificing at the demon altar will have reward feedback. Destroying the Crimson Heart will also have rewards. But 3 times is the limit. Otherwise your brain will no longer belong to you. It seems that there are traps hidden under these 2 rules. As for the exploration and adventure of the Scarlet Land, one rule says that players are not allowed to kill more than 1,000 enemies in a single adventure. And another rule says that killing more than 1,000 will gain the gift of the Scarlet Sequence? One of these 2 must be false. Wait! Li Xia frowned. The gift of the Scarlet Sequence? He suddenly thought of the Scarlet Lizard Hunter, who had just been promoted when he explored the desert biome before. If Li Xia remembered correctly, the Scarlet Lizard Hunter was the most humble existence in the Scarlet Sequence. The Scarlet Infected. If that was the case, let's assume that this rule was true. And if some players really changed their jobs to become Scarlet Sequence, it would be easier for me, the Scarlet Overlord. Right? But there was another question. If this was the case for players who changed their jobs to become Scarlet Sequence, how would the enemies entrenched in the Scarlet Land react to me, the Scarlet Overlord? Thinking of this, Li Xia came back to his senses and breathed a sigh of relief. Godfather, what should we do next? Celia asked with her head tilted. Li Xia smiled. One step at a time. We will try to find the boss's lair within 12 hours and kill him, Celia said with some embarrassment. But the Scarlet Land is so big. Where can we find the boss's lair? Li Xia said confidently. In fact, the exploration rules of the Scarlet Land have already told us where the boss is. Ah? Where is it? Li Xia explained. The Scarlet Abyss. Li Xia did not explain too much. After all, time was tight, and the task was heavy. Celia just asked casually. Anyway, as long as Li Xia had an idea and a goal, and knew what to do next, she would follow Li Xia all the way. Why would she ask so clearly? Godfather doesn't like people who talk too much. As for the sky-breaking gargoyle, it was even more so. In its view, the respected commander was naturally omniscient, and he only needed to wait for orders and act. Led by Li Xia, the three-member team began their exploration adventure in the Scarlet Land. The permanent and constant light source granted by the magic amulet was like a big light bulb as it moved. Li Xia picked a lot of death grass along the way, and never missed any. After all, death grass is a magical plant unique to the Scarlet Land. A large special biological community. Maybe there will be a potion formula that needs this raw material later. It's just a handy thing. And it doesn't take much effort. The three-member team climbed over a small hill. And suddenly a rustling sound appeared in their ears. The three-man team guarded one direction and watched the surrounding situation. As the rustling sound approached, blood appeared on the scarlet rock ground. And one after another, blood-colored reptiles with huge bodies and spider-like appearances emerged from the ground. Li Xia glanced at the panel data of the blood reptiles. I can only say, the Scarlet Land is indeed a large special biological community. Even the unique regular type of enemy monsters such as blood reptiles. The four-dimensional attributes should not be underestimated. For other players, the blood reptiles with fixed attacks and bloody slaughter debuffs and scarlet violent buffs are indeed a big trouble. Moreover, even if you kill a blood crawler, you must be careful of the scarlet rain cloud that will be launched above your head after death. If Li Xia remembers correctly, this passively triggered skill is the same skill as the Scarlet Wizard Tower in the shelter. It is precisely because he knows the power of this skill. At this moment, there are nearly 100 blood crawlers around. So Li Xia feels a little tricky. Yes, it's just a little tricky. Rustle. The blood crawlers in groups finally climb from the ground to the ground, filling the distance of 100 meters. The dense crowds are enough to make people with trypophobia. The blood crawlers were about to attack, but suddenly they stiffened. It was as if they had encountered a natural enemy. The blood crawlers, which had clearly formed an encirclement trend, retreated one after another like a tide. It was as if, for the blood crawlers, the three-person team was inexplicably terrifying from the depths of their souls and blood. Li Xia nodded slightly when he saw this. Blood crawlers are a regular type of enemy monster unique to the large special biological community Crimson Land, and naturally should be subordinate to the Crimson Sequence. Even if the blood crawler is not the most despicable scarlet infected person in the Scarlet Sequence, it should be a member of the Scarlet Sequence. So, these blood crawlers will instinctively feel panic, fear, timidity, and retreat when facing their Scarlet Master. In this way, this adventure of exploring the Scarlet Land will be difficult or even hellish for other players. But for themselves, it will be an extremely easy and simple mode. Right? Just as this thought appeared, Li Xia seemed to hear the roar from the biological community of the Scarlet Land itself. It was a roar that reached directly into the soul. Angry? Extreme anger. It was like, I couldn't let anyone else snore under my bed. That's right. Li Xia had this feeling for no reason. Then, the blood crawler army in front of him, as if under another huge pressure, began to attack the hill where the three-person team was. Extremely easy? Obviously not. Li Xia forgot one thing. Although he was the Scarlet Overlord, the strongest being in the Scarlet sequence, but the Scarlet Land was not ownerless. This entire large special biological community was a materialized kingdom of power. In an away game, the owner was hiding behind the scenes and was very powerful. Even if he was not as powerful as himself in the Scarlet sequence, he would not be completely powerless to fight back, based on Li Xia's previous experience of killing boss-level monsters. When he was in the illusory kingdom of power, some of the rules were already decided by the existence of the power. What's more, what about the current Scarlet Land? The materialized kingdom of power? I'm afraid that Li Xia will find the existence behind the scenes and kill it completely. Any kind of enemy monster that the three-person team encounters in the Scarlet Land will be naturally suppressed even when facing the Scarlet Overlord. But these enemies still dare to attack them, just like these blood crawlers in front of them. It seems that this exploration and adventure journey in the Scarlet Land has just begun. Special rules? The materialized kingdom of power? And the boss-level enemy monsters that belong to the Scarlet sequence? It's getting more and more interesting. Li Xia took out the Scarlet Sand Gun and shouted, "Kill!" Chapter 197. The Crimson Land, near the hill, instantly turned into an exciting battlefield. Li Xia held the Crimson Sand Gun and fired wildly at the surrounding enemies. Dense and continuous bullets rushed out of the gun barrel. Bang! 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 Minus 249. Minus 249. Minus 530. Although the blood crawler is a regular enemy unique to the large biome Crimson Land, but its health is not lower than that of some rare enemies in the gem mine. It also has a passive skill that reduces damage by 30%. As a result, Li Xia's Scarlet Sand Gun attack will be greatly reduced when facing blood crawlers. But this does not hinder Li Xia's killing speed and efficiency. The extremely fast attack speed of the Scarlet Sand Gun still kills the blood crawlers in front of it very efficiently. Successfully kill the 4th level blood crawler captain. Get Vertebra X1. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully kill the 4th level blood crawler elite. Get Tentacle Hammer X1. Scarlet Points X200. Although the 3-person team had a high killing efficiency, but after the blood crawler died, it would trigger a passive skill, releasing a scarlet rain cloud above the 3 people's heads, causing continuous damage. And because of the high killing efficiency, the Scarlet Rain Cloud was connected to the Scarlet Rain Cloud, and the range continued to expand. The blood-colored raindrops the size of soybeans fell to the ground like pearls that had broken off the string. Li Xia and Celia were inevitably hurt by the Scarlet Rain Cloud. Puff! Fortunately, the two quickly used the Scarlet Wind Blade wings and flew quickly out of the range of the Scarlet Rain Cloud. Even in midair, she did not forget to attack. Celia held the Scarlet Regeneration Axe staff tightly in both hands. Magical navigation bullets hit the most densely populated area of the blood crawler army. Often one skill can affect a large number of blood crawlers. Bang! 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 Powerful magic navigation bullets. Plus Celia's passive skill debuff curse. How can she fight against blood crawlers, which are only immune to one debuff? Instantly, the blood crawler army, fighting on instinct, was made a fool of by the debuff curse. At the same time that Celia fully interpreted what a Scarlet Banshee is. The Skybreaking Gargoyle, which has been promoted to the 4th level and has integrated the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone, is naturally not to be underestimated. The Skybreaking Gargoyle raised the tendon bow in front of it, and one sharp arrow after another drew a perfect arc, bringing the most fatal damage to the blood crawler army. Moreover, the Skybreaking Gargoyle is a veteran who specializes in the archer profession. Not only does its arrows hit the target, but it is also very strategic. It often shoots those enemies that have been hit by Celia or Li Xia's attacks and have caused damage or are in a debuff state. In this way, although the Skybreaking Gargoyle's skills have a cooldown time, if we only consider the efficiency of killing blood crawlers, the Skybreaking Gargoyle really stands out and is slightly better. The range of the Scarlet Rain clouds in the sky is getting larger and larger, and the number of dead blood crawlers is also increasing. Li Xia, Celia, and Skybreaking Gargoyle almost continuously soar in the sky, avoiding the Scarlet Rain clouds while attacking the blood crawler army. Faced with the current situation that the 3-person team can fly, the blood crawlers that can only crawl on the ground are left with impotent rage. Although the blood crawlers can move freely underground, the blood crawler army is now facing Li Xia. who has the authority of the Scarlet Lord. In this materialized kingdom of authority, the Blood Crawler army cannot do whatever they want. The roar before the battle was just a roar for Li Xia. But for the Blood Crawler army, it was a tremor and terror from the soul, and from the depths of the blood. They can only obey orders unconditionally. Attack, attack, and attack again. It was precisely because of this death order that the Blood Crawler army, even though they suffered heavy casualties, could not sneak underground to seek a glimmer of hope. -249. -249. -530. Successfully killed the 4th level Blood Crawler captain. Obtained Vertebra X1. Monster Lasagna Recipe X1. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the 4th level Blood Crawler elite. Obtained Vertebra X1. Meat Catcher Recipe X1. Scarlet Points X200. After a while, the last Blood Crawler was neatly solved by Li Xia. This wave of Blood Crawlers controlled by the mastermind behind the materialized power kingdom ended in annihilation. The 3-man team only folded their wings and landed on the ground at this time. It must be said that the passive skill Scarlet Rain Cloud triggered after the death of the Blood Crawler is really a bit tricky, because the Scarlet Rain Cloud released after the death of the Blood Crawler is projected over the enemy, and the number of Blood Crawlers is quite large, and the death efficiency is high. The 3-man team is now covered with Scarlet Rain. Fortunately, Li Xia has a rich variety of potions, and in addition to recovery potions, there are also various enhancement potions. With the blessing of multiple effects, he can attack the Blood Crawler army under the Scarlet Rain Cloud when there is no escape. Godfather. Woo woo woo. I'm a drowned chicken. Celia was drenched by the Scarlet Rain Cloud and pouted. Ha ha ha. Li Xia laughed. Godfather. Isn't it the same? How can it be the same? Celia is a girl. It's so ugly now. Not ugly. Not ugly. Celia is always pretty in my eyes. Li Xia comforted. Really? Of course it's true. Celia nodded happily after hearing this, and then walked aside and began to fix her makeup. Li Xia turned his head and ordered the sky-breaking gargoyle to guard Celia. He sat alone and began to sort out the harvest from killing the Blood Crawler army. The Blood Crawler army is a regular type of enemy monster in the large special biological community Crimson Land. Although it is not a rare type of enemy monster, its drops are much richer than those of ordinary enemies. After taking a sip of water, Li Xia took out a recipe for monster lasagna with a ramen pattern on the cover from his ivy backpack and looked at it intently. Monster lasagna? Li Xia took a breath and felt a toothache. The Blood Crawler looked hideous and terrifying, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a crying child. The vertebrae in the body of an enemy with this appearance were actually the raw materials for making the enhanced food monster lasagna. Thinking of himself eating a bowl of monster lasagna before the battle, Li Xia felt a chill. I'll make a sample of monster lasagna and see if the buff is any different from pumpkin pie or other buff foods. Then I'll just eat pumpkin pie. Li Xia made up his mind secretly. Of course, according to the notes of monster lasagna, in the Crimson Land biome, not only will killing the Blood Crawler enemy drop vertebrae, which means that in this exploration adventure of the Crimson Land biome, the 3-person team will definitely have a very abundant harvest of vertebrae. At present, no other uses of the vertebrae have been found. Even if it is found later that the vertebrae are really only used to make monster lasagna, they can be made and put on the shelves for sale in personal stores. Anyway, if you don't eat it yourself, it doesn't mean that others won't eat it. It can get a buff effect and improve combat power. What else do you want? Li Xia stored the monster lasagna recipe in the ivy backpack, and then took out a weapon that looked like a mace. Li Xia looked at the panel data of the tentacle hammer and pondered for a while. The basic attack and additional attributes of the tentacle hammer are not high. It is almost equivalent to the basic attack of the bloody machete and claw gloves obtained by opening the gift bag in the previous event. But the passive skill of the tentacle hammer is very rare. The tentacle hammer projectile is similar to the bloody slaughter debuff to some extent, because both have the effect of stacking debuff layers. Although the basic attack of the tentacle hammer is low, after the tentacle hammer projectile is fully stacked, the additional damage of 15 points per second cannot be underestimated. If it was a few weeks ago, it would definitely be the first choice weapon for the first-tier players. What a pity! Now it is a few weeks later. The tentacle hammer was born at the wrong time. At present, among the melee weapons in Li Xia's collection, there are many weapons stronger than the tentacle hammer. So the tentacle hammer is a magical weapon with only a passive skill as the only highlight, which obviously cannot catch Li Xiao's eye. Li Xia shrugged. He couldn't use it himself. So he could sell it, and maybe even exchange it for some resources. Anyway, there will always be a place for the tentacle hammer to be used. Li Xia put the tentacle hammer into the ivy backpack, and took out the final harvest of killing the blood crawler army this time. A meat trap recipe with a fishing rod pattern on the cover. Fishing rod recipe? Li Xiao's eyes lit up. From the beginning of his arrival in the other world to now, he has only used 2 fishing rods in total. A wooden fishing rod. A fiberglass fishing rod. And they are all finished products. And no recipe has been obtained. Unexpectedly, this time when killing the blood crawler army, he can unexpectedly get a fishing rod recipe. The quality of the meat catcher recipe is a rare level higher than excellent, which means that the finished product of the meat catcher will definitely not be lower than rare. This is already better than the fiberglass fishing rod that Li Xia has. And the materials for making the meat catcher fishing rod only need 8 pieces of scarlet or ingots. For Li Xia, it is still no problem. Although the quality of the fishing rod cannot increase the experience points obtained by the civilized angler in a single use. But it can definitely secretly affect the hidden quality of treasure box fishing. I'll make one for fun later. Li Xia nodded slightly. As a veteran fisherman, how could he not be tempted by a good fishing rod in front of him? Just as Li Xia put the formula in the ivy backpack, a burst of laughter came from beside him. Ha ha ha. Li Xia turned his head, and found Celia holding a crimson skill book, laughing. What's going on? Did Celia have a burst of luck and get a very good skill book? Li Xia got up with a hint of curiosity, walked to Celia and asked, Celia, what's wrong with you? Why are you laughing so happily? Celia gasped for breath, and after catching her breath, she handed the skill book to Li Xia and said, Godfather, take a look. This skill is too funny. Funny? Li Xia took the crimson skill book with a hint of doubt, and looked at it intently. Skill name, Scarlet Self-Explosion. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery. Effect, after the player dies, a 4th level Scarlet Rain Cloud is launched over the enemy, causing continuous damage to the enemy. Learning requirements, General E. Mage E Scarlet Sequence inheritors can ignore the specialization requirements. Note, players who kill blood crawlers in the large special biological community Scarlet Land have a small chance of obtaining the passive skill Scarlet Self-Destruction. Death is not the end. Let the enemy feel the anger of your death. After checking the Scarlet Self-Destruction skill book, Li Xia was full of black lines. Wow! I just exclaimed wow. Isn't this too much? The Scarlet Self-Explosion is naturally a good skill for the blood crawler army. After all, even after the blood crawler dies, it can still launch a 4th level Scarlet Rain Cloud at the enemy's sky, causing continuous damage to the enemy. The power is not low on the one hand. The blood crawler army often moves in groups, and it is a fixed point projection. Even Li Xia and Celia were sometimes hit during the previous battle. But what's the use of this skill book for players? It occupies a passive slot, but it can only be released once after the player dies. Whoever really loads this skill is stupid. No wonder Celia laughed so happily. Li Xia shook his head and sighed. Scarlet Self-Destruction can't be considered a useless skill. It's a useless skill. Chapter 198. The Crimson Land is a large special biome. It coexists with the Corruption Land among the many biomes in the survival game of the Crimson series. But it occupies an extremely special position, because the entire survival game of the Crimson series, that's right, it's not a regional channel, but the entire survival game of the Crimson series, all players, if they want to teleport to the Crimson Land for exploration and adventure, there is no doubt that they can only teleport to the Crimson Land, which has only one. There are no exceptions. This magical phenomenon may be enough to highlight the status of the 2 large special biomes, the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land. Therefore, whether it is the Crimson Land or the Corruption Land, as a materialized kingdom of authority, their area is extremely vast. Even if players from many regional channels are randomly teleported to the biome, it is not easy for players to meet each other. And at this moment, in the vast Scarlet Land, in the sky of one area, the Scarlet Rain Clouds launched by the enemy monsters after their death gathered together to form a large dark cloud that could cover the sky and the sun. Scarlet blood-colored rain fell like a downpour. The roars, screams, and even the sounds of falling enemies continued. In midair, The three-man team almost moved to a different place after each shot. Using the horseshoe balloon bundle and the super mobility of the frost flower boots to avoid the scarlet rain clouds above their heads. Scarlet crystal strike? Li Xia bent his bow and drew his arrow, roaring in a low voice. The muscle bow in his hand shot out an arrow wrapped in scarlet power, which hit a blood crawler on the ground that was larger than other monsters. Swish! Successfully killed the 4th level blood crawler captain. Obtained vertebra X1. Tentacle hammer X1. Scarlet points X300. 1 move to kill. Afterwards, Celia and Sky-Breaking Gargoyle were not to be outdone, and easily dealt with the remaining 3 or 2 Karami. A battle broke out in an instant and ended in an instant. Seeing this, Li Xia landed on the ground with Celia and Sky-Breaking Gargoyle. Entered a short rest. At this moment, the 3-person team had already left the teleportation point and explored the Scarlet Land for nearly 4 hours. A total of 8 waves of enemies were encountered, but without exception, they were all blood crawlers. The 3-person team easily killed the invading enemies with their strong strength. Of course, the 3-person team also harvested a lot of materials during this time. Let's not talk about anything else. Li Xia collected a lot of vertebrae dropped by killing blood crawlers, and the magical plant death grass unique to the Crimson Land. But the purpose of the 3-person team's trip was not these small monsters, but the boss-level enemies entrenched in the Crimson Land. Unfortunately, the Crimson Land is too vast. Even if Li Xia and Celia identified the Crimson Abyss, they didn't know where to explore and where the Crimson Abyss was. And the most important thing now is that after 4 hours of exploration and killing enemies, Li Xia has killed at least 800 enemies, if not 1,000. Soon the special rules of the Scarlet Land Exploration Adventure will be triggered. Rule 5. Players cannot kill more than 1,000 enemies and stay in the Scarlet Land for more than 12 hours in a single exploration adventure. Rule 6. Kill any enemy in the Scarlet Land, and the number reaches 1,000. You can get the gift of the Scarlet Sequence and change your job to become a member of the Scarlet Sequence that controls blood and killing. Even if the exploration time is calculated as 12 hours, it is still sufficient. The hard target of killing 1,000 monsters is that the number of kills may exceed 1,000 when the 3-person team encounters the 9th wave of monsters. However, Rules 5 and 6 are somewhat contradictory. After all, according to Rule 6, after killing 1,000 monsters in the Scarlet Land, the player can obtain the gift of the Scarlet Sequence and obtain a job transfer. However, it is still unclear whether the reward of the Scarlet Sequence can have an effect on the Scarlet Overlord. No matter. Take one step at a time and see what happens. Even if we don't find the boss's lair, even if we don't get the first kill of the boss, at most, we can go back to the shelter to make some repairs and then explore again. In any case, the multidimensional fusion crystal tower has been made, so there is no need to worry about the number of teleports. Thinking of this, Li Xia waved his hand. Celia. Sure too. Let's go! Okay. Celia jumped up, looked around and asked, Godfather, which direction are we going this time? Li Xia pointed at the bumpy ground and the small stream caused by the large scarlet rain cloud and said, since our initial goal is the Scarlet Abyss, let's go to the lower ground. Okay. Celia agreed excitedly, picked up her regeneration axe staff, and shouted, Little Stone, follow me. Because the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle was promoted this time and integrated the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone, and completely broke free from the shackles. Li Xia's previous title of 9,527 for Sky-Breaking Gargoyle was abolished in advance, and Li Xia followed Celia and called Sky-Breaking Gargoyle the nickname of Little Stone or Stone, because the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle, freed from its shackles, has a very high level of intelligence, and can be regarded as a player with the wisdom of an adult. Since the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle has such a change, we can no longer call it 9,527 in a cold way, and it is more intimate to change it to Little Stone. That's right. This is the charter set by the 3-person team during their exciting exploration and adventure in the Crimson Land, a large special biological community. When the 3-person team trekked and explored the Crimson Land in an unknown underground nest, suddenly, there was a gust of cold wind, with the roar of souls and the announcement of death. Even if you listen carefully, you can hear a hint of urgency and desire. Crack! Click! On the rock walls around the nest, one piece after another fell off, and many pits appeared suddenly. Swish! Pairs of eyes emitting scarlet light suddenly opened. Like the devils from hell. These humanoid enemies covered with red hair, similar to barbarians, holding various weapons, walked out of the nest silently and moved in the same direction without any agreement. If someone observes the route of this strange army of monsters and the route of the three-person team from a god's perspective, they will find that according to the current situation, the two teams will eventually meet in an hour. Obviously, the three-person team led by Li Xia only chose this route based on some existing clues and by trying their luck. But the strange army of monsters was obviously awakened from their slumber by the order of the mastermind behind the scenes, and rushed towards Li Xia with only one purpose: to kill the three-person team, or to kill Li Xia. The reason is very simple. Because this place is the Scarlet Land. Because Li Xia is the Scarlet Lord. The rules of the materialized kingdom of power are not perfect. In the previous battles, Li Xia released many skills that were enhanced by the Scarlet Assimilation. It is precisely because of this that the leakage of the Scarlet Aura will naturally trigger the perception of the Scarlet Sequence. It's just that this time the luck was too bad, and it happened to be sensed by the nest closest to the three-person team. Of course, if the three-man team led by Li Xia continues to encounter the enemy army and continues to launch a siege and counterattack, even if this nest does not take action, there will be other nests that cannot resist the desire for rules. Rules. Perfect rules. The only hope for advancement of the realized authority kingdom lies in Li Xia's Scarlet Overlord. And the enemy monsters cannot be unmoved. 1 hour is like a white horse passing by. The three-man team initially moved forward along the direction of the water flow. And after the rain merged into the cracks in the earth, they continued to move forward. The hills and rock walls were red. And even the sparse trees growing in the Crimson Land biome were red. Red was monotonous, boring, and gave people a violent desire to kill. Li Xia knew that this might not be a visual effect. Rather, it was the Crimson Land, a physical power country, that had an invisible impact on all players. Huh? A breeze blew across his face. Li Xia sniffed and smelled a sweet scent of blood. 10 times, 100 times thicker than the blood-red mist that permeated the surroundings. Bang! 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 Listening to the sound coming from afar, Li Xia keenly sensed something strange. Although the vision of the three-person team was blocked by the blood-red mist in the Scarlet Land. But the hearing of the three-person team was not a problem. In fact, because of the obstruction of vision, the hearing of the three-person team was more acute than before. Enemy attack. Be prepared for battle. Li Xia turned his head and whispered. Upon hearing this, Celia and Skybreaking Gargoyle immediately prepared for battle. Blood Crawler? This movement is not like it. Could it be that because the team went deep into the Crimson Land, they alarmed the enemy monsters in the heart of the Crimson Land biome? Rare or common? Whatever it is, we must not be careless. Although Li Xia doesn't like to hide, he doesn't like to capsize in the gutter even more. While taking out the Crimson Sand gun, he led the team to slowly walk to the hill highland nearby. The highland has a wide range, and because the blood-colored fog is a little thin, the vision is good. Moreover, the three-man team was not worried at all that they would be surrounded by enemies because of this terrain. After all, this was not in reality, but in a survival game. Each member of the three-man team had the ability to fly. Not long after, the footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the noise was quite loud. Li Xia took out his binoculars and looked intently. He found that hundreds of humanoid enemies with red hair were coming towards him in a loose team with a clear goal. Even for the sake of a wider field of vision, Li Xia had turned around and climbed a hill on the left. But the face monster was able to turn the team around in advance and still keep the shortest distance between him and him in a straight line. After checking the panel data of the face monster, Li Xia took a breath. As a rare type of enemy monster in the large special biological community Crimson Land, the face monster has improved all the four-dimensional data by more than one level compared to the regular type of enemy monster such as the blood crawler. And because the face monster is a humanoid enemy monster, all of these enemies have weapon and armor columns. This will further enhance the strength of the face monster and widen the gap with the blood crawler. However, the skills of the face monster are not very good. Although it has an extra blood crawler summon and can summon a 5th level blood crawler with the blessing of the bond, there is nothing to be afraid of. The most peculiar enemy of the face monster is its passive skill, the Scarlet Covetous. After killing the enemy, you can actually obtain the enemy's player qualification. You must know that in this era of the survival game of the restraint system, It is extremely difficult for non-public beta participants of this era to obtain the qualification to participate. Just like how Celia was able to obtain player qualifications due to a series of coincidences. Now, the face monster only needs to kill one player to achieve this goal. The note also specifically emphasized this point. In order to prevent unexpected changes, these face monsters can only die first. Licia whispered, "Get ready for battle." Chapter 199. Crimson Land Biome. The plains were filled with blood. The three-man team faced the hordes of face monsters, relying on the geographical advantages of the hills to advance step by step. Each of them exerted their instantaneous explosive power to the extreme. Licia stood on the hill like a green pine, with white wings spread out behind him, and the magic energy in the surrounding air was like being sucked by a whale. All gathered in the wind blade winglets. The magic rune array of the wind blade winglets quickly charged, and the light blue wind blades instantly turned into death sickles one after another, harvesting the lives of the face monster army. -328. -328. -328. Although the instantaneous wind blade released by the wind blade wings cannot kill the 4th level face monsters, even ordinary face monsters, with one strike. But the problem is, the instantaneous wind blade released by Licia, with the help of the wind blade wings, is a real instantaneous skill. So what if it can't kill with one strike? 1 is not enough. Then 2. 2 is not enough. Then 3. One after another instantaneous wind blades, like a rushing river, instantly drown the army of face monsters charging in the front. Successfully killed the 4th level face monster captain. Obtained 1 vertebra. 300 scarlet points. Successfully killed the 4th level face monster elite. Obtained 1 corrupted fork. 200 scarlet points. Successfully killed the 4th level face monster ordinary. Obtained 150 scarlet points. Seeing this, Celia was not to be outdone. You have to know that since Celia evolved from a tree demon to a scarlet banshee, she has been subtly influenced by the inheritance of the Scarlet Overlord. Love peace? Not true. Under Licia's training and teaching by example, the only tree demon player in this era now believes that the truth is only within the range of the canon. Celia has already suffered from severe firepower phobia at this stage, facing the harassment of a large number of enemy monsters. Afraid? Not true. The more enemy monsters there are, the more excited she is. Celia was seen holding the axe of regeneration, and first summoning a tree spirit warrior to the front row to resist the attack of the face monster army. Then, Celia wielded the axe of regeneration staff, and under the effect of the racial talent which grace, one after another, the magic navigation bullets emitting violent energy automatically tracked the face monster charging in front. Boom! 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 Successfully killed the 4th level face monster. Elite. Obtained vertebra x1. Scarlet points x200. Successfully killed the 4th level face monster. Ordinary. Obtained scarlet points x150. Successfully killed the 4th level face monster. Elite. Obtained vertebra x1. Tentacle hammer x1. Scarlet points x200. The army of face monsters had no way to avoid the magic navigation bullets, and suffered heavy casualties. Roar! Seeing this, countless face monsters looked up to the sky and roared. This battle also brought out the anger of the army of face monsters. You know, face monsters are unconventional and rare types of enemies in the large special biological community Crimson Land, and they are not comparable to conventional types of enemies such as blood crawlers. As a result, when facing the 3-person team, they were still solved by Licia and others, like cutting melons and vegetables. Don't they have any face? Swish. 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 The face monster army took on huge damage, and after paying the painful price of killing or injuring half of the enemy monster army, the face monster army finally rushed to the foot of the hill, and this distance was already within the range of the face monster army's skills. One scarlet thorn after another emerged from the ground, trying to sneak attack the 3-person team, cause damage, and win back a city. Clinker. Licia had long anticipated this trick of the face monster army. At the moment when the face monster army approached at the cost of casualties, the 3-man team followed Licia's command. Each used the Scarlet Wind Blade wings, or racial talents, to soar in the air. This wave of super strong offensive by the face monster army was useless except for killing the tree spirit warriors summoned by Celia. Swish. 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 In the air, Celia waved the regeneration axe staff and used the siphon magic blade to frantically absorb the magic points of the face monster army to restore herself. In terms of instantaneous explosive power, with the blessing of the racial talent which grace, Celia was not inferior to anyone. In terms of sustained combat power, with the support of siphon blade and various magic enhancement accessories, she is not inferior to anyone. Skybreaking Gargoyle had the same problem as Celia before. Even in terms of instantaneous explosive power and sustained combat power, it is not as good as Celia. After all, every time Skybreaking Gargoyle releases a skill, it consumes its energy reserves. But since the promotion, Skybreaking Gargoyle has integrated the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone, and has an accessories column, a weapon column, and an armor column. Various magic enhancement accessories are continuously providing energy reserves for the Skybreaking Gargoyle. Although he still cannot compare with Celia in terms of instantaneous explosive power, but in terms of sustained combat power, the Skybreaking Gargoyle has made up for his shortcomings. Became the most reliable long-range shooter in the three-person team. Huh? The white wings on Li Xiao's back kept dancing. The scarlet sand gun in his hand was aimed at the army of face monsters on the hill below. The dense and continuous bullets were madly tilted with anger. Bang! 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 Once the cooldown time of Scarlet Heavy Blow and Scarlet Crystal Blow is over, they will be instantly released and projected into the most densely populated area of the face monster army. Bang! Boom! The huge damage caused by the chain reaction makes the face monster army defenseless. Successfully kill the 4th level face monster captain. Obtain Vertebra X1. Scarlet Spike X1. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully kill the 4th level face monster captain. Obtain Vertebra X1. Corrupt Fork X1. Scarlet Points X300. Although the face monster is an unconventional and rare type of enemy monster in the large special biological community Crimson Land, it was still crushed to death from the beginning to the end in the face of the attack of the three-person team. After a moment, the battle ended. Li Xiao had a feeling that after this battle, the total number of enemy monsters he had killed since coming to the Crimson Land should be more than 980. And there were only more than 10 enemy monsters left to reach the goal of 1,000. I don't know what will happen if this goal is exceeded. But after all, the special rules of the Crimson Land specifically explain this matter. So I think it is not aimless. We should know what the Crimson Land is up to after a while. Li Xiao led a team of 3 and flew into the depths of the Crimson Land for another minute, away from the battlefield full of corpses, and found a secluded place to sit down and rest. Li Xiao took out a knife from his ivy backpack. Li Xiao shook his head and sighed. In Li Xiao's opinion, the Corruption Fork and the Tentacle Hammer are actually similar. The only difference is the passive skills they both have. If you really want to look into it, the passive skill of the Tentacle Hammer is obviously stronger than the Corrupted Fork. But what's the point? Although these weapons are pretty good among magic weapons of the same level. Not to mention Li Xiao's disdain. Even the first-tier players in the regional channel will not look down on them. A phoenix without feathers is worse than a chicken. That's the truth. For players who can avoid the extreme darkness of the Scarlet Land and explore normally at this stage, they are all first-tier players in major regional channels. No one would look down on this Rot Fork, or the Tentacle Hammer. The same is true for Li Xiao. Change weapons? Is it that the Scarlet Sand Gun is not easy to use? Or the Tendon Bow is not convenient? I can always sell some resources. Right? With this idea in mind, Li Xiao put it in the ivy backpack, then took out a skill book with a scarlet spike pattern on the cover and looked at it intently. Skill name, Scarlet Thorn. Skill attribute, active permanent mastery. Level, first level. Magic points consumption, 10 points. Cooling time, 1 minute. Effect, only available for staff weapons. Players fire a scarlet spike from the ground. After hitting the enemy, it causes 150% of the basic attack damage and has a fixed bloody slaughter debuff for points of damage per second, lasting 1 second. Currently stackable layers, 1 layer. Learning requirements, Mage E. Note, players have a small chance of dropping the active skill Scarlet Spike when killing the face monster. The powerful sneak attack effect of this skill makes the enemy hard to defend against. The Scarlet Thrust has good damage, plus the fixed bloody slaughter, making it one of the most cost-effective skills for the Mage class. Mage skills are a bit like the Thorn Thrust skill that Celia had before she transformed into a Scarlet Banshee. But overall, The Scarlet Thrust is still stronger than the Thorn Thrust. You can keep this skill book. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Li Xiao nodded slightly. There are quite a few players who have switched to the mage class in the regional channel. This skill book has a broad market prospect and will definitely sell for a good price. Moreover, now is an important stage for promotion to the 3rd level. Maybe this skill book can be left for Celia to use. It's just a pity. Whether it's the face monster or the blood crawler, neither of them exploded the status skill of Scarlet Rage. It should be said that this skill is still a bit useful, but the explosion rate is really low. Celia, it's time to hurry. Li Xiao stood up and called. Godfather, where are we going this time? Celia jumped up and asked. We were on our way. But suddenly, we were surrounded by a large army of face monsters. And their goal was clearly to come after us. Li Xiao paused and then said, it is obvious that there is something strange in our northwest direction. Even if it is not the Scarlet Abyss. There must be other problems. Let's explore in the northwest direction. Okay. Celia nodded excitedly. The 3-person team immediately set off on their journey. A quarter of an hour later, Li Xiao stood beside a small lake, stopped and looked at Celia, and almost said in unison, Fishing? Fishing. The two laughed, took out their fishing rods at the same time, and each chose a good position to sit down. Li Xiao and Celia had never fished in the Scarlet Land before, and they finally came across a lake. How could they resist? Even if the small lake in front of them was scarlet, it couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the two to fish. Moreover, Li Xiao's civilized angler title has been fully charged, and it is a good time to fish with treasure boxes. Swoosh! The fishing rod with worm bait draws a beautiful arc in the air, and the float falls accurately into the center of the lake. Immediately, Li Xiao summoned the accessories column and loaded the fisherman's earrings and high-quality fishing line into the accessories column. The bait this time is of lower quality, but there is no way. The enchanted Nightwalker bait last time was exchanged with great difficulty. At present, the only bait he has on hand is worm bait. Although the enchanted Nightcrawler bait can increase the experience bar by 35%, the worm bait can only increase the experience bar by 25%. But fortunately, I have more than one worm bait on hand, and I can make up for it by fishing a few more times. Now everything is ready, Li Xiao said in a deep voice. Use the civilized angler. After a while, the buoy sank and floated at the bottom of the lake. Seeing this, Celia was extremely envious. In her opinion, the best thing about the title of civilized angler is that you will never be empty-handed. For a fisherman like her who has passed the novice protection period, this is simply a fatal attraction. Li Xiao tugged at the fishing rod. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained the platinum treasure box. A pleasant reminder sounded. Li Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Silver treasure box. Platinum treasure box. One word difference. The quantity and quality of resources in them are completely different. Li Xiao couldn't wait to call out the Civilized Fisherman title panel to check it out. Title: Civilized Fisherman 0%. Quality: Rare 70%. This time, use the Civilized Angler title to fish in a treasure box. With the help of worm bait, fisherman earrings, and high-quality fishing line, the Civilized Angler title gains an additional 45% experience progress bar increase. In addition to treasure box fishing, a fixed 10% experience progress bar is gained. This time, the experience value of the Civilized Angler title increases by 55%. Although it has not been advanced, it is not far from being advanced. After exploring this Scarlet Land biome, the Civilized Angler will surely be promoted again. Li Xiao has this confidence. After closing the Civilized Fisherman title panel, Li Xiao took out the Platinum Treasure Box from the Ivy backpack and used it immediately. Open the Platinum Treasure Box and get Bomb X20, Battle Potion X1, Endurance Potion X3, Life Crystal X4, Trick Potion X1, Weak Recovery Potion Formula X1. Chapter 200. Scarlet Land. Biome. Beside the lake, Li Xiao looked at the 6 light balls of different colors floating in front of him, and nodded slightly. The Platinum Treasure Box is indeed a Platinum Treasure Box. The quantity and quality of resources are extraordinary. Li Xiao reached out and punctured the 6 light balls one by one. Then put Bombs X20, Endurance Potion X3, Life Crystal X4 into the Ivy backpack after carefully examining them for a while. As a high-quality buff potion, Endurance Potion has a powerful effect of reducing damage by 10%. Although Li Xiao made the Tyrant Body Potion through the mutation effect of the Moon Goddess Potion. But it must be said that the Endurance Potion still has a strong market appeal on the trading platform. As for bombs, as a high damage throwing consumable resource, during the Slime King disaster event, it was once Li Xiao's favorite killer. Li Xiao also sold bombs to Li Bianqing and Su Hongdou at a high price. But now these bombs are outdated in terms of damage and other aspects. It can be said that bombs are currently out of the rhythm of the version of the throwing consumable resources. But keep it, with its ability to blow up a large number of rocks. It will always be useful at a specific time and in a specific occasion. As for the Life Crystal, it was once the most popular resource for players in the regional channel. After all, no one would dislike their own blood, right? But as players use life crystals to stack their own health to the upper limit, the value of life crystals has been greatly reduced. At this stage, the price of life crystals has already plummeted. But Li Xiao has the formula for the panic necklace, and the synthetic material just happens to require life crystals. These life crystals are kept in hand, just to make use of their residual heat. These thoughts seem complicated, but in fact, they are just the methods of dealing with these types of resources that Li Xiao thought of in a flash. Li Xiao let out a long breath and looked at the 3 new resources in front of him. As the saying goes, how can a domestic flower be as fragrant as a wild flower? Similarly, how can old resources be as powerful as new resources? Li Xiao picked up a bottle of beaker-shaped dark blue potion and looked at it intently. After checking the panel data of the combat potion, Li Xiao took a breath. Since he came to the other world, this was the first time he got a potion of excellent quality. And the effect of the combat potion is invincible, directly increasing the damage by 10%. To some extent, this is much stronger than the fixed 10% damage reduction of the endurance potion. It's a pity. This time I only got a bottle of combat potion, and didn't get the formula of the combat potion. Otherwise, it would be great if we could mass-produce combat potions in the future. However, since combat potions can be obtained by killing enemies in the Crimson Land, a large special biological community, then it should be possible to obtain the corresponding potion formula by killing enemies in the Crimson Land. Anyway, with a multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower, he can come to the Crimson Land as many times as he wants. Even if he was unlucky this time and didn't get the combat potion formula, there is still a long way to go. And one day I will be able to obtain the formula of this potion. No rush. Li Xiao stored the combat potion in the ivy backpack, then picked up a recipe with a pink potion pattern on the cover and looked at it intently. After checking the data on the recipe panel of the weak recovery potion, Li Xiao nodded slightly. This weak recovery potion is like a combination of a weak magic potion and a weak healing potion. The key is that the materials required are not complicated, and it is also easy to make. Correspondingly, the effect is very powerful, and it is very suitable to be used as a regular type of potion for players. Not to mention that he has the Moon Goddess Potion on hand, which can make the weak recovery potion formula mutate during the synthesis process, with stronger effects and better assistance. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Li Xiao stored the formula in the ivy backpack, and made up his mind to start developing weak recovery potions as soon as he returned to the shelter. After making up his mind, Li Xiao picked up the last harvest of the platinum treasure box. A bottle of blood red potion with an unpleasant smell strange potion X1. This bottle of strange medicine, whether in appearance or potion capacity, is different from various recovery potions, and also different from various enhancement potions. This bottle of strange medicine is well preserved and unopened, but it can smell an extremely unpleasant smell. Since Li Xiao came to the other world, he has never seen such a strange potion. He lowered his head and looked at it intently. Invincible frame? Li Xiao was ecstatic when he saw this. This time, the platinum treasure box really gave him a big surprise. Weird medicine is a potion with a special name and a special appearance. It turns out that its most special effect is the invincibility frame? This is great. In the peak duel between players, it is very likely that the victory or defeat is only a matter of millimeters, and the role of the invincibility frame will be infinitely magnified. If used properly, it is not an exaggeration to say that weird medicine can determine the outcome of a battle. After checking the panel data of weird medicine, Li Xiao learned that the effect of weird medicine was so strong that he felt refreshed when he sniffed the unpleasant smell. A bottle of stylish, special, and powerful potion. What's the point of having a little smell? It's totally worth it. Don't make a fuss. Li Xiao let out a long breath. Calm down. Stored the formula in the ivy backpack. Then patted his butt and stood up and said to Celia, Celia, let's go. We still have to hurry. Celia glanced at the lake. Then looked at Li Xiao and said, but Godfather, I haven't caught a single fish yet. It shouldn't be like this. My luck is always good. Why is it so bad today? Li Xiao laughed and was about to explain to Celia what the novice protection period of a fisherman is. Cooked. Ah. It's hooked. A fish is hooked. Before Li Xiao could explain, Celia pulled up the fishing rod in ecstasy. Could it be that Celia is accumulating luck like last time, and now it explodes? It shouldn't be like this. Why is Celia's novice protection period so long? Li Xiao actually felt a bit of jealousy from a fisherman when he saw this. Puff. Celia put away her fishing rod, picked up a ferocious fish with a mouth full of sharp teeth, and asked in confusion, Hey, Godfather, look. The fish I caught this time is so strange. It seems to be a piranha, which is relatively rare in the forest community. But shouldn't piranhas be enemy monsters? Why is this one different? Hearing this, Li Xiao came forward curiously and looked at the fish in front of him carefully. Synthetic material? Li Xiao frowned slightly. No wonder this fish looks so similar to a piranha. It is clearly a species of piranha unique to the Crimson Land, and it is also one of the synthetic materials for advanced potions. In the Crimson Land, bloody piranhas exist only as regular fish and do not have certain characteristics of enemy monsters. The piranhas in the forest biome do not have the characteristics of fish, but have the characteristics of enemy monsters. From this point of view alone, bloody piranhas are still very different from piranhas. Put it away. Li Xiao rubbed Celia's head and said, You see? You are lucky. Godfather can only get a harvest in such a short time with the help of civilized anglers. You rely on your own real ability, which is amazing. Celia was praised by Li Xiao, and her tail was about to rise to the sky. Well, since Godfather said so, I will reluctantly stop. Celia put away the fishing rod and followed Li Xiao to continue exploring and adventuring deep into the Scarlet Land. This route was the one that the face monsters had walked before. Li Xiao was extremely curious after killing the army of face monsters. Why did these face monsters find him with a clear goal and chase him? Was it the power controller behind the Crimson Land? A materialized power kingdom? Who had already discovered him? Perhaps he had already discovered him. In this case, attacking the enemy requires rescue. So the three-person team must go to the face monster's lair to find out. After moving forward for a quarter of an hour, the three-man team led by Li Xiao encountered another small wave of blood crawlers. Fortunately, the three-man team was not only strong, but also had experience in dealing with blood crawlers. In addition, there were only about 20 blood crawlers in this wave, so the three-man team easily dealt with the monsters in front of them. Ding! Player Li Xiao, during the exploration of the Scarlet Land, killed more than 1,000 monsters in a single time. The Scarlet Land is infecting you. Alarm! Alarm! Unable to perform Scarlet Infection on player Li Xiao. Scarlet Infection disconnected. This rule infection is permanently invalid. This rule is permanently invalid. Scarlet Overlord. Welcome. Li Xiao stood on the ground, grimly scanning the system prompts in front of him. The special rules of the Scarlet Land Exploration Adventure has stated Rule 5. In a single exploration adventure in the Scarlet Land, the number of enemies killed by players cannot exceed 1,000, and the stay time cannot exceed 12 hours. Rule 6. Kill any enemy monsters in the Crimson Land, and the number reaches 1,000. You can get the gift of the Crimson Sequence and change your job to become a member of the Crimson Sequence that controls blood and killing. Rule 5 and Rule 6 are contradictory. After Li Xiao's personal practice, it was proved that the sixth rule was actually false, because the Crimson Infection just now was just like the Crimson Lizard Hunter encountered in the desert biome. There is no reward for killing any enemy monsters more than 1,000, and you can get the gift of the Crimson Sequence. This is not a gift. This is a thorough assimilation. Li Xiao recalled the face monster's possession skill again. Player qualification? The Scarlet Land seemed to be consciously coveting player qualification. It's a pity that the most common Scarlet Infection of the Scarlet Sequence has no effect on himself. The Scarlet Master. Although Celia is a player, she still has the characteristics of the companion species. Although the sky-breaking gargoyle has been freed from the shackles after the promotion, it is still his servant. So the scarlet infection will only target himself, not the two of them. So, when entering the Crimson Land for exploration and adventure, you must pay attention to the number of enemies killed in a single time, and the exploration time? Wait! The gates of the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land are open to the players of this era's survival game, and they are open unconditionally. In fact, there is a hidden secret. Perhaps now, many players' qualifications have been transferred to the hands of the Crimson Land and the Corruption Land. The dark forest between players has been reached. After all, who knows whether the opponent is a player or a Crimson infected? Li Xiao was confused and followed Celia forward. When he came to his senses, Celia said excitedly, "Godfather, look! There is a treasure chest in front." Chapter 201. Treasure chest? Treasure chest. When Li Xiao heard these two words, he immediately became alert. As for the twists and turns behind the Scarlet Land, they were naturally put aside for now. Anyway, Li Xiao is skilled and daring. Even if it is a multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower that is teleported by a single person, there are more than just him exploring and adventuring at this moment. In the three-person team, Celia and Sky-Breaking Gargoyle are even stronger than the players in the first echelon of most regional channels. It is said to be a single-player exploration adventure, but in fact it is a team exploration adventure of a three-person team, so the safety is naturally greatly improved. Anyway, it can be seen from the active attack of the face monster army that it is not me who should be anxious. Play with him. No matter that the Crimson Land is a large special biological community, no matter that the Crimson Land is a materialized kingdom of power, no matter what the boss behind the Crimson Land wants to do. 8 words. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. That's it. Li Xiao looked up and found a treasure chest with strange scarlet runes wrapped all over it, right at the entrance of a cave. The cave seemed extremely deep, and even gusts of cold wind could be heard from inside the cave from time to time. Perhaps it was because of the peculiar geological structure of the Scarlet Cave that when the cold wind blew, there would be low roars coming from the cave. In this way, the entire Scarlet Cave seemed like a beast that would eat anyone it wanted. Li Xiao immediately stopped the excited Celia and said, "Wait a minute. Be careful of the trap. Celia, let me teach you a lesson. The more you are at this time, the more cautious you should be. Do you understand?" Celia nodded half understandingly. "Oh, Godfather, is this what you taught me before?" "That's right. So we can't be careless. And we can't capsize in the ditch." Li Xiao rubbed Celia's head and turned his head. "Little stone, go forward and check if there is any problem with the treasure chest. But don't enter the cave to avoid accidents." "Yes." Sky-Breaking Gargoyle nodded immediately and stepped forward. Sky-Breaking Gargoyle has the passive skill of Gargoyle's toughness. Even if it is really in danger, it can be resurrected. There is no need to worry that this is a trap. The Sky-Breaking Gargoyle walked carefully to the treasure chest and scouted the surroundings. During this period, only the cold wind in the depths of the Scarlet Cave became more and more fierce. But other than that, there were no other problems. The Sky-Breaking Gargoyle turned around. "Commander, this is not a trap. Everything is safe here." Li Xiao walked closer. "Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Stay nearby and focus on the depths of the cave." "Yes." The Sky-Breaking Gargoyle agreed and stood outside the cave very competently. The tendon bow in his hand had been raised in front of him to ensure that if there was any disturbance, it could react and attack immediately. Seeing that everything was stable, Li Xiao walked to the treasure chest. Open the Scarlet Treasure Chest to obtain Fisherman's Manual X1, Fish Pond Recipe X1, Glass Bottle X30, Tentacle Hammer X1, Healing Potion X10, Weak Magic Potion X5, Iron Potion X3, Experience Bait X1. As the treasure chest disappeared, a dazzling array of light balls floated in the middle of the mouth. Li Xiao stared at the light ball and muttered, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hiss. 8 balls of light? 8 in total? Is this a lucky guy? I didn't expect that today. My luck as a senior fisherman would be so good. First, a platinum treasure box, and then a scarlet treasure chest. Let's not talk about the quality of the resources in the Scarlet Treasure Chest. The number of resources alone is definitely a harvest that only a lucky guy can get. Li Xiao stretched out his hand and poked the 8 balls of light one by one. After a glance, he stored all the familiar resources in the ID backpack. Sure enough, even the Scarlet Treasure Chest unique to the Scarlet Land of the large special biological community. Even if this Scarlet Treasure Chest is very lucky and opens up 8 kinds of resources. But in fact, the quality of the resources is definitely not comparable to that of the Platinum Treasure Chest. Of these 8 kinds of resources, 5 of them, whether potions or magic weapons, have been obtained before. After Li Xia put them into the ivy backpack, only 3 resources floated in front of Li Xia. Fisherman's Specialization Manual, Fish Pond Recipe, Expert Bait. Li Xia let out a long breath, picked up a palm-sized book that was 1 finger thick, and looked at it intently. Interesting. After checking the Fisherman's Specialization Manual, Li Xia raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously interested. The effect of this accessory is not very strong, and the bonus to combat is even only the defense plus 1 of the hard modifier. But to some extent, this accessory is very powerful. Every time you fish, you will definitely get the fish's breeding seedlings. After cultivating the seedlings, you will have enough synthetic materials, and mass production in the future is not a problem. From this perspective, the Fisherman's Manual is very powerful and very important. This Fisherman's Manual is similar to the Plant Fiber Rope Manual, although the effect is single and there is no entry for making materials. It is of great use at a specific time, in a specific place, and in a specific environment. Li Xia nodded slightly, put it in the ivy backpack, and couldn't wait to pick up a building formula with a fish pond on the cover and looked at it intently. Li Xia nodded with great satisfaction. Fisherman's Manual and Fish Pond. 1 accessory, 1 recipe. The 2 complement each other. After exploring the Crimson Land and returning to the sanctuary, you can immediately start building a fish pond to test the waters. If the practical effect is excellent, then perhaps the sanctuary will have to add a few more specialties in the future, and the income after sleep will rise again. If you can further harvest a few more benefit potions that require specific fish resources to make and synthesize, then this income will continue to rise, even to the point where you can't ignore it. Li Xia thought of this beautiful future, smiled, picked up the last resource in the Scarlet Treasure Chest, and looked at it intently. The Enchanted Nightwalker bait increases the fishing power by 35%, and the skilled bait is only 5% lower than the Enchanted Nightwalker. This means that when you use the Civilized Angler title in the future, with the skilled bait, the experience progress bar of the title can also get an additional 30% experience value increase. This is much more powerful than the remaining worm bait in your hand. This Scarlet Treasure Chest is really worth the money. When good things happen to you, you feel refreshed. This treasure chest that you stumbled upon by chance, although the resources are not of high quality, but the Fisherman's Specialization Manual and the fish pond alone have made Li Xia's trip worthwhile. After Li Xia put all the harvest into the ivy backpack, Celia asked impatiently, "Godfather, can we continue exploring?" "Yes." Li Xia nodded and said, "Based on the traces on the ground, we can judge that the large number of face monsters came out of this scarlet cave. Let's go in and explore to see what is going on in the cave." "Well, okay." Celia agreed and immediately walked to Li Xia's left wing. The sky-breaking gargoyle heard the words and walked to Li Xia's right wing. The 3-person team formed a triangle formation and walked into the cave. Because of the magic light amulet, even if the cave was pitch black, under the illumination of the permanent constant light source, this place seemed brightly lit. Zizi. Kaka. The sudden light source in the cave seemed to alarm the enemy monsters inside. The rustling sound became more and more obvious. Li Xia slowed down his pace, looked around, and went forward step by step. Swoosh. A black liquid projectile appeared with the sound of breaking through the air. Li Xia waved the slime staff and summoned the armed spike slime mother to block it. Ziz. After the armed spike slime mother blocked the damage, the injured position still sizzled. Li Xia glanced at it, and it was obvious that the enemy's attack had a continuous debuff damage bonus. But where is the enemy? Charge. Li Xia waved the slime staff and ordered the armed spike slime mother to charge ahead. With the help of the armed spike slime mother's movable shield, the 3-person team quickly went deep into the cave. Finally, Li Xia finally connected the light source of the magic light amulet and saw the figure of the enemy. A giant reptile with scarlet blood-colored hair all over its body was lying on the top of the cave. No! It's not lying. It's floating. That's right. This giant reptile enemy monster was actually floating on the top of the cave, defying gravity. This scene would definitely make Newton's coffin unable to hold it down. However, the whole nation descending into another world seems to be more absurd than defying gravity. Li Xia shrugged and smiled when he thought of this, and then looked at the battle scene where the armed spike slime mother and the giant reptile were entangled with each other. Li Xia frowned slightly. At this stage, the strength of a rare 4th-level enemy monster in the Scarlet Land has far exceeded the final boss flesh and blood aggregate encountered in the first disaster event. However, as the enemy monsters grew stronger, Li Xia's strength also made great progress. 2 words. Not in vain. Li Xia raised his eyebrows. So the face monster, an enemy monster, was actually produced by the Scarlet Chimera? Scarlet Stitcher, face monster producer, guardian of the Scarlet Abyss Gate, and the breeder of the Scarlet Heart. Li Xia's mouth corners slightly raised. It was obvious that the boss's nest of the Scarlet Land was within reach. Li Xia took a deep breath and whispered, "Strangle with all your strength. Don't leave any alive." Chapter 202. Crimson Land. Deep in the dark cave, the cold wind blew along the rock wall, making a low roar. Accompanied by Li Xia's order, the battle was about to start. Swish. Bang. Boom. The light effects of various skills illuminated the cave, as bright as day. Successfully killed the rare 4th-level Scarlet Chimera Captain. Obtained Vertebra X1. Hamburger X1. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully killed the rare 4th-level Face Monster Elite. Obtained Vertebra X1. Scarlet Points X200. The instantaneous explosive power of the 3-man team should not be underestimated. Even the Scarlet Chimera, which is at the top of the food chain in the Scarlet Land, a large special biological community, cannot get an advantage in the hands of the 3-man team. Although it was the Scarlet Chimera who blew the battle horn, it was the 3-man team that led the battle and decided when the battle would end. And in the 3-man team, Li Xia occupied an absolute dominant position. In other words, in this battle, only one person had the final say. Li Xia. The first few Scarlet Chimeras that showed up summoned a few face monster captains. And then, they were completely wiped out along with their summons under the concentrated fire attack of the 3-person team. But, Li Xia knew that this was just the beginning and things were not that simple. The Scarlet Chimera's notes mentioned that if you encounter a Scarlet Chimera, it means that you have been surrounded by the Scarlet Chimera army. The 3-person team is now playing away. And if they are not careful, they will be really confused. Guji. After the armed spike slime mother fought hard to kill a Scarlet Chimera captain, she also fell into death. Li Xia had no intention of summoning again. It was not because he was reluctant to give up these 10 magic points, but because the terrain of the Scarlet Cave was too narrow and the armed spike slime mother was too large to be used. Zizi. Zizi. The death of the leading Scarlet Chimeras seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. On the rock walls covered with red crystals around the Scarlet Cave, blood began to flow, and one Scarlet Chimera after another drilled out from the inside of the rock wall. Top, ground, surroundings, everywhere you look, there are Scarlet Chimeras. The permanent constant light source of the magic amulet is too small to illuminate the Scarlet Cave. Because of the fighting of the 3-person team, how many Scarlet Chimeras have been tossed out, fighting away from home? The terrain is unfavorable. Seeing this, Li Xia shouted, "Retreat! Fight and retreat! Exit the Scarlet Cave! Change the environment, and fight the Scarlet Chimeras!" Yes! The sky-breaking gargoyle responded first, covering Celia's retreat. Celia knew that this was not the time for sentimental sentiments. And she also knew that these Scarlet Chimeras could not do anything to the 3-man team. So she chose to give in just to be on the safe side. So after hearing Li Xia's order, and seeing the sky-breaking gargoyle's actions, Celia followed the sky-breaking gargoyle, and retreated cleanly. Li Xia was the last one. Roar! The densely packed Scarlet Chimeras floated in the air. And when they saw the 3-man team wanted to leave, they immediately pressed forward and tried to surround the enemy. Swish! Seeing this, Li Xia fired a bullet with the power of ice crystals from his Scarlet Sand gun, hitting the Scarlet Chimera charging in the front. Minus 1132. Minus 566. Minus 566. Although the Scarlet Crystal Strike consumes 20 points of magic, it has the characteristic of ignoring the enemy's defense. So even if the Scarlet Chimera's defense is more than 100 points, even if the Scarlet Chimera has a passive skill that reduces damage by 30%, Li Xia's Scarlet Crystal Strike was still able to instantly kill the leading rare Level 4. Scarlet Chimera. Elite. And through the chain attack of the Scarlet Crystal Strike, the 10 enemies within a radius of 50 meters from the leading enemy monster were hit with a basic attack damage of up to 500 to 600 points. This was not counting the Bloody Slaughter debuff that was fixed with Li Xiao's attack. Zizizizi. But the number of enemies was too dense. And after 5 or 6 Scarlet Chimeras were killed or injured, more than a dozen Scarlet Chimeras emerged from the rock wall almost instantly. Fortunately, after the outbreak just now, the 3-man team retreated safely outside the Scarlet Cave. Countless Scarlet Chimeras blocked the cave exit. Facing the 3-man team outside the cave, the Scarlet Chimeras seemed very hesitant. Even though there was no sun in the Scarlet Land, and even though the outside of the Scarlet Land cave was shrouded in scarlet fog, the nature of the enemy monsters caused the Scarlet Chimeras to hesitate and dare not take a step out of the cave. Hee hee. Seeing this, Li Xia smiled maliciously. Now the 3-man team has switched from playing away to playing at home, facing a group of Scarlet Chimeras whose natures are suppressed. It is naturally a one-sided slaughter. Li Xia took out the slime staff, waved it twice, and summoned 2 armed spike slime mother shooters and captains. Although it is a feasible solution to let the armed spike slime mother act as the front row, the cost performance is really low. It is obviously better to let the armed spike slime mother act as a shooter, acting as a stable output tool at a safe distance. Li Xia ordered loudly, Celia, go all out. Little Stone, don't hold back. Skybreaking Gargoyle, yes. Celia, okay. Godfather. To be honest, if Li Xia hadn't ordered her to retreat outside the Scarlet Cave, Celia might have been unable to hold back and kill people in the cave. Now that she has received Li Xia's order, she can finally let go. And Celia will naturally not be polite. Swish. 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 One after another, the exquisite but violent magic navigation bullets dragged long beams of magic energy at the tail, automatically tracking and locking the Scarlet Chimera. Boom. 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 The explosions one after another blew the Scarlet Chimera army dizzy. Swish. 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 At this time, the skybreaking gargoyle was like an eagle, finding the right time and using arrows one after another to take away the Scarlet Chimera that was left with little health due to the explosion. In this way, Celia's magic navigation bullet can be used to the maximum damage. Because the skybreaking gargoyle has integrated the Book of Arms, it has an accessories column, with the blessing of many magic accessories. Its energy reserves are continuously growing, and there is no need to worry about the problem of energy reserves being consumed too quickly. The skybreaking gargoyle, which made up for the last shortcoming, also exerted nearly 100% of its strength. Once its skills are cooled, they will be released immediately. Fully complete the tasks ordered by Li Xia. Go all out to maximize damage. Successfully kill rare 4th level Scarlet Chimera Captain. Obtain Vertebra X1. Scarlet Fury X1. Hamburger X1. Scarlet Points X300. Successfully kill rare 4th level Scarlet Chimera Elite. Obtain Vertebra X1. Monster Meat X1. Scarlet Points X300. The battle was one-sided. When Scarlet Chimera realized that blocking the entrance of the cave would only make it a living target for the 3-person team, the Scarlet Chimeras made a decision that went against their ancestors, and rushed out of the cave, intending to fight a life-and-death battle with a 3-man team outside the cave. But don't forget, whose territory is outside the cave? What? Outside the cave is the Scarlet Land, the materialized kingdom of power, which should be the territory of the boss behind the scenes. No! No, no! This is my territory now. Li Xia grinned at this. The reason why he asked Celia and the skybreaking gargoyle to withdraw from the Scarlet Cave was not because he was afraid of these Scarlet Chimeras, nor because he couldn't beat the Scarlet Chimeras. These brainless Scarlet Chimeras. Don't they think we can't defeat them? No way. No way. Li Xia shouted. Fight on your own and kill the enemies as quickly as possible. Yes. Okay. These enemies are not a big deal. But one of the special rules of the Scarlet Land is that a single exploration adventure should not exceed 12 hours. Now, if we calculate the time, it's almost the 12-hour limit. In order to prevent possible risks, we must first get rid of these annoying flies. That's right. Although these floating Scarlet Chimeras are at the top of the food chain in the Scarlet Land, in Li Xia's eyes, these enemies are just slightly larger flies that are annoying. The three-person team fought on their own, and each showed their magical powers. Half an hour later, Li Xia said in a deep voice, "Scarlet Heavy Strike." The scarlet sand gun in his hand fired a bullet wrapped in scarlet power, and directly eliminated the last Scarlet Chimera, successfully killed the rare 4th level Scarlet Chimera Captain, and obtained Vertebra X1, Tentacle Hammer X1, Hamburger X1, Scarlet Points X300. At this moment, outside the Scarlet Cave, corpses were everywhere, and the ground was in a mess. Not only were all the Scarlet Chimeras that rushed out of the Scarlet Cave annihilated, but even the Scarlet Chimeras that had been constantly drilling out of the rock wall in the Scarlet Cave were also silent. Obviously, a Scarlet Cave, no matter how strong its defense is, will eventually run out of power. If a Scarlet Cave is compared to a shelter, then the Scarlet Chimeras, face monsters, blood crawlers, and other enemy monsters are all the defense system of this shelter, called the Scarlet Cave. Now, Li Xia has completely destroyed these defense systems. And now it's time to harvest. Li Xia folded up the wind blade wings, fell straight from the sky to the ground, and then said, "Celia, Little Stone, you two should rest first and make sure to adjust to the best condition, and then enter the Scarlet Cave to explore." Celia, "Yes, Godfather. I understand." Skybreaking Gargoyle, "Yes, Commander." Li Xia found a tree stump nearby to sit down and began to sort out the harvest this time. He took a look at the resources in Ivy's backpack and took out a double burger with some interest. General Boost foods, such as pumpkin pie, banana boat, and ice cream, only last for 10 to 15 minutes. But the burger lasts for a full 20 minutes. And the cooldown time has not changed. Still 30 minutes. As a boost food, the burger is already a very high quality option. Li Xia chewed the burger. Not bad. It tastes pretty good. The burger tastes good. But there is a small problem. The portion is a bit large. During the battle, if you want to maximize the buff effect, you must eat a burger every half an hour. If you eat more than a few, your stomach will not be able to bear it. But it is precisely because of this that burgers are used as daily food during the adventure of exploring the biome. It is an excellent choice. Take out 2 more burgers and hand one to Celia. Then Li Xia sat back in his seat and took out a skill book with a scribbled scarlet tentacle on the cover from the Ivy backpack and looked at it intently. Skill name, Crimson Rage. Skill attribute, Active Permanent Mastery. Level, First Level. Magic points consumed, 30 points. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Effect, no restrictions on weapon use. After using this skill, the player gains the Crimson Rage buff. The amplified individual falls into an irrational Crimson Rage state, gaining HP plus 20%, Attack plus 10, Defense minus 10, Agility plus 10, Spirit minus 10 buffs, lasting 5 minutes. Learning requirements, General C. Note, in the large special biome Crimson Land, there is a very small chance that the Crimson Rage skill will drop when any enemy is killed. After using this skill, the player will gain an amplification boost. However, this type of skill will affect the player's sanity, turning the player into a killing madman who does not distinguish between friend and foe. The player will not be able to regain sanity until the cooldown period ends. However, this type of rare amplification skill exists as a killer, and it is also a good choice for players. After checking the panel data of the skill book, Li Xia's mouth curled up. Although the 2 skills, Crimson Rage and Crimson Self-Destruction, only differ by 1 word, their effects are very different. In Li Xia's opinion, Crimson Rage, as the most attractive skill among the enemies in the Crimson Land, has far more strategic value than other skills. Moreover, since he came to the Crimson Land, he has been thinking about obtaining this skill. And this time he finally got his wish. It would be a lie to say that he is not happy. Although Crimson Rage has been transformed from a skill possessed by the enemy itself into a skill book that players can learn, its skill effects have been weakened in all aspects, and the duration is further shortened. But the cooling time is further increased. But all of this is not a problem. The flaws do not outweigh the merits. With the upgrade of skills, these will become insignificant. Li Xia patted his butt and stood up and said, "Celia, Little Stone, let's go into the Scarlet Cave and take a look to see who is playing tricks inside. Let's keep us from having a good time all the way." Chapter 203. Inside the Scarlet Cave, the road was rugged and uneven, and there were corpses and bones everywhere. like a man-eating devil's cave. The cold wind whistled on the rock wall like a steel knife scraping across it, causing the entire scarlet cave to roar loudly. Although the rock wall was no longer bleeding, and there were no face monsters or scarlet chimeras blocking the road, but the eerie and terrifying scarlet cave still gave people a strong sense of terror. This feeling went deep into the bone marrow, a kind of pressure from the soul, because, in essence, the countless scarlet caves dotted in the Scarlet Land, like stars, are the embodiment of the Scarlet Authority. And what is the essence of the Scarlet Authority? Among all the players of the entire survival game of this era, Li Xia is not the only one who understands it, because he is the Scarlet Master. So he knows in his heart that blood, violence, killing, madness, these are the eternal tone of the Scarlet Authority. Even if the Scarlet Cave has long been empty, the rules of the Scarlet Authority engraved in the Scarlet Cave are not so easy to ignore. Of course, these pressures are just paper tigers. Li Xia was not afraid at all. Under the illumination of the magic amulet, the Scarlet Cave finally welcomed the light. The three-person team quickly explored along the rugged road. Half an hour later, the road began to fork, like a mine, with 3 forks in front of them. Li Xia did not choose to split up his troops. Splitting up troops to explore in such an unfamiliar environment would naturally save some time, but this would directly weaken their respective combat effectiveness once they encountered danger. What's the difference between this and seeking death? Godfather, which way should we go? Celia asked. Li Xia casually said, let's go in the middle. Oh, okay. After the three-person team made up their minds, they continued to go deeper. A quarter of an hour later, after passing through the end of the mine, they were greeted by huge pits one after another. Li Xia turned around and found that the other 3 roads led to the same destination. Isn't this just taking off your pants to fart? Li Xia complained. Godfather, look! Celia tugged at the corner of Li Xia's clothes. Li Xia turned around again after hearing this. What? Before he finished speaking, he noticed 3 hearts under the pit that were emitting scarlet power and beating non-stop. The scarlet power emitted by these scarlet hearts made the surroundings reveal a strange red light, and even the air was filled with a fishy and sweet smell. It was explained in the special rules of the Scarlet Land. Hitting the scarlet heart will get various resource rewards, but there is no more than 3 times. Otherwise, be careful of your brain? Brain? The last half of the sentence is very thought-provoking. Li Xia has already confirmed one thing before. Special rules are not all true. There are also lies. But the point that things never happen more than 3 times is very strange. Because there are only 3 scarlet hearts in the giant pit inside this scarlet cave. So, what will happen if the number of knocks reaches 3? What will happen if the number of knocks does not reach 3? This is a question worth exploring. Li Xia, who is skilled and bold, plans to try it out. It's not that Li Xia likes to be in danger, but because of the first kill reward of the boss. The Crimson Land is a materialized kingdom of power, which is different from the kingdom of power that Li Xia has killed before. The same is true for bosses. For example, the Slime King. The Eye of Cthulhu and other bosses will appear as soon as the player enters the kingdom of power and launch an attack on the player. And the fight will not stop until the player dies. But since Li Xia set foot in the Scarlet Land, the boss hidden behind the scenes has no intention of showing up, but just made some small moves and sent his army of enemy monsters to disturb him. This is not in line with common sense. It is precisely because of this that Li Xia wants to break the rules. That's right. Break the rules. It is very stupid to follow other people's rules on their territory. He wants to lead out the boss hidden behind the scenes as soon as possible and take the boss's first kill reward. After coming to his senses, Li Xia said, "You guys keep watch on the top. If anything unusual happens, you just attack directly. Do you understand?" Li Xia stared at the scarlet heart in the pit and gave the order without even turning his head. Celia, don't worry. Godfather, I know what's going on. Sky-breaking gargoyle, yes. Commander. Li Xia summoned the wind blade wings and flew into the bottom of the pit closest to him. The light emitted by the scarlet heart shone on Li Xia, making him look hideous. Being so close to the scarlet heart, Li Xia could hear a very strong heartbeat near his ears. This beating sound was quite strange, as if it was pulling his heart to beat along with the scarlet heart's frequency. Li Xia took a deep breath and took out the gravedigger's shovel to dig. Bang! Bang! After trying several times, He found that the scarlet heart did not move at all, and he could not use the gravedigger's shovel to mine it. Li Xia then took out other tools and tried them one by one, but still could not cause any damage to the scarlet heart. It seems that it is not easy to hit the scarlet heart and get resource rewards? Li Xia looked at it for a moment, sneered, and took out a bomb from the ivy backpack. That's right. It's a bomb. Since the tools can't mine, I want to see if your scarlet heart can still be safe in front of the bomb. Li Xia summoned the wind blade wing, dropped the bomb, and quickly flew into the air. 3 seconds later, boom! A dull roar echoed in the scarlet cave. When the smoke cleared, Li Xia took a closer look. Congratulations to the player for hitting the scarlet heart and getting 1 deadly gun and 100 musket bullets. The scarlet heart had already been broken, and the prompt sound rang in his ears. Death gun? Li Xia suppressed his curiosity and used the same trick again, continuing to use the bomb to blow up a scarlet heart. Congratulations to the player for hitting the scarlet heart and getting 1 scarlet magic wand. For the 3rd scarlet heart, Li Xia did not blow it up immediately, but retreated to the mine, because, at this moment, there are only 5 minutes left before the 12 hours. If knocking 3 scarlet hearts will really cause the boss to appear, this time node should not be exactly 12 hours. Because one of the special rules of the Scarlet Land says that players must not explore and adventure for more than 12 hours at a time. If during the boss battle, something unexpected happens because of this rule, it will not be worth the loss. Li Xia asked everyone to sit down and rest for a while. He took out a red revolver from the ivy backpack. 100 musket bullets and 1 life-killing gun are the rewards for hitting a scarlet heart. These rewards are obviously outdated. In addition to the use of musket bullets, even if the notes of this life-killing gun are praised to the sky, it cannot change the fact that the scarlet sand gun crushes it. But this is understandable. Not to mention that Li Xia is the first person in the 9527 area channel, and he is also a scarlet master who can enhance the weapon accessories by scarlet assimilation, and a civilized fisherman who can fish for treasure boxes. It is common for the equipment quality to be far superior to that of the first echelon. Moreover, the 9527th regional channel has won the first place in the regional channel competition for many times, and has also won rewards covering the entire channel, such as the Triumph Week and the hidden reward of 3 out of 5. Therefore, the average strength of the players in the entire regional channel is far superior to that of the players in other regional channels. Logically speaking, the death gun is the weapon that suits the middle level of most regional channel players at this stage. And the Scarlet Land is a large special biological community facing all regional channels. So it is understandable that the quality of the weapons is in the middle. Thinking of this, Li Xia put it in the ivy backpack, then took out a scarlet wand and looked at it intently. Li Xia touched his chin and smiled. I didn't expect it. The only active skill engraved on this scarlet wand is the instant scarlet rain cloud. You know, this skill is the specialty of the Scarlet Mage Tower, and Li Xia has already experienced its strength. And now, this scarlet wand can actually release scarlet rain clouds, and it is instant. However, there is a flaw. That is, the scarlet rain cloud released by the scarlet wand can only exist alone. In this way, whether it is instant or not has no meaning. Keep it. After all, it is a rare magic weapon, and its collection value is not bad. Li Xia put it in the ivy backpack, and the minute hand of the gold pocket watch in his hand passed another minute. Since then, the 3-person team has set foot in the Scarlet Land and explored for a full 12 hours. But, after waiting for a while, no rule prompts appeared. The 12-hour limit was just a decoration. Could it be? Li Xia suddenly remembered the various prompts that appeared when the number of enemy monsters killed exceeded 1,000. The rules are contradictory and invalid? At first, Li Xia thought that only the effective part of these 2 rules was invalid. Now it seems that all the special rules have been invalidated after realizing his identity. But this is also good. Without the constraints of special rules, he can show his strength when he moves. Wait. Li Xia seemed to have thought of something, and glanced at the ivy backpack again, and took out a piece of barbecued meat that exuded an alluring smell. This was a piece of monster meat that Li Xia had obtained by killing the Scarlet Chimera before. This resource is even rarer than vertebrae. At first, Li Xia thought it was just an ordinary material. But when he was sorting out the resources just now, he suddenly found that the problem was not that simple. Li Xia grinned. This This is really a case of searching for something without any effort. And getting it without any effort. Since I killed the Slime King and obtained the royal delicacy, and the summon bar was upgraded, I haven't obtained resources that can increase the summon bar for a long time. Unexpectedly, the 3-person team just killed a rare type of enemy in the Crimson Land, and it actually dropped a piece of monster meat that can increase the upper limit of the summon bar. Not bad. I like it. Li Xia immediately chose to use it. Summon bar, 23. After sorting out the harvest, Li Xia stood up. Celia, Little Stone, get ready for battle. After giving the order, Li Xia went directly to the pit where the last Scarlet Heart was located, and used the same method to destroy it with a bomb. Congratulations to the player for hitting the Scarlet Heart and harvesting Rage Potion X1. As the system prompted the harvest, another prompt followed. Warning! Player Li Xia from the 9527th area channel. Hit the Scarlet Heart X3. First heart, chilling. Creepy. Second heart, screaming echoes all around. Third heart, choose one between Scarlet Altar and Scarlet Abyss. The balance of fate is open to you. Please make your choice. Option 1 Scarlet Altar, obtain the gift of Scarlet Sequence, and become a member of Scarlet Sequence in charge of blood and killing. Option 2 Scarlet Abyss, enter the Scarlet Abyss. Face and challenge the Cthulhu brain that lives in the Scarlet Cave. If you fail, you will completely become a Scarlet Plaything. You don't have much time left. Please make your choice. Option 1/Option 2. Chapter 204. Crimson Cave. As the 3 Scarlet Hearts were destroyed by the bomb, the huge pit became dim again. But at the same time, in the air around, a thick blood-red mist gradually emanated. A system prompt appeared in front of Li Xia. The scarlet handwriting was like blood. It seemed to urge Li Xia to make a choice as soon as possible. Choose one of two? Haha. It seems to be a choice between two. In fact, there is no choice. Because Li Xia had previously obtained the so-called gift of the Scarlet Sequence after killing more than 1,000 enemies in a single attack. And this so-called gift of the Scarlet Sequence is nothing but an infection launched by the Scarlet Power against players. Such an evil move. And yet they brazenly call it a reward? Disgusting. It's really disgusting. Why don't you spend some money? Is it so difficult to pay some real money? Trying to fool people? However, even Li Xia had to admire the boss behind the scenes, who hid in the Scarlet Land and controlled the Scarlet Power. Another special rule? Another gift of the Scarlet Sequence. Another reward option. If you make a mistake, the player won't even see the boss, and will become an irrational killer infected by the Scarlet. Option 2 Scarlet Abyss. Enter the Scarlet Abyss. Face and challenge the Cthulhu brain that resides in the Scarlet Cave. If you fail, you will completely become a plaything of the Scarlet. Li Xia carefully examined option 2, and a sentence caught his attention. Face and challenge the Cthulhu brain that resides in the Scarlet Cave? There is more than one Scarlet Cave, which means there is more than one Cthulhu brain. Everything makes sense now. You know, there is only one Crimson Land as a large special biological community. If this materialized kingdom of power has only one boss, it would be abnormal. A Cthulhu brain controls a Crimson Cave. A Crimson Cave radiates and oppresses a large area. I see. Li Xia figured it out, and clicked option 2 without hesitation. This time he led Celia and Sky-Breaking Gargoyle to the Crimson Land in order to get the first kill of the boss. Now that the boss is in front of him, how could Li Xia give up? This is easy. As Li Xia clicked to confirm, the blood-red mist gradually gathered together, forming a scarlet teleportation-like curtain. So that's it. No matter how the player explores and adventures in the Scarlet Land, they can't find the whereabouts of the boss behind the scenes, because the brain of Cthulhu is not in the Scarlet Land at all. Judging by the meaning of this teleportation-like curtain, the place where the brain of Cthulhu lives is most likely a subsidiary plane like the snow monster in the ice and snow community. Li Xia sneered. Finally caught you. Celia, Little Stone, meet this Cthulhu brain with me. Celia said excitedly. Oh? Okay. Sky-Breaking Gargoyle, yes. Commander. Led by Li Xia, the 3-person team entered the subsidiary plane of the Scarlet Land. As the transmission ended, the place in front of the eyes was still wrapped in scarlet mist. But fortunately the magic amulet was still working. Li Xia glanced around and found a giant skull not far away. At the same time, from the skull peak, a brain as big as a small hill and covered with tentacles floated out. At the moment when the brain of Cthulhu appeared, the surrounding void was in turmoil. Following that, 22-meter-long giant eyeball-like enemies appeared. Wow! The 4th level brain of Cthulhu actually has 4 active skills and 4 passive skills. And one of the passive skills, Scarlet Awakening, can actually give the brain of Cthulhu an additional active skill when the health of the brain of Cthulhu drops to 40%. Random teleportation, high movement speed skills, laser beam, high attack damage skills, brain of confusion, confusing clone skills, summoning creeper minions, shaking human skills, and with the passive skill creeper, as long as there is a creeper minions on the battlefield. The brain of Cthulhu has an invincible golden body. The boss mechanism of the brain of Cthulhu is really challenging. If you want to sneak attack before the battle, the brain of Cthulhu has 20 creeper minions following in advance. Moreover, every time the brain of Cthulhu successfully dodges an attack during the battle, it will gain a brain control buff, and the critical hit rate and summon damage will be slightly enhanced. The most important thing is, the 4th level buff of the brain of Cthulhu is the most disgusting buff Li Shia has ever seen. As long as there is a creeper servant alive on the field, the brain of Cthulhu will have additional health and magic recovery in addition to the invincible state. The upper limit of the summoning of creepers is 20, which means that the brain of Cthulhu can have a maximum recovery speed of 20 health and magic points per second. This is really a copper P. But, even though the brain of Cthulhu is so powerful, it is still within Li Shia's range. Li Shia's eyes turned, and he realized that if he wanted to kill the brain of Cthulhu, the first thing to do was to always make killing the creeper the primary goal. Before the health of the brain of Cthulhu drops to 40%, there is no need to worry about its Crimson Charge skill. Celia, Little Stone, get ready for battle. Hello? Li Shia. Or should I call you Scarlet Overlord? As expected, before Li Shia finished speaking, he heard the brain of Cthulhu speaking to him through brain waves. Wait! Li Shia stopped Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle, and his heart was as turbulent as a tsunami. Talking? The brain of Cthulhu can talk? Wisdom? The enemy monster actually has wisdom? What's going on? From the beginning of the advent of the alien world to now, Li Shia has killed so many enemy monsters. Even humanoid enemy monsters. Even enemy monsters with a certain degree of wisdom, like the Blue Jade Centaur Knight and the Goblin, do not have human wisdom, let alone speak human language. And now, the Cthulhu brain, which is like a brain in a vat, has no mouth, but can actually speak human language? And he knows his name. And he also knows his identity as the Scarlet Overlord. All this casts a strange scarlet mist over this boss battle. Don't be alert. I have no ill intentions. You are the Scarlet Overlord. And I am also a member of the Scarlet Sequence. My honorific title in the Scarlet Sequence is the Scarlet Think Tank. Although my status is lower than yours, you and I are on the same path. We are our own people. Before Li Shia could ask, the brain of Cthulhu waved its tentacles and spoke incessantly. Scarlet Think Tank? Status? Fellow Cthulhu? Ha ha. Li Shia sneered. Who is your fellow Cthulhu? You talk so nicely, but why are you so dishonest in your actions? I am a player of the survival game of the Cthulhu series in this era. You are an enemy monster. We are not fellow Cthulhu. And just because I have obtained the inheritance of the Scarlet Overlord, and you are also a Scarlet Sequence, we are fellow Cthulhu. Really? Since I came to the Scarlet Land, why have those Scarlet Sequence monsters been attacking me? It sounds good, but it's not good. Say one thing, do another. Is this the so-called Scarlet Think Tank? No. 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 The brain of Cthulhu waved its tentacles. Survival of the fittest. This is the law of you humans. And it also applies to the Scarlet Sequence. If you don't have the ability to come to me, then it's only natural for me to devour your person and gain your authority. According to you, everything I encountered before was a test designed by you? Li Shia shrugged and asked. If you understand it this way, it's fine. My malice has dissipated after you entered the Scarlet Abyss. The brain of Cthulhu waved its tentacles excitedly. Li Shia waved his hands and said, Don't talk so much nonsense. Tell me, what do you want from me? Li Shia, return to the embrace of Scarlet. I am willing to serve you as my master. Let you control this Scarlet Cave, and then gradually erode other Scarlet Caves until you completely control this Scarlet Land. You have the status of the Scarlet Lord, and you also have the authority of the Scarlet Lord. This is the last link missing in the Scarlet Land's materialized kingdom of authority. Let me assist you. Don't you want to become a true Scarlet Lord? Abandon your identity as a player and throw yourself into the arms of Scarlet. You will become a part of the Cthulhu survival game, and you will gain eternal life. The brain of Cthulhu waved its tentacles and made extremely bewitching remarks, trying to get Li Xia to throw himself into the arms of Scarlet. Li Xia frowned slightly. Don't think that the Cthulhu brain's words sound nice. But in fact, it only has its eyes on its own Scarlet domination authority. The Scarlet Land, a materialized kingdom of authority, needs my Scarlet domination authority to complete the final closed loop? Closed loop? Wait! A flash of lightning flashed through Li Xia's mind. The Scarlet Land's special rules originally showed 8 rules. But the content of the 8th rule was extremely strange. Rule 9. There is no Rule 8. Good luck to you. He understood everything. He might be Rule 8. Only when the authority of the Crimson Overlord is integrated into the Crimson Land can Rule 9 be born. As for what will happen when all 9 rules are perfected, it is still unknown. But seeing how Cthulhu's brain is bewitching him, it is probably not a good thing. Immortality? Then Gul'dan. What is the price? Return to the embrace of the Crimson Sequence. Become a part of the Crimson Sequence. And even become a part of the survival game of the Cthulhu system. If I really agree and go to that step again, then, is Li Xia still Li Xia? What does the Crimson Land need my authority for? He didn't know. But once the Crimson Authority, which advocates bloody killing and violence, grows stronger, will the players of the survival game of this era be in a better situation? Infected by the Crimson? Become an enemy without reason and only knows how to kill? Li Xia let out a long breath. In the expectation of the brain of Cthulhu. He tue. Li Xia spat at the brain of Cthulhu, pointed at its non-existent nose and said, "Let me be a traitor. In the next life. Li Xia, if you are not the Scarlet Overlord, you will not receive this courtesy. Li Xia, if you are not the Scarlet Overlord, you are not qualified to return to the Scarlet Embrace. Let me tell you, just now, the Corruption Overlord has agreed and returned to the Corruption Embrace. Are you still stubborn?" The flying eye monster servants around the brain of Cthulhu stared at him covetously. Li Xia rarely swore. You want me to agree? Let's do it first. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, you will be considered clean. Chapter 205. The subplane of the Crimson Land biome is not as vast as the subplane of the ice and snow biome. Although the overall tone of this place is still mainly scarlet. The air is also filled with the sweet smell of blood. However, the subplane where the brain of Cthulhu lives is at most the size of a small village. This place, except for a towering mountain that looks like a skull, there are no other conspicuous buildings or strange creations. After many days of running in, Celia, the sky-breaking gargoyle, and Li Xia have long been in tune with each other. When the brain of Cthulhu appeared and made a bewitching speech, Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle noticed the gesture behind Li Xia and were ready for battle. When the brain of Cthulhu tried to force him to do something, completely failed. When Li Xia and the brain of Cthulhu had a complete falling out, the atmosphere at the scene became more and more tense. Pounce on you. Mother! Shovel! Li Xia shouted, do you want your father to rape me? Shit! If you don't accept my toast, you'll be punished. The brain of Cthulhu waved its tentacles to lash out, and ordered the 20 creeper minions. The captain immediately attacked. Li Xia frowned slightly, and glanced at the big eyeballs floating in the air. If you want to kill the brain of Cthulhu, you must first get rid of these annoying creeper minions. Because in addition to these 20 creeper minions, the brain of Cthulhu also has the skill of actively summoning creeper minions. And it is an instant type. The only good news may be that the battlefield summon limit of creeper minions is only 20. And he was not the only one who entered the Scarlet Abyss. There were also Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle. Li Xia looked at the creeper servants in the air, rushing towards the 3-person team, and thought to himself, since the brain of Cthulhu is invincible as long as the creeper servants are present, let's get rid of these bastards first. He turned his head and ordered, Celia, Little Stone, you are responsible for killing the creeper servants with all your strength. And pay attention to avoid the attacks of the brain of Cthulhu. Celia took out the axe of regeneration with a serious face and nodded steadily. Understood. Godfather. Don't worry. Leave these bastards to me. Celia was furious because she had heard the conversation between Li Xia and Cthulhu Brain just now. Cthulhu Brain. This bastard clearly wanted to snatch her godfather from her. How could she bear this? It was unbearable. No need to bear it anymore. Since Cthulhu Brain ignored her. The Scarlet Banshee. From beginning to end. Then let it see what the wrath of the Scarlet Banshee is. The sky-breaking gargoyle held the tendon bow. Half squinted his eyes, and looked at the flying eye monster servant in the air. Nodded and said, "Follow the orders of the commander. Don't worry about us." Although the sky-breaking gargoyle is just an intelligent weapon. It has integrated the Book of Arms and the Philosopher's Stone, and has been promoted to the 4th level. Plus it has the passive skill of Gargoyle's Toughness. These flying eye monster servants that are like large flies are really not taken seriously by the sky-breaking gargoyle. But it is very angry. The sky-breaking gargoyle has never been so angry. On the one hand, it is because the brain of Cthulhu wants the commander to join the evil god camp. On the other hand, it is because of the commander's anger. It is just a weapon. But weapons also have feelings. Its vitality comes from Li Xia's vitality. It has no emotions. Or maybe Li Xia is its emotions. The master humiliates the servant, and the minister dies. Swish. 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 Can draw a card bow like a full moon. Looking northwest to shoot the wolf. The sky-breaking gargoyle holds a tendon bow. And one arrow after another quickly hits the flying eye monster servant. Successfully killed the rare 4th level flying eye monster servant captain. And obtained tissue samples X5. Scarlet or X12. Scarlet points X300. Successfully killed rare 4th level creeper servant elite. Obtained tissue samples X3. Scarlet or X8. Scarlet points X200. Seeing this, Celia was unwilling to lag behind. She inserted the regeneration axe staff into the ground, and summoned a 4th level Treant captain to take damage in the front row. Then Celia aimed at the large number of creeper servant in the air, and used her active skill magic navigation bullet with all her strength. Boom! 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 With the blessing of Celia's racial talent. Which grace. In an instant, countless magic guidance bullets automatically tracked and aimed at the enemy monster. Once it gets close, it will explode directly. Successfully killed rare level 4 creeper servant elite. Obtained tissue samples X3. Scarlet or X9. Scarlet points X200. Successfully killed rare level 4 creeper servant ordinary. Obtained tissue samples X2. Scarlet or X12. Scarlet points X150. Seeing this, the brain of Cthulhu did not sit and wait for death. Instead, it used the active skill instant creeper servant summoning to continuously replenish the number of creeper servant in the battlefield, steadily pulling it to the upper limit of 20. On the other side, the brain of Cthulhu used instant laser beams to sweep the 3-person team. ZZ! 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 Laser beam surged in. Celia remained unmoved. She used the 4th level Treant warrior captain to resist the damage, and released the siphon blade continuously. While causing damage, it also restored its own magic points. The wings behind the sky-breaking gargoyle spread out, and with the horseshoe balloon bundle, it soared in the air, quickly avoiding the laser beam attack of the brain of Cthulhu. Li Xia originally wanted to find the right opportunity. Once the creeper minions on the battlefield were eliminated by Celia and the sky-breaking gargoyle, there was a short vacuum period. Li Xia used the active skill Scarlet Crystal Strike to stun the brain of Cthulhu, creating an opportunity and causing a huge amount of damage. But at the moment, the brain of Cthulhu is not brainless. It knows very well that its advantage is the creeper minions. So it has not stopped summoning creeper minions. Although it keeps casting the instantaneous creeper minion summon, it will cause the mana of the brain of Cthulhu to plummet. But the brain of Cthulhu, on the one hand, it has a mana of up to 2,000 points. On the other hand, it has the blessing of the 4th level bond. As long as there are creeper servants alive on the battlefield, each surviving one will give the brain of Cthulhu a +1 effect of health and mana recovery per second. So under the high mana recovery, although the total mana of the brain of Cthulhu is showing a downward trend, it is declining very slowly. Seeing this, Li Xia did not hold back anymore. He took out the slime staff and summoned 2 armed spike slime mother archer captains. He immediately ordered them to use the sand gun to target the creeper servants and attack with all their strength. Humph! Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Li Xia snorted coldly and took out the scarlet sand gun again. Bang! 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 The scarlet sand gun fired with all its strength. The dense and continuous bullets formed a line of fire in the air. The creeper servants had no way to avoid it. Li Xia's method is very simple. When Celia and Sky-Breaking Gargoyle entered the battle, it only formed a short-term balance with the Brain of Cthulhu. The two sides formed a stalemate, and neither could do anything to the other. Then I will break this balance. How to break it? No other way. Only violence. Do you really think that I, the Scarlet Overlord, have no temper? Li Xiao muttered to himself. But his hands were not polite at all. Bang! 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 Minus 239. Minus 239. Minus 521. Successfully killed rare 4th level Creeper Servant Elite. Obtained tissue samples X5. Scarlet or X5. Scarlet points X200. Successfully killed rare 4th level Creeper Servant Captain. Obtained tissue samples X4. Scarlet or X10. Scarlet points X300. The addition of Li Xiao. A new force. The number of Creeper Servant on the battlefield dropped sharply. It even reached the speed of summoning the Brain of Cthulhu. None of them were as fast as the three-man team. The Brain of Cthulhu knew that if it continued like this, it would just be a waste of mana. The Brain of Cthulhu no longer tried its best to maintain the upper limit of 20 Creeper Servants, but instead launched an active attack on the three-man team. Swish! Swish! ZZ! The laser beams were fired frequently. Whenever the three-man team tried to launch a counterattack while dodging the attack, they found that the Brain of Cthulhu had summoned another Creeper Servant. This method is disgusting. But it works. But the three-person team is not a pushover. When the Brain of Cthulhu wanted to use the same trick for the third time, Li Xiao gave Celia a look, and the two understood. He then drank a bottle of combat potion. Gained bonus, all damage plus 10% duration, 7 minutes. Puff! After firing the laser beam, the Brain of Cthulhu summoned another Flying Eye Monster Servant. Boom! Swoosh! But this Flying Eye Monster Servant was immediately killed by Celia and Sky-Breaking Gargoyle. Li Xiao found the right opportunity. Bang! A bullet wrapped in the power of ice crystals cut through the sky and accurately hit the body of Cthulhu's brain. Minus 1198. With the characteristic of Scarlet Crystal Strike ignoring the enemy's defense. Plus the critical hit bonus granted by the Ancient Cobalt Armor set. This skill has a critical hit effect, not only causing huge damage to Cthulhu's brain, but also freezing it for 2 seconds. How could the three-man team give up this golden opportunity? Boom! Swoosh! Bang! The three-man team concentrated their fire and attacked. And the health of the Brain of Cthulhu dropped sharply at an extremely terrifying speed. 2 seconds later, the Brain of Cthulhu recovered its ability to move, and quickly used random teleportation to distance itself, and used the Brain of Chaos to create 3 clones to confuse the three-man team. Taking advantage of this rare gap, the Brain of Cthulhu consumed magic points again, and summoned 20 Flying Eye Monster Servants. Health and mana are rapidly recovering at a rate of 20 points per second, during the existence of the illusionary clone of the Brain of Chaos. Once the attack is wrong, the passive skill of the Brain of Cthulhu will be triggered. Let its damage be further enhanced. However, there is nothing to worry about. Li Xiao took out the Star Fury, and activated the skill Star Fury. Within a radius of 100 meters, 100 Star Fury meteors hit the 4 brains of Cthulhu fiercely. A fake battle. A quarter of the chance to find the real body in the 4 brains of Cthulhu. Real battle, no matter the real body or fake body. A large-scale concentrated fire attack covers the whole area. Bang! 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 The Star Rage meteors in the sky not only completely shattered the false illusion clone, they also completely killed the 20 Flying Eye Monster Servants that the Brain of Cthulhu had just summoned. The 3-person team focused their fire again. Celia and the Sky-Breaking Gargoyle were responsible for strangling the Flying Eye Monster Servants that the Brain of Cthulhu summoned later. Li Xiao was responsible for suppressing the Brain of Cthulhu and outputting all his strength. Crimson Crystal Strike. Crimson Heavy Strike. Cthulhu Brain. A 4th-tier boss-level enemy. Turned out to be like a lost dog. When its health dropped to 40%, it used Crimson Charge to flee in a panic. What a pity! With the powerful mobile accessories of the 3-person team, Cthulhu Brain is still not good enough in terms of movement speed. Swish! A bullet wrapped in scarlet power accurately hit the body of Cthulhu Brain. Minus 1,394. Li Xiao ended the life of Cthulhu Brain with a Crimson Heavy Strike that triggered a critical hit. As Cthulhu Brain fell, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the player. Successfully killed the 4th tier rare Cthulhu Brain boss. And obtained. Chapter 206. The dazzling array of harvests floated in the air in a disorderly manner. Li Xiao felt the joy of killing a boss-level monster for the first time in a long time. He looked around and found that this subsidiary plane showed no signs of collapse and destruction after the death of the brain of Cthulhu. Sure enough, the materialized kingdom of power is different. In other words, with the fall of the brain of Cthulhu, at this time and place, is this the safest place in the Scarlet Land? In this case, Li Xiao did not choose to teleport away immediately, but sorted out the harvest on the spot. Godfather, how was your luck in killing the brain of Cthulhu this time? Did you get any good stuff? Celia flew to Li Xiao and asked anxiously. Li Xiao rubbed her head and smiled. With Celia here, how can the luck be bad? All good stuff. Godfather plans to sort out the harvest in this scarlet abyss. If you are tired, just eat a burger and rest for a while. It's okay. I'm not tired. Celia waved her hand and said, Godfather, you should sort out the harvest quickly. I'll watch here and promise not to make trouble. Okay. Li Xiao nodded slightly, and immediately reached out with his familiar hand to pierce the light balls of different colors floating in the air one by one. Store all kinds of resources in the IV backpack temporarily, and only keep one resource in your hand. Cthulhu Brain Badge. The appearance of this badge means that you can finally enter the 3rd level. The authority of the Scarlet Domination will be upgraded to a higher level. What awaits me is a huge improvement in strength. Li Xiao looked at the Cthulhu Brain Badge in his hand, and said with great emotion, use it. With Li Xiao's order, the Cthulhu Brain Badge turned into a reddish-brown stream of light, and disappeared into the body. Ding! The 3rd passive skill column has been unlocked. Li Xiao took out the passive skill book Life Source Pump that he had stored in the IV backpack early in the morning and chose to use it. The comprehensive strength of the current enemy monsters is getting stronger and stronger. Even if I count the accessories that increase my health, the total health value is only more than 400 points, which is not as good as some ordinary level 4 enemies. Not to mention the health value of those captain-level enemies. As the enemy's attack becomes higher and higher, the tolerance rate of the battle is getting lower and lower due to the low health value. It is not advisable to fight like walking on a tightrope. So increasing health value and improving tolerance rate are the top priorities at present. The Life Source Pump, a skill book that increases health value, was dropped by Li Xiao when he killed the pseudo-boss level enemy Emerald Dragon. In terms of quality, it is the best among the current skills of the same category. So spending a passive skill bar to load this skill is a very suitable choice at present. Ding! The personal panel pops up automatically. Li Xiao looked at it intently. With a 50% increase in health value from the Life Source Pump, his health value finally reached more than 600 points. And this is just the beginning, because the Life Source Pump has not been assimilated and enhanced by Scarlet. It is also a first-level skill that has not been enhanced by the Gold Source. In the next few days, as Li Xiao continues to strengthen the Life Source Pump with gold, his health value may usher in a period of rapid growth. When promoted to the 3rd level, it seems that only the health value is increased with the blessing of the Life Source Pump skill book. But in fact, the highlight of this promotion to the 3rd level is the improvement of the Scarlet Overlord inheritance. Li Xiao clicks on the detailed interface of the inheritance to view it. Although it was expected, Li Xiao still took a breath after checking the notes. After Scarlet Authority, I was promoted to the 3rd level. All damage increased from 60% to 90%. This is equivalent to his overall strength taking a new step forward. Not only that, the Bloody Slaughter debuff attached to the Scarlet Authority 2 that he originally controlled was also enhanced. Not only did Bloody Slaughter's damage per second and duration increase further, but even the stacking layers that had not appeared before appeared. Bloody Slaughter with stacking layers and Bloody Slaughter without stacking layers are completely different things. As for the Scarlet Authority 3 that was unlocked by the Scarlet Overlord inheritance because Li Xiao was promoted to the 3rd level, it should not be underestimated. Although it is only an auxiliary authority effect, the fixed health value plus 1 per second and the fixed magic value plus 1 per second will greatly improve one's combat endurance. It is a gain blessing that many people dream of. This kind of blessing is usually only seen on boss-level enemies. Li Xiao did not expect that the Scarlet Overlord Authority would actually give the same effect. What a relief! Li Xiao clenched his fists. This is why he couldn't wait to advance. The main feature of the Scarlet Overlord inheritance is that it is strong in the early stage, strong in the middle stage, and even stronger in the late stage. If another Brain of Cthulhu appears now, Li Xiao will make sure that it will be beaten from fleeing in a panic to running away in panic. After Li Xiao calmed down, he took out a 4-dimensional origin from his IV backpack and swallowed it. Attack, 56. Defense, 45. Spirit, 89. Agility, 56. Li Xiao felt his strength further improved, smiled slightly, and continued to sort out the harvest this time. The drops of the brain of Cthulhu. Except for a treasure bag, many of the remaining resources are old friends. All these resources were sorted into categories, and then new resources that had not been obtained before were taken out. Battle Potion Recipe X1. Death Messenger Pickaxe Recipe X1. Li Xiao picked up a recipe with a beaker-shaped dark blue potion pattern on the cover and looked at it intently. Li Xiao was delighted when he saw this. He had seen the effect of the battle potion during the boss battle just now. Li Xiao seized the opportunity to use a bottle of battle potion. How to say it? Although the battle potion does not last long, it can really influence the situation on the battlefield. It is a real killer potion, and the materials required are not complicated. I have collected death grass along the way. As for the choice between rotten meat or vertebrae, if the vertebrae are dropped by enemies in the Crimson Land, then rotten flesh should be the drop of enemies in the corrupted land. At present, I have a lot of vertebrae on hand, and all the materials for making synthetic combat potions are sufficient, and I can even go back to mass-produce them. The most important thing is, I have the Moon Goddess potion in my hand, and I can mutate the combat potion later, among the drops of killing the brain of Cthulhu. Just this excellent quality potion formula is worth 1,000 times. Li Xiao put it in the ivy backpack, then picked up another formula with a scarlet pickaxe pattern on the cover and looked at it intently. After checking the recipe for the Deathbringer pickaxe, Li Xiao nodded slightly. There is no shortage of scarlet or ingots on hand. We also got a lot of tissue samples from killing the brain of Cthulhu just now. If it can improve the mining efficiency, it would be fine to make one. Speaking of tissue samples, Li Xiao remembered the recipe for the scarlet armor set he had obtained before. Li Xiao glanced at the ivy backpack and found that the tissue samples and scarlet ore he had obtained this time were enough to make a set of scarlet armor. Li Xiao stretched, stood up, and said to Celia, who had been watching, "Okay. The resources this time are almost sorted. Let's go back and open the treasure bag. Celia, let's leave the Scarlet Abyss first. The subsidiary plane should not be able to receive announcements from the regional channel. Let's see what good resources the first kill reward of the brain of Cthulhu will give." Celia frowned slightly and shook her head. What's wrong? Li Xiao asked curiously. No. What's wrong? Godfather, have you forgotten? You haven't checked the resources dropped by hitting the third Scarlet Heart yet. Celia said seriously. I remember it was a bottle of potion. Right? Yes. Look at my memory. Li Xiao slapped his forehead and took out a bottle of reddish-brown potion from the ivy backpack. The third Scarlet Heart that was hit only dropped this bottle of rage potion. But unexpectedly, he got another bottle of excellent quality potion. Moreover, the 10% increase in critical hit rate is really a very good gain effect. For Li Xiao, who has the inheritance of the Scarlet Overlord, the increase in critical hit rate means that the damage will be multiplied. It's just a pity. This time, I only got a bottle of rage potion, not the recipe of rage potion. Otherwise, it would be really cool. After Celia looked at the effect of the rage potion, she nodded with satisfaction. This bottle of potion is really in line with Celia's fear of insufficient firepower. Li Xiao patted his butt, stood up and said, "Let's go. It's time to leave the Scarlet Abyss." Yes. The three-person team returned to the Scarlet Land through the original teleportation light curtain. Before they could stand firm, they heard a ding sound. The announcement of the first kill reward for the boss of the Brain of Cthulhu finally appeared. Chapter 207. Announcement of Area Channel Number 9527. Player Li Xiao was the first to kill the 4th level rare Brain of Cthulhu boss while exploring the large special biome Crimson Land, and was rewarded with an epic treasure chest X1. The regional channel announcement was released 3 times in a row. As long as you are a player of Area Channel Number 9527, whether you are in the shelter of the forest biome, or exploring and adventuring in the Crimson Land or the Corruption Land, you will receive this announcement. Everyone was shocked. This killed the Cthulhu Brain. The boss monster in the Crimson Land? Isn't she a god too fast? You know, even now there are still a few players who don't even have the materials to build a teleportation crystal tower. Even so, Those players who built the teleportation crystal tower will be blocked by endless darkness and will be puzzled. It was not until Li Bianqing released a strategy in the regional channel that players realized that the magic light amulet accessory was missing. But the scarlet ore dropped by players when they killed the Eye of Cthulhu before has long been sold or made. Where are the extra scarlet ore ingots that can meet the materials for making the magic light amulet? At this moment, the market demand for scarlet ore ingots is huge, and the price has risen sharply, even reaching the point where paper is as expensive as gold in Luoyang. But even so, it still cannot meet the needs of players. Without the magic light amulet, how can we take risks? This step alone will block most players from the first kill reward of the boss. A small number of players in the regional channel have both materials to make teleportation crystal towers and scarlet ore ingots to make magic amulets. It is not easy for a person to deal with a 4th level enemy with the strength of the 2nd level. Not to mention finding the Scarlet Cave as quickly as Li Xia and then entering the Scarlet Abyss. Not to mention the special rules of the Scarlet Land, plus the temptations and rewards along the way. Not to mention entering the Scarlet Abyss to challenge the brain of Cthulhu. Players may be infected by the Scarlet if they are not careful. So this boss battle seems to be a competition of who is faster. But there are many thresholds here. If you don't have a diamond drill, you may fall into the Scarlet Land. The stronger the player, the clearer it is. In such a short time, Li Xia actually succeeded in killing the brain of Cthulhu. How difficult is it? Regional channel. Guan Tao, damn! Li Xia. My god. Is he so strong? The 2nd level strength can kill the 4th level boss? Zhou Guanghao, damn. So fast? This is really exaggerated. I didn't even gather all the materials to make the magic light amulet. I should have sold the scarlet ore ingots. Bai Yufei. The above. You are still good. Although I have gathered all the materials to make the magic light amulet, I was scared when I saw the special rules of the Scarlet Land and came back immediately. After all, although the boss first kill reward is important, life is more important. Zhou Guanghao, there are special rules in the Scarlet Land? I didn't receive any system prompts the first time I teleported there? Bai Yufei. You need to wear the magic amulet to dispel the darkness to receive the prompt. Otherwise, why do you think I came back? Chu Wuge, the above. You are right. After all, although the rewards for the first boss kill are rich, it actually has nothing to do with people like us. So just be safe. Bai Yufei. That's what I think. So I'm waiting for Xia or Bianqing to come up with a guide. Otherwise I won't dare to go. Guan Tao. After hearing what you said, I am a little scared. Then I won't go either. I will wait until the situation is clear. Anyway, I am a slacker. Let's go! Just when everyone was discussing Li Xia's first boss kill reward of Cthulhu Brain. At the same time, Crimson Land. The 3-person team left the Crimson Abyss through the teleportation light curtain and came to the outside of the Crimson Cave. Li Xia also heard the system prompt immediately. Epic treasure chest? Li Xia raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling very happy. Even though he had expected the first kill treasure chest reward, he did not expect the quality of this treasure chest to be as high as epic level. Since he came to the other world, he has never received such a high-quality treasure chest. This wave of blood profit. Li Xia called out the reward panel and immediately received the epic treasure chest and stored it in the ivy backpack. Celia asked, Godfather, what are we going to do next? Li Xia thought for a moment and said, no more waiting. Let's go back to the shelter. Although the first kill treasure chest reward has been obtained, there is still a shelter upgrade treasure chest that has not been obtained. Let's go back to upgrade the shelter first. Anyway, there is a multi-dimensional fusion crystal tower. We can come to the Scarlet Land anytime we want. What do you think? Celia? I can do anything. Celia nodded and said, I just happen to be sleepy, so I can go back and catch up on some sleep. Well, let's go back now. Li Xia took out the memory magic mirror, and the 3-person team immediately teleported to the silver shelter courtyard in the forest biome. Celia rubbed her eyes and said, Godfather, I'm so sleepy. I'll go back to the house first. Okay, go ahead. Li Xia waved his hand. Anyway, Li Xia and Celia had eaten a few burgers in the Scarlet Land, so they were already full, and there was no need to make another lunch. Celia could rest, but he didn't have that much free time. Li Xia quickly returned to the workshop, took out the Cthulhu Brain relic, and immediately called out the upgrade panel of the shelter. Gold shelter upgrade requirements: Gold ingot X 9000, Platinum ingot X 3000, Sapphire gem X 1500, Emerald gem X 1000, Boss relic X1. Upgrade time 24 hours. Whether to consume materials to upgrade, yes/no. Fortunately, he was quick and collected enough Emerald gem resources first. Otherwise, even if he won the first kill of Cthulhu Brain and obtained the Cthulhu Brain relic, he would not be able to upgrade the shelter immediately. Li Xia opened the silver treasure chest, found the required resources from it, and breathed a sigh of relief. Yes! Accompanied by the system prompt sound, the silver shelter began to upgrade gradually. 24 hours was still too long. Li Xia took out a bottle of construction worker potion and chose to use it. Gold shelter upgrade duration: 20 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds. Li Xia glanced at the upgrade panel, came to the silver workbench again, clicked on the recipe interface, and slid his finger up and down. Find the construction hammer series, put in the materials, and click to make synthesis. Bang! Li Xia hit the gold construction hammer on the core of the shelter with his backhand. Gold shelter upgrade duration: 15 hours 58 minutes and 46 seconds. After finishing the shelter upgrade, Li Xia stored all the resources obtained in this exploration in various silver storage boxes, and then entered all the newly obtained recipes into the silver workbench. After finishing all this, he picked up a hamburger and took out the treasure bag while eating. Open the treasure bag and get Brain of Chaos, Scarlet Ore X100, Tissue Sample X100, Blood and Flesh Ball Formula X1, Weak Lucky Potion X1, Brain in a Jar X1. As the treasure bag disappeared, 6 blood-colored balls of light floated in the air. This time, the color of the balls of light was rare to be consistent. Li Xia reached out and punctured the 6 balls of light one by one. The tissue sample was stored in a silver storage box, and the scarlet ore was directly thrown into the silver furnace for smelting. Then he stored the weak lucky potion in the enemy backpack. Li Xia was familiar with the way these old friends were handled, but even Li Xia had to sigh that the quality of the treasure bag this time was really high. He was no newcomer to the survival game of the K series. Li Xia was also well informed. He had seen precious resources, rare accessories, magic weapons, and everything else. Ordinary treasure chests or treasure boxes rarely open new resources that Li Xia had never obtained before. But this treasure bag dropped by killing the brain of Cthulhu actually had 3 resources in total, which he had never heard of. This aroused Li Xia's curiosity. He picked up a small human brain model and looked at it intently. Hey! There's something! After checking the accessory information of the Brain of Chaos, Li Xia nodded with great satisfaction. Although the accessory of the Brain of Chaos does not have an active skill, it has 3 auxiliary passive skills. The combination of brain control and dodge will increase its own critical hit rate and the damage of summons. For the Scarlet Overlord, critical hit rate is an extremely important attribute, and the Brain of Chaos can be said to be a perfect match for the Scarlet Overlord's fighting style. In addition, although the triggering condition of the confusion skill of the Brain of Chaos requires the accessory holder to be hurt, the probability of causing confusion debuff is as high as 50%. On the battlefield, things change rapidly, and the body is out of control for 1.5 seconds. You can imagine how terrible the effect is. Although Li Xia knows in his heart that since he has accessories that cause confusion debuffs, he should have accessories that are immune to confusion debuffs. But even so, he cannot ignore the auxiliary enhancement of the Brain of Chaos to himself. Li Xia summoned the accessory panel and replaced the Cthulhu shield with the Brain of Chaos. Li Xia then picked up a small glass jar that looked like a brain. Li Xia smacked his lips, a little speechless. He didn't expect that the brain in this jar was actually a permanent gain food, and the increased strength was unprecedented in his life. It can actually increase 3 points of mental power permanently in a single time. It's just that the appearance of the brain in this jar is a bit disgusting. When he thought that he was going to eat such a thing, Li Xia felt sick in his stomach. But it's not that there is no way to deal with it. He would try the permanent enhancement foods he had obtained before, such as soul cake and dragon fruit, no matter how they tasted. But this time, the brain in the jar was too inhuman. Li Xia directly held the brain in the jar and chose to use it. Spirit, 912. Among Li Xia's 4-dimensional attributes, spiritual power was the first to enter double digits. This also means that no matter what skills Li Xia releases, He will get permanent enhancement. The combat power has been improved a little bit. Wonderful. Li Xia exhaled a breath of turbid air, picked up the last recipe with a bloody chain ball pattern on the cover, and looked at it intently. Ball of flesh and blood? Ball of chain? This type of weapon is really rare. Ball of Flesh and Blood is a member of the Scarlet Land Unconventional Recipe series. After killing the brain of Cthulhu, Li Xia has enough materials to make and synthesize it. But even if Li Xia wants to change his style and go for a close combat route, the first choice will be various magic long swords. The Eternal Night Blade is still waiting for him. Wouldn't it be fun to play a flying sword in a survival game with the Knight's Edge and Tiger Gloves? The chain hammer is too heavy and doesn't match my temperament. Li Xia casually entered it into the silver workbench. Yawn. After all this, Li Xia was a little tired. He returned to the master bedroom on the second floor and began to catch up on his sleep. In the afternoon, the sun set. Ding! 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 When Li Xia was sleeping soundly, a dense message notification sound suddenly came from the friend channel. It seemed to foreshadow that an amazing and extraordinary change was about to come. Chapter 208. In this world, everyone is walking. Some are just walking on the right path. Some are walking on the wrong path. Li Xia is not the only one who is favored by the gods in the survival game. The inheritance that can be compared with the Scarlet Overlord is undoubtedly the Corruption Overlord inheritance. But perhaps it is because of the inheritance's natural position. Or perhaps it is a matter of acquired choice. There is even the temptation factor of the greedy atmosphere of the Corruption Land. This caused the confrontation between the masters to break out early. When the timeline goes back to today's midnight, Mo Luochen, the player in the 5201 area channel, was also a player in the first wave of exploration and adventure like Li Xia. The difference is that Li Xia chose the Crimson Land. Mo Luochen chose the Corrupted Land. But in addition to that, Li Xia and Mo Luochen have another similarity. Both of them are recipients of the Supreme Inheritance. Li Xia, the Crimson Master, Mo Luochen, the Lord of Corruption. It's just that people need to make too many choices in their lives. And many choices hide huge costs. This cost is even too heavy for life to bear. When Mo Luochen came to the entrance of the abyss of the Corrupted Land under the guidance of special rules, Mo Luochen chose to give up his identity as a player under the temptation of the evil god. Finally, he was reincarnated as the boss of the embodiment of corrupt power, the World Devourer. This made Mo Luochen an immortal being. Even if he dies, as long as the corrupt authority still exists in the world, he can still recover from the long river of time. When Mo Luochen abandoned his human body, under the guidance of the demon altar, he became a new world devourer. The greedy instinct engraved in the depths of his soul drove him to leave the abyss on his own initiative. It wants to fill its stomach. It wants to grow stronger. It wants to devour. It wants to grow as fast as possible. Therefore, it locked its target on the players who entered the corrupt land to explore and adventure. This is a massacre against the players. And at this moment, the players do not know that darkness has descended. Corrupted Land. Belly Plain. Player Ming Sanchue holds a sand gun, and two second-level armed zombie captains follow him to escort him. Ming Sanchue is a player in the 9527th area channel. First, in Li Xia's hidden reward, he chose the shooter authority among the 4 basic authorities. Then Ming Sanchue used the accumulated points during the World Channel Origin Showdown to exchange for the gunsmith inheritance in the promotion store. In addition, during this period, Ming Sanchue spent resources to buy a lot of powerful equipment and rare accessories from Li Xia's personal store. This made Ming Sanchue's strength in the 9527th area channel vaguely ranked in the first echelon. ZZ! ZZ! Ming Sanchue stopped suddenly. In an instant, many blood crawlers crawled out of the ground. They quickly surrounded Ming Sanchue, and the 2 armed zombies fought hard to kill him. But there is a huge gap in strength between the 2nd level and the 4th level. As a result, the killing efficiency of the armed zombies decreased, and they soon fell into death. But Ming Sanchue was not panicked at all. He used the multi-stage jumping function of the horseshoe balloon bundle to avoid the encirclement of the blood crawler army. Bang! 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 Ming Sanchue fired at full power with a sand gun. Die for me! Fire net coverage. Boom! The violent explosions came one after another, deeply interpreting the professional qualities of a legacy player. A quarter of an hour later, Ming Sanshui looked at the mess on the ground and let out a long sigh. Ha ha. It's just a small monster. Isn't it easy to catch it? Hurry up. God Xia has already obtained the first kill reward of the Brain of Cthulhu. And the first kill reward of the Corruption Land cannot be taken away by others. Just when Ming Sanshui was full of confidence and wanted to show his strength. Swish. The Corruption Land suddenly cracked open a huge abyss. And a world devourer, with a body size of only one section, swallowed Ming Sanshui into its stomach. As the sharp teeth in its mouth rotated rapidly like a meat grinder, Ming Sanshui turned into a pool of meat paste in an instant. Mo Luochen digested Ming Sanshui's body, devoured Ming Sanshui's player qualifications, and the power of authority and rules contained in his body. And Mo Luochen's body of the World Devourer grew from one section to two sections. If a player observes carefully, he can even find that on the second section of the body, Ming Sanshui's wriggling and painful face is faintly visible. No. Not enough. More. More. Hungry. So hungry. Although Mo Luochen, who was reincarnated as a world devourer, still has human consciousness. But the stronger one is the instinct of the world devourer. Even as time goes by, there is a tendency for instinct to gradually overwhelm reason. Ming Sanshui is not the first player to die, and he will definitely not be the last. Mo Luochen roamed quickly in the corrupted land, and all the players he met became his food. It is unknown how long this feast of devouring lasted. When Mo Luochen came to a demon altar, originally only one section of the body, now there are a full 20 sections. What this means is self-evident. Mo Luochen's huge body began to coil together, then opened its bloody mouth and spit out one after another white illusory light balls towards the demon altar. Screams and wails could be heard faintly from these illusory light balls. These were not light balls, but the souls of dead players. Swish. The demon altar absorbed all these souls. Mo Luochen swallowed his snake tongue and waited quietly. Forest biome. Silver shelter. Bedroom. Li Xia was awakened by the frequent system notification sounds and got up helplessly. Who is it? Not even letting me sleep well? Li Xia mumbled and called up the friend information panel. Li Bianqing, something big happened. Brother Xia. All players' teleportation towers are unusable. Li Bianqing. To be precise, just now, no one could teleport to the corrupted land through the teleportation tower. Li Bianqing, and as far as I know, no one who entered the corrupted land to explore and adventure in the regional channel has returned in the past hour. Li Bianqing, this is not right. Li Xia was startled. Li Xia, what's going on? You mean everyone's teleportation crystal towers can still be used, but only the teleportation to the corrupted land cannot be used? Right? Li Bianqing, yes. The regional chat channel is in an uproar. This situation suddenly occurred. Could it be that something big is going to happen? Li Xia, what about the other members of the Sword of Dawn? Are the others okay? Li Bianqing, I just contacted Su Hongdo and the others one by one. Don't worry. Everyone is fine. Li Xia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the news. He began to carefully examine this sudden change. Wait! A flash of lightning flashed through Li Xia's mind. He suddenly remembered something that the Brain of Cthulhu had said when it was tempting him to throw himself into the arms of Scarlet. The Overlord of Corruption has already thrown himself into the arms of corruption? The Overlord of Corruption, the Land of Corruption? The Land of Corruption is the one causing the commotion? If you say there is no connection here, Li Xia will never believe it. The Lord of Corruption betrayed all of humanity? He gave up his identity as a survival game player in this era and became a lackey of the evil god? He is the supreme inheritance. Li Xia was worried, because he didn't understand why the Lord of Corruption had embraced the corruption, and the Land of Corruption was currently blocked and could not be teleported. Under these tactics, what was the real purpose of the Lord of Corruption behind the scenes? Damn it. You could just kill the boss of the Land of Corruption like me, and I would have nothing to say about the first kill reward. What's the matter with you joining the evil god and becoming his lackey? Li Xia said angrily. So many accidents have happened now. You bastard. Don't let me meet you. Li Bianqing saw that Li Xia had not responded to the message for a long time, and continued to ask Li Xia about his opinion on this matter. Li Xia then told everything he knew, including the relationship between the Corruption Overlord's embrace of corruption and the blockade of the Corruption Land. One person's plan is short. Two people's plan is long. Of course, when telling the whole story, Li Xia concealed the fact that he was the Scarlet Overlord. and focused on the focus of the corruption overlord surrender to the evil god. This news is so shocking that even Li Bianqing, who is known as a great strategy master, can't accept it after hearing it. Damn. Isn't this too exciting? Li Bianqing, brother Xia. I'm not being nosy. But, where did you know these things? Li Xia, I naturally have my channels. Don't worry. I won't joke about such a big thing. Li Xia, besides, do you think there are any other facts besides this fact that can explain everything that is happening now? Li Bianqing. I understand. But, what is the purpose of blocking the corruption land? Simply want to trap the players who enter the corruption land and kill them. Li Xia, I don't think it's that simple either. After all, if you just want to kill the players, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Li Xia, but what is the truth? Let alone us. I'm afraid even the players trapped in the corruption land at the moment are completely unaware. Li Bianqing, well, okay. Don't worry. I will spread this news through my intelligence network, so that everyone can be vigilant and prepared to prevent the dangers that may occur next. Li Xia, well, if there is any new progress, remember to inform me. Li Bianqing, got it. Li Xia closed the chat interface and was worried. The corruption land was blocked. Don't expect to enter the corruption land to kill the boss and get the first kill reward in a short time. Moreover, the corruption overlord unexpectedly surrendered to the evil god, which also cast a layer of confusing fog over the whole thing. Things are definitely not as simple as they seem. What exactly does the corruption overlord want to do by doing this? At present, the only information Li Xia has learned is a sentence from the brain of Cthulhu. There are too few clues to analyze the truth. But, no matter what, the best strategy now is to remain unchanged in the face of changes. While there is still time, improving strength as soon as possible is the right thing to do. Thinking of this, Li Xia hurriedly took out the epic treasure chest. Open the epic treasure chest and get Alchemy Table X1, Mortar Formula X1, Battle Potion X5, Rage Potion X5, Enchant Night Walker Recipe X1, Magic Handcuffs Recipe X1. 6 balls of light of different colors floated in the air. Li Xia reached out and poked them one by one, storing the Battle Potion and the Rage Potion in the ivy backpack. Afterwards, Li Xia picked up a recipe with a cannon pattern on the cover and looked at it intently. The appearance of the mortar dispelled a trace of haze in Li Xia's heart. Area damage buildings can just make up for the weaknesses of the current shelter defense system, as long as it can increase the defense capability of the shelter, even if it requires a large amount of resources. Li Xia will not blink an eye. He still knows the principle that good steel should be used on the blade. He summoned the sky-breaking gargoyle and gave him the mortar formula. Little stone, find a good location to build the mortar, and pay attention to the unusual movements outside the shelter. Yes, Commander. The sky-breaking gargoyle took the formula and left the living room without saying a word. Li Xia didn't waste time, and then picked up a table model and looked at it intently. Damn! Li Xia's eyes widened. Effect 1 means that his medicine refining efficiency has doubled. And this is just the weakest effect. Potions below epic quality do not need to be time-consuming. And there is a 33% chance that potions of any level can be synthesized without consuming any materials. These 2 effects are the big deal of the medicine table. The appearance of the medicine table will reduce the consumption of many potion materials and greatly increase the output of various potions in the shelter. Great! This special type of furniture is the first time for Li Xia. Li Xia walked to the workshop and placed the medicine table next to the workbench. He was about to take some materials and try it out. Only the system prompt sound rang in his ears again. Chapter 209. Player Mo Luochen, who belongs to the 5201th area channel, reincarnates as the boss-level enemy world devourer while exploring the corrupted land, and sacrifices many players' souls to the demon altar. Because of the special situation of Mo Luochen's inheritance, the demon altar responds far beyond the equivalent exchange. It is expected that at 12 noon the day after tomorrow, the full-channel disaster event Goblin Invasion will be launched. Li Xia. Disaster event? So sudden? At this sensitive moment? A 2-star disaster event, Goblin Invasion, has occurred? Reincarnated as a boss-level enemy monster, World Devourer, and sacrificed many player souls to the demon altar? Li Xia frowned slightly, knowing that things were not simple. This Mo Luochen should be the corrupted overlord mentioned by the brain of Cthulhu. Right? Mo Luochen sacrificed the souls of other players to the demon altar, seeking a disaster event far beyond an equivalent exchange. Goblin invasion? After viewing the preview of this disaster event, Li Xia understood. Mo Luochen's intention is not to drink. The world anchor is invalid, except for players in the corruption land who cannot return to the shelter of the forest biome. Players in other biomes can still return. Why Mo Luochen did this is already known to everyone. It seems, players who are still exploring and adventuring in the corruption land are now in great trouble. And, does the hidden Easter egg mean that? In the Goblin Invasion disaster event that will start at 12 noon the day after tomorrow, perhaps Mo Luochen, the former Lord of Corruption and current World Devourer, will return from the corrupted land to the forest biome? From now on, until 12 noon the day after tomorrow. That is the time Mo Luochen has fought for himself to improve his strength? How to improve strength is nothing more than continuing to devour players. It seems that this disaster event is a 2-star level on the surface. But because of the special factor of Mo Luochen, the actual difficulty will be higher. Li Xia walked quickly outside the courtyard, came to the multidimensional fusion crystal tower, and personally tried it. He found that now, he could not only not teleport to the corrupted land, but also could not teleport normally to other biomes. This meant that no player could leave the forest biome before the Goblin Invasion ended. Mo Luochen, the corrupt master, had deliberately bought himself a few days of growth time. Li Xia returned to the workshop and breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he finally understood why the corrupted land could not be teleported. When the enemy comes, the general will stop him. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Li Xia's eyes flashed. Since you don't intend to be a human being, let's see who is the real one. This disaster event is not for a single regional channel, but a disaster event for all channels. After seeing the system announcement, the players in regional channel 5201 cursed directly. But honestly, a trace of fear emerged in their hearts. Players in major regional channels chatted and expressed their opinions. Even the 9527th regional channel, where Li Xia was located, was no exception. To be honest, the players who have survived until now are always good at what they do. But that doesn't mean they are willing to accept the arrival of a disaster for no reason. Because people will die. But what if they don't accept it? The system announcement has been issued, and everyone can only complain in the regional channel, trying to drive away the panic in their hearts by gathering together for warmth. Li Xia glanced at the regional chat channel, made a few words that were more comforting than effective, and then he calmed down and began to prepare for the Goblin Invasion at noon the day after tomorrow. He didn't have time to feel sorry for himself. Li Xia picked up a recipe with a blue shackle on the surface and looked at it intently. Magic handcuffs? Li Xia was pleasantly surprised after checking the information of the recipe. It's not that the accessories represented by this recipe are so awesome, but because the appearance of magic handcuffs means that the heavenly handcuffs recipe he obtained before can be made and synthesized. Having an accessory with an effect no less than that of magnetic flowers is a happy thing no matter how you look at it. Li Xia entered the recipe into the silver workbench, then clicked on the recipe page and slid his finger up and down to find the recipe. Magic handcuffs required materials: 1 magic regeneration bracelet, 1 shackle synthesis time 3 minutes. The magic regeneration bracelet has always been a highly demanded accessory because of its basic effect of restoring magic points. There are many stocks in the shelter storage box. As for shackles, this kind of accessory will drop with a probability when killing zombies from the beginning of the survival game. So Li Xia naturally has no shortage of it. Li Xia invested resources to synthesize, taking advantage of the 3-minute synthesis gap. He continued to pick up a recipe with a luminous bait pattern on the cover and looked at it intently. Li Xia took a breath of cold air. He had used the enchanted Nightwalker bait more than once when he was fishing in the treasure box. Naturally, he knew how important this enchanted Nightwalker bait was to the increase in the experience progress bar of the civilized angler title. But there are many worm baits on the market, but there are fewer skilled baits. Not to mention the enchanted Nightwalker baits that are stronger than skilled baits. Now that Li Xia has this enchanted Nightwalker bait recipe, it means that he has the strength and means to mass-produce high-level bait. In the future, the experience progress bar of the civilized angler title will be able to increase at an astonishing speed. The speed of obtaining quality promotion rewards will be greatly improved. This is a benefit that can be seen with the naked eye. Li Xia entered the formula into the silver workbench, took out the worm bait and the fallen star and put them in. and performed the preset synthesis. Not long after, a pair of shackles with blue magic elements floating on the silver workbench was conveniently floating. Li Xiao quickly picked up the magic handcuffs and looked at them intently. Li Xiao hesitated for a moment. The magic handcuffs no longer had the effect of automatically restoring 1 point of magic value per second of the magic regeneration guard, but instead restored their own magic value after being injured. This change is naturally an improvement, but the stable and continuous way to restore magic value is gone. However, fortunately, I am not going to equip the magic handcuffs, but to make an advanced version of the heavenly handcuffs through the magic handcuffs. Materials required for celestial handcuffs. Magic handcuffs X1. Celestial magnet synthesis time 10 minutes. Li Xiao invested resources and continued to make synthesis. However, he did not wait foolishly, but came to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Although Wang Fugue would deliver 3 meals a day most of the time, sometimes Li Xiao was still used to making a dinner by himself, because it tastes like home when you make it by yourself. After finishing the dinner in the kitchen, Celia happened to get up. The two chatted during the meal. Li Xiao told Celia everything that happened in the afternoon. This is the situation. We can't teleport to other biomes for exploration and adventure in the past few days, and we have to prevent disasters and goblin invasions. The most important thing is that there may be a world devourer hidden behind this disaster. Celia listened with great interest, but after she came to her senses, she asked in confusion, "Huh? Where's Little Stone?" Little Stone is building a mortar in the courtyard. Mortar? Yes. This is the shelter building formula I got from the epic treasure chest this afternoon. Wow. Godfather, you are so lucky. Li Xiao smiled and said, "It's okay. This mortar formula is the same as the moon well. Only one shelter can be built. I asked Little Stone to upgrade it with all his strength first, so that I won't have to upgrade it myself after my scarlet assimilation is enhanced." After the two finished their meal, Celia ran to the courtyard with curiosity. "Little Stone, how is the mortar going?" The sky-breaking gargoyle stood in front of the mortar and answered, "Miss Celia, there is only 1 minute left before the mortar can be built to the level of the current shelter." "Oh, really?" Celia squatted aside. After a minute, the upgrade light flashed. She couldn't wait to call out the building information panel and looked at it intently. So powerful. Celia covered her mouth in surprise. The silver mortar was the building with the longest range she had ever seen, with a range of 900 meters. Who else can do it better than me? Plus a basic attack damage of up to 100 points. Even if the mortar's attack speed is only once every 10 seconds, which is 10 times that of the Scarlet Arrow Tower, it is completely worth it in the face of such a powerful effect. Celia nodded happily. The appearance of the mortar cured her fear of insufficient firepower. Li Xiao cleaned up the dishes and returned to the workshop. On the silver workbench, a dark blue shackle accessory floated. Obviously, the heavenly handcuffs that Li Xiao had been thinking about had been made. Li Xiao couldn't wait to pick up the heavenly handcuffs and looked at them intently. Chapter 210. After checking the panel data of the heavenly handcuffs, Li Xiao nodded slightly. In the type column list of the heavenly handcuffs, there is no entry for the material of production. This also means that the current accessories and effects are the ultimate form of the accessories. Although the accessories are synthesized and upgraded to heavenly handcuffs, there is still no fixed effect of restoring 1 point of magic value per second. But the heavenly handcuffs have a total of 3 effects, each of which is more effective than a single fixed restoration of 1 point of magic value per second. Not to mention, after being promoted to the 3rd level, he has gained a permanent gain of a fixed recovery of 1 mana and 1 health per second. So the basic magic recovery effect that existed in the magic regeneration bracelet before has greatly reduced the help to Li Xiao now. On the contrary, the 3 major effects of the celestial handcuffs now help him much more than the naked eye can see. Li Xiao spent a lot of effort and continued to consume materials to make 2 celestial handcuffs. As a scarlet banshee with the racial talent of witch grace, Celia has never had enough magic points. The addition of a pair of celestial cuffs has improved her in all aspects more than it has improved myself. Because for a mage, magic points represent everything, and the celestial cuffs have a different meaning for sky-breaking gargoyle. You say it is not important? It is not important. Do you say it is important? It seems, it is really important. In essence, sky-breaking gargoyle consumes energy reserves when using skills, not magic points. But then again, since it has been confirmed that magic recovery accessories can be converted into energy reserves. Let's look back at the three major effects of the celestial handcuffs. In addition to increasing the maximum magic value limit by 20 points, the other two major effects are far more powerful for the sky-breaking gargoyle than for the player. Therefore, the best way to deal with the top-level advanced accessories, such as the celestial handcuffs, on the basis of being able to meet the supply, is definitely to give each person in the shelter one. After the production was completed, Li Xia called Celia and handed her 2 celestial handcuffs and said, "One for you, and one for Little Stone. Just store the replaced accessories directly in the silver storage box." "Oh, I got it!" Celia agreed and left happily. Li Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. The drops and first kill rewards obtained from killing the brain of Cthulhu have been sorted out. He summoned the skill panel, stared at the newly acquired first-level passive skill Life Source Pump and smiled. Now it's time to give myself a big boost in strength. Life Source Pump assimilated to Scarlet exclusive Scarlet points required. 10,000 points. 10,000 points? Li Xia muttered. The points consumed by the Crimson Assimilation enhancement of the Life Source Pump are higher than those of the previous first and second level skills. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. After all, the Life Source Pump skill is dropped by killing the pseudo-boss level Emerald Dragon enemy monster. Moreover, the Life Source Pump is a third level passive skill after all, so it is normal to consume a little more. What's more, Li Xia has accumulated a lot of crimson points during this period. Let alone 10,000, even 30,000, 50,000, or 100,000. As long as it can help improve his strength, Li Xia will not blink an eye. He immediately confirmed that 10,000 Scarlet points disappeared like flowing water. The skill panel popped up automatically, and the information on it also changed accordingly. Skill name, Scarlet Source Pump. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery Scarlet exclusive. Level, first level. Effect, increase the player's basic health by 100%. Learning requirements, General D. Medical D. Note, after the Scarlet Assimilation enhancement, the Life Source Pump skill is transformed into the Scarlet Source Pump skill. The transformed Scarlet Source Pump has a higher percentage increase for the player's health, which will give the player a stronger body, and is the best choice for fighting on the battlefield. After checking the skill effect of the Scarlet Source Pump, Li Xia took a breath. He was so satisfied. I originally thought that the percentage increase in health points from 50% to 70% was amazing. But who would have thought that after the enhancement of Scarlet Assimilation, the increase was doubled? The Scarlet Source Pump is only a first-level skill, but with the blessing of the Scarlet Source Pump, not counting the effects of accessories and armor sets, Li Xia's total health points have reached 800 points. The fault tolerance rate during battlefield fighting has more than doubled. This also makes Li Xia more curious about what surprises will come to him when the Scarlet Source Pump is upgraded to the second level. Fortunately, Li Xia had obtained a lot of gold sources during the World Channel Origin Showdown. Although most of the first-level gold sources were synthesized into second-level gold sources, he actually reserved 2 first-level gold sources at that time in consideration of upgrading to the third level. Now, it can be said to be officially put to use. Li Xia stood up and walked to the northwest corner of the workshop. He took out a first-level gold source and a second-level gold source from the silver storage box beside him, called out the skill upgrade panel, and immediately pushed the 2 gold sources up one after another. 2 golden lights flashed almost overlapping. Li Xia's face was reflected with high spirits, and the skill panel popped up again automatically. Skill name, Scarlet Source Pump. Skill attribute, Passive Permanent Mastery Scarlet exclusive. Level, level 3. Effect, increases the player's basic health by 200%. Learning requirements, General C. Medical C. Note, after the Life Source Pump skill is enhanced by Scarlet Assimilation, it transforms into the Scarlet Source Pump skill. The transformed Scarlet Source Pump has a higher percentage increase for the player's health, which will give the player a stronger body, and is the best choice for fighting on the battlefield. Ha ha ha. Cool. The third level Scarlet Source Pump directly stacks Li Xia's total health to 1,200 points. The total HP of over 1,000 is not inferior to some third-tier captain-level enemies. This further improves the tolerance of the battle, and his own strength has also increased a lot. After the excitement passed, Li Xia yawned and his eyelids drooped uncontrollably. Yesterday, he was busy in the Scarlet Land for most of the day, exploring adventures, and killing the brain of Cthulhu. After returning, he only took a nap for a few hours in the afternoon. Now he really can't stand it anymore. Back in the house, he fell asleep. Celia prepared dinner and called him to eat. The next day, when he woke up, the shelter had been upgraded. Li Xia ran to the courtyard and looked up and down at his own shelter. The upgraded gold shelter was still a 2-story building, but it had a rooftop. The area of the first and second floors was also expanded a lot, and the internal layout was changed from 3 bedrooms and 1 living room to 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Li Xia nodded with satisfaction, and immediately called out the shelter upgrade panel and looked at it intently. Li Xia felt relieved, with a satisfied smile on his face. Since arriving in the other world, from the shaky wooden shelter to the indestructible gold shelter, in the dangerous survival game world of the K-series, now I finally have a place to stay. Scarlet or Ingot? Demon or Ingot? Choose one of the two? After checking the upgrade requirements of the gold shelter, Li Xia frowned slightly. If the shelter wants to upgrade again, it no longer needs ordinary high-level or Ingot resources, but special or Ingot resources such as Scarlet or Ingot and Demon or Ingot. Although the number of Scarlet or Magic or Ingots required for upgrading is only 1/6 of that of gold ingots, the difficulty has been greatly increased. The only good news may be that the gem resources for the future shelter upgrade will still only require blue jade and emerald gems, and these 2 types of resources are still abundant on hand. In addition, I have collected extra Scarlet or Ingots before, so I am currently only missing half, which is about 500. However, these are not important. The boss relic is the key. But before completing the Goblin Invasion Disaster event, the player cannot teleport to other biomes. Don't even think about killing the boss and getting the boss's relics these days. But that's okay. The newly upgraded Golden Shelter still has a lot of things to do. At this moment, the upgrade announcement of the shelter had already been released before Li Xia woke up. At the moment, the shelter upgrade was completed. 3 consecutive system announcements let everyone know that Li Xia had upgraded the shelter to a golden shelter, and once again opened up a level with the players. Originally, this was a very shocking thing. If you want to blame someone, blame the person who appeared in the system announcement. Li Xia, as a frequent visitor to the system announcement, players have long been accustomed to it. Not to mention that Li Xia only upgraded the golden shelter. Even if the system announcement said that he had killed the world devourer, there would definitely be a lot of people who believed it. Li Xia called out the system announcement panel. Li Xia, the player in the 9527th area channel, was the first to upgrade the shelter to level 6, and was rewarded with a diamond treasure chest. I hope he will keep up the good work. Reward to be collected? Diamond treasure chest? Not bad. It's a level higher than the previous treasure chest. Li Xia put the diamond treasure chest in the ivy backpack, then walked to the workshop and started working. Gold workbench upgrade requirements: gold ingot X 1000, topaz gem X 100. Shelter level 6 upgrade time 2 hours. Li Xia didn't say anything and immediately invested resources to upgrade. Bang! With the knock of the gold construction hammer, the workbench was upgraded immediately. After the upgrade, the progress of the gold workbench in all aspects was within Li Xia's expectations. As the workbench is upgraded, the output of the shelter will continue to increase significantly. Not only that, the unlocked Platinum Ingot series formula will also bring considerable help to himself. But what Li Xia didn't expect was that the workbench would also consume Scarlet or Ingots to continue upgrading. From a limited perspective, the shelter's defense system has so many buildings, plus these functional furniture. The Scarlet or Ingots and Magic or Ingots required are not a small amount. The Brain of Cthulhu is not the only one. If you have time, hunt a few more. Otherwise, the shelter can't be upgraded. Li Xia smiled bitterly. I thought I was a rich bachelor no matter what. But these days, there is no surplus food at home for landlords.